Upon waking up, Chen found himself transported to a high martial world plagued by beast invasions, where martial artists are revered. Fortunately, he awakened a proficiency system, allowing him to achieve mastery of any martial art after practicing it 100 times. Born in a slum, Chen's father was seriously injured by a beast while trying to help him train, forcing Chen to take a part-time job at a hospital. There, he developed an invincible sword technique. You have practiced the stunning sword technique 100 times, achieving perfection. Your skill level has reached the first tier, and your sword technique is now extraordinary. You have practiced the ghostly one-slice technique 100 times, achieving perfection. Your skill level has reached the second tier, and your sword technique is now unpredictable. You have practiced the purple sun divine sword 100 times, achieving perfection. Your skill level has reached the third tier, and your sword technique is now masterful. My name is Lin Wanqing. Due to my excessive training, I developed hemorrhoids and initially wanted to see a doctor for surgery, but the doctor turned out to be Chen. My classmate. How embarrassing. What should I do? I'm waiting online, urgent. His sword technique is so fast. Years later, during a beast invasion, Chen said to Lin Wanqing, "This slice will look so cool, even cooler than the one I did for your hemorrhoids back then." Then, a sharp blade light appeared, cleaving through heaven and earth, a million beasts, annihilated with a single stroke. Chapter 1, The Star of the Department. At Dawn Hospital, in the special care operating room. The shadowless lamp poured down cold light, reflecting the cold gleam of metal instruments. The monitor emitted rhythmic beeping sounds, like a monotonous pendulum, striking the nerves of everyone in the room. The air was thick with the unique smell of disinfectant mixed with blood, too strong to disperse. In front of the operating table, a young figure stood exceptionally tall. Chen, wearing a blue sterile mask and surgical cap, revealed only a pair of calm eyes, focused like a still ancient well. His right hand was steadier than that of a human, gripping a precise surgical knife, the blade tip gliding within the patient's open chest cavity. His movements were fast, accurate, and fierce. Every cut, peel, and suture carried an almost terrifying rhythm. There were no unnecessary movements, as if calculated thousands of times. The assisting doctors and nurses dared not breathe, fully concentrated on their roles, their foreheads already beaded with fine sweat. Their gaze could not shift away from Chen's flying hands. It was not just surgery, it felt more like a precise slaughter, but the target was the disease. Hiss. A young intern witnessing this for the first time couldn't help but gasp in shock at the godlike operation. Chapter 2, Turbulence in Calm. A girl in loose hospital attire, pale-faced, with cold sweat on her forehead, walked with difficulty. Chen, just having taken off his surgical gown, paused. This girl looked to be about his age, around 20. Her features were exquisite like a painting, with fair skin, but at this moment, due to pain and anxiety, she lost her usual radiance and appeared somewhat pitiful. Lin Wanqing, the school beauty from Chiming High School? Chen's brow twitched slightly. What is she doing here? And she seems to be in quite a bad condition, Dr. Su, the patient just brought in from the emergency room said. There's a particularly painful spot. The nurse who brought her in suppressed a laugh and whispered to Chen while handing him an electronic medical record. Chen took it, scanning the preliminary diagnosis on it, acute thrombosed external hemorrhoids. Commonly known as hemorrhoids. And according to the description, it was incarcerated with edema, causing severe pain, requiring immediate surgical intervention. Chen's expression showed no change. In martial arts training, especially in the foundational stages, the circulation of qi and blood differs from that of ordinary people. Moreover, low-tier martial artists often engage in stances like horse stances to strengthen their lower bodies, leading to increased abdominal pressure as a norm. Chapter 3, Second Tier of Mastery Success. Chen felt overjoyed. If the previous stunning sword technique had pushed the precision and stability of surgical techniques to the extreme, then the current stunning reflection of the shadow, with the blade drawn, was like a stunning swan gliding over water. Light and shadow interwoven, cutting without a trace, this was no longer merely a surgical technique, it was a true art with lethal power. Second tier of mastery, condensing qi. In the entire Dawn City, those of his age who could reach the second tier in mastery were as rare as phoenix feathers, a 1 in 10,000 occurrence. The path of martial arts indeed uses realm advancement as a measure of strength, however, what truly determines a martial artist's potential limits? Distinguishing the mediocre from the extraordinary geniuses is that even more profound mastery. Mastery, unlike martial arts realms, is an understanding of the essence of power, a level of control over one's will and energy. Its breakthrough is far more challenging than merely accumulating power or opening meridians and cells. It is not something that can be achieved through mere closed-door training. It demands a high level of comprehension from the practitioner. Countless martial artists spend their entire lives, exhausting vast resources, only to stagnate at low-tier mastery. To make progress in mastery often requires hovering on the edge of life and death. It is through tempering one's will in dire situations and breaking through illusions that one can seize the opportunity for that breakthrough.
Chapter 4: Scholarship to achieve perfect cutting, peeling, and not damaging. The energy structure contained within the material itself requires more than precision. It demands the ultimate application of strength, speed, and intent. How old is Chen? A high school student, even if he shows astonishing talent in surgery, cannot possibly reach that level. Little Su. Are you kidding me? Liu Wei put down his cup, leaned forward slightly, and stared intently at Chen, trying to find a trace of bravado on his face. However, Chen's expression remained calm. No. As the words fell, Chen extended his right hand, his fingers long and joints well-defined, stable as a rock. He did not pick up the scalpel. Instead, he held his fingers together like a knife and gently scraped the edge of the stainless steel instrument tray beside him. There was no sound, no light and shadow. But in Liu Wei's suddenly constricted pupils, the hard, thick metal tray's edge silently bore an extremely fine, mirror-smooth cut. The edge of the cut glowed with an eerie blue light, a trace left after cutting metal at high speed, slowly dissipating. It was as if an invisible divine blade had struck in an instant. His Liu Wei gasped, and the cup in his hand clattered onto the table. Warm water splashing onto the documents. Chapter 5: Nightmare. Chen. Second stage of artistic realm. Are you kidding me? Liu Wei smiled faintly, fingertips infused with power. Cutting the intangible, intent before the blade, TSK, that level of control can only be achieved at the second stage of artistic realm. Who else could do it? His time was divided into countless pieces due to work and his father, yet he could still reach such a level without focusing on training. You just comprehend it. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. After a full 10 seconds, old Chen's heavy breathing and uncontainable ecstasy followed. Old Liu. You didn't lie to me, did you? Where is he? Hurry. I want to see him now. Old Chen's voice trembled. Artistic realm. That's even harder to improve than the martial path realm itself, and can better reflect a warrior's potential. The martial path realm can be piled up with resources. But the improvement of the artistic realm relies more on comprehension and talent. What does it mean for a student to reach the second stage of artistic realm in high school, especially under Chen's conditions? Just thinking about it excited old Chen. Did he have a true seed of a famous school among his subordinates? Would he, Chen, produce a true prodigy? No rush. Liu Wei said leisurely, with a hint of pride. Chapter 6: Chiming Academy. Chen's thoughts drifted to the higher third stage of artistic realm, form transformation and subtlety. Form transformation means being able to condense intent into substance, simulating the form of simple weapons like knives and spears, injuring enemies out of thin air. Subtlety signifies the ultimate control of power, being able to precisely control every bit of force within a millimeter. Reaching the realm where even a falling leaf or flying flower can injure. That is truly stepping into the hall of skills. More practice is needed, more insights. More resources are also required. Tomorrow, it's time to return to school. A sharp glint flashed in Chen's eyes. He returned to his room without resting, but sat cross-legged instead, taking out the highly concentrated nutrient solution he purchased during the day, and drinking it in one gulp. The surging energy spread within his body, and he immediately began to operate the breathing true technique, guiding this energy to impact the cellular barriers throughout his body. This was a gradual process. The core of cultivating in the mortal realm is to continuously open up the cells within the body, store energy, and strengthen the flesh. Every impact was accompanied by a slight sting, like countless needles piercing inside. Chen remained unflinching, his mind immersed in guiding the energy and opening the cells. A night passed without a word. When the sky began to lighten, Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the newfound strength within him. Chapter 7 Useless thing. Lin Wanqing moved her gaze away, as if electrocuted, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. It's him. Why did he suddenly come? Doesn't he usually not come to school at all? And he is walking towards me. The surrounding murmurs seemed to quiet down a bit, as many people's attention was drawn to this side. Lin Wanqing felt as if she were under a spotlight, unable to escape. She had never imagined that in her rebirth she would encounter such an embarrassing situation. At this moment, Chen had already walked up to her. He stopped, his posture straight, calmly looking at her. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Remember to come for a follow-up. Chen spoke, his voice not loud, still in that flat tone, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. It was as if he were merely reminding her of an insignificant matter. However, the words follow-up struck Lin Wanqing like a thunderclap. She suddenly raised her head, then quickly lowered it again, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her uniform, her knuckles turning white. Just thinking about the extremely embarrassing experience from yesterday, and having to face it again made Lin Wanqing feel like her brain was about to stop functioning, filled with shame, indignation, and a hint of unspeakable grievance. Chapter 8 One-on-one with the whole class. Chen nodded slightly. Teacher, I'm here. This completely different attitude nearly drove Wang Hao to the brink of explosion. Why does this often truant waste get treated so kindly by Teacher Chen, while I get scolded? He is one of the top students in the class, a future martial arts elite. The other students exchanged glances, filled with confusion and disbelief. Chen Guoliang looked around, cleared his throat, and his voice became serious again. All right. Everyone quiet. There is an important announcement today. He paused, emphasizing his tone, but everyone already knew what it was about. It was regarding this semester's martial arts scholarship application. Scholarship. Those three words instantly ignited all the students' enthusiasm, temporarily suppressing the earlier commotion and doubts about Chen. The maximum amount is 100,000 credit points. 100,000. A gasp echoed through the crowd, and many students from ordinary families immediately filled with desire. That's a huge sum. Enough to buy a large number of cultivation resources, possibly even change one's destiny. Of course, scholarships are not handed out for free. Chen Guoliang continued, only those with strength are qualified to apply. Chapter 9 Lingfeng. Chen's movements were swift to the extreme, yet incredibly simple. He wasted no extra motion. Each strike precisely hit the opponent's weaknesses, or vulnerabilities, clearly surpassing everyone in both strength and realm. His fingers, like knives, lightly scraped, cutting through the protective blood energy, and struck at the opponent's acupoints, causing them to instantly lose combat ability. A push with his elbow, seemingly casual, contained terrifying penetrating power, directly sending a person flying several meters. Screams, muffled groans, and the sound of bodies hitting the ground rose and fell. Not even a minute had passed. The dozens of students who had just charged in aggressively were now sprawled across the ground, all injured and unable to fight again. A deathly silence. Sunlight poured down on the scene, illuminating the moaning students and the upright figure standing alone in the arena, creating a striking image. All the onlooking students, including Lin Wanqing, were completely petrified. Is this the strength of someone in the middle stage of the mortal realm? No, it can't be. This is at least the late stage of the mortal realm. This usually unassuming Chen is hiding such terrifying power. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Chapter 10, Showcasing Talent Indeed. Classmate Ling Feng is truly the pride of our Chiming Academy. Early stage of the gathering Qi realm, first stage of the artistic realm. A top-notch talent even in the entire Dawn City. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a knock on the office door, urgent and somewhat rude. Chen Guoliang pulled Su Chen in like a gust of wind, his face still flushed with excitement. Teacher Chen, what has got you so worked up? Principal. Chen Guoliang rushed to the desk, pulled up an electronic file, and pushed it onto the principal's display screen. Su Chen's martial arts scholarship needs to be doubled. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the office became somewhat strange. Teacher Gao Ming twitched his mouth. Ling Feng scoffed, his contempt evident in his eyes. Su Chen. Double martial arts scholarship. What a joke. Zhong Weiman glanced at the information on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Name, Su Chen. Martial arts cultivation, middle stage of the mortal realm. Artistic realm, first stage. Practical assessment, qualified. Zhong Weiman raised his head to look at Chen Guoliang. His tone questioning, that's pretty good, but it still doesn't meet the requirements for applying for a double scholarship, right? Chapter 11, Double Scholarship. How did this guy do it? In Guodong's class, how did this old guy produce such a monster? Chen Guoliang stood tall. Pride written all over his face, and broke the silence with a loud voice. Is it excessive for such a genius, at the most crucial age of cultivation, to apply for a double martial arts scholarship to help him out? Good. Principal Zhong Weiman slammed the table and stood up. The elegance on his face vanished, replaced by decisiveness and excitement. His eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses shone brightly. Teacher Chen is right. A genius deserves the treatment of a genius. Without hesitation, he took out a black metal storage card from the drawer and walked in front of Su Chen, handing it over personally. Su Chen. This contains 200,000 credit points. Zhong Weiman's tone was undeniably firm. The martial arts scholarship of 100,000 was instantly doubled, causing Ling Feng to twitch at the corners of his mouth. This should have been his. After handing over the storage card, Zhong Weiman seemed to feel something was still lacking. He took an old-looking manual from the nearby bookshelf and handed it to Su Chen as well. This solitary thunder blade technique was something I stumbled upon in my early years. It emphasizes speed, precision, and ferocity, perfectly combining with the artistic realm to enhance its power. So I'm giving it to you. Chapter 12, Opening Chi Meridians, 1000 cells. Swipe the card. Another beep. 200,000 credit points were quickly spent, nearly 10,000. Su Chen weighed the bag containing elixirs and body-quenching liquid in his hand, but felt no fluctuations in his heart. Money is meant to be spent. Only when transformed into strength does it have meaning. The current investment is to earn back 100-fold or 1,000-fold in the future. With his things in hand, Su Chen exchanged the remaining money for cultivation resources and didn't linger in the bustling market, turning towards home. Passing through the relatively clean and prosperous inner city area, he soon entered the outer city residential area, which was noticeably less desirable. The buildings here were dense and old, the streets narrow, and the air lacked the freshness of the inner city, filled instead with the noise of life and the smell of cooking oil. Su Chen's home was in an unremarkable residential building in this area. Pushing open the somewhat worn door, a faint medicinal smell wafted out. The room was small. A two-bedroom, one-living room layout, simply furnished and somewhat shabby, but kept clean. On the sickbed, a middle-aged man had already woken up and was leaning there watching an old variety show. Hearing the door open, he immediately turned his head, a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 13, Father and Son's Power. In an instant, an invisible sharp blade intent erupted from him, causing the air in the room to seem to stagnate for a moment. In his mind, all the techniques, essence, and variations of the solitary thunder blade technique fused together completely. The solitary thunder blade technique, perfected. At that moment, his artistic realm and the number of cells in his body began to rise dramatically with the perfection of the blade technique. especially his artistic realm. As if breaking free from invisible shackles, it surged explosively, directly crossing a realm. No longer was it merely intention following thought, but a whole new level. A deeper mastery over oneself, the external world, and the forms of energy. Transforming into the micro. Artistic realm, third stage. This was an extremely terrifying realm. Chen felt that his thoughts were no longer formless fluctuations, but could condense into substance. With a thought, he could seemingly outline the shape of a blade in the air, and even feel the subtle textures on that invisible edge. Everything around him was vividly clear. The trajectory of dust was no longer just visible, he could even perceive the weight and shape of every single particle of dust. This level of control was terrifying. As his artistic realm broke through, like a chain reaction, the cells in his body began to open up wildly again. Chapter 14, Martial Artist Assessment Crack. The first crack appeared. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. The energy transferred from his father was like the fiercest fuel, causing Chen's chi and blood to boil and burn thoroughly. His bones groaned under unbearable strain, and his meridians expanded inch by inch, enduring unimaginable impacts. But all that remained in Chen's eyes was a mad obsession. He absolutely could not fail. Break. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted within Chen. That incredibly solid barrier of the quenching bone realm was finally shattered completely. Endless energy surged into Chen's limbs and bones like a crazed dragon breaking free from shackles. All the bones in Chen's body crackled with explosive sounds. Originally just hard bones, under the wash and tempering of overwhelming energy, they began to emit a faint jade-like luster. The density of the bones was increasing, and the strength of the bones was soaring. A sense of power far beyond the gathering chi realm was born deep within the bone marrow, flowing throughout the body. The starry river composed of tens of thousands of cells was now shining brightly, its operating speed increased by several times. A powerful and domineering aura suddenly spread out from Chen's center. Chapter 15, Shocked Examiners. A long line was queued in front of a window marked as the registration office. Beside it were several metal testing rooms, with people occasionally coming in and out. Sounds of dull impacts, or the buzzing of energy activation occasionally echoed from within the testing rooms, where the testing conditions could be clearly seen through transparent glass. On the other side of the hall hung a massive electronic display screen, scrolling real-time information and scores of the personnel undergoing assessment. Zhongqiong, late stage of the gathering chi realm, excellent neural response, first stage of the artistic realm. Comprehensive evaluation, second level intermediate martial artist. A message popped up on the screen, and the crowd in line began to murmur quietly. First stage of the artistic realm. That's not bad, solid foundation. Getting a second-level intermediate evaluation means a decent subsidy every month, right? Voices of envy and discussion rose and fell. Chen listened quietly, his eyes calm. At this moment, the information on the display refreshed again. Lin Shuewei, mid-stage of the gathering chi realm, extraordinary neural response. Second stage of the artistic realm, comprehensive evaluation, second-level peak martial artist. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted. Mid-stage of the gathering chi realm, extraordinary neural response. The key point was the second stage of the artistic realm. In terms of martial arts realm, she was still below Zhongqiong. But her final evaluation was much higher than Zhongqiong's, and how old was she? Chapter 16, Qin Shan. Immediately after, the display screen above the door, representing the test results, flickered briefly before clearly showing the results. Candidate, Chen, test item, Qi and blood assessment, test result, bone tempering realm, silence. A deathly silence. The crowd that had just been sneering and discussing was now, as if collectively subjected to a freeze spell, with wide eyes and mouths agape, expressions frozen on their faces. The air seemed to turn into thick glue, making it hard to breathe. Bone tempering realm. A nearby young man rubbed his eyes vigorously and trembled as he said, Am I seeing things? It was written on the screen. Holy crap. After a brief silence, there was an uproar like a thunderclap. Bone-tempering realm. It was really bone-tempering realm. 1 month ago, he was in the mortal realm, and now he was in the bone-tempering realm. This was impossible, right? Crossing 2 major realms in a month. What happened to the bottleneck of the gathering chi realm? Did he eat it? Was this guy one of those top geniuses from Jinling province? No, wait, I haven't heard of Chen before. The few people who had secretly mocked Chen after seeing his information now had red faces, wishing they could find a hole to burrow into. Chapter 17, Treatment of the Condensed Vein Realm. Qin Shan had just received notification that there was an astonishing genius here, so he rushed over immediately. What's going on? Let me see. Qin Shan spoke with displeasure. If the situation was not as reported, he would surely teach his subordinates a lesson. The examiner, who had just shouted so loudly, rushed over, still looking horrified, and handed a tablet to Qin Shan, his voice trembling. Qin, Master Qin. You take a look. Qin Shan took the tablet, his gaze falling on it. Test item, martial arts level, test result, bone tempering realm, term. Bone tempering realm. Good talent. Qin Shan nodded but didn't pay too much attention. Although such geniuses were rare, they weren't non-existent. After all, the 3 realms of the first heaven of martial arts could be directly stacked up by those powerful families using various enhancement potions. But when he swiped to see the next test result, his pupils suddenly constricted. Test item, artistic realm level, test result, 3rd stage of transformation. Qin Shan's breath caught sharply. He instinctively tightened his fingers, the solid alloy tablet making a cracking sound. 3rd stage of transformation. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a bolt of lightning. Directed toward the testing room. Chapter 18, Lord Lei Chen. Ling Feng felt his worldview collapse, his Dao heart shattered into pieces. He widened his eyes. His eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, screaming in disbelief. Chen. Which Chen? It can only be the one who just tested as bone-tempering realm, right? A month ago, he was still in the mortal realm. No. This is impossible. Ling Feng's face instantly turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Absolutely impossible. It must be a coincidence. It can't be that guy. His voice was sharp and grating, filled with madness that was hard to accept. Artistic realm 3rd stage. Bone tempering realm. How is this possible? It must be a namesake. How could that guy's martial arts realm suddenly surpass mine? On the other side, Chen rushed to the hospital, directly spending 300,000 credit points to pay for his father's surgery and subsequent rehabilitation costs. Watching his father being pushed into a high-level ward and receiving the best care, Chen's anxious heart finally settled down completely. Dad, you can rest and recuperate. Everything will be fine with me. Chen said softly through the visiting window. Having resolved his biggest worry, Chen felt completely relaxed. Next, it was time to fully enhance his strength. Chapter 19, Re-examination. Don't worry, Director Liu. Chen walked to the operating table, picking up the specially prepared alloy scalpel beside him. The blade was long and gleaming with a cold light. Everyone around held their breath, their attention focused on Chen. Handling beasts of this level required nearly stringent knife skills. Any slight mistake could ruin the energy core, or precious tendons and bone membranes, greatly reducing their value. Chen took a deep breath, his gaze instantly becoming incredibly focused. In the next moment, he moved, the blade flashing quick and precise. His wrist was like the most precise instrument, the alloy knife seemed to come to life in his hands. The blade followed the hard keratin layer of the iron-armored bull, smoothly slicing through like a chef preparing beef. Swoosh! The tough beast's skin was neatly cut open. The incision smooth as a mirror, without any unnecessary damage. The observing doctor's pupils shrank. What kind of knife skills are these? So fast. So precise. It seemed he completely knew where the weaknesses of this bull's body structure were. Chen was oblivious, completely immersed in the dissection. The artistry of transformation was fully activated. He could clearly see the direction of every tendon and the connection of every bone within the wild bull's body, and even sense the faint fluctuations of the energy core. Chapter 20, The City Lord's Personal Visit. What have I done wrong? Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried a coldness that seemed to penetrate to the bone, causing the temperature in the room to drop a few degrees. The men in black uniforms who had intruded were startled by Chen's calm yet oppressive gaze. They were used to intimidating others with their status and presence, and had never seen a young man dare to meet their eyes with such a look. The leader suppressed the discomfort in his heart, curling his lips into a proud arc, as if looking at an ignorant ant. He snorted, the air flowing from his nostrils filled with disdain. HMPH. What have you done? He raised his voice, trying to overpower Chen with sound. We suspect you of stealing. And it's a very important cultivation resource, otherwise, how could your realm have grown to this extent? His gaze was like a searchlight, sweeping over Chen, as if trying to find stolen goods on him. Now, come back to the police station with us for investigation. The man's tone was decisive, carrying an undeniable command. His hand instinctively pressing against the restraint device at his waist. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression showed not the slightest panic, but rather a cold sneer. Chapter 21, Wait for me to get off work. Chen's voice fell. The entire treatment room fell into a dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Wanqing stood there as if frozen, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with extreme astonishment and disbelief. As for the few police officers, they were completely dumbfounded. A level 3 martial artist. Chen is a level 3 martial artist. How is that possible? How old is he? Lin Wanqing also couldn't believe it. How long has it been? Level 3 martial artist certification. And those police officers felt as though their lives were over. If this was true, they had slandered a level 3 martial artist. This charge was far heavier than they had imagined. Lei Zhan's face, as cold as ancient ice, showed no surprise. Clearly, he had already learned about Chen's strength from Qin Shan. His cold gaze swept over the trembling police officers. His voice like the chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, carrying an undeniable authority. Slandering a level 3 martial artist, with solid evidence, according to the wartime supplementary regulations of Dawn City, would result in more than 10 years of imprisonment, along with the deprivation of all positions and benefits. Each word fell like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of those police officers. 10 years in prison. For those who were used to bullying others, this was more painful than killing them. Chapter 22, Revealing the truth. The entire treatment room fell into a bizarre silence once again. If the previous silence was due to fear and shock, this time it was entirely because of absurdity and disbelief. What did he just say? Not off work. A super genius enjoying the treatment of a level 4 martial artist, personally visited by the city lord, willing to kill and thoroughly investigate his family. Actually refused the city lord's interview for the reason of not being off work. The few police officers collapsed on the ground, almost thought they were hearing things. Level 4 martial artist treatment. What does that mean? At least 200,000 credit points in basic subsidies annually, not counting various resource allocations and privileges. With such status and treatment, he still needs to go to work. Make money. Is this a joke? Even Lin Wanqing couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Her previously calm mindset had been repeatedly shattered by Chen today. Before meeting Chen, she was a top student who had returned from rebirth, having faced hell. But ever since meeting Chen, everything changed. This guy's way of thinking was indeed different from normal people. The surrounding doctors and nurses were also left with their jaws nearly on the ground. Chapter 23, Formal Invitation. He stared intently at Chen's hands, focusing on the scalpel in his hand that seemed to come alive. his expression shifting from initial admiration to astonishment, then to horror. Finally, it transformed into an incredible fervor. No. This is absolutely wrong. This is not the third level of artistry. Lei Zhan, being a martial arts master himself and well experienced, could clearly sense that what Chen was exhibiting was not just the peak of technique, but also contained a profound artistic conception. The control over power and understanding of structure had reached an incomprehensible level. Could this be the fourth level of artistry, the realm of profound understanding? A thought exploded in Lei Zhan's mind like thunder. As soon as this was said, those nearby were also stunned. Boom! Lei Zhan felt his blood rush to his head. His heart pounding wildly, almost bursting from his chest. The fourth level of artistry. The realm of profound understanding. What does possessing the comprehension of the fourth level of artistry represent? It represents that this person's future path in martial arts will be far smoother than that of ordinary people. The possibility of breaking through bottlenecks has greatly increased. More importantly, reaching the fourth level of artistry and the realm of profound understanding significantly raises the chances of breaking through to the sixth realm of martial arts, the star realm. Chapter 24, Becoming Stronger. The Hidden Dragon Training Camp gathers the top talents of the younger generation from our entire Jinling province. The resources there far exceed your imagination. If one can stand out in the training camp, they will receive a reward of 100,000 credit points. In addition to the credit points, the Hidden Dragon Training Camp, as a cultivation ground for the human race's seeds, offers various high-level techniques, martial skills, cultivation resources, and advanced guidance. Lei Zhan's gaze was becoming increasingly fervent. Moreover, I will use my personal authority and resources to fully support you. There is only one goal, to stand out in the training camp, suppress those aristocratic offspring, and achieve the best ranking. He was almost throwing out an olive branch with all his might. This action could be said to be him, as the city lord, personally visiting to invite Chen to participate. A monster of the fourth level of artistry in the realm of profound understanding was worth him betting everything. After hearing all this, Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. He naturally knew about the Hidden Dragon Training Camp. It was the cradle for nurturing core talents of the human race. Resources, opportunities, and a broader platform, these were exactly what he needed most at the moment. He had no reason to refuse. I'm in. Chen nodded, decisively and straightforwardly. Chapter 25, Journey Through the Green Mountains after hundreds of training sessions. Chen finally perfected the broken plum blade technique. At the same time, his progress in artistry was also nearing perfection. The perfected broken plum blade technique not only greatly increased his artistry progress, but also opened up his cells. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of the third level of artistry, ready to break through to the fourth level at any moment. Martial arts realm. About to step into the fourth realm, the pulse condensation realm. Both realms are simultaneously on the verge of a breakthrough. He tightened his grip on the knife, excitement flashing in his eyes. The terrifying blade aura twisted the air around him. However, whether it was the breakthrough of the artistic realm or the martial arts realm, the commotion was a bit too loud. He didn't want to break through at home. His martial arts realm and artistic realm had both reached their peak, and the two realms would break through together. The noise caused by breaking through the fourth realm of martial arts was enough to destroy a house. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and quietly left home. At this moment, in a spacious and bright office at Chiming School, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Gao Ming sat behind the desk, looking at his most proud disciple, Ling Feng, with a complex expression. He had just received a notice from the higher-ups that the training camp spot originally assigned to Ling Feng had been replaced by someone else. Chapter 26, Dual Realm Breakthrough, Such a Young Pulse Condensation Realm. The boy muttered to himself, his gaze complex, as he looked in the direction Chen had disappeared. Could it be one of the top 10 prodigies of Jinling? Only those monstrous talents standing at the pinnacle of Jinling's younger generation could possibly reach such a terrifying realm at this age? Chen paused his steps and finally arrived at the mountain peak. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, mixed with the fragrance of earth. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that at the foot of the mountain. Chen slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual energy around him. Like a thirsty person finally finding sweet spring water, he opened his arms wide and breathed deeply, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. Threads and wisps of spiritual energy rushed into his meridians like rivers converging into the sea. The originally calm meridians instantly boiled. Under his guidance, the true energy began to impact that layer of invisible barrier. Boom! A series of rumbling sounds echoed from within his body. That was the sound of true energy breaking through the barrier. Chen's face turned red, beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew this was the crucial moment of breakthrough. Once successful, he could truly step into the fourth realm of martial arts, the pulse condensation realm. Chapter 27. An ordinary punch. However, as soon as he walked through the school gate, a strong hostility hit him head-on. Two figures silently appeared, blocking his path. The one in the lead was none other than Ling Feng. Beside him stood a richly dressed young man. Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Feng stared at Chen fiercely. He stepped forward, closing the distance, his momentum subtly rising, a pressure unceremoniously pressing down towards Chen. Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if that pressure was merely a gentle breeze. He calmly looked at Ling Feng, his eyes showing no signs of fluctuation. Is there something? The two simple words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Ling Feng's imminent rage, making him even more irritable. Is there something? Ling Feng laughed in anger, his voice suddenly rising. You still ask me if there's something? How dare you take my spot? You're just in the mortal realm. At most a bit talented in the artistic realm. How can you compare with me? Moreover, I've already broken through. I am now in the bone-forging realm. Ling Feng puffed out his chest, the aura of the bone-forging realm being released without reservation, stirring up the dust on the ground, causing some lower-level students to turn pale and retreat repeatedly. Chapter 28. Something is very wrong, but this seemingly ordinary punch caused Ling Feng and Zhao Kai to instantly change color. The moment Chen threw the punch, they felt an unprecedented, terrifying power. That power was like a mountain flood bursting forth, like a tsunami approaching, carrying a momentum that seemed to destroy everything, sweeping towards them. What is this? Zhao Kai exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide with despair. Ling Feng was equally shocked, but after all, he was one of Jinling's top 10 geniuses, and reacted extremely quickly. He roared, mobilizing all his true energy and blood, his fists tightly clenched, and charged towards Chen. Block it for me. Boom! A dull sound exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Chen's fist collided violently with Ling Feng's fists. There was no stalemate, no equal strength. It was only a crushing defeat. Ling Feng's fists, upon contact with Chen's fist, crumbled as if made of paper, instantly shattering. Crack! The clear sound of bones cracking made one's scalp tingle. Following that, an overwhelming force surged through Ling Feng's arm and into his body. He felt as if he had been hit by a giant truck speeding down the highway, his internal organs feeling displaced, and his entire skeleton threatening to fall apart. Chapter 29. Understanding the profound. At least, in her memory, there was no one who could crush two bone-forging realm geniuses with a single punch. Ling Feng and Zhao Kai were considered somewhat famous geniuses in their previous lives, although they ultimately did not become top-tier powerhouses. They had never been easily crushed by Chen. What exactly went wrong? Why had Chen become so unfathomable? Meanwhile, in the academic affairs office, teacher Chen Guoliang was leisurely sipping goji berry tea from a thermos while looking at documents on the desk. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking sounded. Come in. Chen Guoliang put down his teacup. A young teacher rushed in, panic written all over his face. Teacher Chen. It's bad. Something has happened. Chen Guoliang frowned. What's the rush? Take your time, what happened? It's Su Chen. He seems to have gotten into a fight at the school gate. The other party is Ling Feng and Zhao Kai. The young teacher panted. Chen Guoliang's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Ling Feng. Zhao Kai. The top 10 geniuses of Jinling. They went to trouble Su Chen. These two brats. How outrageous. Bullying my student. Chapter 30. Hidden Treasures. The young teacher stood frozen in place, watching Chen Guoliang's fiery back as he dashed off, taking a while to regain his senses, his lips twitching. In the principal's office, the door was forcefully pushed open with a bang. Chen Guoliang pulled Su Chen and strode in. Several administrative teachers, who were reporting their work, were startled and looked up. When they saw it was Chen Guoliang, they frowned. Teacher Chen, you however. Chen Guoliang completely ignored them, his gaze sweeping directly to the large desk symbolizing the principal's authority. Principal Zhong Weiman was not present at the moment. Chen Guoliang squinted his eyes and unceremoniously walked over, sitting down in the principal's exclusive chair with a thud. He even crossed his legs, looking entirely at ease. Hiss, gasps filled the office. The administrative teacher's eyes nearly popped out. Insane. Chen Guoliang was definitely insane. That was the principal's seat. How dare he sit there? If the principal saw this, a punishment was inevitable. Go, get Zhong Weiman over here, tell him I, Chen Guoliang, have something extremely important to discuss. Chen Guoliang directly called out the principal's name, and even used the word call. Chapter 31, Goddess Invitation. He stuffed these items into Su Chen's hands. His face full of anticipation. Su Chen, the school will give you everything it can. You must train hard and strive to stand out in the Qianlong training camp selection, bringing glory to our Chiming Academy. You must also achieve a good ranking in the upcoming college entrance examination. Zhong Weiman spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with eager hope. Su Chen took the precious martial skills and pills, feeling the expectations of the principal and teachers, and nodded. Principal, teachers, I will work hard. After Su Chen and Chen Guoliang left, Zhong Weiman remained immersed in immense joy and excitement, unable to extricate himself. He looked in the direction Su Chen had left, as if he could already see the future brilliance of Chiming Academy. A seed for the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Ha ha ha. Zhong Weiman couldn't help but laugh out loud, excitedly pacing back and forth in his office. Moments later, he abruptly picked up the phone on the desk and directly called the other principals in Shuguang City. Hello. Old Li. This time I've secured the top scorer in the college entrance examination. How do you feel about that? A sound of a cup shattering could clearly be heard from the other end of the line. On the other side, Chen Guoliang's smile was nearly overflowing as he patted Su Chen's shoulder, his voice filled with an indescribable pride. Chapter 32. The young and ambitious Su Jiongwo felt a warm current flowing through his body, and the old injuries that had been aching began to feel much more comfortable, with fatigue and weakness dissipating significantly. Moments later, Lei Zhan released his grip, and Su Jiongwo was astonished to find that not only had his pain decreased greatly, but his overall spirit had also improved a lot. This is just me helping you regulate your energy and stabilize your foundation. It doesn't count as a cure, but it should make you feel a lot better. He patted Su Jiongwo's shoulder, sincerely exclaiming, "You have a good son." Su Jiongwo looked at Su Chen beside him, and then at the city lord in front of him, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, he had a good son, a son he was immensely proud of. Lei Zhan encouraged Su Chen a few more times, then did not linger and took his leave. After watching Lei Zhan leave, Su Jiongwo looked at Su Chen, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, it all condensed into one sentence: go for it. For the next 3 days, Chen did not go to school. He requested leave from Liu Wei at the hospital. Upon learning that Chen was going to participate in the Qianlong training camp, Liu Wei was first shocked, then ecstatic. "Good lad. I knew you weren't just an ordinary person." Chapter 33, Longyuan Island. They were going to that legendary Qianlong training camp, which gathered the top geniuses of Jinling province. Compared to the Qianlong training camp, their so-called special training was simply child's play. No wonder he was so calm and indifferent. Zhao Yu felt his face burning. His earlier boasting now seemed so ridiculous. Qin Huai looked at Chen and Lin Wanqing together, a surge of indescribable disappointment rising in her heart. It turned out they were from two different worlds. Chen ignored the shocked gazes around him, nodded to Lin Wanqing, opened the car door, and got in. Lin Wanqing followed suit, and the hover car smoothly started, transforming into a black streak of light, speeding away into the distance. At the station, only a group of stunned young people remained, along with the faint air of awkwardness and disappointment lingering in the atmosphere. Inside the hover car, it was spacious and comfortable. Lin Wanqing skillfully controlled the vehicle, and soothing music played from the car's sound system. Longyuan Island is nothing like Shuguang City. The competition there will be quite fierce. Lin Wanqing said softly, her tone carrying a hint of longing and seriousness. However, with your talent, you should be fine. Chapter 34, Gathering of Talents. At that moment, a slightly delicate-looking young man hurried over to Chen, his face filled with excitement and a bit of shyness. "Chen." The young man tentatively spoke. Chen turned to look at him, his gaze questioning. "I'm Zhao Feng, also from Shuguang City." The young man quickly introduced himself, his tone laced with unmistakable admiration. After all, Chen's prowess had spread throughout the entire Shuguang City. "This time, the first place in the training camp relies on you." Zhao Feng's voice was not soft, filled with genuine respect, as he considered himself definitely not Chen's opponent. However, this statement sounded particularly harsh in the ears of the other talents. "Heh!" A sneer escaped from the golden-haired youth, who looked disdainfully at Chen and Zhao Feng. "Shuguang City. A small place I've never heard of dares to claim the first place." The burly man with the giant axe also said in a deep voice, gripping the battle axe behind him. "The training camp is not a place for you to play house. Have you asked us if you want to take first place?" Although the others did not speak, the disdain and challenge evident in their eyes were unmistakable. Talents all have their own pride. Who hasn't swept through their peers to get to where they are? Who would willingly admit that someone else is stronger than them? Chapter 35, Initiation Ceremony. Surrounded by darkness, visibility was low, and the ground felt slightly damp and cold. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, mixed with a decayed, damp odor that made one gag. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the sound of heavy breathing and heartbeats echoing. "What welcome ceremony? Sending us to this hellish place?" The golden-haired youth gritted his teeth against the discomfort, angrily complaining. "Something's not right here." The burly man with the giant axe said in a low voice, tightening his grip on the battle axe behind him. Leng Yang remained silent, but his body was tense, like a leopard preparing to spring. Chen's eyes were calm as he spread out his powerful perception, carefully investigating the surrounding environment. In the darkness, it seemed something was lurking. Lin Wanqing also held her breath, quietly gripping the short blade at her waist, her gaze vigilant. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly rang out in the dead silence, filled with extreme terror. The voice came from a female student in the crowd. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened, and their gazes instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. In the darkness, nothing was visible. But immediately after, swish, swish, swish. Pairs of scarlet light points unexpectedly lit up in the surrounding darkness, one after another. Chapter 36, The Beast of Fear. Secretary Xiaya opened her mouth, looking at her lord's sly smile, momentarily at a loss for words. "Lord, you are truly cunning." Aren't you afraid of it backfiring and really getting Chen into trouble? In the dark, slippery passageway, just as everyone was on high alert, wary of the scarlet eyes around them, a cold, grand, emotionless voice seemed to resonate directly in their minds, like a thunderclap. The entrance ceremony begins. You have only one goal, to pass through this passage as quickly as possible. The first person to successfully pass through the passage will receive an additional reward. The record from previous years is 32 minutes. I hope someone among you can break this record. Additional reward. In the depths of Lin Wanqing's cold eyes, there was a barely perceptible ripple. As a reborn individual, she understood better than anyone how generous the rewards for this Dragon Rising training camp were. Whoosh! Just as Lin Wanqing was pondering, a figure suddenly darted out, directly rushing towards the end of the passage. It was Leng Yang. He got a head start. Someone recognized that figure and immediately shouted out, HMPH. Who has time to waste here with you all? Chapter 37. Abyssal Demon Tentacle Insect. Inside the passage, Chen was still moving forward. The shadow blood bats around had retreated to the shadows on either side of the passage, trembling, not daring to even glance at him. No way, no way. Is this the so-called entrance ceremony? Just this. Not even giving us a chance to fight. These beasts are too spineless. Just as he was feeling a bit bored and planned to quicken his pace to directly cross the entire passage, rumble. A muffled giant sound suddenly came from deep within the passage, as if some colossal creature was awakening. A terrifying aura, far beyond all the shadow blood bats before, swept in like a tsunami. Violent, chaotic, filled with a will to destroy. In the darkness, a pair of larger, brighter, scarlet eyes, burning like lava, slowly lit up. Then, a massive, twisted figure stepped out from the darkness at the end of the passage. It was a monster that was hard to describe in words. Its main body resembled a giant mantis that had been skinned, but it was covered with a thick, irregular shell-like obsidian, with arcs of eerie blue electricity flickering at the edges. The most bizarre thing was that it had no wings on its back, but instead had dozens of shadow tentacles that twisted like octopus limbs. Chapter 38. Almost beheaded by the mentor, the monster before him had a vaguely humanoid outline, covered in a layer of dark red chitin, with muscles coiling like a dragon, emitting a pungent odor of sulfur and charred flesh. A pair of vertical pupils were cold and merciless, locking onto Chen with endless chill. A humanoid beast. Chen's heart jolted. Roar. The humanoid beast suddenly let out a deafening roar, the sound waves rolling like thunder, as if they could shatter a person's soul. It stomped its foot down, bang. The incredibly hard alloy floor instantly cracked like a spider web, with cracks spreading outwards. Its figure in an instant transformed into a blurry dark red afterimage, rushing towards Chen with unparalleled impact, like a cannonball. The speed was beyond imagination, far from the previous abyssal demon tentacle insect. The power was terrifying, making the surrounding air unbearable, emitting a sharp whistle. Too fast. Too strong. Chen's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a pinhead. In that moment, he truly felt a deadly threat. The aura from the opponent absolutely surpassed the level of a 4th-tier beast. It was clearly the terrifying pressure of a 5th-tier beast. Chapter 39. Successive clearances. On the other end of the phone, Lei Zhan's voice instantly rose, filled with shock and disbelief. Old Wang. That tough-skinned, meat-heavy, beast transformation-capable veteran of the 5th realm. Almost beheaded by Chen. The last time I saw Chen, although he was a prodigy, he definitely wasn't this outrageous. How long has it been? He got stronger again. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Chen is only at the 4th realm. The martial arts 4th realm. But the artistic realm is profound. Don't you know Old Wang is only at the 3rd stage of the artistic realm? Zheng Han's hand shouted angrily. One strike. Almost gutted Old Wang. The power of the 5th realm is like paper in front of him, you tell me. How do we teach this kid? Lei Zan's mouth twitched. If you don't want him, I'll go bring him back. As soon as these words were spoken, Zheng Han's expression changed faster than flipping a book, and he immediately shouted, "Hey! No, 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 that is wrong, I was joking. Isn't there clearly a top student seed for this year's college entrance examination right here? How could we let Lei Zan take Chen away? If we're not careful, the top student of this year's national college entrance examination might come from us. None of our mentors here can teach him now." Zheng Hanshan's tone was serious. To suppress him and give him sufficient guidance, we might have to invite that Ice Queen over. Chapter 40. Unexpected rankings. Listening to the discussions around him, Leng Yang's mood grew heavier. He keenly felt that things seemed to be different from what he thought. The focus of the mentors' discussion didn't seem to be on him. In the crowd, only Lin Wanqing frowned slightly. She raised her head to look again, at the still-closed passage exit. Where is Chen? At this moment, the mentors finally noticed Leng Yang and others who had already come out, their gazes also falling on this group of students who had just undergone a brutal trial. Zheng Hanshan's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Although most were injured, their mental state was still acceptable, and he nodded slightly. This batch of seedlings indeed has a good foundation. Not only did more than one person break the record, but everyone also passed. All right, everyone come over together. I will announce the results of this assessment. Zheng Hanshan's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. The students immediately focused their minds, quickly lining up in the center of the rest area. And the atmosphere became solemn once again. This result must be Leng Ji in first place. Yeah, when we came out, the first one we saw was Leng Yang Ji. He must have arrived long ago. The first place is undoubtedly his. With his dual abilities of ice and fire, those guys in the passage were simply no match for him. Chapter 41. What is going on? Leng Yang gritted his teeth, and the others echoed. They wanted to see how that Chen had cheated to take first place. All right. Zheng Han said no more, raised his hand, and operated a few times on the wrist communicator. Behind them, a huge display screen instantly lit up, the image switching to show the monitoring of the assessment passage. The screen started playing. At the beginning, it was Chen's back as he entered the passage, his steps neither hurried nor slow, even somewhat leisurely. Everyone held their breath and focused intently. Soon, the first wave of fierce beasts appeared, those shadow blood bats. The students' hearts tightened. They had all experienced them, and knew how difficult these shadow blood bats were to deal with. However, the scene on the screen made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. Those ferocious shadow blood bats, upon seeing Chen, seemed to encounter some natural enemy, retreating in fear to the sides of the passage, trembling. As Chen walked forward, they backed away, completely different from their fierce appearance when facing them. Chen walked through them with a calm demeanor, as if strolling in a garden. There was not a trace of hostility in the entire process. What was going on? The fierce beasts were afraid of him. Chapter 42. Extreme Palace. Zheng Han's hand took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the waves of emotions in his heart, and scanned the audience. Especially those students who had previously doubted Chen or held expectations for Leng Yang. The results of the assessment were already very clear. Chen was undoubtedly first. Was there any dissent? He emphasized the last sentence, his gaze like lightning, sweeping across every student. Silence, a dead silence. Dissent? Did they not see the scene in the video just now that crushed everything? Those who had previously praised Leng Yang and looked down on Chen now seemed so ridiculous. Everyone was completely convinced. Chen, these are your rewards for being first. Saying this, Zheng Han's hand gestured to Li Wenbo beside him. Li Wenbo stepped forward, and 3 items appeared in his hands out of thin air. An ancient jade slip, warm to the touch and radiating a faint starlight. A yellowing beast skin scroll, exuding an ancient and vast aura. And a delicate crystal bottle containing a drop of liquid that was as clear as a ruby, emitting astonishing energy fluctuations and a faint dragon might. This is the 9-turn glazed body. Zheng Han's hand pointed to the jade slip and introduced. Chapter 43, Kunlun Battle Zone. A woman dressed in a pure white long dress. The hem flowing like moving ice and snow, spread across the petals of an ice lotus. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her skin fairer than snow, her beauty unparalleled, yet shrouded in a faint layer of frost, making it hard to see clearly. Leaving a cold and noble aura that repelled people from a distance. Her eyes were tightly closed, breathing long and steady. As if she had merged with the entire icy domain. Just then, a faint light pierced through the void, silently appearing in the great hall. The light condensed into a small bird, entirely snow-white, with feathers seemingly formed from ice crystals. The small bird made no sound and gracefully flew in front of the beautiful figure, hovering in the air. In the next moment, crack! A soft shattering sound echoed. The snow-white bird suddenly shattered into countless tiny ice crystal points. These light points did not dissipate, but danced in the air, combining and quickly condensing into lines of faintly glowing runic information, suspended in front of the beautiful figure. The information flowed, and vague images and text could be seen. Among them, it seemed that a young and resolute face flashed by. The beautiful figure sitting on the ice lotus had her long eyelashes tremble slightly. Chapter 44, Mental Thought Master. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire training camp was ignited. Everyone was rubbing their fists, and their eyes were filled with desire. This was a windfall from the heavens. For those of them who had no chance of becoming a star, it was truly a rise to prominence. Moreover, with such a vast resource, Chen's dual realms were not insurmountable. Who would be chosen as a star in the Kunlun Battle Zone was still uncertain. At the long table, Lin Wanqing heard this news, and a fierce battle intent suddenly ignited in her clear eyes. A star, huh? She pursed her red lips. Although Chen's performance was amazing now, if she could successfully awaken a second time, she would definitely not be inferior to him. She looked at Chen beside her and spoke, fearing he might think he had no competitors. She said directly, "This is a rare opportunity, you must work hard." In another villa of the training camp, Leng Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, his face dark and terrifying. "Just this little setback, and you can't stand up." An old and authoritative voice suddenly echoed in his mind. This was his secret, a mysterious elder residing in his mental sea, and also his greatest support. It could be said that the reason he had been able to surpass his peers all along was largely due to this elder. Chapter 45, Kitchen Training. Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within him, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. From the early stage to the mid-stage, it took such a short time. If this speed were to spread, it would be enough to shock everyone. However, the further one goes in martial arts, the more difficult each small breakthrough becomes, requiring massive resources and time accumulation. The main reason he was able to break through this time was that the dragon marrow was too domineering. And he had also reached the peak of the void induction too quickly. He took out the 9-turn glazed body, flipped through it briefly, and his brows furrowed tightly. This body refining technique, as its name implies, is divided into 9 turns, with each completed turn significantly enhancing the body's strength, and the blood and energy like a furnace. Impervious to all methods. But body refining techniques have historically required a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the blood of fierce beasts for tempering. Which is indeed somewhat harsh. Without these things, even if he practiced this body refining technique 100 times, he would not be able to reach perfection. As the body had not truly been tempered. Even a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Chen frowned at the thought of the spiritual materials and fierce beast blood. According to previous news, these things could now be exchanged for points within the training camp. Chapter 46, Dual Realm Breakthrough. As soon as this was said, the entire restaurant fell into a dead silence. The anger on Zheng Hanshan's face instantly froze, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. The other students were equally dumbfounded. What? That Chen, who rose like a comet, crushing Leng Yang. Regarded as a star seed and even attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Kunlun battle zone, actually came from such a poor background. He had to work while cultivating. They had all invested all their time in cultivation, with vast resources for training. Previously, everyone thought that Su Chen's astonishing cultivation speed must be due to some hidden family or major conglomerate pouring resources into training him as an unparalleled prodigy. They never expected the truth to be like this. His father was seriously ill and bedridden. He had to work in the kitchen to earn money for medical expenses. After a brief silence, a wave of even more intense discussions erupted. No way. It's hard to imagine how he cultivated to such a level without resource support. Zheng Han's Han opened his mouth, looking at Su Chen's oil-stained apron, his expression extremely complicated. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Su Chen, on the other hand, paid no attention to the gazes and discussions from over there. Chapter 47, The Despairing Power. As Su Chen was finishing up his work, the surge of qi and blood within him reached its peak. The cultivation path of the nine-turn Lioli body was operating at an unprecedented speed within him. The bottleneck of the Great Completion realm was already on the verge of collapse, driven by the breakthrough into the harmonization realm. At this moment, with his mind completely calm and a perfect integration with his physical body, boom. It felt as if something within him had shattered completely. A brilliance, far surpassing before, brilliant like glass, erupted from every cell within him. His skin, muscles, bones, and even internal organs shone with a faint glassy luster, indestructible, as if forged from divine gold. Nine-turn Lioli body, great perfection. An unprecedented sense of terrifying power filled Su Chen's limbs and bones. He even felt that as long as he wanted to, a single punch could shatter mountains and crack stones, likely exceeding 1,000,000 pounds. Pure physical punch strength, breaking through the 1,000,000-pound barrier. Now, whether it was the void induction, or this Lioli body, even his artistic realm had reached the peak of the current stage. At this moment, how terrifying would a single strike from him be? At this moment, the central martial arts arena of the Dragon training camp was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Chapter 48, Meeting the Queen. The entire martial arts arena was silent. In this oppressive atmosphere, Ling Hanyu suddenly spoke, her voice cold. What about that Su Chen? Zheng Han's Han, Li Wenbo, and the others were taken aback. Zheng Hanshan's heart sank. What was bound to come had finally arrived. He swallowed hard, meeting Ling Hanyue's questioning gaze. Feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp, and forced himself to answer with a dry voice, returning to Commander Ling, Su Chen seems to be helping in the kitchen. Processing beast materials. The kitchen. Processing beast materials. A rare look of astonishment appeared on Ling Hanyue's eternally icy face. The chill suddenly intensified. The genius she cared about and valued the most, for whom she had even opened the martial arts monument and other resources to cultivate, was actually in the kitchen. You let him go to the kitchen to kill beasts. Bring him here. Her voice was not loud, but it contained enough anger to freeze souls. Zheng Han's Han and the others instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, cold sweat pouring down, unable to even muster a defense. No need. Just then, the recently defeated, pale-faced Leng Yang suddenly spoke. He glanced dismissively in the direction of the kitchen. He hasn't cultivated at all during this time. He can't compare to me at all. Chapter 49, Even the fifth realm is not enough, although restrained, under her terrifying perception. She could sense a power within him that far surpassed his peers, condensed and immense. Moreover, his mental state. In the depths of Ling Hanyue's icy gaze, for the first time, a glimmer of interest truly appeared. This Su Chen seemed to be more interesting than she had anticipated. She looked at Su Chen. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice cold yet clearly resonating throughout the entire arena. Come on. Challenge me. All eyes focused on Su Chen again. This boy who had just been silently cutting beasts in the kitchen not long ago. This existence that everyone had almost overlooked in the past few days. Even thinking he had willingly fallen into decline. Why was he able to attract the Queen's personal attention? Chen met that icy, soul-freezing gaze, his expression still calm. He was about to show everyone why. Boom! A heavy aura erupted like a sleeping volcano, soaring into the sky from Chen's body without warning. This was not a simple release of true qi, but a pressure born from a qualitative change. Majestic, vast, condensed. Chapter 50, Can I Use My Full Strength? As he clenched his right fist, hundreds of thousands of cells within him buzzed, a terrifying power exploding from hundreds of acupoints in just half a breath. This punch could easily kill any 4th realm warrior, and even 5th realm warriors would either die or be severely injured. As the punch swept through, the space seemed to twist slightly, carrying a mysterious intent that locked onto the energy around Ling Hanyu. To others, this punch seemed not fast at all, even somewhat slow. But in Ling Hanyue's perception, this punch contained a profound essence that pointed directly to the source. Transcendent realm. Moreover, his attainment was not shallow. Unfortunately, Ling Hanyue's gaze remained icy. Facing this punch imbued with the essence of transcendence, she didn't even move her feet. She simply raised her right hand casually, her slender, pale fingers lightly pointing forward like dew dropping from a petal. The fingertip was about to touch the fist's edge. There was no earth-shattering collision sound. Only a light sound. Like ice crystals shattering. Sizzle. A visible, bone-chilling cold air erupted from Ling Hanyue's fingertip, instantly freezing and shattering the profound intent on Chen's fist. Immediately after, the cold air surged like maggots gnawing at bones, rapidly spreading up Chen's arm. Chapter 51, The Zhuanbing burial lotus. The smile on Ling Hanyue's face had long disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. For the first time, a glimmer of battle intent flickered in her cold eyes. Only such talent could be considered a star seed. Come on. Ling Hanyue's voice remained cold, but the meaning had changed entirely. Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Instructor, be careful. Before the words fell, bang. The ground beneath Chen's feet suddenly exploded, creating a deep pit. His figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ling Hanyu. Fast. Extremely fast. Like teleportation. He threw a punch, and on his fist, a lily-like brilliance flowed, a harmonious power that seemed capable of crushing all obstacles wrapped around it. Before the punch reached, that harmonious power had already spread out, as if wanting to control the space around Ling Hanyu. Ling Hanyue's pupils constricted, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared on her face. The brilliance on Chen's fist surged, and the air around the fist visibly twisted and collapsed, forming a small vortex that swallowed the light. The power of the harmonization realm was like an invisible grinding wheel, crushing forward. Chapter 52, The Queen's Reward. The entire dragon training camp seemed to tremble. The dazzling blade light collided crazily with the cold blue ice, annihilating everything. A devastating energy storm swept in all directions. Crack! Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, that enormous, destructive cold blue ice lotus cracked open a gap in the middle. The gap grew larger and larger. Finally, boom! The cold blue ice lotus shattered with a thunderous roar. Ice crystals rained down from the sky. Ling Hanyu, struck by the residual wave of unmatched blade light, trembled violently, and was sent flying like a meteor. She crashed directly into a distant wall, disappearing into the dust. The entire scene fell into silence. Everyone remained with their heads raised, staring blankly at the sky, watching the slowly dissipating blade light, and the smoke billowing in the distance. Their brains completely malfunctioned. Chen won. He actually shattered Ling Hanyue's earth-shattering strike and sent her flying. The dust slowly settled. In the ruins, Ling Hanyue's figure reappeared. She stood upright, her pure white dress stained with dirt, with some noticeable tears revealing her fair skin, looking somewhat disheveled. Chapter 53. Selection competition. The techniques given to him by the principal of Chiming School and those from Lei Zhan were all below the 5th rank, never allowing Chen to use them as core techniques. But this 7th rank technique was a treasure that could drive even top-tier forces crazy. This commander actually casually bestowed a 7th rank technique. Chen took the jade slip, feeling its warmth in his hand, a vast and powerful aura faintly emanating from it. He could sense the mysteries and strength contained within. "Thank you, Commander." A genuine smile finally appeared on Chen's face. "What else do you want?" Ling Hanyu asked. "I want a weapon," he replied, extending his finger, the residual sharpness seemingly still swirling at his fingertip. His swordsmanship was strong, but he had always lacked a truly suitable weapon. In previous battles, he had used his fingers like a blade, condensing blade light with true energy and sword intent. Although the power was impressive, it ultimately could not compare to a real divine weapon. If he had a good sword in hand, his combat power could rise to another level. Hearing this, Ling Hanyu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Weapon? I don't have a suitable weapon for you." Her voice carried a hint of natural authority. True strong warriors refine their weapons with their lives, forged through blood and will, incomparable to external objects. Chapter 54. The last month. Ling Hanyu turned to leave. As she passed by Zheng Han's Han, her footsteps paused slightly, and she turned her head. Her cold gaze landing on Zheng Hanshan's somewhat stiff face. Lowering her voice, but with an undeniable commanding tone, she said, "Remember, what happened here today is classified as a top secret. If there is even a hint of a leak." She did not finish, but her icy gaze had already said it all. Zheng Han's hand trembled all over, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. Top secret? What kind of secret is this? Although he secretly grumbled in his heart, he dared not express any doubt and quickly nodded in agreement. Only then did Ling Hanyu withdraw her gaze and ignore him. She gracefully walked towards Chen. A faint, ethereal fragrance wafted into Chen's nose. It was very subtle, yet carried a strange icy quality. There's 1 month left. Ling Hanyu stood before Chen, her stunning face gazing at him with her cold eyes. Work hard. The star battle gathers various prodigies, and each one is not simple. Her voice rare with a hint of expectation, and perhaps even a barely perceptible killing intent. I hope you can trample them underfoot. Chapter 55. Hard training. Meanwhile, in the distant Dawn City, in the Lord's mansion, in a tasteful side hall, Lei Zhan, dressed in casual clothes, was leisurely sipping from a white jade wine cup. The aroma of wine filled the air. Opposite him sat an elderly man with white hair and a spirited demeanor, also holding a wine cup, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Lei Zhan put down his cup and cast a sidelong glance at the old man, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. How long has it been? There's been no news from the Qianlong training camp. There should have been news by now. The old man stroked his beard with a smug look. What's the rush? Don't worry, my granddaughter will definitely come in first this time. As for that kid named Chen you mentioned last time, he's not capable. Lei Zhan scoffed, pointing at the old man without reservation. I say, old Fang, did you come all the way from the capital just to brag about your granddaughter? I admit your granddaughter is impressive, after all, she's from the Fang family. Her talent can't be bad. But let me tell you, when your granddaughter gets overshadowed by him, you won't have anywhere to put your old face. Chapter 56. The complete martial way. He felt an indescribable terrifying power surge into his body, tearing through his defenses like a withered tree, shattering his bones, and impacting his internal organs. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, and Leng Yang's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but darkness engulfed him, and he fainted completely. The entire process was swift and decisive. From Leng Yang's domineering entrance to him being knocked unconscious by a single punch, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. The whole place fell silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene, as if petrified. Chen slowly retracted his fist and brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve. He glanced at the unconscious Leng Yang and spoke blandly, "I forgot to tell you. I am at the 6th level. The 6th level. Starry Sky Realm." These words exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Lin Wanqing's pupils contracted sharply, her cool cheeks displaying an unprecedented look of disbelief. 1 month. Just 1 month. Originally, Leng Yang reaching the 5th level in a month was already quite astonishing. Chapter 57, Return to Dawn City. Looking at the calm young man in the center of the arena, everyone was left with only one thought. The Demon King. This man was simply an unpredictable Demon King. Or? Everyone looked at Chen with deep reverence. With the matter settled, the special training at the training camp had completely ended. Chen naturally did not intend to stay longer. He, along with Lin Wanqing and Zhao Feng, who had somehow joined them, left together from Dawn City. Zhao Feng followed Chen with a face full of admiration, chattering excitedly, his excitement evident. Lin Wanqing still maintained her cool demeanor, but her footsteps closely followed Chen, trailing just half a step behind. The three of them boarded the vehicle, which silently started and slowly ascended, speeding off into the distance. At the entrance of the training camp, only silence remained, along with the complex and unspoken gazes of the onlookers. Zheng Hanshan watched the floating vehicle disappear, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. A bitter smile and shock on his face. Damn, I've brought so many talented individuals, and this is the first time I've seen such an outrageous prodigy. Beside him, Li Wenbo also looked emotional. In just a month, going from the 5th realm to the 6th realm, TSK, this kid's future achievements will probably be beyond measure. Chapter 58, Don't be so old-faced for a moment. All words were stuck in their throats, unable to be uttered. He looked at Chen's excessively calm face, and felt a chill rising from his feet to the crown of his head. Is this kid a monster? Lei Zhan's sturdy body suddenly shook, his eyes sharp as knives, locking onto Chen tightly. Is what Zhao Feng said true? His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Chen smiled helplessly and cupped his fists, saying, in sparring with Commander Ling, I was just lucky to have a slight advantage. A slight advantage? Lei Zhan and Old Fang felt their minds go blank. That was Ling Hanxue. Even if it was just sparring, to be able to surpass her by half a measure. What does that even mean? Chen was already at the 6th realm of martial arts. Lin Wanqing suddenly said something that left Lei Zhan and Old Fang's minds in a state of shutdown. They stared blankly at the young Chen, trying to match his excessively young face with the strength of the 6th realm of martial arts. Honestly, they felt it was completely incongruous. But this statement came from Lin Wanqing's mouth. The two looked at Chen, as if they were gazing at a prehistoric beast wearing human skin. Shock, unparalleled shock. Chapter 59, A Journey to the Capital. By the way, this matter must also be reported to Chiming Academy. Let Chen Guoliang and the others know what an exceptionally talented student has emerged from their academy. At Chiming Academy, Chen Guoliang was leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea while looking out the window. Recently, there had been no major events in the academy, and he felt particularly relaxed. Just then, the communicator on his wrist suddenly buzzed urgently. After reading the message that came through and confirming it was from the City Lord's mansion, definitely not a joke, Chen Guoliang suddenly sprang up from his chair. What the hell? The message stated that Chen had secured first place in the training camp and was being designated as a star seed. A star seed? He, Chen Guoliang, had actually taught a star seed. What an honor. No way. Such a significant event must be reported to the principal immediately. Chen Guoliang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, but his steps could not help but quicken. He almost dashed out of the office, racing towards Principal Zhong Weiman's office. Students and teachers in the corridor were startled by Chen Guoliang's frantic appearance, turning to look at him in surprise. Chapter 60, Resignation. It would be difficult to catch up to or surpass them. She looked into Su Chen's eyes, seemingly trying to find signs of retreat or fear. But Su Chen's gaze remained calm, even carrying a hint of eagerness. Lin Wanqing's heart stirred slightly as she instructed, in the grand competition a month from now. There will definitely be some among them who will attend. I hope by then, you can become stronger. After saying this, she did not linger and turned to leave. Good luck. The two gentle words drifted in the air. Su Chen watched her departing figure until she and Old Fang met up, disappearing from view. A genius from the capital. Su Chen clenched his fist, a surge of battle intent rising in his eyes. He would not let anyone stand in the way of his path to becoming stronger, no matter who it was. Su Chen. Lei Zhan's voice interrupted his thoughts. I have arranged a special car to take you home. Lei Zhan looked at Su Chen with admiration. The weight of the word starseed was too heavy. Thank you. City Lord Lei. Su Chen nodded. The special vehicle departed, heading towards the urban area of Dawn City. Outside the car window, familiar streets flashed by. Soon, the special vehicle came to a stop in front of a slightly old residential building. Chapter 61, The Li family in the south of the city. A young man dressed in designer clothes, with an overly slick appearance, was pointing his finger at Director Liu's nose, cursing loudly, saliva flying everywhere. Director Liu's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he tried to explain. But he was overwhelmed by the other party's arrogance and couldn't utter a word. A few surgeons standing nearby, including those who had previously taken care of Su Chen, now kept their heads down, daring not to express their anger, their fists clenched quietly, yet weakly loosened. The atmosphere in the office was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Su Chen initially thought it was just a family member of a patient losing control, and that he could calm the situation, as this kind of thing often happened in hospitals. But seeing Director Liu and the others with their heads down, something felt off. The young man continued to shout. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my dad, none of you can escape. He was aggressive and, from the corner of his eye, caught sight of Su Chen entering, immediately turning his attention toward this unfamiliar young man. Who are you? Did you come to the office as a doctor too? Just right, you can share the blame. He spoke arrogantly, completely disregarding Su Chen, thinking of him as just another subordinate to scold at will. Su Chen calmly looked at him, saying nothing, and took a couple of steps forward. Chapter 62, A resounding rebuke throughout the city. The middle-aged man, referred to as Master Shu, looked sharply at Su Chen, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A young brat actually dared to lay hands on someone from the Li family. He was simply asking for trouble. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from him, pressing down on those around him, making it hard for them to breathe. This was the pressure of a fourth realm martial artist. Director Liu and the others' faces changed drastically. They were just ordinary people, and could not withstand such pressure. They looked at Master Shu in terror, then at Su Chen, their hearts filled with intense worry. Yet Su Chen faced this overwhelming pressure without even furrowing his brows. He stood tall, as if he were an unshakable mountain. You want to cripple me? Su Chen finally spoke, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. He did not go to see Master Shu, but instead stared directly at Li Yao. Li Yao felt a chill in his heart from Su Chen's gaze. But thinking of Master Shu beside him, he immediately regained his confidence. Master Shu is a warrior of the fourth realm. Dealing with a mere doctor like you is more than enough. He shouted fiercely but weakly. Master Shu let out a cold snort and took a step forward, as if the ground trembled slightly. The killing intent in his eyes was evident, and he was ready to make a move. Chapter 63, 10 Days of Seclusion. Su Chen smiled and bid them farewell, not wanting to get entangled with people like Li Yao. He had already discussed this matter with Lord Lei, and he believed that Lord Lei would surely provide them with a fair conclusion. As he walked out of the hospital, the sunlight fell on him, warm and bright. He glanced back at the hospital where he had worked for quite some time, and felt no nostalgia. Only a yearning for the future. There was hope for his father's illness, and he had a broader horizon ahead of him. He knew that from today onwards, his life would completely turn over a new page. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Like a mountain pressing down. An invisible pressure enveloped the area at the entrance of the hospital. A towering figure appeared before Chen, as if he had teleported. It was none other than Lei Zan, the city lord of Dawn City. His gaze was sharp like an eagle, scanning the surroundings before finally resting on Chen. Visibly relieved. He was genuinely worried that his earlier shout would not solve the problem, so he had rushed over as quickly as possible. City Lord. Why did you come in person? Chen questioned. Lei Zan exhaled, holding a thick stack of documents, the edges of the paper fluttering slightly in the wind. Chapter 64, Encountering Qin Yue again, Chen restrained his breath, and smiled slightly at Lei Zan. It was a stroke of luck. Lei Zan's mouth twitched. This was called luck. He suppressed the turbulent emotions within him and cleared his throat. City Lord, you didn't come just to see me, did you? Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Lei Zan showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, which soon turned serious. Indeed, there is something that has encountered a bit of trouble. It's regarding the materials you need for forging the spirit weapon. I've already sent people to gather most of the materials, but one of them, Star Sand, has encountered some issues. Chen raised his eyebrows. What happened? Lei Zan sighed. One of the main production areas for Star Sand is Lioli Valley, 300 miles outside the city. I sent several teams to Lioli Valley to look for Star Sand, but they have all gone missing recently. Not a single piece of news has come back. There is likely something strange going on. Lei Zan's expression was very grim. Among the missing people were many experienced hands. Even some teams led by peak warriors of the 3rd or 4th realm. The fact that even they had disappeared without a trace indicated that the situation in Lioli Valley was far beyond imagination. Chen's eyes narrowed. Star Sand was one of the key materials for forging the Seven Spirits blade, indispensable, while other auxiliary materials had alternatives. Chapter 65, The Truth in the Valley. When Li Meng mentioned Zhao Yu, her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he were the most dazzling existence in the world. Li Meng. Say less. Qin Yue's expression changed slightly, and she quickly tugged at her best friend's sleeve, looking a bit awkwardly at Chen. I'm sorry, Chen. My friend. Chen's expression remained unchanged throughout, as if Li Meng's words were merely a breeze passing by his ears. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, let alone respond. Such discussions held no meaning for him. At that moment, a luxurious floating bus adorned with a rainbow logo slowly approached and stopped at the platform. The door opened, and a smiling female tour guide in uniform stepped down. Dear guests heading to Lioli Valley, please board the bus with your tickets. The guide cheerfully called out, and everyone began to board in succession. Chen followed the crowd onto the floating bus and casually found a window seat. Qin Yue and Li Meng also got on the bus, hesitated for a moment, and sat in the seat diagonally behind Chen. There were about a dozen other tourists on the bus, including groups of students and middle-aged couples with children. The floating bus slowly started, smoothly ascending and heading towards Lioli Valley. Chapter 66, The Shame of Humanity on the Observation Platform. The tourists who had been immersed in the enchanting scenery of Lioli Valley had their smiles completely frozen by the sudden turn of events. In the depths of the valley, a nauseating rustling sound emerged, as if something enormous was approaching. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly. What is going on? Is it an earthquake? Someone asked uncertainly. The experienced tour guide's face suddenly turned pale, and he quickly looked up towards the source of the sound, his voice trembling. No, it's not an earthquake. It's a ferocious beast. Quickly. Back away. Everyone retreat to the edge of the platform. Before he finished speaking, several large, ferocious figures burst forth from the distorted light. Appearing before everyone. They were several giant wolves, comparable in size to heavy trucks, covered in scales that shimmered like crystal yet glinted with a metallic sheen. Their crimson eyes burned with bloodthirsty madness, and every time their massive limbs hit the ground, the hard crystal platform let out a dull sound. They opened their blood-soaked mouths, revealing their white fangs, and foul-smelling saliva dripped from their mouths, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. Chapter 67, The World of the Sixth Realm with a Single Strike. Just a bare-handed blow. A third-tier ferocious beast was instantly slain. The entire platform fell into dead silence. The screams stopped, and the cries vanished. Only heavy breathing and the sound of racing hearts remained. Everyone stared in shock at the figure standing before the pool of blood, his clothes spotless, their minds blank. The tour guide's mouth dropped open, almost able to fit an egg inside. Li Meng forgot to scream, staring blankly at Chen's back, her eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Huai covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes reflecting not only shock, but also a hint of complex and unexplainable emotions. She knew Chen was strong. A genius from the hidden dragon training camp, but she had never imagined he was this powerful. That was a third-tier ferocious beast. In her eyes, it was a natural disaster, yet under this man's hand, it was as fragile as paper. Those tourists who had previously criticized Chen's actions now felt a burning shame on their faces, utterly embarrassed. Especially Li Meng, after a brief moment of shock, was filled with endless regret. Unlike the astonishment of the tourists, the faces of the 5 traitors among the human race turned extremely ugly in an instant. Chapter 68, The Full Manifestation. Chen simply raised his right hand and gently clenched it. After all, the power of the sixth realm of martial arts had long made him indifferent to the form of attack. An indescribable, terrifying fist intent, as if capable of shattering space itself, suddenly spread out from the center of Chen's fist. Buzz? A low, almost inaudible hum seemed to resonate deep within everyone's soul. The air solidified. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The few crystal wolves that had rushed forward froze their fierce expressions, their charging motions abruptly halted. In the next second, puff, puff, puff. Like ripe watermelons being struck by a heavy hammer, their bodies, along with their crystal-like fur and bones, exploded without warning, turning into a sky full of blood, mist and flesh. Scarlet liquid splattered everywhere, staining the platform, and splashing onto the 5 traitors rushing in from behind. The warm liquid, carrying a strong fishy smell, suddenly halted their movements. The scene before them completely shattered their last shred of hope. What kind of terrifying power is this? Just the momentum of a clenched fist shattered the peak-level crystal wolves. No. The sinister middle-aged man's pupils dilated to the extreme as he watched his blood-colored blade light, that he had unleashed with all his strength, approach within 3 feet of Chen. Chapter 69, All materials ready. Confirming that the threat was eliminated, Chen turned and fixed his gaze on Qin Huai. Qin Huai met his gaze, her heart involuntarily skipping a beat, and she instinctively took half a step back. Chen's eyes remained calm, but after the bloody massacre just now, this calmness carried a heart-stopping intimidation. The trouble here was resolved. Chen spoke, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he slightly nodded at Qin Huai as a farewell. Then he no longer lingered, his figure moving as if teleporting, disappearing at the edge of the platform. All that was left was a scene of devastation and a group of people still in shock, having survived a catastrophe. He's leaving just like that. He wasn't here for sightseeing. Li Meng took quite a while before stammering out, her voice still trembling. Is he really a high school student? She couldn't connect the figure that had just slaughtered foes like a demon with someone still attending high school. The contrast was too great. So great that it felt like her entire worldview had been shaken. Chapter 70. The blade is formed. Chen nodded and put away the box. Please thank Lord Lei for me. The Lord said it was the least he could do. The warrior bowed and quickly retreated, not daring to disturb any further. With that, all the core materials needed for forging the spiritual weapon, Centennial Profound Ice Iron, Heart of Lava, and Stardust, had been gathered. The remaining auxiliary materials were also ready. Everything was in place. Chen stood up, his spiritual energy once again spreading out. He needed to find a suitable forging location, which was why he hadn't left this place. Refining spiritual weapons has very high environmental requirements. It is best to find a place that can draw upon the energy of heaven and earth, resonating with the properties of the materials. After a moment, Chen's gaze sharpened as he locked onto a low peak deep within the valley. The entire peak was crimson, with an extremely high surface temperature, faintly emanating the aura of geothermal energy, making it an excellent place for melting profound ice iron. At the same time, the summit had open terrain, allowing the night to draw in star power, resonating with the stardust. Surrounding the peak, there was also a cold pool, shrouded in mist, perfect for quenching. Geothermal energy, star power, cold water. With all three in place, it was precisely the feng shui treasure land he needed. Chen's figure flickered and appeared at the summit of the crimson low peak. Chapter 71. The manifestation of all things ice and fire, thunder and blood. Perfectly blended at this moment. He tightly gripped the handle of the knife, pouring all his strength into it, including the immense power of thunder he had just absorbed. The blade emitted a deafening dragon roar, a dark blue and crimson light intertwining and illuminating the entire world. Chen's expression was solemn as he looked at the thunder dragon capable of tearing the sky apart, saying each word clearly. Destruction. As the words fell, he swung the knife fiercely. The motion seemed simple, yet it contained an indescribable rhythm. An extreme sharpness tore through space, slashing toward the thunder dragon. Swish! The violent thunder dragon, upon touching the blade's edge, split apart silently like fragile glass, dissipating into a sky full of electric light. And that knife light, with unyielding momentum, slashed upward in reverse. Puff! The heavy thundercloud was cleaved apart by this knife. A massive, sky-crossing knife mark appeared in the night sky. Outside Lioli Valley, at the Lord's mansion, Lei Zan suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, an indescribable sharpness causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In the next instant, he vanished from his position, appearing above the mansion. Looking up, his pupils suddenly constricted. A shocking massive crack spanned the night sky. The residual terrifying blade intent still sending shivers down the spine of this city lord, even from a great distance. Chapter 72. The City of Heaven. When martial artists reach this realm, the potential of their cells is deeply developed, allowing them to project a law form containing their martial will through their own power. Once the law form emerges, it can draw upon the vast energy of heaven and earth, transforming it for their own use, with every movement carrying the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Chen's law form fused his practice techniques, knife skills, and artistic comprehension, embodying both the domineering thunder might of the coiled dragon and the encompassing control of the myriad forms realm, with an awe-inspiring power. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire city district to tremble. At the Lord's mansion, Lei Zan, busy with his duties, suddenly looked up, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This aura is from the law form realm. How long has it been since then? He actually broke through to the 7th realm of martial arts. Damn! Lei Zan's voice trembled. This was simply unbelievable. From forging spiritual weapons to triggering the thunder tribulation, to now breaking through to the law form realm. It had been only a few days. Such a speed of cultivation could no longer be described as genius, it was simply a monster. Just as Lei Zan's mind was in turmoil, a crystalline snowflake fell from the sky without warning. Then came the second, the third. Clearly, it was a sunny day. Yet suddenly snow began to fall. Chapter 73, Symbolic Clouds as the distance closed. The complex patterns on the surface of the city of heaven and the countless small aircraft landing and taking off became clearer. Vehicles parked steadily. Ling Hanyu was the first to step out, her ice-blue hair gently swaying in the sea breeze. Her cold demeanor causing the nearby staff responsible for guiding to instinctively take half a step back. Chen followed behind her, his gaze calmly surveying the environment filled with futuristic technology and a chilling atmosphere. Before he could take a closer look, a charming and seductive voice, clearly amused, floated over from a distance. "Oh my, isn't this our Kunlun's ice-cold beauty? This year, you're really willing to lead the team personally. It's like the sun has risen from the west." As the words fell, a fiery red hover car, shaped like a phoenix ready to take flight, arrogantly hovered in mid-air. Its cabin door opening. A captivating woman dressed in a tight-fitting red combat suit, accentuating her figure, gracefully stepped out. Her lips were as red as fire. And as she moved, her eyes sparkled with charm, every step resembled a runway walk, radiating an astonishing heat and allure. Under her feet, the ground seemed to briefly flash with imperceptible ice crystals. The holy maiden of the Water Moon Cave, Ice Heart Moon, at the 7th level of martial arts. Another shadow appeared like a ghost from the nearby shadows. It was a figure cloaked in a wide black cape, obscuring their face and emitting an indistinct yet intense heat that clashed with the surrounding environment. The shadow of the Obsidian Council from the northern region. Huiyu furrowed his brows tighter. "I don't know his exact background, only that he is extremely dangerous and has strange methods." Lei Xiaoyuan, Aguda, Ice Heart Moon. Mo Ying, each name represented a renowned genius. Chen listened calmly, observing and memoizing the presence and characteristics of these individuals. These people were indeed powerful. Each had reached the law manifestation realm, just a step away from the nirvana realm, and their foundations were exceptionally solid, clearly the top figures nurtured by their respective factions, including Huiyu by his side. These individuals were strong competitors in this grand competition. Huiyu said solemnly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Chapter 75, the Bet Lei Xiaoyuan transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing in first. Huiyu glanced at Chen, his fighting spirit soaring. "Chen, see you on the battlefield." After saying this, flames ignited around him as he charged toward a passage. Fu Ziyan threw a flirtatious glance at Ling Hanyu. "Ice block. Keep an eye on your little treasure, don't let my Huiyu turn him to ashes." Ling Hanyu snorted coldly, ignoring her, and looked at Chen. "Go. Just do your best." Chen had just been cultivated by her, and unlike those who had enjoyed abundant resources from a young age, even if he truly failed this time, she wouldn't give up on him. Chen nodded without hesitation, and stepped into an empty teleportation passage. The moment he entered the vortex, a strong spatial pulling sensation hit him. The scenery before his eyes shifted. The next second, he found himself in a dim, damp, primitive jungle. Towering ancient trees blocked the sun, and the air was thick with the stench of decaying leaves and blood. Strange insect sounds and the low growls of unknown beasts echoed around him. The ground beneath his feet was soft and covered with slippery moss. Roar! Almost as soon as he steadied himself, a deafening roar erupted from the dense forest ahead. Chapter 76, 1 second to break through. Ice Heart Moon held an oiled paper umbrella, her figure ethereal. Wherever she passed, the ground froze into a thick layer of ice. Countless ice spikes shooting up to freeze and then shatter the fierce beasts. These top geniuses carved bloody paths through the beast tide, as if cutting through vegetables. Some slightly weaker individuals also managed to pass the 3rd level. Fu Ziyan couldn't help but giggle again at this scene. "Oh dear, Ling's big ice block. Look at your little treasure. Has he been scared silly? Why isn't he moving? He won't even survive the first wave of beasts, how embarrassing." Her tone was filled with schadenfreude and unabashed mockery. Ling Hanyue's brows slightly furrowed. Yang Chuanyue's voice rang out again, laced with condescending sarcasm. HMPH. I've said long ago. There aren't that many exceptional talents in this world. Ling Hanyu. You tilted the training resources of the Kunlun war zone for such a kid who can't even pass 3 levels. Humanity is in a difficult position. Resources are already precious, and you waste them like this, it's simply absurd. His sharp words mocked Ling Hanyu for misusing resources and burdening humanity. Chapter 77, Perfect Martial Arts Completion. She looked at Ling Hanyu, her red lips slightly parted. Ice block, is this your hidden trump card? He has even grasped the intent of the fist. There's a saying, practice the fist to find the truth, one punch to kill the gods. How many people have practiced their whole lives and still can't find this truth, yet Su Chen has undoubtedly mastered this truth. Ling Hanyu shot her a glance. Although she felt very excited, her voice remained cold. I don't know. Fu Ziyan let out a light snort, clearly skeptical, but didn't he press further. Meanwhile, the previously well-dressed man also showed a shocked expression, slowly speaking, one punch to kill a peak 6th-tier beast. If I remember correctly, Long Chiwu passed the 3rd level easily. But he also engaged in several rounds and took nearly a minute, right? This well-dressed man held a position of high esteem, and his words commanded attention. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately pulled up the recording of Long Chiwu's passage for comparison. Su Chen went from the scene switch to killing the demon ape in less than 3 seconds. It was nearly a one-hit kill. Everyone's hearts shook. And their gazes toward Su Chen completely changed. Just then, the Su Chen on the light screen moved again, the scene switched. And he had already stepped into the 4th level. Chapter 78, Intensifying but now. The spotlight seemed to have been completely overshadowed by this Su Chen, who appeared out of nowhere. How could they accept this? Ling Hanyu sat there. Her cold facial contours seeming to soften slightly, and deep within her eyes, a barely noticeable look of satisfaction quietly spread. The Kunlun war zone had been silent for too long. This time, they were finally going to show their strength. She glanced in the direction of Fu Ziyan. Although they were far apart, she could almost imagine that woman's possibly ugly expression at this moment. The heart of the flame prison, she was determined to get it. Just as the atmosphere in the command center became strange and various thoughts surged, the well-dressed man suddenly said, announced Su Chen's speed in passing the 4th level. Wow! As soon as this was said, everyone understood that the well-dressed man intended to add fuel to the already intense competition. However, no one voiced opposition. Everyone wanted their own geniuses to be stimulated to unleash more strength for a better ranking. When Su Chen's clearing speed was broadcasted to everyone's ears, the light spots representing other top talents began to flicker in succession on the screen. In a passage filled with violent thunder energy, Lei Xiaoyuan's figure moved like a jumping electric light, swiftly traversing the space. Chapter 79, Each displays their powers. The power of the Nirvana realm began to truly manifest. He raised his hand, fingers together, and in his palm, strands of golden flames leaped and condensed, radiating a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything. Break! Long Chiwu stepped forward, his palm carrying the true fire of Nirvana, forcefully pressing down on the thick black energy. At this moment, in the 5th level, Su Chen calmly looked at the massive creature coiled in front of him. Dark golden scales, a menacing single horn, wings that blocked out the sun. And a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of tearing space apart. Peak of the 7th rank. Mutated subdragon. The strength of this fierce beast far surpassed any opponent encountered before. If this had been before entering the trial, Su Chen might have needed to exert considerable effort. But now, he felt the new power surging within him. A power that was the culmination of 10 martial arts truths. The characteristics and mysteries of various weapons were no longer scattered individuals, but were perfectly interwoven and fused into a comprehensive, almost Tao-like martial arts realm. Raw. The mutated subdragon sensed Su Chen's presence, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto the tiny human, letting out a roar that could shake the soul. Chapter 80. A body more terrifying than the fierce beast. The other top talents from the Jinling province gazed at the distant majestic manifestations, feeling the heart-pounding fluctuations of power. Their faces filled with shock and bitterness. Is this the gap between us and the top talents from other elite battle zones? Someone murmured, their voice tinged with despair. They are too strong, Lei Xiaoyuan, Rguda, they are simply monsters. That manifestation of power, even from this distance, feels suffocating. The seventh realm of martial arts. Sigh. The Su Chen being broadcasted earlier is also from our Jinling province. Can he compete for first place with these people? A glimmer of weak hope arose in their hearts, but was quickly crushed by the harsh reality before them. On the other side, Su Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the sixth level. He looked calm, as if the previous battle had merely been a warm-up. The fierce beast of the sixth level was a pitch-black magic ape, over 10 zhong tall, visible as soon as he stepped into this area. This magic ape had muscles bulging like black iron, exuding an explosive sense of power. Its arms were exceptionally thick, claws gleaming with a cold light. And in its blood-red eyes burned a flame of bloodthirst and rage. Chapter 81. 100 Beasts Surrounding. That ancient magic ape. A descendant of a bloodline with astonishing recovery abilities, guarding the sixth level. Su Chen. The Su Chen who they believed had a weakness in physical strength. How could he be so fast? Lei Xiaoyuan, Huiyu, Rguda, Bing Xinyu, Mo Ying, and even Long Chuwu, who had already reached the eighth realm of martial arts, Nirvana realm. These top talents, except for Long Chuwu who was in the sixth level, were still engaged in fierce battles with the mutated subdragon of the fifth level, some of whom had just begun to engage. Su Chen, a previously unknown kid from Jinling province, was brought to participate in the star battle by Ling Hanxue, allowing them to learn of his existence. He had already stepped over other top talents, surpassing Long Chuwu, and passed the sixth level. Say that again. Wei Wenbin's voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness, breaking the silence. The technician's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, as he swallowed hard, confirming the data on the screen before him, his voice still trembling. Report to all dignitaries. Jinling Province, Su Chen has confirmed to have passed the sixth level trial. Pull up his trial footage. Immediately. Right now. Chapter 82, the eighth level. The movements were simple and direct, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, yet filled with extreme violent aesthetics. Those seventh-rank fierce beasts that could terrify ordinary martial artists in the outside world appeared weak as paper before him. One punch per beast. No, one punch per group. On the screen, the light spot representing Su Chen's position surged madly on the leaderboard. He was no longer in the last place, but firmly secured first. Cold sweat rolled down Wei Wenbin's forehead. Look at the other top talents, still struggling in battle, while Su Chen treated the seventh-rank fierce beasts as ants, taking one down with each punch. He felt his heart beating uncontrollably. Everything happening before his eyes had completely exceeded his understanding. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Let's see when he clears the level. After all, it was 100 beasts surrounding him. Even a tough person couldn't withstand it. However, just as Wei Wenbin's words fell, Yang Chuanye and others' mouths began to twitch wildly. Lord Wei. Su Chen has already passed the seventh level. At that moment, Wei Wenbin, who had just closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, bloodshot, and stood up straight. Chapter 83, Illusory Heart Demon Butterfly. Indeed, I remember he defeated a Nirvana realm expert while still at the manifestation level last year. Regardless of combat experience, treasures, or talent, he ranks among the top of the young generation today. In this election, the position of the leader likely belongs to him. Even if Su Chen can enter the top 10, it would be an extremely dazzling achievement. Aiming for first place should be impossible. However, even so, The smiles remained on their faces, as Chen was someone who had emerged from their small city. Reaching this point was already quite remarkable, with no expectations for more. They did not know that at this moment, Chen had already left behind the almost invincible Long Chuwu they spoke of. At this moment, at the end of the 6th level, boom. A violent bolt of lightning exploded, and Lei Xiaoyuan, enveloped in crackling thunder armor, rushed out in a somewhat disheveled manner. The metallic sphere in his hand, which sparkled with arcs, had dimmed a bit. This 6th level magic ape is indeed troublesome. He gasped for breath, yet still bore a rebellious grin as he charged again. On the other side, Arguda's sturdy figure was also locked in a fierce battle with the magic ape. Chapter 84, Divine Seed. Chen closed his eyes, not sinking into oblivion, but fully releasing his perception. He allowed the sounds, sights, and emotions to impact his spirit, like waves crashing against rocks. His spiritual will, under this impact, emitted a low hum, like steel that had been tempered 1,000 times. His artistic realm is like the sharpest blade, constantly analyzing and deconstructing the power composition of the illusions while perceiving these impacts. This is much more efficient than tedious meditation. To others, Chen may seem to be undergoing immense mental torment, each step like walking on thin ice. But in Chen's perspective, he is enjoying a rare spiritual feast. With every bit of illusionary power he dissects, his spirit solidifies, his artistic realm becomes more transparent, and his complete martial way becomes even more substantial. The light and shadow in the passage fluctuate more violently, as if even the illusion heart demon butterfly has sensed something amiss. It has never seen such a well-coordinated prey. Suddenly, Chen moved. His previously closed eyes suddenly opened. The brilliance in his gaze shot out like two sharp swords, instantly piercing through the illusions before him. The artistic realm of the complete martial way was released without reservation, transforming into an invisible net that enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 85, Returning to Simplicity. Everyone heard it clearly. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. What? Someone had just said that someone had passed the 8th level. What the hell is this joke? After a brief silence, there was an eruption of chaos like a volcanic explosion. Countless gazes filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief intertwined, forming a massive storm. In front of the 6th level passage, the metallic sphere in Lei Xiaoyuan's hand, which flickered with electric arcs, made a loud snap, the electric light chaotic, nearly slipping from his grasp. The arrogant smile on his face froze completely, replaced by unprecedented astonishment. Past the 8th level, he murmured to himself, the excitement in his eyes replaced by suspicion. He had just fought bloodily and exhausted all means to barely pass the 6th level against the ancient demon ape. The terror of that ancient demon ape was still fresh in his memory. The difficulty of the 7th level would only increase geometrically. What kind of terrifying hell would the 8th level be? Now, someone had actually broken through the 8th level and stood before the final 9th level. Chapter 86, One-on-one with the 9th level they collided, tempered, and fused continuously under the invisible force of the myriad realms. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a sound like the opening of heaven and earth echoed in Chen's mind. The 10 distinct martial truths completely erased their boundaries at this moment. They perfectly fused into a more powerful, harmonious, and unfathomable new truth. This truth encompasses everything yet is a unified whole. It is the true essence of the complete martial way. Chen suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of light that seemed substantial flashed from his gaze. He slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist. Without using any true energy, a faint explosive sound reverberated in the air. That was the astonishing effect generated by the perfect combination of pure physical power and martial truth. This is the true complete martial way. Chen felt the harmonious yet overwhelming power within him, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 10 artistic realms merged into one, integrated into the myriad realms. At this moment, he wielded his sword like a knife, his fist like a palm, and his palm like a finger, with each strike carrying the full essence of martial truth. Chapter 87, 8th Order Demon Dragon. The menacing bone spines extended from its back to its tail, glinting with a metallic cold light. A massive dragon head, covered in twisted horns, opened and closed to reveal a mouth full of serrated fangs. Black saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth, corroding the ground into sizzling small pits. Just standing there, an indescribable terrifying pressure swept in like a tsunami, enough to shatter the spirit of an ordinary Dharma manifestation realm warrior, leaving them devoid of combat intent. This Chaos Demon Dragon, although simulated by data, held a might and aura indistinguishable from a real 8th Order ferocious beast. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the Chaos Demon Dragon's throat. The substantial sound waves became visible ripples, spreading in all directions. The entire simulated space of the 9th level trembled violently from this roar, as if it would collapse at any moment. The violent airflow swept up the rubble and dust from the ground, forming a small sandstorm. Chen's garments fluttered, and his black hair danced wildly. He remained quietly standing there, his expression unchanged. Those deep-set eyes were like an ancient, unchanging starry sky, undisturbed. Chapter 88, the only one in history. Her cold eyes were incredibly complex, mixed with shock, disbelief, and a hint of secret joy. Young Chuanyang swallowed hard, his voice dry. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He could not believe what he was seeing. That was the peak of the 8th Order Chaos Demon Dragon, with physical strength comparable to divine weapons. How could its claw be so easily severed? Thuzayan's red lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word, her heart's shock akin to raging waves. The fire feather she prided herself on could not possibly strike at this Chaos Demon Dragon without others present. But who exactly is this Chen? Dust slowly settled. The massive body of the Chaos Demon Dragon lay there, creating deep pits around it. The previously earth-shattering ferocity had vanished without a trace. In its place was a near-humble trembling. The claw that had just been severed was now healing at a visibly strange speed, trembling slightly, as fear seemed to flow beneath the newly formed black scales. The huge dragon head hung low, pressed against the cold ground. Chapter 89, the finish line. He took a deep breath and emphasized his tone. All soldiers line up to welcome Chen. At this statement, the entire venue was shocked. What kind of treatment is this? Not only was Wei Wenbin personally welcoming him, but all of them were going together. This was absolutely a historical first. Countless people gasped, their faces displaying shock even greater than when they saw the demon dragon being slain. Over the years of the Starry General competition, it had never been a special circumstance for Wei Wenbin, a big shot, to personally preside over the welcome. This treatment was simply a leap to the sky. Yang Chuanyang, Zhuanyi, Thuzayan, and others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and an indescribable complexity. They knew Chen's performance was extraordinary, but they never expected Wei Wenbin to give such high praise and treatment. It was as if he had already regarded Chen as the pillar of the future. The atmosphere of the entire command center was once again pushed to a new climax. However, just at this exciting moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait! At the same time, in the 8th trial space of the Starry Sky competition, the Nirvana flames surrounding Long Chuwu became increasingly intense, almost illuminating the entire space with a blend of azure and crimson gold. Chapter 90, the first among peers in the 9th trial. The expressions of Long Chuwu and the others turned extremely grim after a moment of shock. They finally reacted. The announcement that echoed through all trial spaces earlier, about the first place who cleared the trials at an incredible speed and set a historical record, was this very boy in front of them. And that chaotic demon dragon, which had posed a challenge to them, now seemed to have been dealt with by him. An indescribable sense of horror, accompanied by a strong sense of humiliation, surged in the hearts of all the talented individuals. They were the top geniuses from various war zones, the future stars, the pride of their respective regions. They had fought their way through the trials, believing they performed excellently, only to find that the ultimate glory had already been seized by an obscure boy ahead of them. And now, this boy even dared to arrogantly provoke all of them. What did you say? Long Chiwu's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water. The nirvana flames around him suddenly surged, the azure flames almost becoming tangible, a terrifying pressure sweeping toward Chen like a tide. The wrath of a nirvana realm expert was enough to burn mountains and boil seas. Chapter 91. A relentless strike. Lei Xiaoyuan looked at the kneeling and vacant-eyed Long Chiwu. Feeling the faint yet heart-pounding aura from Chen, the arrogance on his face completely vanished, replaced by deep caution and a hint of bitterness. He silently put away the shattered remains of the thunder spear. Aguda's massive body slowly shrank back to its original form, looking at Chen with a serious expression. The wild aura in his eyes receding, only to reveal a heavier sense of gravity. However, the fighting spirit in his eyes seemed to have intensified, becoming even more frantic. Bing Xinyu looked at Chen, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly, a chilling aura coalescing around her, her gaze occasionally glancing at Long Chiwu. To be honest, it was truly unimaginable that the Qilin child of the Long family had turned into this state. Mo Ying struggled to stand up, retreating back into the shadows. His presence weak. Hui Yu's body trembled slightly, and the vermilion bird avatar behind him let out a cry, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. Inside the command center, there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen, as if trying to pierce a hole through it. The air felt as solid as iron. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 92. An unshakable mountain. At the moment this punch was thrown, time in the entire ninth trial space seemed to freeze for a moment. An indescribable terrifying power suddenly erupted from Chen's fist. Boom! The flame torrent emitted by the vermilion bird avatar, upon contact with this power, melted and disintegrated like snow under the sun, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. The enormous thunderball struck by Lei Xiaoyuan was as fragile as a bubble before the might of the punch, bursting with a soft pop. The violent lightning power scattered in all directions, yet not even brushing against the hem of Chen's clothing. The thunder god armor on Lei Xiaoyuan emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, countless cracks spreading across it, and finally exploded with a bang, turning into a sky full of fragments. He himself was like a person struck by lightning, blood spurting wildly, flying out backward. Aguda's punch, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, collided with Chen's punch, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache from the bone-cracking impact. His powerful physique was struck head-on by a battering ram, his arms twisted in a bizarre manner, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, leaving a trail of blood droplets in his wake. Meanwhile, the mysterious ice realm created by Bing Xinyu was effortlessly torn apart by that power. The countless ice shards not even getting close to Chen, before being reduced to dust by the terrifying martial intent. Chapter 93. The Washing Pool Children. Although you did not win the position of the star, your performance was equally outstanding. You are all the pillars of our human race. There is only one star. But the path to protect the human race requires the efforts of each one of us. In the future, you will still have opportunities to contribute to our race. It's all for humanity. The talented individuals nodded, but a bitter smile hung on their lips. At this moment, Ling Hanyu walked over, looking at Chen. Her cold eyes carrying a hint of warmth and admiration. Chen, well done. With a flash of light in her hand, two items appeared. One was a fist-sized, heart-like red crystal, pulsating and radiating intense heat. It was the heart of the flame prison. The other was a palm-sized, translucent deep red crystal, exuding extreme blood energy. It was the thousand-year dragon blood crystal. This is the heart of the flame prison and the thousand-year dragon blood crystal, which I won from Fu Caiyun and Yang Chuanye. Ling Hanyu handed the two treasures to Chen. Both of these are top-tier treasures, containing pure source power, enough to help you refine your body, solidify your foundation, and even break through shackles to step into the eighth realm of martial arts, Nirvana realm. Chapter 94, Forging Nirvana. Chen, go in. How much you can absorb, and how long you can endure depends entirely on your own fortune. Wei Wenbin patted Chen's shoulder. Chen nodded, without any hesitation. Stepped into the washing pool. The water in the pool was warm. An indescribable sense of comfort enveloped his entire body, as if every pore was joyfully breathing. Soon, streams of extremely pure energy began to actively converge towards his body like gentle streams. Chen sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into cultivation. The Zhilong awakening pulse decision and the Tai Shu induction operating simultaneously. Outside, Wei Wenbin, Ling Hanyu, and a group of commanders, as well as Long Chuwu and other talented individuals, silently observed the movements in the washing pool. Time passed second by second. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Chen in the washing pool remained as steady as a rock, forming a visible energy vortex around him. The milky white liquid in the pool being absorbed into his body at an astonishing speed. It had already been 3 hours. Is Chen still absorbing? My God! This absorption speed is terrifying. The water level in the pool had noticeably dropped. A monster, truly an undeniable monster. This time it seems there will be a significant outflow. Chapter 95. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. In fact, once he asked the second question, he could no longer compete with Chen. Wei Wenbin took a deep breath. Suppressing the shock in his heart, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He said loudly, Good. Good Chen, the star. You certainly did not disappoint me. He turned his head and looked at a burly middle-aged general beside him, whose aura was as solid as a mountain. Li Tai, go and test Chen's strength. See how well he has refined his Nirvana realm. This general named Li Tai was Wei Wenbin's adjutant, known as Li Tai's Han. He had already reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, with the cells he had opened in his body nearing 1 billion. Just half a step away from the 9th realm of martial arts. His strength was formidable, ranking high in the entire Central State battle zone. Upon hearing this, Li Tai's hand stepped forward, his voice like a bell, as you command. He looked at Chen, his eyes flashing with curiosity and fighting spirit. In this star selection competition, Chen had shocked him greatly. Back in the law manifestation realm, Chen was able to fight against the Nirvana realm's Long Chuwu. Although he was at the peak of the Nirvana realm, practically half a foot in the 9th realm, he was indeed still in the Nirvana realm. Just like Chen now. Chapter 96, Choosing an Academy, Not Holding Back. What does this indicate? It shows that he just threw a punch casually, and still hasn't grasped the concept of his own strength. He dealt such damage to the peak of the Nirvana realm with a single punch without holding back. What would it look like if he did hold back, or rather, unleashed his full power? The crowd could hardly imagine. Wei Wenbin looked deeply at Chen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, surprise, and a deep sense of relief. Fortunately, such a prodigy was from their battle zone. If the star selection were to be won by one of the other 3 battle zones, they would truly be completely overwhelmed. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. It's all right. Sparring will inevitably lead to injuries. Li Tai's hand is tough and will recover after some rest. Chen, your Nirvana realm prowess has truly opened my eyes. Wei Wenbin stared at Chen, the tumult in his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He had originally thought that even if Chen broke through, he would only have just stepped into the Nirvana realm, and should not be able to overwhelm Li Tai's Han. However, he never expected that Chen's Nirvana realm would be so domineering, so unfathomable, that it directly sent a half-step into the cave realm Li Tai's Han flying. Chapter 97. I choose whoever offers more. Representative from a prestigious family in the capital quickly echoed, what the commander said is absolutely right. Chen, you can choose any academy you want, just say the word, and we will take care of the rest. Indeed, what did mere admission quotas matter? At this moment, the way everyone looked at Chen was not only filled with awe but also an indescribable layer of envy. This was the treatment of a top prodigy. Rules are meant for the mediocre. And Chen was clearly someone who could ignore the rules, even set the rules. After hearing everyone's words, Chen finally understood. It turned out that he had become this formidable. He scratched his head, still wearing a slightly troubled expression, and shrugged. Actually, it doesn't matter where I go. I'll go wherever the resources are more abundant. I just want to grow stronger quickly. His words were simple, direct, and even a bit rough. But they were incredibly genuine. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then many showed expressions of realization. Indeed, for someone like Chen, did he still need guidance from renowned masters? He himself was a walking martial arts manual. What he needed was just endless resources to support his terrifying cultivation speed. Chapter 98. Return. He was a practical person. And such a multiple-choice question was incredibly simple for him. Essentially, it was about who was willing to pay a greater price to establish a good relationship with him. Ling Hanyu, seeing Chen's straightforwardness, rarely revealed a hint of approval in her icy eyes. Very good. She gazed at Chen, her tone serious. You are the future of our humanity. In the battles against the starry sky and on the battlefield, those fierce beasts and alien races will tremble at your name. Meanwhile, in the distant Dawn City, in the Lord's mansion, Lei Zhan paced back and forth in the meeting hall, his brow furrowed with barely concealed anxiety. Chen Guodong and Zhong Weimin had already returned earlier due to heavy academy affairs. After all, they couldn't just wait indefinitely. Who knew when the star selection would end? He also wondered how that kid Chen was doing. Lei Zhan sighed softly, his tone filled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The selection for the star was incredibly brutal. For that kid to come out of my Dawn City, even if he could enter the top 10. It would already be like smoke rising from his ancestral grave. The position of the star was truly too difficult to attain. Chapter 99. Everything within reach. It seemed that Ling Hanyu sensed Chen's occasional glances, and a rare hint of faint blush crossed her eternally cold face. She cleared her throat, breaking the slightly ambiguous silence in the cabin. This time, go back and rest for a while. I will inform you of the subsequent arrangements. Chen nodded slightly, his heart filled with excitement. On his right hand's index finger, there was already a brand new space ring. Inside were various treasures and resources gifted by Wei Wenbin and many powerful figures, along with the two great treasures Ling Hanyu had given him earlier. These would soon become the most solid foundation of his strength. At this moment, on the tarmac below, Lei Zhan and the high-ranking officials of Dawn City, along with Zhong Weimin and Chen Guodong, could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly waiting. Each person's face radiated an unmistakable thrill and pride. The aircraft landed smoothly, and the hatch slowly opened. Under the gaze of thousands, a tall and upright figure leaped out of the cabin, landing steadily on the solid ground of the tarmac. The sunlight bathed him, as if draping him in a layer of golden battle armor. Chapter 100. The Sky Realm. The potion presented a faint golden color, within which countless tiny runes seemed to flow, emanating a powerful life force. This was the 9-turn Dragon Essence Gene Optimization Liquid that Chen specifically requested from Commander Wei Wenbin before returning to Dawn City. It could not only repair all hidden injuries, cure old ailments, but also greatly improve physical constitution, prolong life, and even stimulate certain cultivation potential. Each vial was incredibly precious. And in the entire Eastern Battle Zone, there were only a very few quotas each year. Su Jiongwo looked at the vial of potion. Feeling the astonishing vitality radiating from it, his hands trembling slightly. Before he could say anything, Chen directly opened it and helped Su Jiongwo consume the 9-turn Dragon Essence Gene Optimization Liquid. Lei Zhan and the others were left speechless. The liquid melted upon entry, turning into a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones. Su Jiongwo felt an unprecedented sense of comfort spreading throughout his body. His once broken meridians and shattered internal organs were now being repaired and strengthened at an incredible speed. He could even feel his aging bodily functions revitalizing with new life. After a moment, Su Jiongwo slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 101, The Gathering of Great Powers at the Academy. She was strolling here with her husband and had already seen Su Jiongwo once, which had put her in a bad mood. When she turned around and came back, she saw Su Jiongwo standing in the yard again. It was truly an eyesore to see such a country bumpkin standing in such a luxurious and high-end villa. Su Jiongwo didn't want to argue with such sharp-tongued people. However, they were relentless, their voices growing increasingly harsh. The wealthy woman Chen Huan twisted her waist, her face showing a disdain that seemed almost tangible, her voice sharp. "Husband, how can someone like this have the face to stand here, dirtying this place's purity?" Her husband Li Wei, dressed in designer brands and looking slick, chuckled lightly at her words, offering condescension from a position of superiority. "All right, Huan, why bother arguing with such lowly people? It lowers our status." "I'm just worried about our future living environment," she replied, covering her mouth with a coy laugh, but her gaze was like a poisonous needle, piercing straight at Su Jiongwo. "In the future, my son Liang will be studying at the Qinglong Academy, with an unlimited future ahead. It's truly bad luck to be neighbors with such people." Su Jiongwo's face turned ashen, even a clay figurine would have some anger. "Watch your words." Oh, the country bumpkin dares to retort. Chapter 102, Is Your Compensation Meaningful? HMPH. The Qinglong Academy cannot accommodate a child raised by such a person. Long Xiaoyun's tone was chilling. "From today onwards, your son Liang will never be accepted. I will personally inform all higher learning institutions about this matter." Chen Huan felt darkness cloud her vision and nearly fainted. Her son Liang was her greatest pride and hope in life, and now, it was all over. A dignified figure from the Qianqiang group, which built and managed the Sky Realm, spoke up coldly at the right moment. "The Sky Realm does not welcome individuals of low character. Your properties here will be reclaimed immediately, and the relevant funds will be returned according to procedure. Additionally, Mr. Li Wei, we will conduct a thorough investigation into the tax and operational compliance of your companies." Li Wei's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. His face pale and cold sweat soaking through his expensive clothes. His company was being investigated, his property was being reclaimed, and his son's future was severed. All this just from a few words of argument. They had fallen from the clouds into the abyss. "Little brother, we were blind to not recognize a mountain. We can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth." Chen Huan crawled to Su Chen's feet, tears streaming down her face, completely losing her previous noble demeanor. Chapter 103, The Pavilion of All Phenomena. The Pavilion of All Phenomena may not be as renowned as the Qianji Martial Academy, nor does it have the same killing aura as the Xinghe Academy. It is more like a recluse, low-key yet containing the universe within. In terms of overall strength, it may be slightly inferior to the Qianji Martial Academy, but its unique heritage should not be underestimated. Su Jiangxing, a middle-aged scholar, smiled slightly, his demeanor gentle. "Our Pavilion of All Phenomena may not be as wealthy or boast extraordinary treasures like other academies. However, we have a thunder-refining soul tower, built with the efforts of generations of sages, specifically for martial artists who practice lightning techniques." The middle-aged scholar continued unhurriedly, "If Su Jiangxing is willing to come, this tower will be open to him indefinitely. Furthermore, on the top floor of the pavilion's scripture building, there is a fragment of the ancient Thunder Dragon suppression technique. Although it is incomplete, it still possesses earth-shattering power, which Jiangxing can freely consult. Lastly, behind the pavilion, there is a Thunder Calamity liquid pool, though small. It can accumulate a bit of Thunder Calamity liquid each year. The pavilion promises that Su Jiangxing can receive the Thunder Calamity liquid produced each year." Chapter 104, The Destiny. Once all the outsiders left, the villa finally returned to peace, leaving only Su Jiongwo and his son. The excitement and pride on Su Jiongwo's face had not faded. He looked at his son, his lips moving as if he had 1,000 words, but didn't he know where to start? He extended a slightly trembling hand, patting Su Chen's shoulder heavily. If your mother knew, she would be so happy. Mentioning his deceased wife, Su Jiongwo's voice choked. He paused, as if making a certain decision. Tomorrow, we will go to light incense for your mother. Let her know that you have succeeded, become a star general, and are going to a good academy. Su Chen's body slightly paused, then he gently nodded. Meanwhile, in a dark hall unknown to the human world, deep within the hall, a perpetual lamp emitted a ghastly green light, illuminating the grotesque and strange carvings on the walls. The air was filled with a rich sandalwood fragrance, mingled with a faint hint of blood. This was one of the secret strongholds of the Destiny cult. In the Eastern War Zone, the first Su Chen from the Qianlong training camp had been promoted to a star general in the Star General competition, specially invited to the Pavilion of All Phenomena. Chapter 105, Bitter Winds and Rain. The response was quite quick. A raspy voice with a hint of mockery sounded. No wonder you are the star general chosen by the Pavilion of All Phenomena. He stepped forward, and the water underfoot silently parted. Unfortunately, geniuses are often prone to untimely demise. Su Chen's pupils constricted, and the Duanhong thunder pivot instantly appeared in his hand, the blade shimmering with lightning. Those targeted by our Destiny cult have only one outcome. Cold rain mixed with intense killing intent rushed towards him. Su Chen shielded his father behind him, his gaze sharp as a knife, scanning the black-clad figures surrounding them. Each black-clad person exuded a strong aura, clearly elite, yet at this moment, they resembled a pack of hungry wolves waiting for a hunt, locking onto their only prey. He stepped forward, the rain parting silently beneath his feet, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and the Duanhong thunder pivot's blade shimmered with fine lightning, making a faint crackling sound. A soft sound of the blade sang, and the Duanhong thunder pivot quickly unsheathed. It wasn't just speed, it was an extreme coordination. As if every part of his body, every thought, perfectly merged with the knife in his hand. The true meaning of martial arts, perfected. Chapter 106, Blood Feud. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Su Chen replied. The father and son held an umbrella, stepping carefully out of the graveyard that had just witnessed a massacre. Lei Zhan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. On their way back, the two remained silent. The rain fell diagonally, pattering against the umbrella, creating a rustling sound. Su Jiongwo's mood was still hard to calm. He occasionally steals a glance at his silent son beside him. This child he has watched grow up has unknowingly reached a height he can hardly imagine. The scene of strong enemies turning to ashes in an instant is deeply engraved in his mind. It is shocking, unfamiliar, yet accompanied by an indescribable sense of pride. Soon, they return to the villa and push open the door. Su Chen turns around, his gaze calmly landing on Su Jiongwo's weathered face. Dad, I want to know about Mom. His voice is soft but carries an undeniable firmness. This matter is something Su Jiongwo has been reluctant to discuss with him since childhood, fearing it would affect him. Su Jiongwo's body shudders slightly. He opens his mouth, but his throat feels like it is stuffed with cotton. He has kept this secret for too long. Long enough to almost believe it would rot in his belly. Chapter 107, Three-Eyed Blood Toad. Su Chen's gaze does not linger on them for long, he simply speaks coldly. Stay away, don't linger here. His voice is as cold as the rainy day, devoid of any emotion. Qin Huai's smile stiffens slightly. She can sense the distance in Su Chen's tone. Zhao Yu's expression darkens immediately upon hearing this. He prides himself as a gifted child, a top student of Yushu Academy. When has he ever been spoken to in such a commanding tone? Especially in front of Qin Huai and Li Meng. He snorts coldly, steps forward, blocking the two girls, and stares directly at Su Chen. What do you mean by that? We are here to train, and it seems unrelated to you. Although this is the Black Mist Forest, we still have the ability to handle the outer areas. Zhao Yu deliberately raises his voice, carrying a hint of arrogance. Su Chen's gaze finally falls on Zhao Yu. His eyes calm as if looking at a rock. The faint threat sends a chill rising from Zhao Yu's feet. But he cannot back down. In front of the two junior sisters, if he is frightened away by a single word from Su Chen, how will he stand before them in the future? What do you want? Zhao Yu suppresses the unease in his heart and sneers. Chapter 108. Rapid healing. The sound waves are like tangible shock waves, madly spreading in all directions. The air is torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Nearby trees, under this roar, are crushed like paper by an invisible giant hand, instantly turning into powder. Distant rocks also explode under this terrifying sound wave, rolling down. Qin Yue and Li Meng feel their heads buzz as if struck by a heavy hammer. Their vision goes dark, their ears temporarily deafened, blood seeping from their mouths and noses, their legs weaken, and they collapse to the ground. If it weren't for the residual power of Su Chen's previous strike, which formed an invisible barrier that weakened much of the sound wave's power, they would likely have exploded at this moment. Zhao Yu is in a slightly better condition, but only slightly. The true energy within him is thrown into disorder by this roar, his blood surging, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. His complexion pales, and his eyes are filled with endless despair and fear. What kind of monster is this? He murmurs, his voice twisted by extreme fear. His identity as a genius of Yushu Academy feels insignificant, like dust in the face of such a world-destroying existence. Chapter 109. Inhuman might. Is this really your true strength? Zhao Yu's heart is in turmoil. The awe he once felt from Su Chen's single finger has now turned into deep fear and helplessness. This guy's strength is so terrifying. No wonder Li Meng and Qin Yue treated him that way that day. Only by witnessing Su Chen's power firsthand can one feel this extreme shock. The three-eyed blood toad's three vertical pupils suddenly constrict. It senses a terrifying threat from Su Chen. This pressure even surpasses some peak Nirvana realm human experts it has encountered before. Impossible. You are just a human boy. The three-eyed blood toad roars in disbelief. Its massive body begins to swell, strange blood-colored patterns appearing on its surface, a more intense blood-evil energy surging out from within, attempting to resist Su Chen's pressure. Su Chen's expression is indifferent, ignoring the three-eyed blood toad's roar. He slowly raises his right hand, fingers spread wide, and lifts upward. A low shout rings out, like a divine decree from the heavens. In an instant, endless golden light gathers behind Su Chen. A towering golden giant, reaching 100 feet high, begins to take shape rapidly. Chapter 110. Entering the academy. Qin Yue and Li Meng gradually recover from their shock. They look at Su Chen's back, their eyes filled with complex emotions. There is shock, awe, and a hint of indescribable distance. Li Meng opens her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, no sound comes out. Qin Yue silently watches Su Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of bitterness. Su Chen has no intention of reminiscing with them. He glances at them lightly before turning around, his figure flickering a few times, disappearing at the edge of the devastated forest, leaving behind a scarred earth and three young people, whose minds are shattered. At this moment, in the City Lord's mansion, an intelligence officer rushes in, pale-faced. Lord Lei. It's bad. There was a violent energy fluctuation in the core area of the Black Mist Forest just now, far exceeding previous records. According to satellite thermal imaging and energy detection, the core area seems to have been flattened. Lei Zhan suddenly stands up from his seat, his face filled with horror. What? Flattened? What about the powerful beasts in the core area? All life signals have disappeared, the intelligence officer struggles to swallow. Lei Zhan gasps, sitting back down heavily. Chapter 111. Display of authority on the file. The string of shocking achievements and evaluations following Su Chen's name makes even his mentor, who is used to seeing geniuses, feel his scalp tingle. Several students around notice the change in their mentor's expression, one of them narrowing his eyes. What's wrong with the mentor? Such a big reaction. Who cares? He must have used backdoor connections. He must be shocked by his way of doing things. Ha ha ha. There will be a good show to watch soon. A few students exchange glances, smirking, preparing to watch Su Chen's joke. Just then, a cheerful voice comes from behind Su Chen. Classmate. Su Chen turns around and sees a tall, slender young man with a sunny smile. Hello, my name is Lin Mo, and I'm also a special recruit this year. Lin Mo extends his hand with a warm smile. We'll be classmates from now on. Shall we go check out the dormitory area together? Su Chen glanced at Lin Mo, seeing sincerity in the other person's eyes. Good. At this moment, the mentor also handed Su Chen's identification over, with an attitude that showed no sign of doubt. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't say anything, took his identification, and walked toward the dormitory area with Lin Mo. Meanwhile, over in the dormitory area. Chapter 112, Defeating the Senior Swish. The ice spear grazed his side, leaving a deep blood mark visible to the bone, instantly staining his clothes red with blood. Shilei groaned softly. A hint of pain on his face, but more so, a fierce determination. You have successfully angered me. He stomped hard on the ground. A more violent earth energy erupted from within him, charging forward like an angry bull, rushing towards Leng Yang. The yellow glow of his fist condensed to the extreme, as if encapsulating a true giant stone. Rock-crushing fist. Before the fist even reached the heavy and oppressive aura, had already made Leng Yang feel a momentary halt in his breath. Leng Yang's expression became serious, not daring to be careless for a moment. As the powers of ice and fire rapidly intertwined in front of him, forming a shield of ice and fire. At the same time, his mental power transformed into countless fine needles, attempting to disrupt Shilei's attack. Boom! Shilei's fist slammed heavily against the ice and fire shield. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the venue. Ice shards and sparks scattered everywhere. The ice and fire shield that Leng Yang had gathered shattered in less than a breath's time. The immense impact force from the shattered shield hit Leng Yang's chest solidly. Chapter 113, Snatching points back. Su Chen slightly tilted his head, glancing at Zhao Qian, who was moaning on the ground, his brow furrowing imperceptibly, seemingly dissatisfied with the noise caused by this punch. Qin Yefei's face turned extremely red, his blood surging within. Almost unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. Just the residual force made him feel this way. Where did this kid come from? He stared at Su Chen fiercely, his eagle-like eyes finally revealing true seriousness and wariness for the first time. He had misjudged. This newcomer was not a lamb to be slaughtered at all. In the suffocating silence, Su Chen walked slowly to the few upperclassmen who had been knocked back and were struggling to get up. Looking down from above. Points. Su Chen spoke lightly, his voice not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable chill. Hand it over. Wow. The dead silence was instantly broken. The few upperclassmen were first taken aback at his words, then their faces revealed expressions of humiliation and anger. What did you say? One upperclassman, clutching his painfully aching chest, gritted his teeth and said, Kid, do you dare to rob us? Sun Miao also struggled to get up, his face pale, but still forcing himself to shout angrily, Do you know who we are? We are from the Star Ruins group. You newcomer really have some nerve. Chapter 114, Listening to the Land Pavilion. The treatment of the Star General was indeed extraordinary. Leng Yang felt bitter in his heart. He had thought that after entering the Wanshang Qianga following the college entrance examination, he would have the chance to catch up to Su Chen, at least being among the top young talents. But now it seemed that the gap was widening in a despairing manner. Is this guy really human? How could he become so strong in such a short time? Su Chen nodded to the mentor, took the jade token of the listening to the land pavilion, and then looked at Lin Mo and Leng Yang. Where is your dormitory? Lin Mo smiled slightly, scratching his head. I'm in the building next door. Although it can't compare to yours, it's still not bad. He really didn't expect that casually teaming up with someone at the admissions office would lead him to this year's star general. Leng Yang took a deep breath, seriously saying to Chen, Chen, after the training camp, you have reached a height that I can hardly aspire to. His gaze was complex, filled with admiration, disappointment, but more so, a rekindled fighting spirit. Chen replied indifferently. The path of martial arts has its own opportunities. There is no need to belittle yourself. He pushed open the heavy jade stone door of the listening to the land pavilion, and a more intense and pure spiritual energy rushed towards him. The interior of the villa was decorated to perfection, with warm spirit jade flooring, walls inlaid with moonstone that emitted a soft glow, and furniture made from thousand-year-old agar wood, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Chapter 115. Fighting Spirit. The Martial Extreme ranking is a pure combat power ranking. Apart from the top tier, the lower parts of the list often see changes over time. This is because anyone confident in their own strength can challenge those on the ranking at any time. As for the well-known Storm ranking, it is established by gathering the top experts from the other 4 rankings. To get onto the Storm ranking is not just about having strength and points, it's more complicated than that. Chen's gaze gradually became sharp. Interesting. There are indeed many experts in this Wanshang Qianga. This makes it challenging. All resources will be mine. He slowly stood up and walked to the center of the villa's training room. Taking a deep breath, the dormant dragon awakening technique in his body quietly operated, and a mighty force of blood and energy began to rise. Suddenly, Chen clenched his right fist tightly, not using any true qi or martial skills, but purely with physical strength. He punched forward through the air. Bang! A dull thunderous sound erupted in the room. The air was instantly compressed, forming a visible white shockwave that violently surged out, creating a series of ear-splitting reverberations. The entire listening to the land pavilion trembled slightly in response. Chapter 116. What are you? Not only that, but you can also receive the protection of the Star Ruins Group. Within the Academy, whether for tasks, resources, or secret realm exploration, the Star Ruins Group can provide you with great convenience. On the Academy's merit list, among the top 100, our Star Ruins Group members occupy at least 10 spots, and on the Martial Extreme ranking, we also have several seniors at the forefront. More importantly, our group leader, Lei Qianjue, is a talented figure on the Storm ranking and is destined to be one of the pillars of the Wanshang Qianga in the future. Songxing spoke with excitement, as if all these honors were his own. By joining us, you will receive fixed points and training resources every month, along with the opportunity for personal guidance from group leader Lei Qianjue. Moreover, some special training areas not open to ordinary students are also accessible to members of the Star Ruins Group. He listed the benefits of joining the Star Ruins Group, each one enough to make an ordinary newcomer's heart race. Many around were listening with wide eyes. These conditions were simply like pies falling from the sky. After Songxing finished speaking, he looked at Chen with a hint of pride, waiting for him to gratefully agree. In his view, a newcomer, no matter how capable, had no reason to refuse such generous conditions. Chapter 117. The new student assembly. Lin Mo couldn't help but click his tongue. Although he believed Chen would never join the Star Ruins Corps, the fact that he had incapacitated someone on the path of martial arts with a single blow showed he was indeed a ruthless person. Chen slowly retracted his fist, not even glancing at the 3 unconscious individuals. Eating a meal could be so disheartening. Chen spoke, his voice not loud, but it thundered in everyone's ears. Join you, he said, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, mocking the Star Ruins Corps in front of everyone. Do you deserve it? The crowd erupted in an uproar. If Chen's earlier comment about what they were meant was arrogant, then now, these simple words, combined with his formidable power that had incapacitated 3 members of the Star Ruins Corps, were a blatant slap to their faces. It was like pressing the face of the Star Ruins Corps to the ground and rubbing it hard. Unbelievable. Lin Mo finally snapped back to reality from his extreme shock and instinctively cursed. This is too exaggerated. He looked at Su Chen's back, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. This was the true demeanor of a big shot. No matter how powerful the Star Ruins Corps or their enforcers were, if provoked, he could still take them down with a single punch. The surrounding students also recovered from their initial shock, their eyes filled with awe, curiosity, and even a hint of excitement as they looked at Su Chen. Chapter 118, The manifestation of martial arts. Su Chen's mind stirred, and the Taishu induction quietly operated. Threads of pure energy were drawn from the void, merging into his limbs and eventually flowing into his mental sea. The 10 illusory martial arts' true intentions began to undergo subtle changes under the nourishment of this energy. The originally vague outlines gradually became clearer. This process was extremely slow. Every tiny change required Su Chen to expend a significant amount of mental energy and power to guide and sculpt. It was like a top-notch craftsman carefully polishing a peerless treasure. Time flowed bit by bit. His mind was highly concentrated, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The 10 types of martial arts' true intentions had different attributes, and the difficulty of condensing and manifesting them simultaneously was immense. Yet, there was no sign of impatience on Su Chen's face, only calmness. As the night deepened, the lights in the Tinglan Pavilion remained bright. Su Chen's cultivation continued. The dormant dragon True Qi in his Dantian, aided by the Taishu induction, was also steadily growing, constantly crashing against the barriers of realms. The Nirvana True Fire tribulation of the earth fire washes the marrow was already not far away. The night completely faded, and the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, falling on the eaves of the Tinglan Pavilion. Chapter 119, Martial Arts Demonstration. If it wasn't seized, could the top few names on the merit list really be accumulated from completing academy tasks? It seemed impossible just to think about it. Only through healthy competition could true powerhouses emerge. Just when everyone thought Shuyuan would continue speaking, Xiaoran suddenly pushed through the crowd in front of him and stepped onto the high platform. He stood below the platform, looking up at Su Chen, his voice clearly resonating throughout the square. Su Chen, right? The name of the Star General is indeed loud. However, as the top scholar of this province, I have some doubts. I want to know, while your name as the Star General is so prominent, could there be some exaggeration? Who is stronger? You as the Star General, or I as the top scholar? His tone carried unabashed arrogance and provocation. Then, without further ado, he stated directly, I am very interested in your Tinglan Pavilion. Do you dare to fight me? Let's wager on the Tinglan Pavilion. With these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The provincial martial arts champion actually challenged the Star General in public. While they all wanted to know who was truly the number one among the younger generation, they never expected it to come so quickly. Chapter 120, Ridiculous Power. Some of the older students, who had watched this year's college entrance examination, immediately recognized Xiaoran's law form and gasped. Su Chen, take my sword. Xiaoran pointed his fingers like a sword and swung forward fiercely. Clang! A piercing sword sound resonated through the sky. The giant sword form behind him followed suit, its enormous blade tearing through the air with unmatched might, striking down towards Su Chen. Before the sword arrived, the fierce sword energy rushed towards him, stinging his cheeks painfully. The ground of the square cracked under the pressure of this sword's might. Seeing this, Shuyuan waved his sleeve, and a golden light curtain descended, enveloping the entire square. At the same time, Chu Qingyao also moved. Her figure flickered, appearing like a ghost on Su Chen's left side. I seal. Chu Qingyao's voice was cold as she formed a hand seal. In an instant, an extreme chill spread out. The moisture in the air quickly condensed into countless ice crystals. A huge ice phoenix phantom formed behind her, its icy eyes exuding a soul-freezing chill. The ice phoenix's law form flapped its wings, and countless ice spikes shot towards Su Chen like a torrential rain, each one shimmering with a ghostly blue light, containing terrifying penetrating power. Chapter 121, The Star General is not something you can mess with at that moment, Chen's voice rang out again. Since you all aren't moving, then I will. As soon as these words came out, the three felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts, and when they looked over, they saw Chen standing quietly. Yet his entire aura was rising at a terrifying speed. Buzz? In the air, the faint purple arcs were no longer the only thing leaping. A deeper, more condensed, and more terrifying aura emanated from Chen's body. It was no longer just the might of true thunder. In an instant, behind Chen, the void seemed to be torn apart. 10 beams of light, each with different colors and forms, all exuding a terrifying aura that made souls tremble, slowly emerged, swirling uncertainly. The 10 completely different yet perfectly blended martial arts' true intentions were like 10 awakened ancient deities, radiating their unique charm and pressure. They were no longer ethereal concepts. They had nearly solidified into substance, transforming into an extension of Chen's power and a manifestation of his will. What is that? Some new students gasped, their voices trembling. Martial arts true intentions, true martial arts intentions. And not just one. An older student screamed, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 122, The Academy Storm. He wanted to shout, to argue, but his throat felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Unable to produce even a whisper. 10 types of martial arts true intentions, what an unreachable realm that was. He didn't even dare to think about it. Yet someone had truly achieved it. This is truly ironic. Lu Qingshan was painfully helped up by his companions. He opened his mouth and spat out a jet of blood. His eyes filled with disbelief and deep despair. The giant spirit law he took pride in was as fragile as thin paper in front of Chen's 10 martial arts true meanings, easily crushed. Chu Qingyao's delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with various emotions, as she stared blankly at Chen. She had always thought of herself as the proud daughter of heaven, a standout among her peers. Even if she fell a bit short of Lu Qingshan and Xiao Ran, she believed she would have the chance to catch up in the future. But today, Chen used the most direct and brutal way to tell her what it meant to have someone beyond oneself, and a sky beyond the sky. She would never have the qualification to compete with Chen in her lifetime. Chen was the horizon she could never reach, no matter how hard she tried. On the high platform, when Shuyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, his voice sounded slightly dry as he spoke. Chapter 123, Instant Life and Death. Wow! The true self has appeared. The god of Su has personally come down. This is a challenge letter. What about those old students who questioned the god of Su before? Come out and take a few steps. Chen no longer paid attention to the uproar on the forum and casually tossed his phone aside. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and directed his gaze toward a specially designated area in the villa. There, a uniquely shaped metal device filled with a sense of technology was placed. It was one of the unique cultivation assistance facilities of the Listening Land Pavilion, the Wanxiang Weapon Library Terminal. Through this terminal, residents could consume points to directly exchange for various resources such as cultivation techniques, martial skills, elixirs, and materials from the Academy's library. Chen walked to the terminal and tapped the smooth screen with his fingertips. The hundreds of academic credits he borrowed from Qin Yefei were just right for use. Although his Thunder Prison Blade technique was powerful, as his strength improved, especially after integrating the 10 martial arts true meanings, he could not neglect the enhancement of his artistic realm. The screen shimmered, quickly listing a series of blade technique manuals. Chen's gaze quickly swept over them and finally landed on a 7th-tier blade technique called Instant True Thunder Slash. This blade technique also centered around harnessing the power of thunder, emphasizing the use of supreme blade intent to summon divine thunder from the 9 heavens. Chapter 124, A Blade Shakes the Academy. Just the first move was already so astonishing. If cultivated to a deep level, What kind of scene would it be like to summon 10,000 thunders with one slash? He had consumed nearly 30% of his true energy. But his spirit was even more invigorated. Just as Chen executed that astonishing slash in the Listening Land Pavilion's training room, the vast Wanxiang Pavilion, a top-tier academy, felt a fleeting yet heart-pounding terrifying wave in countless corners. Lin Mo was enthusiastically browsing the campus forum on his computer, following the latest developments about Chen. Just as he was engrossed, an inexplicable sense of heart palpitation surged in his chest. Immediately following, he felt the entire house seem to shake slightly. The water cup on the table rippled with circles. Huh? Lin Mo frowned, his expression rarely turning serious, as if he had become a different person. No, this feeling. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze penetrating through the window toward the depths of the academy, in the direction of the Listening Land Pavilion. An indescribable sharp aura seemed like an invisible sword sweeping in from that direction, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The aura came quickly and vanished just as fast, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 125, The Mountains Part. Chen glanced around, taking in everyone's expressions. A faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth, carrying an indescribable meaning. It was a sense of overlooking, a sense of indifference. A light laugh clearly entered everyone's ears. Thank you for waiting. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable power. Sorry, that was probably just 30% of my strength. 30% of my strength. Boom. This sentence exploded in everyone's minds like a true thunderclap. Xiaoran felt darkness engulf him. And the little bit of spirit he had just managed to gather was instantly shattered. If 30% of his strength was this terrifying, what would his true strength be? Shaking the heavens and the earth. Unreachable. Those 4 words once again solidified into substance, smashing into his heart, nearly suffocating him. Lin Mo was even more dumbfounded, murmuring. 30%? Are you kidding? That's not scientific. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted sharply, he thought he had highly estimated Chen. But it seemed he was still far from the truth. Chu Qingyao's breath also slightly paused, her beautiful eyes even more radiant. Chen's gaze swept over Xiaoran. Then over Lu Qingshan, finally resting on the distant horizon. Chapter 126, Provoking Everyone. When Shuyuan put down the ancient book, still wearing a gentle smile. But a hint of barely noticeable seriousness flashed in his eyes. What is so alarming? Chen. The Star General summoned by Lord Wen. He shattered all 5 major rankings of the Qianwu Square, and now he wants to challenge everyone. The mentor said, breathless. The smile on Wen Shuyuan's face instantly froze. The ancient book in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. What did you say? He suddenly stood up, a terrifying aura unconsciously radiating from him, making that mentor go silent. What does this Chen want to do? Is he trying to break the heavens? Immediately notify the principal, come with me to Qianwu Square. Wen Shuyuan's figure swayed, vanishing from the quiet room at an incredibly fast speed. Meanwhile, at Qianwu Square, Chen's challenge completely ignited the fury in the hearts of all the talented individuals. Who among those who could enter the Wanxiang Pavilion was not proud? Who was not a top genius from their respective regions? They initially watched Xiaoran and others being crushed with a sense of amusement, although shocked by Chen's strength. They never belittled themselves, having never experienced such direct humiliation and contempt. Chapter 127, One-on-One Challenge on the Martial Extreme List. Ji Yuan's gaze didn't even catch sight of where Chen was. He felt an indescribable terrifying power suddenly strike his chest. When he looked ahead again, Chen was already in front of him. What is happening? As Ji Yuan endured the intense pain, his mind was filled with questions. His eyes bulged, clearly hearing the cracking sound of his breastbone shattering. That force was overwhelming, instantly dismantling all his defenses, and the violent strength surged through him. In his horrified gaze, his body arched like a broken sack, and then flew backward faster than it had come. Poof! A mouthful of fresh blood mixed with fragments of internal organs traced a mournful arc in the air. Gu Yuan's body crashed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. He twitched a few times and then completely fell silent, a clear fist mark deeply indented in his chest, shocking to behold. The 10th on the martial extreme ranking, Gu Yuan, was defeated by Chen with a single punch. The entire Qianwu square fell into an even more profound silence than before. The chill was more piercing, rushing from everyone's souls straight to their heads. One punch overturned the 10th on the martial extreme ranking. Chapter 128. One move to defeat the enemy. He wore a brown martial robe, and just standing there gave a sense of heaviness, as if he were one with the earth. Second on the martial extreme ranking, Shi Zhongqian. At the same time, Ling Yanxiao's figure flickered slightly, and he stood with his hands behind his back not far from Chen. He couldn't be bothered with any nonsense. Since they were here to challenge the martial extreme ranking, they would let their martial prowess speak for itself. The first, second, and third on the martial extreme ranking. Any one of these three was a true top-tier combat power of the Wanxiang Pavilion, an existence that countless students looked up to. Now, the three of them had come together, aiming directly at Chen. The atmosphere of the entire square was tense to the extreme. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this battle that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Wanxiang Pavilion. Xiaoran and others had completely lost the ability to think. Above Qianwu Square, the air seemed to solidify, with only three terrifying auras intertwining and colliding, producing an invisible roar. Yang Potion's red hair danced wildly, flames surging around him, scorching the blue stone slabs beneath his feet to a slightly charred state. His eyes, burning with flames, locked onto Chen, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was filled with bloodthirsty enthusiasm. I have heard the name of the star of the generals from my father, and today I will come to test your worthiness for such a high evaluation. Chapter 129. Is this all the old students have? One move heavily injured Yang Potian. This was no longer something an ordinary initial stage Nirvana realm could do. Principal, this young man's strength is probably not inferior to some mid-stage Nirvana realm old students, Wen Shuyuan said with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Kang Zhuan stroked his beard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Not only is he not inferior, but in my opinion, ordinary mid-stage Nirvana realm practitioners would also find it difficult to fare well against him. This kid is hiding quite deep. We have truly struck gold this time. A tremendous treasure. Kang Zhuan was in a great mood, completely free of the slightest worry he had before. Such a star of the generals is worth the Wanxiang Pavilion sparing no effort to recruit. He turned to Wen Shuyuan and said, "Let's go. I want to see what kind of surprises he can bring us." Wen Shuyuan respectfully agreed, and followed behind Kang Zhuan, as the two quietly headed towards Qianwu Square, ready to closely observe this battle that was destined to be recorded in history. On Qianwu Square, after Chen incapacitated Yang Potian with one move, his gaze slowly swept over the remaining two. Ling Yanxiao's expression remained calm, but there was a new seriousness in his eyes. Chapter 130. The first Ling Yanxiao. Is this all the top three on the martial extreme ranking? This brief question was like an invisible slap in the face, stinging all the old students of the Wanxiang Pavilion. Chen's gaze swept over the remaining martial extreme ranking members who were barely standing, his eyes carrying a hint of nearly undisguised contempt. "I see you don't need to come one by one." A sound of gasping filled the crowd, but it was quickly suppressed. To all those on the martial extreme ranking, if you still have a bit of blood in you, come at me all at once. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena was shocked. This was not arrogance, it was a near-judgmental calm, as if the outcome had long been predetermined. "Come challenge me." The moment the words fell, an indescribable terrifying aura erupted from Chen's body. It was not merely a fluctuation of true energy, nor was it pure killing intent. It was a pressure of absolute suppression, vast and boundless, like an ancient god or demon that had slept for billions of years. Now opening its eyes. The air suddenly became thick, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. The surrounding light seemed to distort around him, outlining a figure that was not particularly tall, but appeared incredibly majestic at this moment, even carrying a hint of a fierce outline. Chapter 131, All subdued a terrifying hurricane. Merely from the pressure generated as the fist shadow formed, swept out in all directions. The carefully prepared attacks from the martial extreme-ranking members supporting from the side were instantly blown apart like leaves in a storm, their power greatly diminished. Some with weaker cultivation were even directly blown away along with their attacks, their protective true energy shattering. Ling Yinxiao's pupils constricted suddenly, filled with disbelief and despair. In his vision, that golden fist was the entire world. It blocked out the light of the heavens and extinguished thought. His proud Qing Qian Feng Lei Peng avatar appeared as small as a frightened bird in front of this golden giant fist, trembling in fear. The Feng Lei Peng avatar let out a piercing cry of anguish, a fear born from the instinct of life. Feeling an unprecedented threat from the destructive aura emanating from the golden fist shadow. In an instant, a dazzling flash of blue and gold light erupted, blindingly bright. Then came a sound like a mountain collapsing. Ling Yinxiao's Qing Qian Feng Lei Peng avatar, that towering and imposing presence, melted away like ice and snow under the blazing sun the moment it came into contact with the golden fist shadow, rapidly crumbling apart. Chapter 132, Heavy rewards. She felt that her understanding of the word genius was being violently overturned and then reshaped by Chen in the most brutal and direct way at that moment. Lin Mo also clicked his tongue, feeling an electric current surge from his tailbone straight to his brain cortex, making all the hair on his body stand on end. My goodness! He was so excited that he was incoherent, but his voice was drowned out by the surrounding uproar. Several students with poor psychological endurance, hearing Chen's domineering declaration, rolled their eyes and fell down just like those who had fallen before. The sounds of gasps, discussions, and incredulous screams finally shattered the extreme oppression. The entire training ground boiled over, as if countless red-hot irons had been thrown in, with every corner steaming with unbelievable heat waves. Countless gazes converged on that proud and upright figure. Among those gazes were awe, fervor, and deep submission. Especially from the young female students, their beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. They looked at Chen as if they were gazing up at a young god or demon walking in the world, capable of overturning the universe and redefining the rules with every gesture. Chapter 133, First in the entire ranking. This is the 9-leaf starflower, which blooms once every 100 years. Bears fruit once every 100 years, and takes another 100 years to mature. The leaves contain innate great power that can cleanse the soul and stabilize realms. The second radiance is a blood-colored crystal stone the size of a fist, pulsating faintly like a heart, as if magma flows within it, emitting astonishing heat and overwhelming life energy. This is the essence of the Earth Fire Dragon's embryo. A treasure that took 100 years to form by drawing on the true dragon energy of the Earth's core from the depths of a volcano. Just one drop can revive the dead and refine the flesh, enhancing vitality. The third radiance is a transparent jade bottle containing a pool of silver liquid resembling liquid thunder. Fine electric arcs leap within, making crackling sounds, and just looking at it sends a tingle down one's spine. And this? Kang Zhuan's gaze deepened. This is the Thunder Calamity liquid. I'm sure you have heard its name from Wen Shuyuan. He looked at Chen, hinting at something. This is one of the treasures that Wen Shuyuan promised Chen on behalf of the Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion. Everyone present gasped at the sight of these three items. Especially the last one, the Thunder Calamity liquid, causing their breaths to almost stop. Chapter 134, Three Great Foundations. Immediately, this storm swept at an astonishing speed towards the other four academies. In the Heavenly Mechanism Martial Academy, in an ancient hall floating above the clouds, several powerful young men were seated around a jade stone table. The table was filled with fragrant spirit fruits and ethereal tea. The Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion. A group of useless people indeed. A young man dressed in a brocade white robe, handsome yet slightly arrogant, lifted the jade cup before him. Gently swirling the amber liquid inside, a disdainful smile tugging at his lips. His name is Jiang Wushang, a well-known prodigy of the Heavenly Mechanism Martial Academy. Hailing from the ancient Jiang family, with deep foundations and extraordinary strength. Brother Jiang is mistaken. Although the Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion has declined in recent years. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. It's not surprising if they occasionally produce one or two capable individuals. A man in green beside him said with a smile, but his tone carried the same contempt. Is it this Chen? Jiang Wushang scoffed. Just because he topped the so-called martial extremity ranking upon entering school sounds impressive. But isn't it a joke that all the people from the Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion, both new and old students combined, can't even defeat a newcomer? Chapter 135, The Day of Ascension. When he opened his eyes again, the thunderous energy in the tower was still raging, but it could no longer shake his spirit in the slightest. His spirit had become incredibly powerful and pure after being tempered by the thunderous energy. Ancient Thunder Dragon Suppression Technique. Chen whispered, his mind sinking into the incomplete Ancient Thunder Technique. Although this technique is a fragment, its initial moves possess earth-shattering power. With the foundation of the Thunder Calamity liquid refining his body, and the thunderous energy refining his soul, Chen found that comprehending this thunder technique was remarkably efficient. His hands began to unconsciously gesture, mysterious seals flowing at his fingertips, strands of thunder power converging around him. Faintly, it seemed as if a phantom of an ancient thunder dragon was condensing behind him, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. Amidst the dragon's roar, Chen's true energy underwent a complete transformation, and the hidden dragon awakening pulse technique broke through at this moment effortlessly. His true energy now contained a trace of dragon might, and could initially communicate with the thunderous power of heaven and earth, turning it to his use. With the preliminary grasp of the ancient Thunder Dragon Suppression Technique, and the breakthrough of the hidden Dragon Awakening Pulse Technique, Chen felt that the power within him had reached its peak. The many martial skills imparted by the Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion flowed through his mind one by one, merging together, and his understanding of martial arts reached a new height, as if he had broken through an invisible barrier. Chapter 136. Gathering of talented individuals in the academy. A young man in a brocade white robe stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the fairy island. It was Jiang Wushang. He gazed into the distance, a trace of inherent arrogance at the corner of his mouth. A stage for a group of mediocre talents, hoping for a few decent opponents to make it less boring. Behind him, several elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Martial Academy had solemn expressions, their auras profound. Wushang. This time at the Ascension Tower, you must seize the top spot and uphold the prestige of our Heavenly Mechanism Martial Academy, one elder solemnly reminded. Jiang Wushang did not turn his head, his voice indifferent. Naturally. In the Azure Dragon Academy, the sound of dragon roars echoed through the skies. A gigantic phantom of a blue dragon spiraling above the academy. Several young men and women with fierce auras stood atop the dragon's head. The leader dressed in azure battle armor, his gaze sharp as an eagle. The Dragon Roar Cloud Academy has issued an order, this time at the Ascension Tower. Our Azure Dragon Academy will only contend for first place. The armored youth's voice boomed. Yes. The others behind him responded in unison, their fighting spirit high. In the lofty Righteousness Pavilion, a grand and majestic aura filled the air. Several young scholars in scholar robes, with elegant and refined temperaments, were led by an elderly man with white hair, stepping on auspicious clouds towards the Ascension Tower. Cultivate oneself, harmonize the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. Chapter 137. Entering the tower. I look forward to seeing how far you can climb in the Ascension Tower, and what rank you can achieve. Chen calmly met Jiang Wushang's gaze, showing no signs of disturbance. He didn't even display a hint of anger. This indifference made Jiang Wushang frown slightly. his displeasure growing. Just then, an ancient and authoritative voice resonated throughout the square. The time has come. The Ascension Tower, open. As the words fell, the massive bronze ancient door standing in the void slowly opened. A vast, ancient, and overwhelming aura surged out from behind the door, sweeping across the white jade square. At that moment, all the young prodigies felt a tremor emanating from their souls. The path to ascension was about to open. Behind the bronze ancient door lay a distorted light and shadow, deep and mysterious, as if connecting to another unknown space and time. The vast ancient aura, carrying a heart-pounding pressure, made all the young prodigies present momentarily hold their breath. Their blood boiled with excitement, and their fighting spirit surged. The Ascension Tower is rumored to contain opportunities, as well as endless dangers. It is the best testing ground for assessing the true strength of a generation of prodigies. All disciples participating in the Ascension Tower trial enter in order. Chapter 138. Pushing the tower at light speed. The white jade square was silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the area where Chen was located on the light screen. The scene that had just occurred happened too quickly, too suddenly. That many people hadn't even reacted yet. When they saw Chen punch and kill a 6th-tier 3-headed demon wolf, they all gasped in shock. One punch. Instant kill of a 6th-tier ferocious beast. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? That's a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Comparable to the early stage of Nirvana. Is this Chen really a new student from your Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion? It can't be that an old student is trying to create a gimmick, right? The rising exclamations broke the silence of the square. The elder from the Qianji martial house, who had previously mocked, now had a frozen smile on his face, replaced by an expression of disbelief and shock. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had seen it wrong, while feeling a complex mix of emotions inside. If he had known that Chen's power had such expressiveness, perhaps he shouldn't have easily given up during the competition for Chen. Jiang Wushang's light point was currently entangled with 2 or 3 demon wolves. Although it was also a crushing defeat, it appeared to be slightly less overwhelming. The other prodigies from different academies mostly exhibited similar performances. Chapter 139. Filthy Things. Another elder from the Qinglong Academy spoke in a grave tone, educating everyone. Many years ago, a remarkably talented senior from our Qinglong Academy also reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, but perished under the soul-eating demon flower on the 10th level, suffering severe damage to his soul, and took a whole year to recover. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Even the soul-eating demon flower, which was adept at soul manipulation, couldn't stop Chen's progress. However, the scene they had anticipated of Chen's light point struggling on the 10th level did not happen. That dazzling light point, after entering the 10th level, merely paused imperceptibly for a few breaths before erupting with astonishing speed and ascending again. Another second pass. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the soul-eating demon flower be killed in seconds? The elder from the Qianji martial house screamed in a loss of composure, unable to accept this fact. The joy on Kang Zhuan's face grew even more intense. He could even feel his heart pounding violently in his chest. The fact was right in front of him. What was impossible? Kang Zhuan snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the stunned individuals from various academies, a sense of unprecedented exhilaration surging in his heart. Chapter 140. Puppet Youth in the Square. Gasps of astonishment rose and fell like waves, one after another. Everyone was completely shocked by Chen's miraculous performance. The Celestial Tower. 12th level. The environment here was even more bizarre and ominous. The sky displayed a dark blood-red color, as if it would drip blood at any moment. The ground was cracked, barren of any grass. The air was filled with a dense atmosphere of death and despair. The moment Chen stepped into this level, several figures exuding a terrifying aura slowly crawled out from the cracked earth. Those figures still vaguely retained human outlines. However, their bodies had long since decayed. Some were missing arms, others half of their heads, their bodies wrapped in thick black mist and resentful thoughts. In their hollow eye sockets burned ghostly green flames. Staring fixedly at Chen, emitting a silent roar. These could no longer be called fierce beasts. They resembled evil spirits crawling out from hell, embodiments of death and evil. Not quite human. Chen's brows finally furrowed for the first time. These things gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Not because they were powerful, but because of the pure, nauseating evil and deathly silence emanating from them. Chapter 141, Blurred Fragments. Jiang Wushang let out a long breath, a trace of undisguised pride appearing on his handsome face. 15th level. In nearly a decade, apart from a few individuals, no one has reached my step. He felt the surging true qi within him, the corners of his mouth lifting into a confident arc. In his view, the top position of this celestial tower was already in his grasp. That so-called Eastern War Zone star, Chen. At this moment, he was probably still struggling below the 10th level. Jiang Wushang chuckled softly, directing his gaze toward the entrance to the next level, his fighting spirit rising. He wanted to continue pushing upward. He wanted everyone to know that he, Jiang Wushang, was the most dazzling prodigy of this generation. However, he did not know that at this moment, no one in the square cared about the number 15 anymore. Everyone's attention was like iron filings drawn to a magnet, firmly fixed on the light point that had already reached a terrifying height. 30th level. When the light point representing Chen stopped at the 30th level, the entire square fell into a dead silence. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, maintaining a posture of looking up, motionless. Chapter 142, An Eye for Talent. The entire square, despite gathering tens of thousands of people, was terrifyingly quiet, with even the sound of a falling needle audible. An invisible yet heavy pressure enveloped everyone's hearts, as if it were the silence before a storm. What is going on? This atmosphere is so tense. Li Meng murmured softly, instinctively gripping Qin Ya's sleeve. Just then, the sky, without warning, darkened. Following that, a terrifying pressure capable of overshadowing mountains and rivers, rendering the sun and moon dim, roared down from the sky. It was the principal of the Qianji Martial House. Also the principal of the Haoran Righteousness Pavilion. They had personally come. A series of gasps erupted from the crowd. Several figures slowly emerged, with each step they took. The void trembled, as if the very great Tao were ringing for them. They were true giants standing at the peak. At the same time, from all directions of the square, dozens of equally powerful auras soared to the sky. Those were the ancestors of major families hidden among the crowd, elders of ancient sects, or powerful figures from prestigious clans. They were all drawn by the shocking news, willing to expend great costs to rush here as quickly as possible. After all, breaking the record of the Celestial Tower was a monumental event. Chapter 143. About to reach the summit, the entire shattered world of the 35th level wailed under this momentum. The cracks in the ground spreading more densely, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. The blood-red eyes of that figure held no rationality, only pure, boiling desire for slaughter, locking onto Chen. No words, no probing. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that was not human, he moved. The throne beneath him instantly turned to dust. His figure appeared as if teleporting, ripping through space, and in an instant, he was in front of Chen. A fist wrapped in thick malevolent energy, carrying enough power to shatter mountains and rivers, smashed down towards Chen's head. Before the fist's wind arrived, the chaotic and evil aura had already distorted the surrounding space. Chen's gaze sharpened. Clang! A clear blade's hum resonated throughout the shattered world. The Duanhong Lei Shu had unsheathed at some point. A dazzling purple lightning bolt, like the first lightning that tore through the night sky, struck precisely against that fist. Sizzle! The clash between the lightning and the malevolent energy produced a piercing burning sound. The figure was shaken back by the immense force contained in that knife strike, flying backward for dozens of meters before barely stabilizing itself. Chapter 144. the 9 thrones the celestial tower, which had been silent for countless years, once again emitted a buzzing sound that vibrated the surroundings. The light spot that had lingered on the 34th floor for a long time and briefly shone on the 35th floor, under the gaze of countless numb eyes, once again leaped upward. 36th floor. The brilliance was more dazzling than any previous time, like a purple sun rising slowly above the tower. Boom! The square exploded completely. 36. Am I dreaming? The 36th floor. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wasn't the record of the celestial tower only 33 floors? What does the 36th floor even mean? Monster. This Chen is not human at all. He is a monster. Is the star of this generation that exaggerated? Kang Zhuan's body swayed, almost unable to stand firm. As he stared intensely at that light spot, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. It seems that the foundation of the heavenly pavilion is about to be emptied by this kid. In his words, there was not a hint of heartache, but rather an endless expectation. Celestial Tower, 17th floor. Leng Yang sat cross-legged, surrounded by interweaving energies of ice and fire, forming a mysterious Taiji diagram that slowly rotated, dissipating all surrounding pressure. Chapter 145, The Pinnacle of Martial Arts with Chen's Strength, after the 20th floor. He could clearly feel a pure power being injected into his body with each passing floor. These were the final gifts left by those on the thrones. The 9 thrones stood like 9 ancient divine mountains, quietly radiating an aura of ancient immortality. Chen's gaze swept over, and he could clearly sense that within each skeleton lay a pure and ultimate martial will. Fist, palm, finger, leg, spear, sword. These 9 sages had completely imprinted their lifelong understanding of martial arts onto the top of the celestial tower, transforming into the ultimate test. Just as Chen comprehended this moment, the skeleton on the first throne suddenly moved. Crack! The sound of bones grinding against each other was particularly clear in the silent starry sky. Starlight flowed and quickly condensed on the surface of that skeleton, transforming in an instant into a towering starlight giant with an ancient appearance. It had no facial features, only a blurred shadow of light. But the overwhelming aura of a fist that could shatter the heavens radiated from it. No words, no warnings. Chapter 146. The Last Strike. When Chen exhausted his last bit of strength to defeat the 8th starry warrior, his aura reached an unprecedented peak. Defeating 8 peak martial artists, even with the pure energy replenishment after each battle, his body could not be said to be in good condition. But his aura was quite exaggerated. 8 vast and mighty martial insights rampaged within him, like 8 roaring dragons, almost tearing his soul apart. Just a little more. Just a little more. Chen's eyes turned crimson as he desperately operated the Zhelong awakening pulse technique, trying to suppress the raging power within him. At that moment, the technique within him seemed to reach a critical point. Roar! A sound that was not human, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, suddenly echoed from deep within him. The Zhelong awakening pulse technique took a step forward, finally breaking through the second layer's constraints and stepping into the third layer. The 8 violent martial wills were forcefully suppressed under this dragon's roar, slowly beginning to merge with Chen himself. Huh? Chen let out a long breath, slowly standing up. Although still exhausted, the light in his eyes was astonishingly bright. Chapter 147, Leaving the tower, returning Chen's body suddenly trembled. An unprecedented massive insight exploded deep within his soul. It was pure swordsmanship, a lifetime of accumulation from a predecessor. This insight perfectly fused with his own complete martial truth. No longer distinguishing between the two, completely transforming into his own foundation. At that moment, his aura began to rise wildly, as if breaking through an invisible barrier. Boom! A sound like the opening of the heavens and the earth resonated from within Chen's body. Every cell within him was forcibly opened by a mysterious power, transforming into tiny spaces that frantically devoured the surrounding energy. Half step into the void. One step forward, a world of difference. Just as Chen was feeling the earth-shattering changes within him, a magnificent, ancient, and weathered voice echoed throughout the celestial tower. All who reach the top shall inherit our will, continue our great power, and protect the fire of humanity, never extinguished for 10,000 generations. The moment the words fell, the 9 ancient thrones, along with the skeletons upon them, turned to dust and dissipated into the starry sky. Immediately after, the entire celestial tower began to tremble violently. Every inch of the walls and every brick within the tower lit up with dense ancient runes. Chapter 148. Regret. The master of the Qinglong Academy, Long Xiaoyun, walked over. His gaze fixed intently on Chen. Young Su, you just enrolled, and you probably haven't even filled out your registration for a few days. How can you be a disciple of the Myriad Phenomena Pavilion? He completely ignored the pale-faced Keng Zhuan and directly said to Chen. Young Su, we met at your doorstep once. As long as you are willing to come to my Qinglong Academy, the treasure of our academy, the heart of Qinglong, will belong to you. What? At this statement, the entire place was shocked. Even several other high-ranking figures changed their expressions. Long Xiaoyun, are you insane? The heart of Qinglong is the foundation of your Qinglong Academy. You only give a trace of its aura to the most outstanding disciples after 3 years. And you want to give it all away. The old academy master of the Qiangong Martial Academy, Ji Qianheng, exclaimed in disbelief. Long Xiaoyun, however, just arrogantly smiled. Foundation. Compared to a future martial supreme, what is merely the heart of Qinglong? Moreover, that Keng Zhuan guy has long given all his foundation to Su Jiangxing. His words struck everyone like a heavy hammer on their hearts. Future Martial Supreme. What an astonishing evaluation this was. Chapter 149. Star-like cells. Keng Zhuan was the first to react, his face barely concealing his ecstatic expression. With a wave of his hand, several space rings shimmering with different lights flew in front of Chen. Chen, this is what you deserve. The rewards for coming first in the competition are all inside, gathering many resources that our 4 academies have jointly prepared. The terrifying list of resources made the surrounding students' eyes turn red with envy. Chen accepted the ring with a blank expression and then turned away without looking at those smiling faces, who were powerful figures in the eyes of the outside world, and walked towards Tinglan Pavilion. Throughout this process, his gaze did not linger on Jian Wushang, who was like dead ashes in the corner, even for a second. That complete disregard was more hurtful than any humiliation. As they watched the black figure gradually recede, all the prominent figures present silently noted one thing in their hearts. This future supreme being was indifferent in nature, and kept his word, making it essential to befriend him and absolutely not to become his enemy. To cultivate to such a level, his background must be quite formidable as well. As Chen returned to Tinglan Pavilion with a massive amount of resources, preparing to truly begin his breakthrough to the cave void realm, the internal forum of Wanxiang Qianga had completely exploded. Chapter 150. Microcosmic Vision Boom. A grand sound, unlike anything in the mortal realm, echoed from within Chen's body. 1 billion. Exactly 1 billion hidden cells were opened up at this moment. They were no longer scattered stars, but formed a complete, self-consistent microcosmic universe, the cave void world. 1 billion stars vibrated in unison, and the energy they released converged into a torrent, washing through his limbs and bones, his meridians, and his internal organs. At this moment, Chen's body underwent a fundamental transformation. His strength, speed, defense, and recovery capabilities surged exponentially. More importantly, within this endogenous universe core composed of 1 billion cells, thousands of the most brilliant stars were reignited. The radiance they emitted far exceeded that of other cells, subtly forming a mysterious array, becoming the energy hub of the entire inner universe. His aura, in that instant, completely crossed that chasm. The shackles of half-step cave void were shattered with a single step. Cave void realm. However, the transformation did not stop there. The breakthrough in martial arts realm was like a giant stone thrown into a lake, stirring up another towering wave. His already peak Wanxiang artistic realm, propelled by this leap in life level, experienced a catastrophic collapse of its bottleneck. Chapter 151. I have broken through. The three felt that they were no longer facing a peer, but an ancient being that had lived for endless years. The vast gulf of life levels transformed into the most primitive fear, gripping their hearts. Susu-ge. Zhao Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to squeeze out two words, his voice as dry as sandpaper rubbing together. Su Chen's gaze fell on them. His deep eyes slightly moving, as if he had just withdrawn from some grand state. Watching the terrified expressions of the three, he raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly puzzled. Then he stepped forward, revealing a hint of casualness on his face. What are you standing there for? Su Chen's voice was like a stone thrown into a dead silent ice lake, instantly breaking the terrifying atmosphere that almost froze one's soul. The air seemed to start flowing again. Zhao Yu and the others discovered that their backs had been thoroughly soaked with cold sweat without them realizing it. The icy fabric clinging tightly to their skin, bringing a sticky chill. They gasped for air, their hearts racing wildly in their chests, making a thundering sound. Susu-ge. Zhao Yu's smile was somewhat stiff, but he finally managed to squeeze it out again. He took a couple of cautious steps forward, his tone carrying a hint of careful flattery. Chapter 152, Encountering Lei Qianjue. Chapter 153, Encountering Lei Qianjue. Su Chen ignored these gazes, his expression unchanged, and directly found an empty seat to sit down. The others followed suit, but their expressions were somewhat unnatural. Just then, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted over. A girl in a white long dress, with elegant demeanor and stunning beauty, walked straight to Su Chen's table with a tray. Her appearance caused a small stir once again. It's Bailu, third on the 100 herbs list. It is said that she is the daughter of the chairman of Qianfeng Group, a real rich beauty. What does she want? Under the gazes of the crowd, Bailu's pretty face turned slightly red. But she still mustered the courage to speak in a clear and pleasant voice. Susu, hello, my name is Bailu. Her gaze was fixed on Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration. I have been following you for a long time. I wonder if I have the honor to dine with you. This bold and direct expression of goodwill made the atmosphere in the cafeteria turn ambiguous. Many boys showed jealousy, but they did not even dare to express it. Meanwhile, Qin Ya, sitting opposite Su Chen, unconsciously tightened her fingers around the water cup, her knuckles slightly turning white. Chapter 153. A rat in the gutter. Only the occasional clinking of utensils and the muffled chewing sounds from Lei Qianjue's table could be heard. The meal ended in an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. Su Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. Let us go. Lin Mo, Leng Yang, Qin Ya, and the others immediately got up to follow. Leng Yang and Lin Mo exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They had previously been blocked by the Xingshu group alongside Su Chen, and had personally experienced the others' arrogance. They thought there would be an earth-shattering battle today. But unexpectedly, it ended so abruptly. We are leaving just like this. As they reached the entrance of the cafeteria, just as they were about to step out, Su Chen suddenly paused. He did not turn around, but merely curled his lips into a barely noticeable arc, lightly chuckling with a voice loud enough for everyone in the cafeteria to hear. After all, a rat in the gutter does not dare to face the cat. If it backs down, why waste any more time? As soon as the words fell, the air in the cafeteria seemed to solidify. Boom! A loud sound shook everyone's eardrums. Lei Qianjue slammed his palm onto the metal dining table in front of him, and the hard surface immediately dented with a clear palm print, causing the dishes on the table to jump up and crash down, shattering into pieces. Chapter 154, Issuing a challenge. Su Chen's footsteps did not stop, but he spoke, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears, and the content made their hearts ache once again. I want all the people from the 5 major academies to challenge me. All resources are mine. Useless people do not deserve to enjoy resource tilt. What? Lin Mo stumbled, almost falling to the ground. His eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Su Chen's back. Su Ji, you're not joking, are you? The 5 major academies. All the geniuses. Those are. That is a group of true prodigies, each one a top existence that has fought their way out of countless warriors, each representing a vast force and resources. Qin Yue and Zhao Yu were even more frightened, their faces turning pale, unable to utter a word. This is no longer arrogance, this is going to break the heavens. Su Chen finally stopped, turned around, and calmly swept his gaze over the shocked faces of the crowd. What's wrong? Do you think I can't do it? His tone remained flat, but it carried an undeniable confidence, as if he were stating an established fact. No, Brother Su, you can definitely do it. Zhao Yu shook his head like a rattle, quickly voicing his support, fearing Su Chen would misunderstand. It's just that this is too much. Chapter 155, blocking the door, she picked up the teacup, took a sip, and remained silent. Wei Wenbin smiled faintly. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. He can stir up a storm this time, and give those prodigies a sense of crisis. The National Martial Arts competition is approaching. And our Eastern War Zone cannot afford to lose. Ling Hanxue set down her teacup, a flicker of unusual color passing through her icy gaze, stirring up a storm. Very well, let those sheltered flowers feel real pressure. Her tone remained cold, but her words seemed to express full approval of Su Chen's disruptive actions. At this moment, Qinglong Academy, with its vast campus and imposing architecture. The main gate, made of azure stone, stands 100 feet tall, magnificent and grand. With dragons and phoenixes carved upon it, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Inside the Qinglong Academy, the atmosphere was already tense, with countless powerful auras soaring into the sky, converging towards the Academy's main gate. They had all received Su Chen's challenge, and had seen his reply about the ants. A great humiliation. Just as the prodigies within the Academy were burning with anger, preparing to gather, and head to Wansheng Qianga to tear that madman apart. Boom! Chapter 156, the first of the starry ruins. It is Brother Lin Juan, the first of the starry ruins. Brother Lin Juan has come too. He is one of the top 20 experts among the younger generation of our 5 major academies. It is said that Brother Lin Juan is a close friend of Brother Lei Qianjue. Someone quietly discussed this, but halfway through, they were stopped by a glare from someone nearby. Obviously, no one dared to mention the incident of Lei Qianjue being beaten by Su Chen in front of Lin Juan. After all, when it comes to strength, Lin Juan is the first. Lin Juan looked down at Su Chen. His disdain during the reprimand was blatant. Su Chen, you are embarrassing yourself here, tarnishing our reputation. Lin Juan's voice grew louder, his eyes filled with hostility and rage. Ever since he learned about Lei Qianjue's incident, this anger had been bottled up within him. Today, he was going to teach this ignorant brat a lesson in front of everyone from the 5 major academies. Let him understand that Wansheng Qianga is not a place where a newcomer can run wild. Su Chen slowly raised his head, his calm gaze finally landing on Lin Juan. That look was as indifferent as looking at a stone by the roadside, without a hint of ripple. Chapter 157, Humiliation and Fainting. What a joke. Even Lin Juan, at the peak of the Nirvana realm, was beaten into a pulp. What was the point of their reprimands? As for those young prodigies, they didn't even have the courage to meet Su Chen's gaze, turning away in fear of being targeted by this calamity. Seeing this, Su Chen's gaze finally fell upon Lin Juan, who was at the edge of a deep pit, desperately using his only functioning left elbow to prop himself up against the pit wall, trying to hold up his muddy body. Lin Juan's eyes were filled with blood and unwillingness, along with a deeper fear. Su Chen looked at him, his gaze terrifyingly calm, as if he were observing an inanimate object unrelated to himself. He clasped his hands behind his back, his demeanor relaxed, yet exuding an air of superiority over all. Kneel. The two faint words slipped from Su Chen's mouth, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, but they struck Lin Juan's soul like a thunderclap from the heavens. Lin Juan suddenly raised his head, his blooded face, with eyes reddened from pain, glaring at Su Chen, his throat making a wheezing sound, like an old bellows. You worthless weakling, you don't deserve to stand here and speak in front of me. Chapter 158, Challenging the 5 Major Academies. Very good. Su Chen nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the lineup before him. Then, he uttered a sentence that froze everyone's soul. Let's all go together. I'm in a hurry. Chen Yang was shocked. If the previous events had brought shock and fear to everyone, then Su Chen's simple 8 words were like a world-ending divine thunder descending from the heavens, directly smashing everyone's minds into a blank. All together. He is in a hurry. How arrogant. How presumptuous. How dismissive of so many from the 5 major academies. He was facing the elites of the 5 major academies, the prodigies of various powerful factions. Among them were not a few at the Nirvana realm, and possibly even some hidden old monsters. He actually wants to challenge them all alone. Who does he think he is? The martial god reincarnated. Too arrogant. I have taught for many years and have never seen such a reckless person. After a brief silence, a wave of disbelief and uproar erupted from the crowd. Those young disciples looked at Su Chen with eyes that had shifted from fear to the incomprehensible gaze of a madman. Meanwhile, the expressions of the high-ranking figures turned extremely grim. Chapter 159, Fear-Induced and Me. From the Haoran Righteousness Pavilion, Meng Yunfei. Come to experience the prowess of General Su. Xinghe Academy, Yuan Hao. The shouts rose and fell. In the initial shock and Su Chen's nearly insulting provocation, the young prodigies of various factions were completely ignited with rage. They acknowledged that Su Chen was strong, strong to the point of being abnormal, strong to the point of being outrageous. But to say that one person could challenge them all, this was the greatest insult to them. In an instant, several figures from different directions, glowing with various colors and carrying a chilling killing intent, attacked Su Chen simultaneously. Blade light, sword shadows, fist winds, and palm prints instantly engulfed Su Chen's figure. A grain of rice can shine. Su Chen stood firm amidst the violent torrent of attacks, his figure as steady as Mount Tai. He didn't even use the Duanhong Lei Shu, just relying on his bare hands. Facing a sharp sword light attacking from the left, he didn't even turn his head, casually reaching back with his left hand, accurately grabbing the sword tip with incredible precision, and exerting force with his fingers. Not fast enough. Clang. With a crisp sound, the spirit sword infused with the sword cultivator's lifelong effort was actually broken by him with just 2 fingers. The sword-wielding prodigy of Xinghe Academy was struck with horror. And before he could react, he was hit by Su Chen's backhand palm on his chest, his ribs shattered, and he flew out. Chapter 160, No Escape. That imposing momentum. That indifference, as if viewing all beings as ants, even after some time apart, she felt a flutter in her heart. What a monster! I have never seen such a prodigy before. Our Eastern War Zone has truly found an invincible star of war, pushing aside so many contemporary geniuses. Wei Wenbin couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with admiration and ecstasy. Su Chen glanced over at those so-called geniuses, who were now silent and dared not make a move. He gently shook his head, a hint of disappointment tugging at the corners of his mouth. Is this all the strength you have? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. A bunch of useless people, and you dare to call yourselves geniuses. The 5 great academies are nothing but this. Su Chen's words felt like an invisible slap, striking fiercely on the faces of all the surviving geniuses, leaving a burning sting. Especially the phrase "a bunch of useless people," it was a heart-wrenching remark. Wei Wenbin and the others exchanged glances. Su Chen had truly broken the heavens. And judging by his demeanor, it seemed he felt he hadn't done enough. Su Chen's gaze swept across the entire venue, eventually landing precisely on a few figures. In the Qianji Martial Academy camp, Ji Wuming, whose scholarly face usually exuded wisdom, could no longer maintain his composure, his lips twitching slightly. Chapter 161, One-Punch Suppression. His eyes were filled with endless shock and disbelief. My swordsmanship, his proud swordsmanship was as fragile as paper before Su Chen. This was not a contest on the same level. Su Chen's earlier finger movement undoubtedly contained the essence of martial arts, and it was far beyond just one kind. Even if he and Su Chen were at the same realm, or even if Su Chen was at a lower realm than him, under that terrifying martial essence, he would only meet the same fate. Is this guy really the same age as them? How could the gap be so large? He had received the best swordsmanship guidance since childhood, starting from shaping his sword heart, under the teachings of sword masters. The entire venue fell into a dead silence once again. If Su Chen's earlier victories over others could be attributed to the realm suppression of the cave-dwelling realm over the Nirvana realm, then now, with a mere finger representing his sword, effortlessly breaking the little sword king Jian Xingliu's ultimate technique, and crushing it with an overwhelming martial essence. The shock it brought to everyone was indescribable. At least 10 different martial essences were involved, each one masterful, and his sword essence even fused with other true essences. Chapter 162, The Top. The next moment, the shadow of the punch suddenly vanished, and both Ji Wuming and Yixinghe felt a weight above their heads. When they looked up in astonishment, they discovered that the punch shadow had already descended upon them in the blink of an eye. That golden punch shadow, like the hand of a celestial being, carried a terrifying might that suppressed the ages, crashing down. The star map behind Ji Wuming, with countless flickering stars, seemed as fragile as a child's doodle before this punch shadow, instantly crushed by unmatched power. He tried to activate the invisible shackles formed by his own power. But the moment it touched the punch shadow, it shattered into nothingness. Yixinghe's sword light, which condensed all his essence and spirit, resolute like a jade stone, was as small as a firefly facing the bright moon under the golden punch shadow, unable to create even a ripple before being completely devoured. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded, more intense than any previous collision. The golden light exploded, a terrifying energy storm sweeping in all directions, causing the ground of the Qinglong Academy to tremble violently, as if it would be torn apart by this force. Those disciples with slightly weaker cultivation were sent tumbling, with some even spitting blood, horrified and desperate. Chapter 163, National Martial Arts Competition. Unwilling. Who dares to say they are unwilling? Who could possibly be unwilling? The power displayed by Su Chen had completely shattered all their fantasies and will to resist. The entire Qinglong Academy fell into an even more oppressive silence after Su Chen's calm 9 words. Only the monument engraved with Su Chen's name shone brightly in midair, as if silently mocking all the losers. Wei Wenbin watched this scene, secretly nodding to himself. Su Chen's actions, seemingly arrogant, were in fact a decisive establishment of his authority today, making these proud geniuses completely abandon any thoughts of opposing him. This was a crushing of spirit, more thorough than mere physical suppression. This kid, not only is his strength monstrous, but his actions are also meticulous, combining dominance with steadiness. High above, the leaders from other academies could only smile wryly. Their students had been beaten like this, and if Su Chen asked again whether they were willing to accept defeat, it would be like rubbing salt in their wounds, yet they could not refute him. After all, their disciples were simply inferior. At this moment, the name Su Chen was deeply etched in the hearts of everyone present like a brand. Just as this deathly silence enveloped the area, a voice filled with unwillingness and trembling suddenly rang out from among the disciples of the Qianji Martial Academy. Chapter 164, Peak of the Domain. Is it real? The upstairs must be photoshopped, right? This is too outrageous. It's real. Brothers on site sent back videos. It's incredibly imposing. The entire Wanxiang Qianga from the mentors to the ordinary students, was immersed in a tremendous joy and pride. The name Chen reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Inside the Tinglan Pavilion, Chen still wore his black clothes, sitting cross-legged, beginning to tally his gains this time. The 5 great academies had invested a massive amount of resources to cultivate those so-called geniuses. Now, all these resources belonged solely to Chen. Various rare pills, uncommon spiritual materials, and profound martial arts scriptures piled up like mountains. Although he was currently at the early stage of the cave-dwelling realm, with the integration of 10 martial essences, and the formidable body, and true chi brought by the Zhelong Xingmaiju, he truly didn't know where the peak lay. Just as Chen was in seclusion, digesting his gains, news of him sweeping through the 5 great academies' geniuses in front of the Qinglong Academy, and openly declaring war on all young masters in the national competition spread like wildfire. Chapter 165, Jade City. Lin Mo's eyes lit up when he saw Chen, and he quickly walked over, his face showing unabashed admiration. God, do you know what people outside are saying about you after your earlier words? I heard that they are making quite a spectacle over in Jade City. Chen glanced at him and shook his head without saying anything. Lin Mo didn't mind this at all and continued to be excited on his own. Although he was also a special student with an extraordinary background, he genuinely admired Chen. Xiaoran and Xu Qingyao also approached side by side. Xiaoran had long shed his previous arrogance, looking at Chen with eyes full of reverence. The battle in front of the Qinglong Academy had completely dispelled any thoughts he had of resisting Chen. Xu Qingyao still wore a plain long dress. Her demeanor cool and elegant, but her beautiful eyes lingered for a moment on Chen's back, revealing a complex mix of emotions, admiration, curiosity, and an indescribable peculiarity. Finally, there was Leng Yang, his aura more refined than before, the fluctuations of a spiritual mentor becoming increasingly obscure yet powerful. Clearly, he had not relaxed at all during this time. Chapter 166. The Path of Inquiry. Many self-proclaimed extraordinary geniuses were holding their breath, eager to see him make a fool of himself. Yet, to Chen's ears, their words only brought a faint smile to his lips, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at a group of ants. He stepped forward, ignoring all the surrounding chatter, and walked straight towards the towering stone gate. A light laugh, filled with utter disdain, escaped his lips. Trash. Those 2 words, spoken lightly, resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. The voices of those who had been mocking him abruptly stopped, their faces displaying shock and anger. Chen did not even glance at them, his figure flickering as he stepped into the dense fog of the Path of Inquiry. His silhouette was solitary and resolute. The moment Chen entered the fog, the external clamor was completely severed, as if by an invisible giant hand. Before him lay a deep corridor, its walls flickering with strange runes. And the air was thick with an ancient and heavy pressure, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. This was the first test of the Path of Inquiry. The Path of Heart. It tested whether a warrior's heart was steadfast and their will pure. Ordinary warriors who entered this place would feel their minds disturbed and distractions arise. If their hearts held even the slightest flaw, they would find it difficult to move even an inch, and might even be directly shaken to the point of retreating in embarrassment. Chapter 167. A Shocking Phenomenon. 6th Level. 7th Level. I can't believe he's still pushing forward. And he's getting faster. My God. The Northern Princess and the Western Desert's Buddhist disciple are both extraordinary figures. Is Chen really going to surpass them? However, this was just the beginning. Chen stood at the place of the 7th test, known as the Art Realm Interrogation. And Chen's Art Realm had already reached a terrifying peak of domain power. Boom! A vast and unmatched force, as if encompassing the microscopic universe, suddenly erupted centered around him. 10 perfectly fused martial truths transformed within his domain into 10 towering divine phantoms, each emanating different terrifying pressures, yet perfectly merging together, forming an unparalleled domain that encompassed all paths and suppressed the heavens. As this domain power emerged, the interrogation power that had initially attempted to crush him instantly crumbled like ice and snow meeting the sun. Outside, boom! On the stone tablet above the path of inquiry, representing the 8th test, a dazzling golden light erupted, impossible to describe in words. The golden light was so intense, so brilliant, as if a true sun had descended upon the square. Chapter 168. Cowered in a seat in the eastern region, several sharp-spirited youths were whispering, their faces unable to hide their shock. I remember that when Prince Jianglong of the Imperial Palace entered the path of inquiry, it triggered the phenomenon of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, which was said to be a once-in-a-thousand-years event. And the sea god girl Nisha of the South Sea Crystal Palace, when she passed the 8th level, the blue sea surged, and all spirits bowed, truly remarkable. That's right, neither Jianglong nor Nisha had such a shocking momentum as just now. Who on earth is this? Could it be an ancient monster that has been hidden away? Their voices were not loud, yet they clearly reached the ears of many around, causing a flurry of whispers. Meanwhile, in a more prominent area surrounded by a faint golden light, a woman dressed in colorful garments, possessing an otherworldly beauty, with an ethereal aura akin to a celestial maiden, frowned slightly. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes like stars, with a halo of immortal light surrounding her, breathtakingly beautiful. She was one of the most renowned prodigies of the current generation, the saintess of the Taizhuan Holy Land. Luo Xianyu. Master. Chapter 169. The competition begins. A middle-aged man spoke loudly, with a hint of arrogance. Our Northern Divine Martial Academy's undefeated War King Xiang Kun will also be participating in this competition. He is a born warrior, undefeated among peers, and besides him, there is also this year's National Martial Arts Examination champion, Zhu Tai, who is said to have the talent of a world-shocking Star Lord. Rumor has it that when he was born, celestial phenomena accompanied him, and he has long been sought after. Your Chen, no matter how high his talent, can he compare to these two? Not to mention those ancient sects that have hidden away their monsters. Kang Zhuan smiled, unbothered, and even a bit teasing. Is that so? Then let us wait and see who will be laughing in the end. The middle-aged warrior snorted coldly and fell silent, but the skepticism in his eyes was evident. Chen sat down at the seat of the Myriad Manifestation Pavilion, closing his eyes to meditate. Many present occasionally glanced at Chen. During this long wait, Leng Yang and others also successfully passed through the 3 tests. Just as the venue was nearly full, a commotion arose from the direction of the competition arena's entrance. Suddenly, a more magnificent and overwhelming terrifying phenomenon, filled with endless starlight and ancient aura, erupted. Chapter 170. I don't want to wait. I'm giving you a chance to gang up on me. The saintess of the Taizhuan Holy Land, Luo Xianyu, dressed in snow-white garments, with an unparalleled beauty, moved lightly, surrounded by an aura of immortality, causing many male prodigies to lose their senses, as she passed. She was the 2nd place in this year's National Martial Arts Examination, with unfathomable cultivation. Following closely was Prince Jianglong of the Imperial Palace. Clad in golden dragon-patterned battle armor, his demeanor proud and his gaze domineering, exuding an imposing aura. He was the 3rd place in this year's National Martial Arts Examination, capable of defeating enemies of higher levels with his shocking royal fist. The sea god girl Nisha of the South Sea Crystal Palace, with skin as clear as jade and eyes as blue as the ocean, seemed to carry the sound of the tides behind her. She was the top scorer of this year's examination in the South Sea Province. And Zhu Tai, who had previously triggered the phenomenon, was still dressed in a simple Taoist robe, his expression calm and composed, yet exuding an air of profound depth. The appearance of these renowned top prodigies immediately attracted the attention of the entire venue. Just looking at the titles of these prodigies made it clear that this year's National Martial Arts competition was definitely extraordinary. The top scorers, 2nd place, and 3rd place from various provinces were almost all present, and everyone encountered in the arena would be someone of great significance. Chapter 171. More exciting offstage than onstage. Even the official live broadcast cameras quietly turned toward this chaotic area. At the top tier, Wei Wenbin frowned, looking at the calm-faced elder beside him. Should we stop this? The old man calmly observed the chaotic scene below, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No need, he said, his voice indifferent yet carrying an undeniable authority. Just as that kid said. In the end, there can only be one victor. These so-called rules are merely for the weak. If he can't handle this much chaos, then he doesn't deserve that astonishing vision. Wei Wenbin's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he stopped speaking. Fu Ziyan and Ling Hanxue exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This Chen has truly poked a hole in the heavens. Meanwhile, the battlefield below, now given tacit approval, became even more intense than the one above. Kill. Waste him. Amid various shouts of anger, Chen moved like a ghost, weaving through the attacks of dozens of people. With the true meaning of martial arts circulating around him, he didn't even draw the Duanhong Lei Shu, fighting barehanded. Bang! A burly man wielding a giant axe, brimming with ferocity, was struck in the chest by Chen's punch before he could even bring his axe down. Chapter 172. The Mindful Buddha's Son. When it was Chen's turn, he still approached calmly and extended his hand. A light ball shot forth, forming a new number on the back of his hand. At the same time, in the waiting area far away, a thin, pale young man, upon seeing the name of his opponent appear on his light screen, suddenly shuddered and let out a wail. His legs went weak, and he dropped to his knees. No, I won't fight. I forfeit. I forfeit. He shouted as he scrambled towards the referee's table, incoherently expressing his desire to withdraw from the competition. Chen shook his head helplessly. He couldn't even get a fight. The surrounding geniuses were also speechless. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to fight either. Didn't they see what happened to that group just now? Chen's fearsome reputation had been thoroughly established. In this way, Chen advanced without shedding blood once again. At the same time, top-tier geniuses like Luo Xianyu, Jiang Long, and Zhu Tai were also sweeping through their matches, either having their opponents forfeit like Chen, or easily defeating them, showcasing their extraordinary strength. As the competition progressed, the number of participants quickly dwindled. By the fifth round, there were already fewer than 100 players left on the stage. Chapter 173. Famous nationwide. The live broadcast camera closely followed the action, and whether among the spectators present, or the nationwide audience watching the live stream, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This strike was more powerful than before by more than 10 times. The entire arena trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Chen's eyes finally became a bit serious. Interesting. He raised his right fist once more, this time enveloped in a 10-color divine radiance, embodying the perfect fusion of 10 martial arts truths. Behind him, the vast microcosmic phenomenon re-emerged, appearing even more solid and clearer than before. The galaxy rolled back, and the microcosmic universe within him overturned. All things fell into silence. Chen unleashed his punch. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and everyone felt as if their eardrums might burst. The golden meteor collided violently with the fist that contained the cosmic power from within. A terrifying energy storm swept through, causing the protective barrier at the edge of the arena to flicker violently, creating ripples. The dazzling light made everyone instinctively close their eyes. When the light dissipated, everyone hurriedly looked over. In the center of the arena, Chen still stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering, and his expression calm. Chapter 174. The Prince of the Imperial Palace. As the top-tier talents from various major powers entered one after another, they caused waves of cheers. When Chen appeared, leading the disciples of the Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion along with those from the other 4 academies at the entrance, The entire competition arena erupted once again, with thunderous applause and screams. Su Chen! It's Su Chen! Hadn't the 5 academies been defeated by Su Chen alone before? How could they be walking together now? Countless gazes instantly focused on that figure in black. After yesterday's battle, Su Chen established his reputation with astonishing strength. That line about them being able to come at him together, along with the bloody scene of him taking down a kid with a punch, had gone viral online, making him the hottest topic of this competition. Just then, a disharmonious commotion arose from nearby. The prince of the imperial palace, Jiang Long, strode in. Flanked by a group of people, his eyes displaying unabashed arrogance and dominance, as he directly blocked the path of the Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion group. His gaze didn't fall on Su Chen, but rather on Chu Qingyao beside him, his lips curling into a self-satisfied, sinister smile. This fairy truly is a beauty of the nation, such a stunning figure, staying in this dilapidated Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion, isn't she just a pearl covered in dust? Chapter 175. So what if I transform into a dragon? After all, his ancestors were said to be a certain emperor from long ago, even if the bloodline has thinned. There is still some weight to it. At this remark, everyone around gasped in shock. Transforming into a dragon. Such a method was beyond ordinary imagination. On the seat of the Wanxiang Heavenly Pavilion, Chu Qingyao's cold eyes also held a trace of worry as she softly said to Su Chen, Su Chen. Be careful of Jiang Long. Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at her, and his expression remained calm. It's fine. Just 2 simple words carried a reassuring power. Finally, it was their turn. When the host loudly announced the names of Su Chen and Jiang Long, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak. The 2 stepped onto the largest battle platform, one from the east and the other from the west. Jiang Long looked at Su Chen, his face twisted in a cold, sinister smile as he licked his lips and said in a voice only they could hear, Su Chen, do you know? In this national martial arts competition, a few people die every year. You dared to insult me before, and now fists have no eyes. If I accidentally kill you later, no one can say anything. Chapter 176. So what if I waste your son? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly at the rapidly approaching figure, yet his movements did not pause for a moment. Jiang Long must die. However, Jiang Wanjing's speed was truly too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he crossed the distance and arrived on the battle platform. His face, which bore a 7-part resemblance to Jiang Long, but appeared more imposing, was filled with ferocity and rage. Little beast. He struck out with his palm without holding back, and the golden palm print instantly expanded, within which a vividly realistic imperial true dragon phantom roared out. Carrying a terrifying might that could suppress the heavens and annihilate all things, heading straight for Su Chen. The power of this palm far surpassed that of Jiang Long. It was genuinely capable of threatening Su Chen's life. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, sensing the deadly threat, but there was no hint of fear on his face. Instead, a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old dog, you're seeking death. He silently shouted in his heart, no longer holding back. In an instant, an invisible yet vast power surged forth from Su Chen, sweeping outwards. The microcosmic universe phenomenon behind him transformed from virtual to real at this moment, enveloping the entire massive arena. The sun, moon, and stars, the rushing rivers of stars, a supreme will encompassing myriad paths and dominating everything descended. Chapter 177. The Saintess of Celestial Grace. Then, he vanished in a flash, taking Jiang Wanjin and Wei Wenbin, who were still in confrontation with him. The host, standing on the ring, was stunned for a moment before reacting, announcing in a trembling voice, contestant Su Chen wins, advancing to the national top 50. After a brief silence, the entire arena, and even the live broadcast room online, erupted. What did I just see? Received a blow from the hall master, and countered to injure the prince. Su Chen is going against the heavens. Even if that Jiang Long truly comes back, he will be a dead dog from now on. Too domineering. Too strong. From today on, I am a die-hard fan of Su Chen. Su Chen. Su Chen. I love you. I want to have your babies. In the audience, a sweet-looking young lady, unable to maintain her composure, blushed and loudly confessed her feelings to Su Chen. It wasn't just her. Many holy maidens and daughters of destiny from various major forces looked at Su Chen with sparkling eyes. The strong always attract the most attention in this world. Su Chen calmly walked down the stage and returned to the seats of the Wanxiang Pavilion. The next match quickly began. The saintess of the Taizhuan Holy Land, Luo Xianyu, faced off against Leng Yang, who also came from the Wanxiang Pavilion. Chapter 178, Devouring the Lotus. In that moment, she seemed to completely merge with the phantom of the Nine Heavens' mysterious woman. Her aura surged, instantly breaking through a certain boundary, reaching a terrifying level that made hearts race. She slowly raised her delicate hand, and in her palm, a seven-colored lotus flower, formed from pure fairy light, began to bloom slowly. The lotus was stunningly beautiful, but contained terrifying power capable of purifying everything in the world. Purifying lotus, she softly intoned, then gently pushed the seven-colored lotus towards Su Chen. The lotus seemed to fly slowly, but wherever it passed, the space crumbled inch by inch, leaving behind a pitch-black void trail. This strike gathered all of Luo Xianyu's spirit, and was her strongest and most confident attack. Facing this world-destroying purifying lotus, Su Chen's expression finally turned serious. He slowly raised his gaze, and in his indifferent eyes, it seemed as if billions of stars were flickering. In an instant, the microcosmic universe behind him descended with a roar. The vast and boundless river of stars, the ceaselessly flowing nebulae, and the eternal sun and moon completely enveloped the entire arena, transforming it into a world uniquely belonging to him. Chapter 179, The Ultimate Battle. National Championship Contest. No one expected that the first strike between the two would reveal such a clear difference. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Tai's eyes, followed by an even stronger battle intent. Interesting. Come again. He formed hand seals, and the starlight around him erupted. 7 stars in a row. 7 brilliant orbs of light, condensed from the power of the stars, appeared behind him, arranged according to the positions of the Big Dipper, transforming into 7 streams of light. From different angles, they sealed off all of Su Chen's retreat paths, shooting towards him. Each orb of light contained terrifying power capable of severely injuring ordinary, cave-dwelling realm experts. Seeing this, Su Chen snorted coldly, and the Duanhong Thunder Blade suddenly unsheathed. Thunder Prison. The purple lightning blade light surged forth like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, instantly slicing out 7 blades. The blade light collided with the star orbs in mid-air, erupting in a deafening roar. On the arena, for a moment, starlight and lightning intertwined. Energy waves surged, and the two figures moved like lightning, continuously colliding, separating, creating chaos. Zhu Tai's combat skills were incredibly exquisite, effortlessly wielding various star martial arts. Meanwhile, Su Chen relied on brute force to break through cleverness, overcoming 1,000 techniques with a single punch or slice. Chapter 180, Championship Rewards. When all the dust settled, Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back at the center of the arena. Zhu Tai, the world-renowned dazzling genius, lay at the edge of the arena. His bones shattered, his breath at its weakest, completely devoid of combat ability. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. After a long while, the female host's trembling voice, filled with endless excitement and admiration, echoed through the air. Let's congratulate the final champion of this national martial arts competition. From the Eastern War Zone, the Wanxiang Pavilion Academy. Su Chen. Boom. The thunderous cheers and shouts completely ignited the entire arena. Wei Wenbin and Kang Zhuan in the VIP box were so excited they were in tears, hugging each other tightly and laughing heartily. In the seats of the 5 major academies, everyone stood up, regardless of their affiliations. using all their strength to cheer wildly for the figure standing at the pinnacle of the world in black clothing. At this moment, Chen's name resonated nationwide. He was undoubtedly the number one among the younger generation. Amidst the roaring cheers, the elder in a simple Zhongshan suit, who had been quietly observing from the top tier, silently appeared on the arena. Chapter 181, Old Dog, do you dare to fight me to the death? Chen was also overjoyed in his heart. His gaze sweeping over the three treasures before finally lingering on the notebook for a moment. He then clasped his hands towards the elder and said, "Thank you, senior. These items, any one of them could drive a top force crazy. And now, they all belong to Chen alone." The people of the nation watched through the live broadcast, their eyes turning red with jealousy as they gazed at the terrifying artifacts emitting powerful fluctuations. Chen felt waves of excitement in his heart. These items would greatly assist him in his future cultivation. Chen. The elder solemnly handed all the rewards to Chen, saying, "I hope you live up to the title of Star of Destiny, do not waste this talent. And bring peace to humanity for generations to come." Chen accepted the rewards and gave a slight nod to the elder. After the award ceremony, the entire venue erupted into enthusiastic cheers, celebrating the successful conclusion of the competition. However, at that moment, Chen suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute. I have something to say." His voice was not loud, but it drowned out all the cheers. The audience fell silent instantly, all looking at him in confusion. The national audience also perked up their ears. The elder looked at him with great interest. "Oh. What else do you want to say?" Chapter 182, Do you want to die too? Is this the power of the Qianyu realm? The golden giant hand was slashed apart by him, crumbling into nothingness. With one strike, the outcome was clear. "Little beast, is this the confidence you have to challenge me?" Jiang Wanzhong laughed even more wildly upon seeing this. "Today, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." He formed seals with both hands, and the imperial shadow behind him suddenly solidified. A terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens and earth completely locked onto Chen. Royal secret technique, 9 dragons suppressing the world. Roar. 9 towering golden dragons, formed from royal dragon chi and the power of the world, roared out from that imperial shadow. The dragon's might surged, sealing off the 4 corners of the world. With an unmatched force, simultaneously pouncing towards Chen from 9 directions. At that moment, the entire battle platform seemed to transform into a desperate land. However, facing this lethal situation, a cold and crazy smile appeared on Chen's face. In his indifferent eyes, a raging battle intent ignited. The Thousand Mountain Realm is indeed something. Finally someone can make me use my full strength. Old dog, if you want to kill me, you are not worthy. He suddenly raised his head and howled at the sky, and unparalleled will that encompassed all, descended with a thunderous roar. Chapter 183, Protecting the Young One well said. Wei Wenbin stepped forward, coming to Chen's side, and the terrifying aura of the war zone commander erupted, firmly locking onto the forces of the Imperial Palace. Chen is the star of my Eastern War Zone. Anyone who dares to touch him is declaring war on my entire Eastern War Zone. I, Wei Wenbin, will accompany you to the end. Just as his words fell, a bone-chilling cold descended. Ling Hanyue's figure appeared at Chen's other side. Her cold eyes sweeping across the venue, her voice like the cold wind from the 9 hells. If you want to touch him, you must step over my dead body first. Principal Kang Zhuan also laughed heartily, standing fearlessly behind Chen. The momentum of the Wanxiang Sky Pavilion reached its peak at that moment. My disciples of the Wanxiang Sky Pavilion are not to be humiliated by outsiders. Seeing the united and strong stance of the Eastern War Zone, the entire venue was thrown into an uproar. Everyone stared at the black-clothed youth guarded by the 3 great leaders with a mix of awe, fear, and fervor. Who is this guy? Not only is his strength monstrous, but his background is also incredibly solid. Damn! Who would dare to touch this backing? Chapter 184. High-level suppression. Ling Hanyu on the other end of the communication fell silent for a moment, her voice carrying a hint of seriousness. Chen. If you go looking for him now, it will escalate the situation completely. Chen chuckled lightly, leaning back in his chair, his tone relaxed. I'm just going to see him, as a consumer, to browse his company. That's not illegal, right? After all, he just lost his father. It's reasonable for me to express my condolences. If he doesn't take action against me, I naturally won't do anything to him. If he does take action against me, then he can't blame me for overreacting in defense. Besides, Chen's gaze turned playful. Is the situation not big enough now for Chen? Since he already has a grudge, he has a clear stance. He can only be a mortal enemy from now on. With a clear stance, he cannot hold back. Ling Hanyu, yes, the palace master has already been killed. Does it matter if another son is killed? She rubbed her aching forehead and said helplessly, wait a moment. She submitted Chen's request to Wei Wenbin. Wei Wenbin pondered for a moment, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Give it to him. My Eastern War Zone should use thunderous means to let everyone know that our people are not to be trifled with, otherwise, the other war zones will definitely take liberties. Chapter 185, Clear Stance. Root out the weeds. His voice was soft, but it carried a chilling coldness. Today is the day of the National Martial Arts Competition, right? How could his father and brother both suffer such fates? Once more, Jiang Wuyuan quickly and provocatively recounted the events. The atmosphere in the box reached a suffocating peak. All the beautiful women were scared pale, not daring to breathe. When Jiang Wuyuan hung up the call, Jiang Qian remained in that position, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. A slightly bolder beauty beside him, trembling, cautiously asked, Jiang Xiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? As she spoke, she reached out to wipe the blood off Jiang Qian's hands. Jiang Qian slowly turned his head, his handsome face devoid of any expression. But the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped that beauty's face. Bang! It was not the sound of a slap, but a dull explosion. That beauty's head burst open, as if struck directly by a battering ram, splattering red and white all over the other women beside Jiang Qian. Chapter 186. The Sunset Saint, the eldest son of the Imperial Palace, his eyes wide open, unable to close. Chen slowly withdrew his foot. Not even glancing at the corpse on the ground, he turned and glanced at the terrified beauties. You all saw it, he wanted to kill me. After saying this, he walked out of the box filled with the scent of blood and death. Outside, the security and manager of the club, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, saw him walking out, and then looked at the horrific scene inside. Each one scared to the point of their legs going weak, collapsing to the ground. Chen's figure disappeared into the deep night. Yuqing, First Central Hospital. VIP Special Care Ward. Several advanced medical devices emitting a soft glow surrounded the humanoid figure on the hospital bed. If not for the faint rise and fall of the chest, no one would believe this was still a living body. Half of the body was mangled, with ghastly bones and shattered organs barely visible. Thick life-prolonging medicine turned into green mist continuously seeping into his wounds, barely maintaining his life. By the bedside, several distant relatives of the Jiang family paced anxiously, their faces filled with terror and anger. They had just received news that just moments ago, the leader of the Qianlong group, the eldest son Jiang Qian, had also died. Chapter 187. Ling Xuanyue. Those sharp-minded bigwigs immediately raised their glasses and gathered around. This is Su Leoj, right? Long time no see. I am the vice president of the Qinglong Academy. Your son is truly a dragon among men. Uncle Su. Hello. I am from the Qianji Martial Academy. Come, I toast you. You have raised such a Chilean child like Chen, it's truly remarkable. Godfather. From today on, you are my real godfather. In the future, if anything happens, just say the word. A young master from an unknown faction even directly came up to acknowledge him, only to be slapped on the back of the head by his father. Su Jiongwo was confused by the commotion, just grinning foolishly. But the pride and self-satisfaction in his eyes were unmistakable. Although he didn't know the true power of these people, he understood that if it weren't for Su Chen, he would never have been regarded by them in his lifetime. The banquet lasted a long time, and only dispersed deep into the night. Su Chen took his father to his villa to settle down, and the father and son had quite a bit of conversation. The next day, Su Chen rarely skipped training and took his father to stroll around the most bustling commercial district, wanting him to experience life in the big city. Chapter 188, Western Assassins on the Silver Thread. An extremely cold aura suddenly erupted. Crack! The two short blades formed by shadows were instantly frozen, turning into two ice sculptures, which then shattered piece by piece, dissipating into the air. Oh! The leading shadow emitted a surprised sound, and the 2 points of crimson light turned towards Ling Xuanyue. Sorry. I just recognized your face. Turns out you're the little girl from the Ling family, and you're here too. It seems this time the reward needs to be calculated as an extra share. Ling Xuanyue strode out from behind the pillar, wearing a playful smile, but her eyes were icy cold. Between her delicate, fair fingers, several nearly invisible silver threads had already wrapped around them, glimmering with a deadly chill under the dim light. The shadow stinger. I thought who it was. Turns out it's a bunch of filthy bugs raised in the Western War Zone. She licked her rosy lips, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Just right, with my sister absent, my hands are itching. Today, I'll use you few to practice. Before her voice fell, she moved. Her figure was as swift as a ghost, leaving a residual shadow on the ground, actively charging towards one of the shadow assassins. Chapter 189, December Envoy Crack. Inside the body of the shadow leader, a series of core-cracking sounds echoed, and the intense pain made him emit a scream that was not human-like. I said. He completely broke down, and in the face of the fear of death, any loyalty was nonsense. Yes, it was the setting sun saint contacted by Jiang Long. Bang. However, he had just uttered a name when his head exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground. Su Chen's pupils constricted because, in that brief moment, he felt a force rush in from an extremely distant place, annihilating the assassin in his hand. That person was at a considerable distance. Far enough not only from this city, but possibly not even from the entire East. Yet their power could kill this assassin in such a short time. Is that the setting sun saint the person mentioned? Who is that? But this person shouldn't be able to kill indiscriminately, otherwise. With such a long distance and silently exploding the assassin's head, why not just eliminate themselves? Just that bizarre power, he didn't believe he could react in time. The result could only be that the other party needed to meet certain conditions before they could strike. Chapter 190. I don't negotiate with the dead, however, now, your talent, your domain, everything about you will become a sacrifice offered to the saint. And your demise will become the most glorious entry in my Moon Owl's history. He slowly stood up, walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the city below, like a deity examining its hunting ground. Deliver my orders, all moon envoys in Yucheng. Abandon hiding and prepare for the Moonfall Feast. Tonight, I will mourn the fall of a genius. In the underground parking lot. In any case, be careful. Ling Xuanyue looked at Su Chen, rarely showing a serious expression. These filthy bugs can do anything, especially that setting sun saint, who is almost a mythical figure in the Western War Zone, acting both just and evil, mysterious and unpredictable. Being targeted by him is definitely not a good thing. She thought for a moment, untied a red thread braided with silver threads from her wrist, and handed it to Su Chen. Take this. It contains a bit of my moonlight power. If you encounter an ancient monster at the Qianyu realm level, crush it. And it can at least help you block a blow, and let me know your location immediately. Chapter 191, terrifying talent limit with his command. 9 moon envoys at the cave-sinking realm moved. 9 figures transformed into 9 deadly streaks of light, simultaneously assaulting Chen from all directions. Blade light, sword shadows, bizarre curses, and invisible mental shocks. 9 completely different yet equally deadly attacks completely engulfed Chen at the same time. However, just as these attacks were about to touch Chen's body, an unparalleled will that encompassed all and dominated everything suddenly descended. Behind Chen, that microscopic universe turned from void to reality. The sun and moon rotated, and the galaxy surged. The 9 moon envoys' attacks, upon entering Chen's domain, were like a cow sinking into the sea, silently being decomposed, devoured, and obliterated. What? The 9 moon envoys, including the distant moon owl, had their pupils constrict violently. Their proud killing moves couldn't even break through the opponent's domain. At that moment, on the rooftop of a building several kilometers away, Ling Xuanyue was holding a high-tech telescope, curiously watching the direction of the parking lot. When she sensed the aura of those 9 cave-sinking realm beings and the last overwhelming pressure from the Qianyu realm simultaneously erupt, her bright little face instantly turned pale. Chapter 192, The Secret of the Saint. Finally, there's a method that looks acceptable. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread. In 5 seconds, I will make you completely disappear. 5. The calm number echoed clearly on the roaring battlefield, still pretending to be mysterious even when death is imminent. Moon Owl roared, and the speed of the scythe's descent increased by 30%. 4. Chen's figure suddenly became illusory. The death scythe passed through his body without obstruction, striking heavily on the ground. Boom! The entire parking lot trembled violently. A terrifying gash that seemed bottomless tore the earth apart. Moon Owl was stunned. He missed. 3. Chen's cold voice echoed like a ghost in his ear. Moon Owl's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned around abruptly. At some point, Chen had already appeared behind him. 2. Chen's fist moved slowly. Slowly enough for Moon Owl to clearly see the 10-colored radiance swirling on his fist. To see the space around his fist distorting and collapsing due to the concentrated power. Moon Owl wanted to dodge, wanted to defend, but his body, his domain, everything about him was firmly bound in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Chapter 193, Military District Suppression. Chapter 194, Military District Suppression. Otherwise, in the eyes of such an existence, I would probably just be an ant that could be easily crushed. Thank you. Chen nodded at Ling Xuanyue and turned to leave. Hey! Where are you going? Ling Xuanyue hurriedly followed. Back to the academy, entering seclusion. At the same time, in a place that couldn't be located, seemingly independent from the real world, a gigantic, boundless ink painting slowly unfolded in this void. On the scroll, majestic mountains and rivers surged, clouds and mist intertwined, all composed of the purest black and white, yet containing the most primordial Tao rhythm of heaven and earth. At the center of the scroll, on the peak of a solitary mountain, a figure sat cross-legged, dressed in simple linen garments, his face indistinct, as if shrouded in a layer of ink mist. He did not emit any aura, yet the entire space centered around him fell into an absolute stillness. He was the only god of this world, the fallen sun sage. Not far behind him, another figure sat cross-legged, Jiang Long. At this moment, Jiang Long's state was extremely peculiar. The half of his body that Chen had shattered was being enveloped by a thick mass of ink. Chapter 194, Breaking Through the 1,000 Peaks. Chen received the storage bag, scanned it with his consciousness, and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a top-tier academy's foundation, the resources inside were enough for him to indulge for a while. But this was still not enough for his ultimate needs. Not enough. Still not enough. Kang Zhuan's eyes nearly popped out. Just a bit short. Chen looked at him and slowly spoke. I remember that at the time, the Qianji Martial Academy, Qinglong Academy, Haoran Righteousness Pavilion, and Xinghua Academy all offered quite a few conditions. Although I didn't join them, I believe that with my current identity, they wouldn't refuse if I asked them for these resources. Kang Zhuan's expression froze. He looked at Su Chen, his lips trembling for a long time, before squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. You want me to go rob them right now? Su Chen smiled, remaining silent, but his meaning was clear. Kang Zhuan looked up at the sky, sighed deeply, feeling that he had never been this aggrieved in his life. As the president of the Wanxiang Qianga, he was now actually reduced to the point of begging for resources from other academies. What a sin! But looking at Su Chen's calm and determined eyes, he swallowed all his resentment back down. Chapter 195, Martial Arts Realm. Double breakthrough. An old professor, with white hair, looked at the phenomenon in the sky, trembling with excitement. However, this was not the end. The breakthrough had just begun. That 100-foot-tall Dharma form suddenly opened its mouth and fiercely inhaled towards the mountain-like pile of resources in Su Chen's villa. Whoosh! Like a great whale sucking in water, the wind swept away the clouds. The resources that President Kang Zhuan had painstakingly gathered were completely devoured within just a few breaths, leaving not a trace of energy residue. Su Chen's villa instantly became empty. Yet the Dharma form in the sky, although its aura had surged greatly, still hadn't reached the critical point for a breakthrough. Not enough. Resources were far from sufficient. At that moment, a streak of light flew from the horizon. It was President Kang Zhuan returning. Behind him followed 4 other powerful figures. The presidents of Qinglong, Qianji, Haoran, and Xinghua academies. When they saw that terrifying Dharma form in the sky, even with their extensive experience, they all gasped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. Is that kid Su Chen breaking through? Wasn't he just in the Dongshu realm? How long has it been? And he's about to break through to the 1,000 peaks, creating such a commotion. Chapter 196. The Rift of Suppression. The vast life energy contained in the Yuanlong active spinal fluid surged like raging dragons through Su Chen's limbs and bones. However, this overwhelming vitality, enough to make any 1,000 Peaks realm expert ecstatic, when infused into Su Chen's body, after a double breakthrough. Now comparable to a small world, it was like a trickle flowing into the vast ocean, merely forming a shallow layer on the seabed before disappearing without a trace. Empty. An unprecedented feeling of emptiness came from every cell in his body. Su Chen frowned tightly. He could clearly feel that his current state was extremely unstable. The blood and true energy within him remained at the level of a water tank, unable to fill this vast lake. In this state, if he engaged in a fight, it wouldn't take long before he would be exhausted and die. He must fill this lake as soon as possible. But where could he find such a massive amount of life energy? Look for Wei Wenbin and the Eastern War Zone. Su Chen immediately dismissed this idea. Ling Xuanyue had said they were executing an emergency task on the northeastern border. Far water couldn't quench near thirst. To fill this emptiness, after pondering for a while, Su Chen realized the best method. Chapter 197. Retrieve the tower. Chapter 198. Retrieve the tower. Isn't the perspective too narrow? Just think. When he becomes a sage in the future, a pillar of strength for the country, what does today's investment count for? At that time, history will record it. The 5 major academies invested everything to help Sage Su break through 2 realms in one day. What an honor that would be. After hearing this, the expressions of the several presidents improved a bit, but they still felt a pinch in their hearts. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Su Chen's tall figure appeared at the door. The 5 presidents saw him and their hearts simultaneously skipped a beat, instinctively covering their storage rings, looking at him warily. Su Juxing, what brings you here? We really don't have a single drop left. Seeing their tense expressions, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Presidents, I'm not here to ask for resources this time. Upon hearing this, the 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief. I'm here to deliver an opportunity. Su Chen's next words left them stunned. Deliver an opportunity. Su Chen did not keep them in suspense and directly laid out his plan. I want to retrieve the ascending tower and release the spatial rift below. Within the rift, opportunities and dangers coexist, anyone can go. Chapter 198. The remains of the sage. Then, he slowly raised his foot and gently stomped the ground. Vaz? An invisible wave centered around him suddenly spread out like ripples. In the next moment, a scene that made everyone's scalp tingle appeared. Within a radius of several miles, all the ferocious beasts that were crouched on the ground suddenly froze at the same time. Then, a series of explosive sounds like firecrackers on New Year's Eve erupted continuously. Thousands of ferocious beasts, their bodies, under Su Chen's stomp, were violently shattered into a sky full of blood mist by that invisible pressure. With one kick, he killed thousands of beasts at the law manifestation stage. The square was dead silent. In the sky, the scenes of the fierce battle seemed to lose all color at that moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Chen's singular image, their minds blank. Luo Mo was being attacked by 7 or 8 beasts, in a perilous situation, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught this scene. Almost dropping the long knife in his hand. This is a dimensionality reduction strike. It's definitely Su Chen. And after doing all this, Su Chen simply opened his mouth calmly, and gently inhaled the mist of blood in the sky. Chapter 199, Concept Level Sword Technique, 1/ to end. Lightning and grey sword energy clashed wildly in the air, erupting with continuous roars. Su Chen's figure moved nimbly amidst the storm of sword energy, as fast as a ghost. Each of his slashes accurately struck at the weak points of the opponent's sword technique, breaking through the seemingly earth-shattering attacks one by one. The remains of the saint seemed to retain some intelligence, and grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. It could feel that the trial taker in front of it was getting stronger, at an incredible speed during the fight. His control over power and use of the laws were improving rapidly every moment. It was as if he had just reached this level, and was still exploring everything in actual combat, thus continuously growing stronger. But this guy could already hold his own against it right from the start. What would happen once he fully mastered his power? The soul fire in the saint's remains suddenly contracted, and a terrifying aura erupted. It plunged its massive bone knife into the ground, and with hands crossed before its chest, formed an ancient and obscure seal. The dead return. As its grand thought echoed, the entire blood-colored wasteland trembled violently. Chapter 200, Escort of the main battleship. In the main materials, there was even something like the Eye of the Candle Dragon. Taken from the peak demon emperor of the Candle Dragon realm, used to carry the sword soul, granting it the power to perceive the past and future. Only then could the instant time/ignore space and time to end everything. Just this one was already extremely difficult. Su Chen didn't even bother to take a closer look at the subsequent materials like the blood of 100 beasts. Looking at this series of excessively harsh material lists, even Su Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Most of the materials had a decent chance of being gathered, at most something like the blood of 100 beasts, which required time to collect the blood of 100 ferocious beasts to sharpen the blade. But where could he find a peak demon emperor of the Candle Dragon realm and dig out its eyes? The difficulty was simply hellish. However, difficulties aside, one must always have a goal. Moreover, the rewards were substantial, a slash that ignored distance and space, a concept level slash. Just thinking about it made Su Chen feel it was extraordinary. Su Chen put away the blueprints, temporarily suppressing the thought of forging the instant, and instead devoted all his energy to the cultivation of the instant time slash. Chapter 201, Catastrophic Level. Wow. What a display. Is this Su Chen's power? Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone. With this spectacle, I would believe it if someone said Su Chen is the biological son of the commander of the battle zone. Amid countless shocked gazes, the central battleship slowly lowered a beam of light, precisely enveloping the villa where Su Chen was located. Su Chen nodded to Ling Xuanyue, took a step forward, and his figure was drawn by the beam towards the battleship. Ling Xuanyue did not follow. She waved her hand, a mischievous smile on her face. "I'm not going. My sister has given me a long holiday. I need to enjoy it well, and you, well, just take care of yourself." Chen's figure disappeared into the hatch of the battleship. Inside the battleship was a wide and solemn metal corridor, filled with soldiers dressed in black military uniforms, exuding a fierce aura. When they saw Chen, they all saluted in unison, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. A middle-aged officer with the rank of major, cold-faced and sharp-eyed, quickly approached. "Su Jiangxing, welcome aboard. I am the navigator for this mission, Captain Wang Jingxing of the Breaking Army." Wang Jingxing's voice was like the clashing of metal, filled with the decisiveness and iron will unique to soldiers. Chapter 202, Blood Battle on the Icefield. The year-round unmelting snowstorm roared like a giant white beast, swallowing the entire world. The bone-chilling cold was enough to make steel brittle, and the thin air felt like knives, scraping through the lungs and bringing a fiery pain. However, more deadly than this frigid weather was the unceasing war. The massive glacier was stained a shocking dark red, a mixture of blood from beasts and humans, instantly frozen, layer upon layer, forming strange blood-colored ice crystals. Roar! Kill! The thunderous roars and cries of battle tore through the curtain of wind and snow. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts surged from the bottomless chasm at the horizon, like erupting volcanic lava, madly rushing toward the human defenses. They varied in shape. Some resembled mountains, covered in ice crystal armor. Some were as fast as lightning, leaving trails in the snow, and some could spit corrosive venom capable of melting glacier. Each beast exuded a breath of at least level 7. With many terrifying existences at level 8, their strength far surpassing that of the Nirvana realm. Before them was a fragile defense line made of steel, ice walls, and flesh. Chapter 203, Desperate Situation. The two exchanged glances, no longer wanting to fight, and their figures turned into two streaks of light, appearing under the watchtower where Ling Hanyu was located in just a few flashes. "Commander Ling," Luo Shui said anxiously, "the front line can barely hold on. The most critical point is that when we returned, we sensed at least 30 auras of level 9 beasts approaching from behind the beast tide." Level 9. A terrifying existence comparable to the cave ruin realm. Hearing these two words, even Ling Hanyu, whose heart was like still water, showed a trace of barely perceptible fluctuation in her cold eyes. What does 30 level 9 beasts mean? Luo Shui and Luo Bing together might be able to fend off 3 to 5, and Ling Hanyu herself might be able to handle quite a few. But what about the rest? Once they broke through the defense line, those ordinary soldiers would be slaughtered without even a chance to resist. "Commander Ling, we should retreat." Luo Bing gritted her teeth and said, "As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. It's impossible to hold this place. Continuing to defend is meaningless. We can't let everyone die here for nothing." Ling Hanyu fell silent. She looked at the soldiers below, battered yet still fighting fiercely. Gazing at the young and resolute faces, their hands gripping the icy railing, knuckles slightly pale. Chapter 204, I alone am a natural disaster. Chapter 205, I alone am a natural disaster. That voice was calm and gentle, yet it pierced through the wind and snow like a thunderclap, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Ling Hanshue's eyes, as cold as ancient ice, constricted sharply upon seeing that face. It was him, Chen. How could he be here? No, why did he descend from the sky in this manner? That terrifying blade light that obliterated over 29th tier beasts, was it emitted by him? Countless questions exploded in Ling Hanshue's mind, and her heart surged with overwhelming waves. Luo Shui and Luo Bing, the sisters, stared dumbfounded at the figure standing atop the mountain of corpses, their pretty faces filled with incredulous shock. They had just felt despair over so many 9th tier beasts. But now, these 9th tier beasts, along with their minions, had been cut into neat halves on the ground. And all of this was caused by the seemingly frail young man before them. Roar! After a brief silence, The remaining few ninth-tier beasts finally snapped back to reality from the shock of their companions being killed in an instant. In their crimson eyes, there was no fear. Only endless fury provoked. Chapter 205 Crisis in the War Zone. Then, everything touched by that line disappeared. Not destroyed, not annihilated, but vanished into thin air. From the perspective of the battleship, the area along the line was as if a merciless eraser had wiped away a large section of the battlefield. That area extended from the entrance of the chasm all the way to the human defense line, forming an absolute vacuum zone several kilometers wide. All beasts, regardless of rank or size, had vanished. Even the ice layer and ground beneath them had disappeared, leaving behind a bottomless, mirror-smooth terrifying abyss. A tabletop cleaning master could not have done it so cleanly. And the once crazily surging beasts in the massive chasm fell into an eerie, deathly silence after that one strike. As if some terrifying presence deep within the chasm had been utterly frightened by this strike, not daring to make a sound. The whole world fell silent. Only the wind and snow continued to howl. Gulp. Wang Jingxing swallowed hard, feeling his throat was dry enough to smoke. He turned to look at the crew members beside him and found that everyone, like him, had pale faces and trembled as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 206 Nighttime Hunt. Chen nodded knowingly and asked, "How much do you know about this demon domain? Why are there still so many beasts after the strike of the space-based weapon?" When it came to serious matters, Wang Jingxing's expression became serious as well. Su Jiangxing. You may not know, but earlier, Commander Wei ordered the use of the Divine Punishment Spear to strike only at the power spilling out from the fissure of the demon domain on the surface. And what was eliminated were merely those beasts infected by demon energy on the surface. However, the root of this demon domain lies beneath that bottomless chasm. Your strike today was far more terrifying than the Divine Punishment Spear. Wang Jingxing's eyes revealed deep apprehension once again. The Divine Punishment Spear was at most a physical exorcism, temporarily suppressing the threat of catastrophe level. After the explosion, whatever was below would still come out. But your strike directly scared them. I have never seen a catastrophe-level demon domain fall into such long-lasting silence due to someone's strike. Usually, frontline soldiers rarely have a moment's rest for over an hour due to continuous attacks from the demon domain. But from before until now, so much time has passed. And the demon domain has shown no signs of movement. Chapter 207 Cleanup. This indicates that there are other places that may be even more critical. Can this demon domain really be controlled? His soldiers, his brothers, were being slaughtered by that monster. They used their flesh and blood to withstand every charge of that monster, sacrificing their lives to buy the rear lines every trivial second. Boom! A main battle tank roared as it crashed into the side of a ground dragon beast. Driven by a rookie who had just enlisted for less than a year, his face displaying a resolve beyond his age. For humanity. He pressed the self-destruct button. The violent explosion sent the massive body of the ground dragon beast staggering. Several pieces of its side scales were blown open, revealing the blood-red tender flesh beneath. Damn it! Zhao Zhengguo gritted his teeth. However, in the next moment, the ground dragon beast let out an angry roar, and the blown open wound visibly squirmed and healed, quickly returning to normal. It suddenly swung its tail, a giant tail like a battering ram, viciously striking another tank that was preparing to replicate the maneuver. Bang! The steel beast was instantly twisted into a heap of scrap iron, exploding with a loud bang, turning into a burst of brilliant fireworks. Chapter 208 Headquarters Decision. In the D9 Defense Zone, a 9th-tier nightmare beast skilled in mental attacks plunged thousands of soldiers into an illusion, causing them to kill each other. Su Chen descended, unleashing his domain, directly using even stronger mental power to turn the nightmare beast into a fool, then punched it to death. He was like an untiring battlefield cleaner, slaughtering from east to west, from south to north. Wherever he passed, the beast tide was annihilated, flesh and blood turned to mud. All returned to him. The vast lake within him was rising at a terrifying speed. 30%, 40%, 50% his aura became more solid, more terrifying, and even more unfathomable amidst this endless killing and devouring. When Chen returned to the temporary camp, where Wang Jingxing and the others were, the sky was already dimly bright. This was the most peaceful sleep the soldiers in the camp had in 3 days. There were no earth-shattering beast roars, no urgent battle alarms, only the howling wind and snow, like a soothing lullaby. However, this tranquility was shattered completely by the appearance of a figure. The moment Chen's tall figure stepped into the camp gate, a thick, almost tangible smell of blood and murderous aura swept through the entire camp like a tsunami. Chapter 209 Walking Stimulant Plan 2. Send an elite squad deep into the chasm to find and destroy the core of the demon domain. This plan carries extremely high risks because, according to our estimates, a semi-saint level demon emperor is likely to be sleeping in the deepest part of the chasm. Semi-saint demon emperor. As soon as those 4 words were uttered, the temperature in the entire conference room dropped several degrees. The faces of all the generals were filled with horror. The star of Mengzhong ultimately fell because it went too deep. Chen Beishuan's tone was filled with regret. Long Zhenghua remained silent for a moment, quickly pondering and making a decision. Entering the rift was tantamount to seeking death, for now. They would execute Plan A at all costs, sealing the entrance and stabilizing the front line before considering further strategies. Yes. Others agreed, as this was the safest option. Long Shuai. Chen Beizhuan spoke again, marking 2 blood-red points on the projection. To seal the entrance, they must hold onto the strategic points of Qianzhui and Gui Men, which were like 2 nails firmly wedged on either side of the rift, bearing the brunt of the beast tide's most violent impact. What is the current situation at these 2 points? Long Zhenghua asked. Chapter 210. Urban ruins. The seemingly unstoppable beast tide was actually being held back by their frenzied momentum. In fact, it was even retreating step by step. The entire battlefield transformed into a massive meat grinder. But the only ones being ground were those ferocious beasts roaring in from outside the defense. In that moment, Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. His mere presence invigorated countless people. Just then, 2 striking figures descended like fluttering butterflies, landing beside Chen. It was the Luo Shui and Luo Bing sisters, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Chen, you. Luo Bing looked at the brutal yet exhilarating scene before her, then glanced at the man whose arrival had boosted the morale of the entire army, momentarily at a loss for words. Our legion is almost turning into your fan club, Luo Shui said with a wry smile, shaking her head, a hint of helplessness and emotion in her cold eyes. The scene before them was simply too outrageous. Chen alone was more effective than 10 political commissars combined. Commander Ling can finally rest well these days, Luo Shui added, thanks to you. This battle zone is now the most stable place in the entire East. Other battle zones have reportedly gone nearly mad. Chapter 211. Frontline collapse. Shut your mouth. The so-called captain was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and an unusually resolute gaze. He yanked a soldier back and roared, I said. If we die, we die together. There are no cowards among the Qianzhui defense. Roar. The 8th tier bone dragon beast had evidently lost its patience. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing a destructive dark red energy beam towards the several soldiers, who had nowhere left to retreat. Death was imminent. The 5 soldiers instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for the final outcome. However, the anticipated pain never came. They waited for a long time, and the surroundings remained eerily silent. The captain cautiously opened one eye, and then his whole body froze. Before them, somehow, a tall figure in black clothing had appeared. The figure simply extended a hand calmly and effortlessly caught the energy beam capable of melting steel in his palm. The energy beam in his hand was like a docile pet, unable to stir even a ripple. Chen didn't even turn around, he just gently squeezed his palm. Chapter 212. First flight. Once out of Ma Peng and the other sight, Chen's speed reached its peak. His figure transformed into a black flash of lightning. Nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye, darting between countless abandoned buildings. However, he soon realized that simply running on the ground was still too slow. He raised his head, looking at the leaden-grey sky. Chen realm, the realm of laws. The vast lake within him, filled to 80%, was surging with unimaginable terrifying power. He seemed to have yet to truly experience the limits of this power. Can I fly with this strength? A thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. He abruptly stopped, bending his legs slightly. The power within him erupted like a volcano about to explode. Boom! The hard alloy ground beneath his feet was instantly crushed into a massive web-like pit. His body shot up like a fired cannonball, carrying an unmatched terrifying momentum. Soaring into the sky. At the moment he reached the highest point, Chen felt the pull of gravity. With a thought, the immense energy amassed from countless beast-life essences surged throughout his body, wrapping him tightly. Chapter 213, Clearing the Front Line. Boom. The dying steel behemoth let out its last roar of life. Dragging its broken body, it charged toward the black sea that represented death like a determined meteor. However, just as the tank was about to be submerged by the beast tide, a flash of blade light descended from the sky. It was a blade light that no one could describe with any language. It wasn't fast, nor was it bright. But at the moment it appeared, the entire noisy and chaotic world fell into an absolute, deathly silence. The blade light floated silently, effortlessly sweeping across the entire battlefield. It passed through the tank that was making a suicidal charge, and through the endless beast tide that was completely engulfing the Chenjue defense. The next moment, puff! The synchronized sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh rang out densely. The once mighty 9th-tier beast was neatly split in half from the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. And behind it, the countless black beast tide, all the beasts that had been touched by that blade light, regardless of tier or size, simultaneously split apart. Chapter 214, The 10 Directions. Martial God Body. They all gaped, staring blankly at the figure leisurely strolling through the beast tide, raising a storm of blood with every gesture. Their minds had completely crashed. Captain, is our only reinforcement him? A young soldier asked, his voice trembling, feeling as if his worldview was being ruthlessly shattered. Shifeng did not answer, as he didn't know how to respond either. He just fixed his gaze on the battlefield, his expression shifting from initial anticipation to shock, then to horror, and finally to a near-numb stupor. One person really could stand alone. One person was fighting against an entire beast tide from the monster domain. This was no longer a war. This was a god cleaning up the annoying bugs in his backyard. However, the number of beasts was simply too overwhelming, to a degree that was despairing. They seemed endless, continuously flooding out from every corner and every crack of the destroyed city. Although Chen's killing speed was incredibly fast, the speed at which the beast tide filled in was equally astonishing. The entire battlefield transformed into a never-ending meat grinder. Chapter 215, Shock to Headquarters. Its massive body, composed of countless corpses, twisted and morphed wildly, trying to split into numerous entities to avoid the inevitable fatal blow. However, in the face of Cheng's conceptual level punch, all struggles were in vain. Bang! A dull thud echoed. That head, formed from countless skulls and larger than a mountain, exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer. Immediately following was a chain reaction. The corpses, loathing their 1,000-meter-high massive body, began to collapse rapidly from the position of the head, disintegrating under an invisible force. Ultimately, they turned into a sky full of bone ash and black pus, falling like a black snow. And those endless beast tides crawling on the ground. At the moment their deity was smashed by a punch, the crimson light in their eyes extinguished in unison, their chaotic will completely replaced by fear. They emitted a series of piercing wails, no longer caring to attack any humans, but turned around and fled madly in all directions like a receding tide. However, How could Chen let these walking experience bags escape? He stood high above, overlooking the fleeing beast tide below, arms wide open. Chapter 216, Star Squad in the End. They saw the 1,000-meter-tall corpse of the 10th-level fierce beast, witnessed its strike that tore through space. They also saw how that young man transformed into a deity composed of pure martial arts principles, effortlessly erasing that terrifying existence capable of destroying a legion with a single punch. In the conference room, all that remained were the sounds of gasps. Is this the damage that can be dealt by someone at the Thousand Peaks realm? A general known for his bravery spoke with a tremor in his voice, feeling as if his worldview was being ruthlessly overturned. Thousand Peaks realm. You call this the Thousand Peaks realm? Can your Thousand Peaks realm punch a 10th-level fierce beast and smash it like a watermelon? Whose star general is this? Another general couldn't help but curse, his expression reaching an extraordinary peak. Wei Wenbin, leading his elite Sunlong Legion, had failed to hold the Chenjue defense line, and even he had fallen into it. Yet this kid single-handedly cleared the entire beast tide of the Chenjue defense zone. Who would believe this if it got out? Long Zhenghua said nothing, just stared intently at the young and calm face in the image, his heart stirred by immense waves. Chapter 217, Core of the Demon Domain. He stood with his back to them, bathed in the long-lost sunlight streaming through the cracks in the clouds, the black hem of his clothing gently swaying in the wind. He just stood there, giving an illusion of overlooking the entire world, dominating all life and death. Like a deity. Just a silhouette made the 5 members of the squad feel an immense pressure originating from the depths of their souls. They instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their internal true energy instantly reaching its peak, as if facing a formidable enemy. At that moment, the figure slowly turned around. It was an exceptionally young and handsome face. His gaze was calm and deep, crossing over the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, landing on the unexpected guests before him. Who are you? His plain voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Yet it made their hearts tighten, as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer. Han Xiaotong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her shock and fear, stepped forward, and replied loudly. Reporting, sir. We are the Moonlight Star Squad from the Eastern Theater. We are here to reinforce the Chenjue defense line. As soon as her words fell, she saw the young man's lips curl into an ambiguous arc. Chapter 218, The blind mad dog. Chen narrowed his eyes and said, We are just looking for someone. Not here to confront the Demon Emperor. A commander is missing inside, and we must check it out. Star General, this is no joke. Han Xiaotong grew anxious. She felt responsible to stop this absurdly strong yet seemingly reckless colleague from seeking death. Chen ignored their objections, turned around, and stepped directly toward the unfathomable chasm. His actions already indicated his stance. Watching that resolute figure, Han Xiaotong gritted her silver teeth, a hint of struggle flashing across her spirited face. Ultimately, as if making a decision, she stomped her foot. Damn it! Madman! She shouted to her teammates behind her. Everyone, follow Star General. Captain! Shi Lei and the others were astonished. Follow orders. Han Xiaotong's gaze became incredibly firm. He is right, we are here to assist. We haven't confirmed whether Commander Wei is truly dead yet, we must go take a look. Moreover, we have such a madman who can single-handedly kill through the entire battle zone accompanying us. Chapter 219, One person fights off the beast tide, but this ignorant fool had no idea what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. However, a hand gently pressed on her shoulder. It was Chen. He didn't even glance at the jumping Zhao Qianheng, merely calmly said to Han Xiaotong. Why bother with a mad dog? It's a waste of breath. After saying that, his deep, unfaltering eyes finally slowly landed on Zhao Qianheng and the few still grinning teammates behind him. There was no killing intent, no anger, not even any emotion. What remained was an absolute indifference, like a deity looking down on ants, as if observing a few insignificant specks of dust. Just that gaze made the world around them eerily quiet. Zhao Qianheng's smile froze. An indescribable terror emanating from the deepest levels of life, like an invisible tide, instantly engulfed them. Cold sweat soaked their battle uniforms. Vaz? The instinct for survival caused their internal true energy to uncontrollably erupt at that moment, forming layers of protective energy, trying to withstand the terrifying pressure that nearly suffocated them. Chapter 220. Beneath the abyss, dark purple demonic energy surged like a living thing from the unfathomable chasm, coalescing in the air into various twisted, struggling faces, letting out silent roars. The air was filled with a foul stench of sulfur and decaying flesh, and the light here was severely distorted, as if even space had become chaotic. With great difficulty, Shi Lei, carrying an ion cannon, swallowed hard. His weathered face was etched with tension. In this cursed place, just standing at the edge felt like his true energy was about to freeze. The technical expert Liu Yu and the team also had a pale face at this moment, her eyes fixed on the miniature computer on her wrist, her voice trembling. The energy fluctuation index has exploded. The concentration of demonic energy here is at least 3 orders of magnitude higher than the highest demonic realm I've ever encountered. What on earth is this place? Han Xiaotong's expression was equally grave, her true energy from the cave ruin realm operating at high speed, barely resisting the pervasive cold invasion. She looked at Chen, who was standing at the front, and saw that he still appeared calm and untroubled. The demonic energy that could make even those in the cave ruin realm uncomfortable brushed over him, without even lifting the corners of his clothes. Chapter 221. Life Cocoon. Chen chose the widest-looking tunnel, and stepped inside first. The interior of the tunnel was more complex than imagined. Some places were wide enough for a small warship to pass through, while others were narrow enough that only one person could squeeze through sideways. The walls were covered in sticky biological slime, and some pulsating, blood vessel-like strange tissues. Along the way, they encountered countless attacks from ferocious beasts. There were stone-skinned beasts hidden in the rock walls, adept at camouflage like chameleons, and spider demons hanging upside down from above, capable of spewing highly corrosive venom. There were also swarms of bloodthirsty rats, with the lowest being 5th rank, surging in like a tide. However, these monsters, which would give a conventional army a headache in the outside world, did not even qualify to be glanced at by Chen. Whether it was the 8th rank spider demons, or the thousands of rats that would cause great disasters if released outside, before the Moonlight team could react. They were often cleaned up by an invisible blade of light, or a domineering fist wind. By the end, the 5 members of the Moonlight team were completely numb. Chapter 222. Gluttonous Feast. Crazy Enhancement. Jiangxing. Han Xiaotong led her team members quickly to Chen's side, forming a defensive formation to fend off the beast tide surging from behind. "We'll cover you. You go rescue Commander Wei." Chen nodded, turning his gaze to the golden cocoon before him that was about to shatter. He could clearly see that inside the cocoon was an elderly man with white hair and a robust figure, sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was weak like a candle flickering in the wind. It was none other than Wei Wenbin, one of the commanders of the Eastern Theater. The last time they met, Wei Wenbin was still in his prime, with a full head of black hair. "I'm sorry, Commander Wei," Chen said, his expression firm. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, fingers claw-like, directly reaching for the golden light cocoon. Crack! With a crisp sound, the already cracked golden cocoon could no longer hold, and Chen easily tore a huge opening. At the moment the cocoon shattered, an energy that was pure to the extreme yet carried a hint of deathly stillness erupted violently. Chen, quick-witted, grabbed the already completely unconscious Wei Wenbin and pulled him out of the energy storm. Chapter 223. Headquarters. After doing all this, he did not linger. His figure flashed and transformed into a stream of golden light, soaring into the sky and quickly leaving this death zone. When Chen's figure reappeared on the ground, the sky had completely darkened. He returned to the temporary camp where Wang Jingxing was located. At this moment, the camp was brightly lit and bustling with noise. Countless engineers and transport ships were busy and orderly dismantling the damaged defensive structures. Upon seeing Su Chen's appearance, the entire camp instantly fell into absolute silence. Everyone stopped their work and turned their gazes toward the figure approaching from the ravine. Their eyes were filled with awe, admiration, and fervor. Su Jiangxing. It's Su Jiangxing back. Wang Jingxing and Han Xiaotong rushed out of the command tent, and when they saw that Su Chen was safe and sound, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Su Jiangxing. You're okay, that's great. Wang Jingxing's voice trembled with excitement. Where's Commander Wei? Su Chen asked. Report. Su Jiangxing. Han Xiaotong stepped forward immediately, responding loudly. Chapter 224. Star level. Han Xiaotong cleared her throat, forcing herself to calm down and regain the composure and efficiency of a captain. It's getting late. Wang Jingxing should have arranged a restaurant for us. Let us eat first, and we can discuss matters at the table. All right. Su Chen naturally had no objections. The top floor of the Star Hotel was an exclusive rotating restaurant. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the dazzling lights of the floating mega-city. And beyond that, the deep, boundless starry sky shielded by an energy barrier. Inside the restaurant, soothing classical music flowed gently, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of high-quality ingredients. The five of them sat around a window-side table, which was filled with various delicacies, many of which came from deep within the demonic realm, containing pure energy beneficial to martial artists. However, at this moment, apart from Shilei and Shifeng, who were heartily enjoying their meal, the three women, including Han Xiaotong, were somewhat distracted. Their eyes would involuntarily glance toward the man across from them, who was leisurely cutting a piece of beast meat on his plate. Stripped of the killing intent and bloodlust of the battlefield, Su Chen now appeared quiet and steady. Chapter 225. Assessment test. At that time, wouldn't he, the Moonlight team, be able to rise to great heights? Just thinking of that scene made them shiver with excitement. Eastern Theater, Star Certification Center. This was a giant building covering over 100,000 square meters, full of futuristic technological feel. The entire hall had a ceiling height of over 100 meters, made of some unknown silver-white metal, inscribed with mysterious energy circuits that radiated a soft glow. In the center of the hall stood dozens of gigantic crystal pillars, each over 10 meters tall, with flowing data-like colors on their surfaces, filled with a sense of mystery and power. These were the source energy resonance crystals used to test the comprehensive combat power index of the stars. At this moment, the hall was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Many young men and women with powerful auras gathered in groups, all here for certification, or to increase their rank. Just like Su Chen. After all, the scale of this demon domain is too large, and everyone has the opportunity to achieve military merit. Boom! At that moment, a crystal pillar on the far left side of the hall suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light. Above the crystal pillar, a virtual screen displayed a series of numbers that rapidly jumped, eventually stopping at an astonishing value. Chapter 226. A finger to explode. Han Xiaotong was so angry that she trembled all over and was about to explode. Just then, Su Chen, standing in front of the crystal pillar, finally moved. He did not posture like others, brewing momentum and then striking the crystal with all his strength. Instead, he casually and calmly raised his right hand. Then, he extended his index finger and lightly touched the enormous crystal pillar that emanated a mysterious aura. The entire process was quiet and unremarkable, as if he were casually brushing against a railing by the roadside. Seeing this, Sun Hao's expression of mockery deepened. Did you see that? Is this the so-called peerless expert? He doesn't even understand the testing process. Does he think he's playing house? However, before he could finish his sentence, a low, long hum that seemed to come from the ancient wilderness suddenly resonated. The crystal pillar that Su Chen's finger touched trembled violently. Immediately after, the entire 10-meter-high crystal pillar lit up with a brilliant, indescribable golden radiance from the bottom. The gold was domineering, majestic, and filled with an unparalleled aura of supremacy. The golden light spread upward at a devastating speed. Chapter 227, Sky Dome Sequence, 10th Seat. However, he was surprised that this crystal could not withstand such force. Although this finger contained his strongest power in its normal state, he had not yet used the Shifang martial god body, or the countless life energies he had just absorbed and had yet to digest. He really didn't know what would happen if he entered the Shifang martial god body, and then fully digested those life energies for a strike. Just then, a line of golden characters, composed of the oldest federal script and radiating supreme majesty, slowly appeared in the center of the hall, as if it were a divine decree. At the same time, it was imprinted on everyone's retinas. Evaluation of military star level. Unknown initiating highest authority judgment according to Article 17 of the Federal Military Star Supreme Act. Any combat power index exceeding the 9-star evaluation limit that triggers a manifestation of rules will automatically enter the final sequence evaluation procedure. Evaluation result, Sky Dome Sequence. Temporarily ranked 10th. When the last few golden characters solidified, the entire world seemed to be muted. Everyone's breathing halted at that moment. The Sky Dome Sequence. The one that only exists in legends, representing the top 10 strongest beings among all military stars. Chapter 228. Shock at headquarters. The young man in front of him was truly an existence of the 10th seat in the Sky Dome Sequence. Chen saluted Wu Gang and then glanced indifferently at Sun Hao, his gaze calm, indifferent, and without a ripple. My certification is over, I'm leaving. He withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked straight toward the hall's exit. Ah! Sun Hao watched as the figure walked past him without even glancing at him, letting out an incomprehensible, beast-like wail from his throat. It was as if he were an insignificant ant, unworthy of even a second of attention. That extreme, bone-deep disregard was more despairing than any humiliation or punishment. Then, Sun Hao rolled his eyes and was directly overwhelmed by the immense fear and shame, fainting. Sequence. Please wait. Wu Gang became anxious when he saw Chen about to leave and hurriedly tried to catch up. Military star. Wait for us. Han Xiaotong finally regained her senses from the immense shock and no longer cared about the fainted Sun Hao, nor about verifying her military star level. Chapter 229. He is the 10th seat. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over everyone present and finally landed on Wu Gang. Old Wu, long time no see. He nodded politely to Wu Gang. We received news that a new Sky Dome sequence has just emerged here, temporarily ranked 10th. Is this true? Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. All eyes focused intently on Wu Gang. Wu Gang took a deep breath, feeling the heavy pressure of those almost tangible gazes. He glanced at the still calm Chen beside him and smiled wryly as he nodded. This is indeed the case. Boom! The crowd erupted again. Although they had already seen that line of golden characters, the impact of receiving confirmation from Wu Gang, a 7-star military star, was still unparalleled. Hiss! It's actually true. We in the Eastern Theater have really produced a Sky Dome sequence. This is crazy. This is a matter that could change the entire situation. In the air, individuals like Hu Qianlin and Yang Chuanye's eyes instantly became fiery and sharp upon receiving the confirmation. Sky Dome Sequence. Chapter 230. General Long's presence. Are you really willing to turn against all of us for an insignificant kid? Insignificant. Wu Gang laughed angrily and pointed at Hu Qianlin, shouting. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is Chen. Military star. He just single-handedly swept through the endless beast tide in the falling sky defense zone and rescued Commander Wei Wenbin. He has been personally evaluated by the intelligence brain as the 10th seat of the Sky Dome sequence, the first military star of our Eastern Theater. You self-proclaimed geniuses are not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Wu Gang's words were thunderous, each word striking like a hammer against everyone's hearts. To be honest, he had also found it hard to believe when he first received this information, but he had witnessed how Chen exploded that crystal with a single finger. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Swept through the falling sky defense zone. Rescued Commander Wei Wenbin. How is this possible? The falling sky defense zone is a calamity-level demon domain. Even a commander of Wei Wenbin's level got trapped in there. One person swept through it. Is this something a human can do? Even if all strategic-level weapons were used, no one would dare to claim to have swept through it. Chapter 231, Lockdown Plan. Seeing Chen approach, Sun Hao crawled to Chen's feet, hugging his leg and crying out with snot and tears. General Su. Grandpa Su. I have eyes but can't recognize Mount Tai. I was just joking before, there was no malice. Xiaotong knows what kind of person I am. I just have a loose tongue. As he spoke, he began to bang his head on the ground, and in just a few moments, his forehead was bleeding profusely. Chen frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. He gently shook his leg, using a subtle force to push Sun Hao away. That's enough, he said. I didn't take you guys seriously, so be more careful next time. After saying this, he walked straight into the hotel entrance. Sun Hao and the others felt as if they had received a pardon, collapsing on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces showing a joy of survival. Han Xiaotong and the others glanced at them with mixed feelings and quickly followed inside. In the corridor, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. The members of the Moonlight Squad followed behind Chen, wanting to speak several times, but not knowing what to say. Especially Han Xiaotong. She originally wanted to formally invite Chen to join their Moonlight Squad. But how could she bring it up now? How could she invite a regional general, the 10th seat of the Celestial Sequence, to join their small silver squad that wasn't even at the gold level? Chapter 232, Refining Life Energy. At this moment, Ling Hanshue's heart was also stirred up with waves, as she had just returned from the front line half an hour ago. In this short half an hour, various news about Chen bombarded her mind. Such as the first place on the Eastern War Zone star list, the 10th seat of the Celestial Sequence, and so on. The terrifying part was that, without her knowledge, Chen had actually been to the dangerous place of the falling sky defense line and even rescued Wei Wenbin. Thinking of this, she felt a bit angry. Didn't this kid think about what would happen if something went wrong? Chen was the star general she had worked so hard to find. Ling Hanshue, you didn't bring us a surprise this time, you completely brought us a scare. I really don't know where you found such a treasure, almost scaring the hearts of us old guys to a stop. The other commanders in the command center also echoed. Filled with admiration for Ling Hanshue, and complaints about the heart-stopping experience they had just gone through. Commander Ling, your confidentiality work is too good, right? You actually let such a mythical genius run alone to the falling sky defense line. When I heard the news just now, I almost thought some bastard was joking with me, said a burly commander, still feeling a lingering fear. Chapter 233, Unique Treatment. His power was skyrocketing at an exponential speed. In the Dantian's energy sea, the energy lake that had been filled was visibly decreasing at a rapid pace. Yet his own aura was climbing steadily, continuously reaching new heights. Bottleneck. Chen clearly felt that layer of indestructible barrier blocking his path to a higher realm. Break for me, he silently shouted in his heart, operating his technique more frantically. More energy, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged out from the Dantian's energy sea, converging into a torrent powerful enough to destroy everything. Crashing violently against that bottleneck. Crack! A crisp sound, like the shattering of glass, exploded deep within his soul. That solid bottleneck couldn't withstand even a second in the face of this unmatched power, and was completely shattered. Boom! Chen's body shook violently. A terrifying aura more than 10 times stronger than before erupted from him. In the room, All the furniture and decorations turned to dust silently under the impact of this aura. Chapter 234, She has returned. The two walked out of the hotel. And along the way, anyone they encountered, whether ordinary soldiers or powerful star generals, upon seeing the unique insignia on Chen's shoulder, all froze in place as if struck by a spell. Then, they stood at attention and saluted in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock, horror, and the most fervent admiration. Chen walked past without changing his expression. Since leaving the Dawn Hospital, he had been observed many times while training. Soon, they arrived in front of a magnificent manor, completely independent of other buildings, floating above a sea of clouds. The entire manor was built on a giant floating island, with flowing waterfalls, exotic flowers, pavilions, and towers resembling a fairyland. A rainbow bridge made of pure energy connected the manor's entrance to the main city. In front of the massive gatehouse carved from a single piece of white jade stood two guards in black uniforms, their aura deep as the sea, standing like statues. Chen immediately recognized that these two were both powerful beings at the Star Zhuan realm, strong enough to establish a sect in any city. Chapter 235, The Legend of the Youth. This question pierced Lin Wanqing's heart like a needle, hitting the most secret corner. Remembering what they did back at the hospital, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and fixed her icy gaze on Qinyu. What are you talking about? Qinyu's smile stiffened under Lin Wanqing's oppressive gaze. But she still forced herself to continue. I'm not talking nonsense. Don't forget, when you left the imperial capital, you made a military pledge with the old man to seek changes in the situation. And what happened? You stayed there for so long. And the most special person you met was this Chen, right? Now he is causing such a big stir, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Isn't this the biggest variable? I'm just curious, has this variable also become your variable? Lin Wanqing scoffed, her laughter filled with endless coldness and self-mockery. Like? Do you think I still have the right to talk about such a luxurious thing as liking someone? He is my variable, perhaps that's true, but so what? I haven't even figured out my own path. What do I have to entangle others with? Chapter 236, 1 million military achievements. That Chen, who had shown his brilliance at the Qianlong training camp, but was still within understandable limits. How could he have grown to such a terrifying height in such a short time? Celestial Sequence, Regional General. These heavy titles, capable of crushing everything, simply do not fit with his cool and handsome face. Wanqing, Qinyu's voice was dry, should we go meet him? It really feels like the same person. Lin Wanqing didn't answer, her expression complex to the extreme. In the Qianshu garden, Chen had just changed out of the somewhat flashy black dragon-patterned military uniform and put on his simple casual clothes. He still preferred this carefree feeling. Just then, the manor's intelligent butler sent a communication request. Master, Major General Wang Jingxing requests to visit. He has brought your war merit statistics and exchange device. Let him in. Chen was a bit curious upon hearing this. Wasn't the war merit already given? Moments later, Wang Jingxing walked into the palace-like living room with somewhat constrained steps. Although Chen wasn't wearing military uniform, the admiration and emotion in Wang Jingxing's eyes when he looked at Chen were still heartfelt. Chapter 237, Breaking the Barrier. He actually exchanged for that core of deadly poison from the abyss, which even the strong in the heavenly listening realm dare not touch. Has he gone mad? General. Wang Jingxing's voice became sharp and hoarse due to extreme shock and fear. You can't exchange for this. This thing can kill people. You are now in the Thousand Mountain realm, and absolutely cannot withstand its terrifying energy and toxicity. Chen turned his head and smiled slightly, saying, I can withstand it. The simple 4 words carried an undeniable absolute confidence, as if stating a fact. All of Wang Jingxing's words of persuasion were instantly blocked in his throat. He looked into Chen's deep, starry eyes and suddenly felt an absurd sensation. Perhaps for this existence before him, who could no longer be judged by common sense. Those taboo items that could bring death to the heavenly listening realm were really just ordinary cultivation resources. As this thought emerged, Wang Jingxing trembled all over and was left speechless. Soon, as Chen confirmed the exchange, the personal terminal displayed that all items would be delivered directly to Qian Shu Garden within an hour by dedicated personnel. Chapter 238, Headquarters Crisis. Chapter 239, Headquarters Crisis. Chen could clearly feel that the barrier leading to a higher realm, known as heavenly listening, was right in front of him. It was solid, heavy, like a chasm separating mortals from deities. But it wasn't enough. Chen's gaze ultimately fell upon the life core of the Worm Mother Queen, exuding endless evil and chaotic aura. What he needed to do was not to use his accumulated power to break through the bottleneck. Instead, he intended to use this taboo power from the abyss, capable of destroying everything, as fuel for his ascension, to completely burn and crush that chasm. This was an incredibly crazy and bold idea. Come on. Chen's eyes sparkled with divine light as he reached out and grabbed the constantly writhing, dark green flesh ball. Sizzle! A terrifying corrosive force instantly surged from his palm. His skin and flesh rapidly dissolved under this force, revealing his stark white bones. An incredibly chaotic mental shock pierced through his mind like millions of steel needles, threatening to tear his consciousness into pieces. Break! The will formed from the 10 martial arts truths within Chen's soul erupted with a loud bang. Chapter 239, Breakthrough. This universe, originally vast and empty, only had a few stars formed from martial arts truths slowly rotating. But at this moment, with the influx of the pure and immense energy refined by 2 divine arts, this dead universe came to life. Chen clearly saw the endless energy transforming into a torrent of creation, opening up the heavens and the earth within this universe. One cell after another awakened and ignited under the nourishment of this energy. They were no longer ordinary biological cells, but had transformed into real, miniature stars radiating light and heat. Every cell within Chen's body completed the ultimate leap in the level of life at this moment. They transformed into a sea of stars, slowly rotating in his microscopic universe along some mysterious trajectory, producing wonderful resonance with each other. An unprecedented, vast power, as if controlling the entire universe, flowed back into Chen's soul from this star river. His consciousness was infinitely elevated. He could hear the grand and harmonious, uniquely his, heavenly sound of the universe within him. Chapter 240, Immortal Heavenly Listening. She also ignored the special operations team stationed around, exuding a murderous aura. Under the ghostly gazes of many eyes, she walked straight toward the Qian Shu Garden gate, which had just unleashed a world-destroying storm. Everyone was shocked. Who is this woman? Has she gone mad? Doesn't she know that it is currently the most dangerous forbidden area in the entire war zone? That figure was none other than Lin Wanqing's best friend, Qin Yu. She lifted her head and looked at the white jade gate tower, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an incredibly complex light, filled with curiosity, shock, and more of a sense of horror. Qin Yu took a step forward, walking towards the center of the storm, Qian Shu Garden, amidst a dead silence and countless astonished gazes. The 2-star Zhuan realm guards stationed in front of the Rainbow Bridge suddenly froze upon seeing her, and a murderous aura surged out, as if it were tangible. Halt! The area ahead is a forbidden zone. Dragon Commander has ordered that no one is allowed to approach. One of the guards shouted in a deep voice, his hand already resting on the hilt of his knife, his true energy ready to erupt. Qin Yu stopped, her captivating peach blossom eyes playfully examining the 2 powerful figures, who were supposed to be rulers in any place, but were now merely guarding here. Chapter 241, The Young Girl's Date Invitation. Qin Yu gracefully walked to Chen's side and naturally attempted to link her arm with his. Her smiling peach blossom eyes looked at the group of big shots present, showing no signs of shyness. Chen frowned slightly, subtly sidestepping her restless hand. Who is this woman? Coming up and touching me like that. It's a bit annoying. In an instant, Chen's disgust transformed into a tangible shock wave, causing Qin Yu to stagger back several steps. Her hand remained suspended in the air, and the smile on her face slightly froze as she felt a surge of resentment. Goodness, this young lady is offering her affection, and you dare to dodge. Moreover, you even used your power to push me away. Long Zhenguo and the others' gazes also fell on Qin Yu, their eyes filled with scrutiny and confusion. Are you from the Lin family in the imperial capital? Ling Hanyu suddenly spoke up, her gaze landing on a nondescript jade pendant worn at Qin Yu's waist. It bore an imprint of an ice-blue snowflake. Qin Yu looked at Ling Hanyu with some surprise upon hearing this, then nodded generously and smiled. Commander Ling has a good eye. I am Qin Yu, sent to escort our young lady here to execute a mission in the Eastern War Zone. Chapter 242, Lead the Way. I want to kill the Demon Emperor Blood Fiend Demon Domain, Sky Falling Defense Line. Ever since Chen last rampaged here, this line, once shrouded in the sounds of beast roars and cannon fire, has rarely seen a period of peace. The endless beast tide seemed to have been scared out of its wits, no longer daring to approach this area easily. The Eastern War Zone seized this rare opportunity, mobilizing heavy troops to establish a more fortified permanent defense line composed of countless energy artillery and rune formations. At this moment, at the forefront of the defense line, inside a massive bunker cast from special alloys, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. A middle-aged man with a single eye, a scarred face, and the rank of Major General was staring intently at the energy monitoring screen in front of him, his face pale. His name was Lei Meng, the highest commander of this defense line. Report, Commander Lei. High-intensity energy response detected 300 kilometers below the defense line. That beast seems to be about to awaken, shouted a trembling technical officer in charge of monitoring. Upon hearing this, a fierce and resolute glint flashed in Lei Meng's single eye. Transmit my orders. All energy artillery. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. All star teams, gather here immediately. Chapter 243, The Power of Transformation. He didn't even need to take action, just a glance, a thought. And those terrifying beasts capable of instilling despair in any golden tier star team would silently turn to cosmic dust. At this moment, Lei Meng truly believed that this person had the ability to single-handedly end the catastrophic demon domain. As time passed, Lei Meng transitioned from shock to numbness, and finally, he was left with pure, almost divine admiration. He finally understood why this young man before him was rated as part of the celestial sequence. This was no longer a matter of strength disparity, but an absolute crushing difference in levels of existence. They were not even beings of the same dimension. After an unknown amount of time, when the view ahead suddenly opened up, a vast and evil terrifying pressure that could make heaven and earth tremble rushed toward them. Lei Meng knew they had arrived. It was a massive underground cavern that could not be described in words, resembling hell. The cavern's dome was adorned with countless stars emitting a ghostly green light, formed from an accumulation of malevolent energy. Below was a pale earth made of piled white bones, stretching endlessly. Chapter 244, Domain Invasion Not Reacting. Too slow, he said softly, then threw a punch. At the moment he punched, a vast cosmic illusion composed of billions of stars descended from the void behind Chen. Every cell in his body transformed into a burning star at this moment. What he swung was not a fist, but an entire microscopic universe, an unmatched power formed from countless stars converging. Boom! The massive body of the half-saint demon emperor, large enough to obscure the sky, trembled violently. Its twisted scales, imprinted with evil runes and capable of withstanding strategic-level weapon bombardments, instantly shattered and exploded beneath that punch. Blackened flesh spurted out like a fountain. A terrifying blood hole, deep and penetrating through its entire spine, suddenly appeared. Raw pain. Unprecedented pain. The half-saint demon emperor let out a roar filled with rage and disbelief that shook the entire demon domain. Since its birth, It had never suffered such heavy injuries. How could this tiny, ant-like mortal possess such terrifying power? Boom boom boom. Chapter 245. Erasing existence, it was willing to sacrifice its own assembled catastrophic demon domain. To give up everything, just to exchange for a chance at survival. But Chen looked into its eyes and shook his head. Your eyes are nice. I want them. Upon hearing this, the pleading thought of the half-saint demon emperor instantly transformed into endless resentment and madness. Roar! It opened its massive mouth, capable of swallowing mountains. And a breath, grey and filled with a sense of annihilation and finality, gathered from all its remaining essence, shot toward Chen. It wanted to perish together with this mortal who had defiled it. Faced with this final, desperate counterattack, Chen's gaze finally turned completely cold. The game was over. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing like a knife. He did not use the already insufficient Dunhong Thunder Pivot because his current body. These hands forged from the indestructible body of the universe, were themselves an existence beyond the Dunhong Thunder Pivot. Was? A forbidden aura spread from his fingertips. Lei Meng, lying on the ground, felt this aura, and in that instant, his consciousness and thoughts fell into absolute stillness. Chapter 246. Triumph at this moment. Whether it was the tens of thousands of soldiers on the Heavenly Fall defense line, or those far away in headquarters who learned of this news, everyone's faces were frozen in the same expression. It was a mix of absurdity, disbelief, horror, and ultimately, transformed into endless fervent shock. Truly extinguished. A young soldier muttered to himself, somewhat bewildered. Lei Meng roared, Sequence single-handedly killed that demon emperor, the demon domain is over. With Lei Meng, the emotionally charged commander, roaring, many people suddenly snapped awake. Immediately, the entire defense line erupted with deafening cheers, echoing throughout the clouds. After all, with the end of the catastrophic demon domain, they no longer had to guard this dangerous place. And all of this was just because of that man. That young boy wearing the specially made military uniform representing the celestial sequence, who had suddenly descended before them. The deafening cheers swept across the entire defense line like a mountain collapse or tsunami. Countless soldiers threw down their weapons, embracing their comrades wildly, crying tears of joy. Damn it! What are you still dawdling for? Bring out all the good stuff from our inventory. Chapter 247. He is no longer the same. You've created another legend for us. I've never heard of anyone single-handedly exterminating a catastrophic demon domain. Wu Gang said with a beaming smile, handing over a box made of special metal. This is the reward from headquarters for you, don't think it's too little. Chen opened the box. Inside lay a medal carved entirely from golden crystal, imprinted with a totem of an ancient thunder dragon. Dragon Soul Medal of the Domain. Long Zhenguo introduced, this is the highest honor medal of our Eastern War Zone, you are the third person in history to receive it. In addition, you are rewarded with 3 million battle merit points. The highest resource library of headquarters is unconditionally open for you to exchange for all items. Moreover, the command center has unanimously decided to grant you the title of Commander of the Domain. Your status is equivalent to that of the Supreme Commander of the War Zone, with the authority to independently mobilize a legion. Upon hearing this, the entire place was shocked. Commander of the Domain. This is almost equivalent to giving Chen the qualification to establish his own faction. Faced with this almost sky-high reward, Chen nodded and said, "Thank you, Commander Long." His calm and indifferent attitude made the surrounding generals feel a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Chapter 248. God-Eater Jiang Wuyuan. Chen's gaze slightly sharpened upon seeing this name. A member of the Jiang family. He recalled Jiang Wanjian, whom he had killed with his own hands, Jiang Qian, whom he had personally hunted down, and Jiang Long, who had turned to ashes long ago. This family truly had an unending shadow. Since Jiang Wuyuan had the ability to eliminate a disaster-level monster domain, his strength must be formidable as well. The reason he hadn't come looking for trouble before must have been because he was entangled by this monster domain. Thinking back to when Wei Wenbin had advised him after he killed Jiang Long, telling him not to act rashly and that the higher-ups would help suppress the Imperial Hall. It seemed they were using the monster domain to do just that. Now that he had freed up his hands, a cold smile curved at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. In any case, he had noted down the name Jiang Wuyuan. He continued to scroll down and was drawn to a bold, red, top-secret intelligence report. Highest directive regarding the preparation for the 89th Regional Martial Arts Conference, the Regional Martial Arts Conference. Su Chen clicked on the report, and the detailed content immediately appeared before him. The Regional Martial Arts Conference is the highest-level martial arts event in our country, held once every 5 years. Aimed at reviewing the strength of the younger generation of generals from various war zones. Chapter 249, Eternal Night Ice Cave. The task objective is to investigate the source of the anomalous energy fluctuations and to recover a special energy crystal known as the Heart of the Deep Sea. Disaster-level monster domain. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. With your team's strength, is taking on this level of task just asking for death? His words were very straightforward and quite impolite. Han Xiaotong's cheeks instantly flushed red, half from shame and half from defiance. She suddenly raised her head, met Su Chen's deep gaze, and shouted, "General Su, we know our strength is not strong. We can't compare to you at all. But we are not useless people who can only drag others down. Last time at the Skyfall defense line, we were indeed under your protection the whole time. But that wasn't our intention. Our Moonlight team has also risen from bronze to silver level through life and death battles. This time, we are not incapable of handling the task, otherwise the headquarters wouldn't have assigned it to us." She vented her feelings in one breath, her chest heaving violently. After yelling, she realized what she had done, and her face instantly turned pale. It was over. She actually dared to speak to the commander of the region like that. Liu Yu and Bai Shaoqing were even more terrified, tugging at her clothes in a panic. Chapter 250, Indirect Approach. Departing from headquarters. It will take about 3 to 4 days to cross the northern no man's land and reach the frontline base at the Frostblade Barrier in the Frostmoor Mountains. Su Chen nodded. Tomorrow morning at 7, wait for me at the starport's helipad. After saying that, he stood up, clearly indicating that it was time to leave. Han Xiaotong and the others knew they couldn't disturb him any longer, quickly stood up, saluted Su Chen respectfully, and then left the Chenshu garden with joy, turning back 3 times. Until the white jade door slowly closed, they still felt as if they were living in a dream. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a massive armored vehicle, black all over and filled with fierce armor and heavy artillery, like a moving fortress, quietly parked at the dedicated helipad of the starport. This was the Eastern Theater's latest model of the Landwalker all-terrain heavy assault vehicle, worth as much as a small warship, equipped with an independent life support system and powerful firepower. Specifically designed for high-risk missions deep behind enemy lines. At this moment, the entire Moonlight team, including Qi Feng and Shi Lei, had gathered. Upon learning that this mission would involve the legendary Su Chen, their reactions were even more exaggerated than Han Xiaotong's. Chapter 251, Frostblade Barrier. I am the commander here. Chen Yueguan. Han Xiaotong got out of the vehicle and saluted him. Colonel Chen, we are here to investigate the energy anomaly in the Eternal Night Ice Cave. These are our team members. She introduced Qi Feng and the others behind her. Chen Yueguan merely nodded, scanning them one by one. And his brow furrowed slightly when he saw Su Chen. Too young. Moreover, he had no insignia of a general on him. Who is this? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Just as Han Xiaotong was about to introduce him, Su Chen had already stepped down. He did not speak, but calmly looked at Chen Yueguan. At that moment, when Chen Yueguan saw the miniature galaxy pattern on Su Chen's shoulder, formed by countless specks of light, slowly rotating, his eternally expressionless face suddenly froze. His pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole in an instant. His mouth opened uncontrollably. The cold pride that belonged to a border iron-blood commander shattered into pieces at that moment, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Qian, Qian, Qian. He pointed at Chen, his hand trembling violently, repeating Qian 3 times, yet unable to articulate anything further. Chapter 252. Deep into the monster domain beside that pile of equipment, there were also a few torn, blood-stained combat uniforms. However, there were no corpses. Just as Chen Yueguan said, there were no signs of life or death. It seemed there was indeed something going on here. A playful smile curved at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. His purpose for this trip was the 9 nether cold crystal. But if he could conveniently resolve some interesting troubles, he wouldn't mind. Captain, these are the equipment of the 3rd Reconnaissance Team. I recognize their team emblem. The tech-savvy Liu Yu squatted down, carefully examining the shattered equipment remains, her small face filled with grave concern. The damage to the equipment was severe. But it wasn't caused by an energy explosion. It seemed more like it had been forcefully torn apart by some massive power. Look at this cutting surface, it's oddly smooth. She picked up a piece of metal debris with her tactical gloves. The fracture surface was covered with a thin, nearly imperceptible layer of black ice crystal. Qi Feng. Have you found anything in the surrounding area? Han Xiaotong suppressed her unease and asked in a low voice. As the scout, Qi Feng had already melded into the surrounding ice crystal forest like a ghost, his eyes shimmering with a faint light, scanning every inch of the corners. Chapter 253. Heart of the Deep Sea. The captain's fire-based martial arts are heavily suppressed by the environment here. Its power isn't even reaching 70%. Qi Feng's voice carried a hint of urgency. Han Xiaotong bit her silver teeth. Her fiery red dress was now soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, outlining a breathtaking curve. But the expression on her face was filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. She didn't want to seek help. She wanted to rely on her own strength to resolve this crisis. She wanted to prove to Su Chen that their Moonlight Squad was not useless. Ah! A cry of alarm. It was Liu Yu. An vengeful spirit had somehow bypassed layers of defenses, and that ghostly claw had already touched her energy shield. Crack! The shield shattered. Just as that pale ghostly claw was about to grab Liu Yu's panicked little face. At this critical moment, a hand casually reached over from the side and gently flicked the ghostly claw. Snap! With a crisp sound, the formidable 10th tier beast, the ice crystal vengeful beast, which had brought despair to Liu Yu, was silently flicked away like a puff of ash, turning into the purest energy particles and dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 254. The Divine Kingdom of My Lord. This disaster-level demon domain was evolving into a catastrophe level. No wonder the previous reconnaissance team was completely wiped out. Han Xiaotong's pretty face was now devoid of color. The scene before her had completely exceeded her understanding. However, Su Chen's gaze did not linger on those so-called elite monsters at all. His eyes passed through the altar and fell into the deepest, darkest shadow. Still hiding. If I hadn't happened to read some information about you before coming out, I might have thought these beasts were starting to organize with a plan. He spoke again, his voice echoing in the vast cave. This time, the shadow finally responded. Creak, creak, creak. A chilling, metallic-like eerie laughter came from the shadows. Then, a figure dressed in a large black cloak, its face obscured, slowly emerged from the shadows. In its hand was a staff made of an unknown creature's spine, topped with a pulsating scarlet eyeball. A cold, evil aura filled with corruption and madness emanated from it. Chapter 255. Other Teams. A terrifying, immense, sleek, tentacled, dark green giant claw suddenly burst out from the shattered rock wall. Just one claw almost occupied half of the cavern. The suffocating pressure made everyone in the Moonlight Squad spit out blood, their faces as pale as paper, collapsing to the ground. A 12th tier beast. It should be noted that the beast previously referred to as a semi-holy demon emperor in the blood slaughter demon domain was only a 12th tier. This place was indeed transforming into a catastrophe level. If they hadn't come today, they would have likely received news tomorrow that it had converted into a catastrophe level. Ha ha ha. Feel the despair. The figure in the black cloak laughed maniacally. However, Chen's face remained calm, even a hint of disappointment curved at the corners of his mouth. Is that all? He let go, allowing the figure in the black cloak to fall to the ground. Then, he took a step forward, facing that terrifying giant claw that obscured the sky. I was initially going to spare your life and ask you some questions. But now, it seems unnecessary. Chen's voice echoed in the cavern. Because soon, I will personally ask your so-called master. Chapter 256, The Mine. Yuhan Xiaotong. You ungrateful woman. Zhao Qianheng trembled with anger, pointing at her back as he shouted. You are following that madman to your death, don't regret it. However, Han Xiaotong didn't even turn her head. As for the mark on Chen's shoulder that Han Xiaotong mentioned at the end, Chen had already turned his back. And he didn't even think to look. If he could see that mark, knowing his personality, he probably wouldn't admit it either. Watching them disappear into the darkness. The deputy captain beside Zhao Qianheng said with concern, Captain, are we just letting them go like this? What if something really happens to them down there? We would lose a bit of strength and hope to get out. Something happens. HMPH. Zhao Qianheng sneered, his eyes filled with resentment. They'd better die down there. Without them, we can still get out. Just right, let that bitch Han Xiaotong see who can truly protect her. Send my orders, everyone stay put and rest. No one is allowed to leave the camp without my orders. He didn't believe that the kid really had the ability to survive in this completely uncontrollable demon domain. Stepping out of the camp, Zhao Qianheng's furious roars behind him, like the wails of a defeated dog, were quickly left behind by everyone. Chapter 257, The Eerie Silence. However, when they excitedly aimed their equipment at the crystal-clear mine wall, an awkward scene occurred. ZZZ. The energy-cutting saw's blade produced a long string of dazzling sparks on the 9 nether-cold crystal, but it left not even a white mark. Ding! The runic drill bit even broke directly. Damn! So hard. Shilei, not believing in evil, swung his alloy battle axe with all his might and struck down hard. Bang! With a loud noise, Shilei felt his hands go numb, and he was sent flying by a tremendous recoil, while the mine wall remained intact. The crowd exchanged glances, their excitement gradually turning into frustration. It felt like guarding a gold mountain, but finding that they didn't even have a shovel to dig for gold. No wonder military achievements required 10,000 for a thumbnail-sized piece. The headquarters hadn't come to take from such a vast mine for years. Chen looked at their comical expressions and shook his head helplessly. Everyone stepped back. He walked to the mine wall and flexed his wrists. General. This stuff is too hard, you. Han Xiaotong was just about to remind him to be careful. Chapter 258, The East Border's Sun, 50 years ago's first star. All the stars immediately took out their weapons, backing up against each other, forming defensive formations, vigilantly watching the approaching black fog. Chen also stopped his actions, turning around. His deep eyes calmly gazing at the darkness, as if he had already anticipated everything. The Moonlight Squad also immediately stopped collecting the crystals and nervously gathered around Chen. Finally, from that dead silence of fog, a tall, emaciated figure dressed in a tattered, decades-old combat uniform slowly walked out. He walked slowly, each step seeming to drag 1,000-pound shackle, but with every step he took, the hearts of everyone present would uncontrollably tighten. A fear that could not be described in words, stemming from the depths of the soul, gripped everyone's throats. That figure let out a dry and piercing laugh, raising his head to reveal a face like a skull, devoid of any flesh. What a grand banquet this is! His gaze, like that of the greediest starving wolf, swept over everyone present, Those eyes seemed less like they were looking at people, and more like they were surveying delicious dishes laid out on a dining table. Chapter 259, 50 Years of Madness. Lin Qianyang let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. His body transformed into elusive ghostly shadows amidst the black mist, beginning a cruel, one-sided slaughter. Ah! Help! No! The screams rose and fell. Each scream that echoed represented a vibrant life turning into a cold, lifeless corpse. Lin Qianyang was like an elegant yet cruel hunter, playing with his prey at will in his hunting ground. He seemed to relish this game of cat and mouse. Deliberately not killing everyone at once, but instead hurting them, leading them towards death bit by bit in endless fear and despair. In this process, his body was also undergoing bizarre changes. His form grew taller, patches of pitch black, armor-like keratin emerging on his skin. Even several sinister, spider-like bone spurs extended from his back. He was becoming less and less human. I am the sun. I am the god. I will purify this decaying world. Bring true eternity. As he slaughtered, he roared madly. His words eerily reminiscent of the black-robed devourer from before. Chapter 260. The final layer. I could feel my sanity and soul being gradually eroded and assimilated by that power. I could not reverse this process. At the last moment when my consciousness was about to be completely swallowed, I activated my innate ability, Black Tide. Companion innate ability. Upon hearing these 4 words, Han Xiaotong and the others were once again shaken to their core. That was the unique, innate special ability that only the true prodigies, 1 in a billion, could awaken on the path of martial arts. Just like Leng Yang, the mentalist, although Leng Yang had suffered a tremendous blow from Chen, leading to a sense of early demise. With my last strength, I fused my black tide with the deepest part of this demon realm, forming an unbreakable seal. A trickle of black blood flowed from the corner of Lin Qianyang's mouth. His life was rapidly draining away. Once the seal was formed, those who entered this depth could not escape, nor could I. Over the past 50 years, all the star teams that had not ventured deep had left unscathed, while all those like you who reached this layer remained here. Chapter 261. Gazing into the abyss. I didn't know how long I had walked, but there finally appeared a change in the darkness ahead. It was no longer the kind of pure blackness, where one could not see their hand in front of their face, but rather a dark, twisted light that did not belong to this world. Chen stopped in his tracks. Before him appeared an underground space even more magnificent than the previous mine. Yet here, there were no 9 nether cold crystals or flesh and blood. This was a void. In the center of the space, a gigantic, terrifying fissure that seemed capable of tearing the entire world apart was quietly suspended there. It was like an unhealable scar on this world, continuously emanating a terrifying aura of chaos, distortion, and decay. The other end of the fissure seemed not to be void, but rather a real world filled with blood and fire. Chen could even see, beneath that dark red sky, countless bizarre, hideous beasts rushing like a tide across a desolate land, roaring. Their numbers were countless. Boom! Just as Chen observed this fissure, it seemed that something on the other end had also discovered him. Chapter 262. Surrounded by the frostblade barrier, a figure appeared before them without warning. It was Chen. However, at this moment, the calm expression he had maintained for ages finally vanished, replaced by a hint of helplessness upon seeing everyone. What are you staring at? Hurry and go. His voice was not loud, but it thundered in everyone's ears. What is going on? Even General Su is saying we should run. General Su. Han Xiaotong felt a surge of ominous premonition rising in her heart upon seeing his serious expression. Below, don't ask. Chen interrupted her directly, gesturing for her to look behind. Look for yourself. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their heads to look back at the deep, dark passage they had come from. In the next second, all their pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. The color drained from their faces. At the end of that dark passage, an endless, Tsunami-like wave of black was rushing towards them with a terrifying momentum that crushed everything in its path. That wasn't water. That was a beast tide. It was a wave of despair and death composed of countless mutated beasts, their breath surging, forms grotesque, and their eyes blood-red. Chapter 263, the distribution of red eyes. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces filled with the relief of having survived. They were saved. They had lived. Chen Yueguan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly ran down from the command tower, and directly approached Su Chen, giving a standard military salute. His tone filled with heartfelt gratitude and awe. Su Shulie. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your timely warning, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Chen simply nodded calmly, then as if he remembered something, waved his hand. With a rustle, a large pile of black crystals of varying sizes, shimmering with dark starlight, appeared out of thin air, forming a small mountain on the ground. These are the spoils of this mission. Su Chen pointed to the pile of 9 nether-cold crystals. Addressing the already dumbfounded Moonlight team, this is what you deserve. So much. Han Xiaotong and the others stared at the mountain of 9 nether-cold crystals, unable to speak from excitement. This amount could not only arm their small team, but even equip a whole regiment. Commander Chen, you get a share too. Su Chen casually set aside a small pile, and pushed it in front of Chen Yueguan. Chapter 264, the return of the blazing sun. On the way back, the atmosphere in the carriage was infinitely more lively than when they had come. The members of the Moonlight Squad looked at the pile of Jiuyou cold crystals in their storage space, all grinning from ear to ear. Their gazes towards Su Chen could no longer be described as admiration. When the Landwalker armored vehicle returned to the huge starport helipad of the Eastern War Zone headquarters, Long Zhenguo, Wu Gang, Ling Henyu, and other high-ranking officials had already arrived to wait. When the vehicle door opened and Su Chen stepped out with the Moonlight Squad and the body of Lin Qianyang, wrapped in a specially made shroud, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Long Zhenguo stepped forward personally. He looked at the body, and a complex and painful emotion surfaced in his usually sharp eagle-like eyes. He remained silent for a long time, before slowly reaching out his hand to gently unveil the shroud. Upon seeing Lin Qianyang's dry face, frozen in a mix of relief and suffering, this iron-blooded commander, who managed the entire Eastern War Zone and remained unflinching in the face of danger, had slightly reddened eyes. Qianyang. He extended his hand, wanting to touch that face, but it paused mid-air, ultimately becoming a long sigh filled with endless sorrow and regret. Chapter 265, Forging the Blade. As the aroma of tea wafted through the air, Wang Jingxing had no interest in savoring it. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with uncontainable excitement and curiosity. Subsequence, I heard from that big roughneck Chen Yueguan about what happened in the Evernite ice cave. But it still gives me chills. What did you actually see down there? Su Chen picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip, and then, in an unperturbed tone, succinctly recounted everything he had seen in the depths of the fissure. From the menacing rift connecting to another world to the endless, instantly enhanced, fearlessly deadly beast tide. Finally, he described the massive eye filled with infinite madness and malice that had gazed back at him from the depths of chaos. He spoke calmly, but Wang Jingxing was drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked. When he heard that the terrifying presence had triggered a beast tide capable of overturning the entire northern wilderness, the teacup in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. My God! He exclaimed loudly, looking at Su Chen with eyes that could no longer be described as shocked. It was as if he was staring at a monster. Chapter 266, Both talents and freaks call me a monster. Li Jun seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Important. Is his importance greater than mine as the deputy commander of Blood Fortress? He completely lost his patience, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. And he reached out, intending to grab Lin Wanqing's wrist. Little sister, I just want to invite you to dinner. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Wanqing, a chilling aura that could freeze one's soul suddenly descended. The temperature of the entire starport seemed to drop to freezing point at that moment. A detached, emotionless voice echoed in Li Jun's ear. "Touch my sister." Li Jun's body stiffened. He felt a cold hand, like an iron claw, tightly gripping his neck, lifting him off the ground. Suffocating fear instantly enveloped his mind. He struggled to turn his head, and saw a face so beautiful it was almost otherworldly. It was a youth who appeared to be only a few years older than Lin Wanqing, dressed in a pristine white martial arts uniform, with black hair like ink and eyes as deep as the starry sky. Chapter 267, a little bit frightening coming from humble beginnings, even now as a sky sequence. The ancient families with long legacies would probably still look down on him. Seeing Chen silent, Qin Yu's anger flared up again. But she held her patience and dropped a bombshell. "Chen, stop pretending to be clueless. Is it still interesting for you to play that cold and profound act? Wanqing isn't pretending with me anymore. Who are you still putting on an act for?" This statement finally cracked the calm facade on Chen's face. He put down his teacup and frowned slightly. "What do you mean she isn't pretending? What isn't she pretending about?" Oh, finally a reaction. Qin Yu noticed his expression and smiled smugly, clicking her tongue while scrutinizing him with an all-knowing gaze. "Do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending to be confused? Do you think Wanqing always has a cold expression because she's naturally an ice princess? Let me tell you. It's all an act. She just doesn't want to be influenced by others on her path and wraps herself in that cold shell to keep everyone at a distance." Chapter 268. I'm afraid of breaking his Dao heart in the entire war zone, who didn't know what the sky sequence represented. It was a walking myth. The stabilizing force of the war zone. They actually dared to speak disrespectfully to such an existence. It was as if they were dancing at the gates of the underworld, asking for their lives to be cut short. Chen couldn't be bothered with their disgraceful behavior. He calmly repeated his previous question. "Tell me everything you know about Lin Xiao." "Yes. Yes." The two seemed to have been granted amnesty, scrambling to spill everything they knew like beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that Lin Xiao, the prodigy from the imperial capital, had been cultivating under a sage for many years and had just emerged, brimming with vigor and brilliance. To temper his Dao heart, he had directly chosen to sweep through various war zones, and the first stop was the Eastern War Zone. Sequence. "You didn't see it." The buzz-cut youth said with a face full of admiration and lingering fear, that Lin Xiao is simply not human. Our Eastern War Zone star-ranking third, Zhu Tong, didn't even last a single move against Lin Xiao. Just one punch. Lin Xiao shattered his protective true energy and both arms with a stronger punch. Chapter 269, Master of Forging. He looked at Lin Wanqing's nervous yet expectant gaze and suddenly understood something. He couldn't help but chuckle and tease, "Wanqing, you haven't even passed the threshold yet, and you're already leaning outwards." Lin Wanqing's face turned red in an instant, both shy and angry. She stood up and stomped her foot. "Brother, what are you talking about? I just think there's no need to take things too far." All right. I won't tease you anymore." Lin Xiao waved his hand with a smile. "For your sake, I'll skip over the sky sequence this time." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "However, when the various districts hold the martial arts competition, I can't skip that. I want to see just how capable the person who has my sister so concerned really is." In Qianshu Garden, Chen had already sent away the two frightened star-ranked soldiers. He originally thought that with Lin Xiao's unstoppable momentum, he would come knocking at his door in a day or two at most. He even began to seriously consider how much leeway he should give, so that he could win without looking too bad, yet not completely shatter the other party's resolve. However, a day passed, and Lin Xiao did not come. 2 days passed, and Lin Xiao still did not come. Chapter 270, Perfect Blade. After confirming that everything was correct, he finally felt a sense of relief and slowly laid the metal-sealed box flat on a pedestal next to the display stand. He straightened up, his fingers trembling slightly with tension, but his eyes burned with absolute focus. Sushulia, this blade is extraordinary. Master Ouyez's voice was deep and powerful. The concept of the moment is exquisite. Every stroke on the blueprint is a divine revelation. In my entire life of tempering and forging iron, I have never seen such a perfect foundation for a killing weapon. His rough hands brushed over the cold surface of the sealed box, as if soothing the spirit within. To perfectly replicate the blueprint, I used my mind as fuel and my blood as carbon. 3 days and 3 nights, without sleep. Controlling the temperature, frequency, and angle of every strike with precision down to the millimeter. Any slight mistake would mean all efforts wasted. This box has 3 layers of isolation. With an outer lead shield, a middle layer of liquid nitrogen for absolute constant temperature, and inert environment. The core inner chamber is in a vacuum state. From the moment the blade was forged until now, it has never encountered a hint of worldly light or impurities. Wang Jingxing listened beside him, dumbfounded. Although he knew the master was dedicated, he had not expected the process to be so insane. It was as if he was forging with his life. Chapter 271, Return to Eternal Night. If the complete moment could be forged, combined with his moment of time / the power could truly obliterate enemies conceptually. However, after the joy came the reality of the problem. Chen opened his personal terminal and pulled up the complete moment forging blueprint. His gaze sweeping over the dense material list. The secondary void core generously gifted by Master Ouyez had already resolved one of the most expensive and rare components. But that didn't mean he could rest easy. By Lian Xinghuan steel, for forging the blade ring, required 2 million military merit points. Deep sea sunken wood heart. For making the hilt and nurturing the spirit, required 900,000 military merit points. As he read through each item, every name was followed by a string of astronomical numbers that would make any star general hesitate. The gap was still enormous. Still a poor man. Chen self-deprecatingly shook his head and closed the blueprint. It seemed he had to find a way to make a big profit again. He skillfully opened the task system of the war zone, and a massive holographic screen unfolded before him, countless task entries refreshing like a waterfall. His authority was the Qincheng sequence, allowing him to see only the highest difficulty confidential missions in the war zone. Chapter 272, Twisted Ice Blood Demon Cave. When the Landwalker armored vehicle rolled over the ice field again, and reached the majestic frost blade barrier, Commander Chen Yueguan was already waiting personally at the gate with a group of officers. The last time, that earth-shattering beast tide left a huge psychological shadow on him. If it weren't for Chen's timely appearance and the activation of the Sky Curtain Protocol, this barrier, along with tens of thousands of soldiers inside, would have long turned into ruins. Therefore, when he received the news that Chen was returning to the Eternal Night Ice Cave, he felt both shocked and delighted. Shocked that the cursed place was not finished yet. Delighted that the great god Chen was back. Sushulia. Chen Yueguan dashed forward and gave a solemn military salute to Chen as he stepped off the vehicle. You finally came. His face was filled with anxiety and relief. How is the situation? Chen asked. Extremely bad. Chen Yueguan's expression instantly became extremely serious, as he pointed to the massive ice cave entrance covered by the Sky Curtain energy network behind him, and said in a deep voice, Since you left last time, the energy readings inside have been skyrocketing geometrically. We sent drones in for reconnaissance, but none could return. From the last transmitted images, it has completely turned into a living hell. Chapter 273, Fallen First and Void Star Essence. As they delved deeper, the surrounding ice blood evil energy grew thicker, almost transforming into a tangible black-red mist with very low visibility. If it weren't for Chen clearing the path ahead, the invisible pressure would have made it impossible for any martial artist below the Qian Yu realm to move an inch. They walked for an unknown time, when a series of dull rumblings and the sounds of violent energy collisions faintly came from the depths of the mist ahead. There's movement up ahead. Chi Feng's ears twitched, and he whispered. From the sound, it's quite large. Another team must be fighting against powerful beasts. Han Xiaotong's expression also tensed. Su Chen did not stop his pace and continued to walk forward at a steady pace. Passing through the last layer of mist, their vision suddenly cleared. They arrived at a subterranean space even more vast than the last 9 nether-cold crystal cave. The scene before them made all members of the Moonlight Squad gasp in awe. In the center of the hollow, a giant beast, the size of a small mountain, was rampaging and roaring. It was a perfect fusion of ice and flesh, the ultimate monster, the mutated ice blood beast king that Chen Yueguan had mentioned, whose power was infinitely close to the Zulong realm. Chapter 274. A finger to shatter mountains. His gaze finally landed on Su Chen, the calm young man who remained unfazed throughout. For some reason, seeing Su Chen's indifferent expression ignited an inexplicable rage within Chongshan. That gaze was almost identical to Lin Shao's, who had defeated him with 3 moves. They were all the same, high and mighty, as if looking down on all the heroes of the world. Kid, don't think that just because you lucked out and blocked a strike, you can consider yourself invincible. Chongshan gripped his war hammer tightly and said coldly, I don't care who you are, take your people and disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. He had to obtain that star essence to become stronger. More importantly, he urgently needed a resounding victory to solidify his resolve and wash away his shame. The void star essence vein before him was his hope to regain confidence, and he would not allow anyone to interfere. Facing Chongshan's threatening warning, Su Chen didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. He simply turned his head and instructed the Moonlight Squad behind him. Get ready to work, gather all those ores. This statement was casually made, but carried an undeniable dominance. Chapter 275. Heart of Molten Fire. A terrifying beast king, infinitely close to the Zulong realm, was instantly killed with a snap of the fingers. Ultimately, it was a synthetic monster, not worth mentioning compared to a true beast. All right, the obstacles have been cleared. Su Chen clapped his hands and said to the now petrified Moonlight Squad behind him, Go ahead, mine all the ores, not a single one should be left. Yes? Yes? General Su. The Moonlight Squad seemed to awaken from a dream, each looking at Su Chen with a gaze almost akin to pilgrimage. Then, like they had been injected with adrenaline, they shouted and charged towards the Void Star Essence vein, beginning a frenzy of zero-cost purchases. Su Chen ignored them and stepped forward, walking straight to the deepest part of this space. There, a faint yet extremely pure aura of evil energy belonging to the God-Eater was slowly dissipating. This was the last remnant of the entire ritual that had gone completely out of control after Lin Qinyang's death. Su Chen approached the core of that evil energy, which was a mass of black-red viscous energy pulsating like a heart. What intention do you have in nurturing such a beast-like thing? You might as well find a way to bring the existence behind that crack over here. Chapter 276. Heart of the Earth. Fire sizzle. A dazzling yet fiercely sharp sword energy burst forth. The 11th tier lava giant lizard, with its violent aura, didn't even have time to react before its massive body was neatly split in 2 from head to tail by that sword energy. Scalding blood and entrails mixed with lava spilled everywhere. Brother is amazing. Yunchi clapped her hands and exclaimed excitedly. Lin Xiao retracted his finger, wearing a faint smile, as if he had just accomplished something trivial. However, Lin Wanqing's expression turned even uglier. She quickly walked to the corpse of the lava giant lizard, squatted down, and used a specially made metal probe to pry open the flesh of the giant lizard. Deep within the flesh, a tiny yet extremely sinister black rune was slowly dissipating. She recognized that rune even if it turned to ash. God-Eater. Brother. Look. Lin Wanqing's voice was unusually serious. Lin Xiao frowned and walked over when he saw the rune. The ease on his face faded somewhat. The mark of the God-Eater. HMPH. A group of sneaky bugs daring to set their sights here. Chapter 277, Cataclysmic Demon Domain, but they did not flee. The three exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of determination and madness in the other's eyes. For the arrival of our master. The three let out a fervent roar, then their bodies rapidly expanded like inflated balloons, ultimately exploding with a thunderous bang. Boom! 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 The three God-Eaters, each at least at the pinnacle of the thousand-mountain realm, unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct. They turned their entire life's cultivation, along with their flesh and souls, into the purest energy to sacrifice to the evil god embryo floating in mid-air. What kind of madness would lead one to abandon their hard-won skills? It made one's scalp tingle. Buzz? With the infusion of this immense energy, the heartbeat of that heart suddenly accelerated. A visibly black-red energy shockwave erupted from the heart. Lin Shao's terrifying sword light, capable of severing mountains, was instantly melted and dissolved upon contact with that shockwave, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Immediately afterward, the heart suddenly contracted and then explosively burst. Chapter 278, The Alarm That Never Sounded 30%. Han Xiaotong and the others felt as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats. Happiness had come too suddenly. The last 9 nether cold crystal had made them rise to prominence. This time, the Void Star essence was worth at least 10 times more than the 9 nether cold crystal. They couldn't even dare to think about that 30%. They would never be able to spend it in this life, no, in the next life, or the life after that. Shi Lei excitedly hugged his ion cannon, crying and laughing like a 300-pound child. The others could no longer hold back, their smiles wider than AKs. Following General Su truly could change their fate. Long Zhanghua looked at this group of lively characters and smiled helplessly. Then, in an extremely solemn tone, he announced to Su Chen. The headquarters has decided that due to your immense contribution in this mission, this SS-level mission will be ultimately rated as SSS level. You are awarded 10 million merit points. And the entire Moonlight Squad will be recognized for special merit once, rewarded with 3 million merit points, and the squad level will be directly upgraded to Diamond level. Boom! This news exploded in the minds of the Moonlight Squad members like divine thunder. Chapter 279, The Disheveled Survivors in the Southern War Zone. At the front of the Blood Fortress. This was no longer a defense line, but the border of hell. The once blackened steel barrier was now violently trembling. The massive energy shield having been activated to maximum power, yet it was still rippling with dangerous waves. Beyond the barrier, the once scorched earth had completely vanished. Instead, it was replaced by an endless, writhing, expanding blood-red flesh carpet. The sky was shrouded by an unimaginably huge scarlet vortex made of blood clouds and thunder, at the center of which a massive crack leading to an unknown terrifying dimension was faintly visible. That was the heart of the lava, which had completely gone out of control and transformed into a cataclysmic demon domain. At this moment, on the edge of this dead end, space was suddenly torn open by an overwhelmingly powerful force, creating a pitch-black crack. 2 disheveled figures were violently thrown out from the crack like discarded garbage, crashing heavily to the ground. They were Lin Shao and his junior sister, Yunxi. Lin Shao's once pristine white martial arts robe was now tattered, soaked in black-red blood and filth. Chapter 280, No one can stop it. Su Chen no longer looked at Lin Shao or paid any attention to the heartbroken Yunxi. He simply turned around and said to Lin Shao in a tone as cold and piercing as a judgment, word by word, wait for me to bring her out. I accept your challenge. Then, I will personally break your path of martial arts. Su Chen's words were like ancient ice, each word carrying a chilling aura that made souls tremble. Everyone present, whether it was Long Zhanghua from the Eastern War Zone or Qin Wuyang from the Southern War Zone, felt their spirits shudder at his words. To break the path of martial arts for a direct disciple of the Sword Saint of the Imperial Capital. How arrogant! What confidence! Qin Wuyang's gaze truly focused on this young man for the first time. He could sense that when the other spoke these words, there was not a hint of bluster. It was a calm statement of fact. Lin Xiao, upon hearing Su Chen's words, felt as if his already dead heart was suddenly seared by a hot iron. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Chen's back. Chapter 281 The edge of an instant here, the laws of physics have completely unraveled. Gravity is sometimes as light as a feather and at other times as heavy as a mountain. This is a death realm, completely twisted and transformed by the will of an evil god. Any being below the level of a saint that steps into this place will be instantly eroded by the pervasive dark energy, turning into a mindless zombie that knows only slaughter and destruction. However, the moment this dark energy, which could even trouble a saint, surged into Su Chen's body, his dormant immortal body of the universe activated spontaneously. Those twisted dark energies attempting to invade his body were purified in an instant, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, transforming into the purest energy that nourished his physical form. Su Chen's face showed no discomfort as he surveyed this brand new world. Judging by the aura here, it resembled that being he encountered beneath the eternal night cave. Roar! At that moment, earth-shattering roars echoed from all directions. On the writhing flesh and blood ground, grotesque and terrifying monsters of various shapes emerged from the earth. Some had hundreds of eyeballs, others dragged massive scythes made of bones, while some were entirely composed of flowing magma and shattered flesh. Chapter 282 The End of Despair. Named Su Chen, she recalled her past life. During the cataclysmic invasion of countless races, she had watched helplessly as her family and friends died one by one before her eyes, unable to do anything. In the end, she also perished under the endless assault of monsters. Was it possible that even in this new life, she could not escape this damned fate? Unwilling. She truly was unwilling. In this second life, many things had changed, and she had met the man who altered the trajectory of her life. She had not yet had the chance to tell him the words in her heart. How could she die here like this? Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion resounded as the already ethereal body of the fire phoenix was violently smashed against the stone wall of the ruins by the combined force of three monsters. Emitting a painful wail, and the flames on its body instantly dimmed to the extreme. It was about to collapse. Lin Wanqing's heart sank to the bottom. She could feel the phoenix bloodline within her stirring wildly. It was a sign that she was about to break through, about to undergo a second awakening. But she knew very well that in this place, in this state, forcing a breakthrough, an awakening was no different from suicide. Chapter 283 The potential to end an era. She forced herself to operate the already decayed cultivation technique, trying to guide the nirvana fire raging within her body, transforming this destructive power into hope for rebirth. This was a mad act. It was akin to walking a tightrope over a cliff. A slight misstep would mean complete annihilation. But at this moment, Lin Wanqing had no other choice. She gambled all her hopes on that distant blade intent in the sky, on that man who could create miracles. However, that blade intent was ultimately too far away. It was like a lighthouse in the night, pointing the way, but unable to illuminate the dead end before her. Roar! A colossal stitched monster, formed by countless corpses and twisted magma, howled as it broke through the fire phoenix's last line of defense. It was a terrifying existence that had truly stepped into the 13th level, comparable to a human saint. Its enormous maw, covered in viscous liquid, suddenly opened, forming a bottomless vortex of flesh and blood that emitted an endless stench, violently swallowing the petite figure wrapped in golden flames. Chirp! The fire phoenix let out a desperate cry, transforming into the last streak of light, following its master into the endless darkness. Chapter 284 The Name of Hope. She even encountered that man, as dazzling as the sun. Su Chen. The one who, in her most embarrassing and shameful moments, spoke in a calm tone that drove her crazy, saying it was just a minor operation. The one who, in the hidden dragon training camp, repeatedly refreshed her worldview with his incredible strength. It was he who made her heart, once cold and numb from her past life experience, feel warmth again. It was he who made her realize that there really are unreasonable geniuses in this world. She chased after his shadow, viewing him as the sole goal of her life. And after returning to the imperial capital, she practiced desperately. Even unknowingly, she deeply etched that figure into her soul. Was everything about to end? I'm sorry, Chen. In the end, I still couldn't see you again. Lin Wanqing's lips curled into a bitter and beautiful smile. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing to welcome the already destined outcome of death. The golden flames extinguished completely. Corrosive stomach acid, like a flood that had burst its banks, instantly engulfed her fragile body. Chapter 285 The Sky Falls. I will hold it up. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, and told Chen everything about her bloodline undergoing a second awakening, and her physical condition without reservation. Once the awakening is complete, my phoenix bloodline will transform into the divine fire phoenix. I understand. Chen nodded. Rest assured and awaken, the rest is up to me. After saying this, he turned around, facing away from her, standing alone against the endless beast tide that could make any saint feel despair. One person, one sword. He quietly stood before that overwhelming black wave of death. At this moment, Lin Wanqing looked at that not particularly tall, but seemingly capable of supporting the entire world back. Mesmerized. Chen's back was not particularly tall, in fact, against the backdrop of the grotesque and twisted apocalyptic scene, it appeared somewhat slender. Yet at this moment in Lin Wanqing's eyes, that back was more magnificent than any mountain in the world, more indestructible than any barrier. It seemed that as long as he stood there, the sky would not fall. Lin Wanqing stared at him, even forgetting the excruciating pain brought by the nirvana fire raging within her body. In her heart, there was only one thought left. Chapter 286 The core place in Long Zhenguo's eyes burned an unprecedented flame. He no longer cared about the larger picture or any sacrifices. He only knew that Chen absolutely could not die. A young man capable of resisting a cataclysmic monster domain. Bringing him back and buying him time to grow was more important than anything else. Qin Wuyang looked at the seemingly mad Long Zhenguo, paused for a moment in silence, and finally nodded heavily. Good. This holy being will accompany you, this old thing, to go crazy once. With a command, the entire blood-red fortress came to life. Dozens of strong warriors, battle-hardened and fierce, gathered from all directions. They are the top combatants of the entire Eastern Theater. Each of them was a legend of their own time. At this moment, they will follow their commander to carry out a life-and-death mission. But no one flinched. No one feared. Set off. With a command from Long Zhenguo, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward that deathly abyss. Behind him, dozens of figures followed closely. An unprecedented, high-stakes rescue operation officially began. When Long Zhenguo led this luxurious assault team to the edge of the heart of molten fire. Chapter 287, The Unmatched Blade Light. Long Zhenguo nodded to Qin Wuyang, and the two top human saints had no hesitation as they transformed into two streaks of light, following Chen's footsteps into the deepest darkness. The deeper they went, the more bizarre and terrifying the surrounding environment became. The ground beneath their feet had completely turned into a viscous, warm, writhing, living flesh swamp. In the air, the chaotic will of the evil god was so dense that it was almost tangible, constantly assaulting their minds. Long Zhenguo had to expand his saint domain, a golden realm filled with the atmosphere of iron and blood, to firmly protect himself and Qin Wuyang, barely resisting that pervasive mental erosion. He was horrified to discover that in this place, his saint domain was suppressed to an extremely small range. Ahead, the young man's figure still walked leisurely, as if strolling in a garden, unaffected at all. What kind of physique does this guy have? After an unknown period of time, their vision suddenly opened up. They arrived at an unimaginably vast underground cavern. Chapter 288. Calming the catastrophe, it could feel that this knife would surely sever the rift and prevent it from continuing to descend. momentarily blocking all flesh in front of that invisible blade. But how could these flesh masses withstand a knife that even a 13th-tier fierce beast could not block? Now unleashed by Chen. In the next second, that stable space rift, forcibly torn apart by the will of the evil god. Shattered like a canvas cut by a sharp blade. From the center, a remarkably slender, pitch-black, unhealable scar appeared. Immediately afterward, the entire space rift collapsed with a thunderous sound, turning into countless specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. That enormous face revealed a look of horror, anger, and distortion. Its connection to its true body was severed. It was forever trapped in this world. Without the energy supply from its true body, this small piece of flesh began to decline at a cliff-like speed. Now is the time. Long Zhenghua and Qin Wuyang would not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. The two endured their injuries, intertwining their two completely different saint laws, transforming into a massive ceiling formation that firmly suppressed the struggling, writhing piece of flesh in place. Chapter 289. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. A few simple words carried a reassuring, powerful force. Lin Wanqing's emotions gradually calmed down. She lifted her head from his embrace, her red, swollen eyes filled with heartache as they fell on his blooded right hand. Your hand is just a small injury. Chen's tone remained light and carefree. The more he acted this way, the more pain Lin Wanqing felt in her heart. She knew that this man would never show the pain he endured on his face. Long Zhenghua and Qin Wuyang, watching this tender scene, felt a surge of emotions. The pairing of heroes and beauties has always been a classic tale. But they knew better the price these two young people had paid to protect all of this. All right. It's not suitable to stay here for long, let's head back. Long Zhenghua timely spoke, breaking the tranquility. Chen nodded. He glanced at Lin Wanqing and found that although she was powerful, her steps were unsteady, clearly exhausted to the point that standing was a struggle. Without further thought, he bent down and picked her up in a princess carry. Ah! Lin Wanqing gasped, her pretty face instantly turning as red as if it would bleed, and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Chapter 290. An unprecedented glory, but he simply stood there quietly, his imposing presence, as steady as a mountain, instilled a deep sense of pressure in all the powerful figures present, who held high positions and great power. Silence. With Long Zhenghua's authoritative voice, the entire hall fell silent in an instant. He stepped onto the high platform, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, finally landing on Chen, his sharp, eagle-like eyes filled with unabashed admiration and satisfaction. Today, I have gathered everyone here for one purpose, to honor a true hero. His voice echoed through every corner of the hall via the amplification formation. 3 days ago, a terrifying and unpredictable mutation occurred in the disaster-level demon territory. Heart of Molten Fire, in the Southern Theater, instantly escalating to a world-destroying level capable of annihilating an era. The Southern Theater is in grave danger. The entire human race is in peril. At this most critical and desperate moment, the Eastern Theater's Chen series, Chen, faced the danger without fear and stepped forward. With his own strength, he single-handedly ventured into the world-destroying demon territory, rescuing companions from amidst the thousands of adversaries and vanquishing the evil god in despair. Chapter 291. A date under the ice mountain. He aimed to push his realm to the peak of the Qian listening realm as quickly as possible. Shortly after he submitted that exorbitant exchange list, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Chen casually opened the door, and Wu Gang, whose usually stern face bore a hint of helplessness and a wry smile, walked in. I said, General Star, are you trying to empty our theater's inventory all at once? He waved the terminal in his hand, which displayed the frighteningly long exchange list Chen had submitted not long ago. Some of the items you exchanged for are so rare that even the headquarters treasury doesn't have them in stock and needs to be urgently sourced from other channels. This will take some time. It's all right, I'm not in a hurry. Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. By the way, Please tell Master Uyaza that the materials are being prepared, and he should get ready to start the furnace. Understood. Wu Gang nodded, looking at Su Chen's calm demeanor. Feeling a surge of emotions in his heart. This young man is growing at an alarming speed. After Wu Gang left, Su Chen glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. Chapter 292, The divine weapon is about to form that beautiful face, frozen for 1,000 years. Melted into a captivating blush at this moment, spreading from her cheeks to her snow-white neck. She retreated 2 steps like a startled rabbit, glaring at Su Chen with a mix of shyness and anger. Who asked you to let me go? After saying that, she turned and hurriedly left the garden, leaving Su Chen standing alone, shaking his head helplessly as he watched her flustered figure. Meanwhile, in the cafe in the distance, chaos erupted. What did I just see? Su Chen actually touched Lin Goddess's nose. Lin Goddess blushed. She actually blushed. Ah. So sweet. This damn sweetness. Liu Yu was so excited that she nearly crushed her binoculars. In Lin Wanqing's exclusive residence in the core area, she leaned against the door, her chest rising and falling violently, the blush on her stunning face still not fading. The scene of Su Chen touching her nose replayed in her mind. In 2 lifetimes, her heart, which had long been as solid as a rock, raced for the first time, chaotic and fast. This guy. Chapter 293, The blade draws, heaven and earth change color. The bottle was filled with viscous, terrifying beast blood containing a dreadful aura. When the blood bottle exploded, endless beast blood merged into the golden fire dragon, producing a series of mournful beast roars. Using the eye of the candle dragon as the soul. Gather. A dragon eye, seemingly containing a complete world and glowing with strange light, was thrown into the fire. Boom! The entire heavenly fire furnace shook violently. An incomprehensible, terrifying aura, filled with the power of time and space, erupted from the furnace. Outside the forging center, the wind and clouds changed color. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by endless dark clouds, thick and oppressive, as if doomsday had arrived. Thick black spatial cracks, like giant barrels, rampaged through the dark clouds, each flicker accompanied by a tearing wail of space that made one's teeth ache. What is this? Long Zhenghua and Qin Wuyang stared in horror at the phenomenon in the sky, their bodies frozen in place. They could feel a terrifying sword intent, filled with the will of termination and destruction, awakening slowly within that volcano. Chapter 294, A blade shocks the world, who can compete? Thousands of kilometers away in the Eastern War Zone, in a barren mountain range classified as a forbidden area. A majestic peak, towering 10,000 meters high and covered in ice and snow year-round. Without any warning, a long, pitch-black, impossibly smooth crack appeared at the mountainside. Then, the upper half of the mountain silently shifted hundreds of meters to one side and finally crashed to the ground. The moment the crack appeared, the very concept of the mountain's existence, along with the surrounding space, was completely erased from this world by an even more domineering force. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the clouds in the sky. Eastern War Zone, Command Center. The satellite system responsible for monitoring the entire region emitted an ear-piercing, sharp alarm at this moment. Report. Report. An intelligence officer shouted into the communicator, with a voice filled with disbelief and horror. K7 Forbidden Zone, Snow Dragon Peak has disappeared. It was cut in half. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the now calm volcano. Chapter 295, The pinnacle of heavenly listening. The moment of Shana was so powerful that he felt he couldn't truly unleash its strength upon grasping it. Even a sage would find it impossible to harness its power, and with his current strength in the realm of heavenly listening, he was completely inadequate. He needed to become stronger. The battle at the heart of molten fire made him realize clearly that even with Shana in hand, facing the truly indescribable existence behind the crack, he remained insignificant. That so-called evil god, merely probing with a small piece of flesh, nearly caused apocalyptic disaster. If the true body descended, the consequences would be unimaginable. The setting sun saint also stirred strange feelings within him. It was their first meeting. However, he never relied on the mercy of others for his safety. Only absolute power could serve as his only support in this perilous world. Chen sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into a state of calm. Before him lay a pile of cultivation resources that would drive anyone mad. A fist-sized, bright red, heart-like core of earth fire gifted by the southern war zone. A drop of essence liquid, suspended in mid-air and shimmering with a rainbow glow, given by the setting sun saint. As if it contained a complete small world. Chapter 296. Extreme achievements in the law body, all phenomena in the forest his physical body, tempered by the indestructible body of the universe, reached an astonishing strength, every cell resembling a miniature star, indestructible, and containing explosive power. His spirit was unprecedentedly strong. With a mere thought, he could easily cover every inch of the eastern war zone. However, just as he thought this cultivation was about to end, an abnormality occurred once again. His martial arts, which had absorbed the insights of the law of death, felt as if it had taken a potent tonic. Or perhaps it was the last straw that broke the camel's back, finally welcoming another ultimate transformation. The 10 complete martial arts was originally a reverse heaven-defying technique formed by Chen, forcibly merging 10 completely different martial arts truths. Each evolution represented a sublimation of Chen's understanding of martial arts. And this time, after absorbing that wisp of the saint's law of death, quantitative change finally led to qualitative change. Thus, Chen felt his consciousness being pulled into a bizarre and fantastical space by an irresistible force. Here, there was no time, no space, only 10 enormous light spheres of different colors, representing different martial arts truths, slowly rotating. Chapter 297. National Idol. Countless soldiers from the Eastern War Zone spontaneously gathered here. Some were dressed in sharp uniforms, others still wore mud-stained combat gear. But every face bore an expression of almost fanatical admiration and reverence. Chen has appeared. Someone shouted first. The next second, a wave of fervent cheers erupted like a nuclear bomb going off, reverberating throughout the entire war zone headquarters. Chen is invincible. Sweeping through the competition. Let the might of our Eastern District be known. Countless support banners were raised high, filled with blessings and expectations for Chen in various fonts. Chen even saw many cute support boards featuring his chibi avatar. The members of the Moonlight Squad mixed among the crowd at the front. Liu Yu held a megaphone in one hand and waved a huge flag printed with Chen's guard in the other, hoarsely directing everyone and shouting slogans. Make the voices in front louder. Use all your strength. Let Chen feel our enthusiasm. Shi Lei and Qi Feng, along with other rugged men, also had flushed faces. Shouting along with the crowd, excited like 300-pound children. Chapter 298. Gathering storms. This competition is unlike any previous one. There are 9 venues, jointly hosted in 9 core cities across the country, taking place simultaneously. Our Eastern District's venue is set in the super city of Qianshu, located in the heart of the central continent. There, not only are the top geniuses from various battle zones gathered, but countless high-ranking military officials and powerful saints are also present to watch. This is not only a peak showdown that will determine your future destinies, but also an excellent opportunity to showcase the strength of our Eastern District to the entire human race. I hope each of you can bring out all your strength, leaving no regrets. Fight for yourselves and for the glory of our Eastern District. Long Zhenguo's words were powerful and inspiring, making many young geniuses present feel their blood boiling and itching to fight. However, Chen merely yawned lazily. These formalities meant nothing to him. He came to participate in this competition with only one goal, to see if he could withstand a blow from the top few in this era. To see if they could catch his strike. Chapter 299. The summit of Chen. A strange and subtle expression flashed through his eyes, which seemed to penetrate the hearts of others. Welcome to Qianshu City. Luo Qianlu spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I know each of you is the top genius from your respective battle zones and the future of the human race. However, geniuses come in different tiers. The battle between the districts is not a child's play, it is a true arena of blood and fire. To avoid unnecessary casualties, and to select those truly qualified to represent our human race in the pursuit of the highest glory. A significant reform of the selection rules for this competition has been jointly decided by the Human Race Sanctuary and the highest council of the 9 battle zones. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone held their breath, ears perked up. Luo Qianlu slowly raised his right hand and gently grasped the air above the port. Boom! The entire port trembled violently. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, an enormous square section of ground, over 10 kilometers on each side, was violently ripped from the port by an invisible force. Chapter 300. Wolves surround the dozens of stars from the Eastern District did not search for opponents or distance themselves like others. Instead, they stepped forward in unison, slowly surrounding the figure in the center of the battle platform, who was meditating with closed eyes. Their footsteps were slow and heavy. A chilling and murderous aura surged from them like a massive invisible cage, firmly locking Chen in the center. Seeing this scene, the entire port, whether it was the watching crowd, other district geniuses, or the high-ranking saints, all froze. Everyone's minds went blank at that moment. What is going on? Have the people from the Eastern District gone mad? Are they actually teaming up against their own? What the heck? Can it be played this way? Fighting among ourselves? What kind of corporate culture is this? After a brief silence, a wave of uproar and laughter erupted throughout the port. The other district geniuses looked dumbfounded, then quickly showed expressions of schadenfreude. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting. Chapter 301. A moment's difference, a world apart, but what does it matter? Today, they have already stepped forward, and there is no turning back. HMPH. Xiang Fei, humiliated and with red eyes, tore off his disguise completely. He roared, unleashing his true energy without reservation. Since you refuse to drink the toast, don't blame us for not showing brotherly feelings. Brothers, let's go all out. Take him down. Roar. The dozens of stars from the Eastern District behind him also let out angry roars. At this point, there was no point in saying more, only battle remained. They wanted to use Chen's crushing defeat to wash away the humiliation they were currently enduring. Boom! 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 Dozens of powerful auras surged into the sky at that moment. Xiang Fei took the lead, his sturdy body swelling up again, muscles bulging like forged steel. The giant axe in his hand, the size of a door, shone with a dazzling earthy yellow light, and a heavy, mountain-like terrifying aura descended. Mountain-cleaving axe technique. He leaped high, gripping the axe with both hands, channeling all his strength into the blade, bringing the terrifying might of mountain splitting down towards Chen's head. At the same moment he moved, the others also acted. Chapter 302. The Northern Emperor descends, a robust man from the Western District, known for his physical strength. Swallowed hard and said hoarsely, "Is this guy really in the heavenly listening realm? I feel he's even more terrifying than the saints from our district." A teammate beside him shook his head, pale-faced. "I don't know, but I don't want to fight him." This thought echoed in the minds of all the competitors. The previously tense atmosphere of imminent chaos vanished after Chen's astonishing display. On the battle platform, hundreds of geniuses from various districts collectively stopped their probing attacks. They began to fight for themselves or gathered in small groups, marking out their territories on the vast platform, vigilantly watching their surroundings. But everyone instinctively moved away from the very center of the battle platform. That spot seemed to have become an absolute forbidden zone, a territory belonging to that man. The battle situation thus fell into a strange and delicate balance. In the viewing area, Longzhengu's expression changed like a roller coaster, moving from ashen to shocked, then to ecstatic, and finally to extreme pride and satisfaction. Chapter 303 Who is the Supreme? Do you mean to challenge me? That's right. Li Baijian nodded, the aura of destruction around him becoming increasingly terrifying. All right, I'll give you a chance. Su Chen's response was concise and decisive. He looked at Li Baijian, a sharp glint flashing in his deep eyes, looking down upon the world. However, I have a question. Before we start, I'm very curious. Do you have the qualifications to make me draw my sword? A plain question, yet it was more domineering than any arrogant declaration. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The entire airport, whether it was the spectators or the high-ranking saints, was stunned into silence by Su Chen's words. Unable to speak for a long time. Crazy. So crazy. Facing the infamous Northern Emperor Li Baijian, he actually asked if the other party had the qualification to make him draw his sword. What kind of confidence is this? What kind of arrogance? After a brief silence, an uproar erupted, like a volcano, completely igniting the atmosphere. Did I hear that right? Did he really dare to speak to Li Baijian like that? He's insane. This guy is definitely insane. Does he even know who he is facing? Chapter 304 You are qualified to see my sheath. Su Chen held the sword, stepping forward leisurely in the apocalyptic hell composed of countless world wreckage. The destructive energy capable of annihilating everything would be quietly dissolved by an invisible force within 3 feet of his body. It was as if he was the only pure land in this storm of destruction. Is this all you have? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Li Baijian's ears. Northern Emperor, you disappoint me too much. I thought that as fellow members of the Heavenly Dome sequence, you would be extraordinary. You? Li Baijian was furious, almost spitting blood. His supreme killing move that could clear all opponents was actually regarded as just this level by the other party. This was simply the greatest insult to him. Su Chen. His eyes turned red, his black hair rising without wind, and he emitted an almost mad aura of destruction. You forced me. Today, I will let you see the true strongest form of Li Baijian. The ultimate mystery of the Northern Emperor. He slowly closed his eyes, his hands forming an ancient and profound seal in front of his chest. Star. River. Collapse. Each word was pronounced slowly, like a deity declaring the decree of judgment. Chapter 305 Fireflies and Bright Moon. Otherwise, he would have been completely annihilated by now. Su Chen slowly slung the sheathed long sword back over his shoulder. He looked at the so-called Northern Emperor, who had completely lost his fighting spirit, like a defeated rooster. Kill you. He shook his head and said in a flat tone. Because you don't even have the qualification to make me draw my sword. After saying this, he didn't even glance at Li Baijian again, turning around and walking back to the center of the arena, leaving Li Baijian alone, dazed, kneeling in the void he had created himself. Not qualified to draw the sword. He murmured these words, his gaze becoming hollow and unfocused. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Chen's proud back, letting out a shrill and unwilling roar. Then, he could no longer hold on, his vision darkened, and he fell straight back, completely unconscious. The entire airport fell into a dead silence once again. All eyes were focused on the young figure slowly walking back to the center of the arena, their expressions filled with endless awe and fear. Chapter 306 Not Qualified. Chapter 307 Not Qualified. Such terrifying concentrated fire, even a true saint would find it unbearable. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he was ultimately just in the heavenly listening realm, he couldn't come out unscathed. The smoke gradually dissipated, and in the center of the energy storm, that figure reappeared in everyone's sight. Then, everyone's expressions froze at that moment. Su Chen was still standing in place, not even changing his posture. There wasn't a single wound on him, and even his clean casual clothes were untouched, not a wrinkle in sight. It was as if the earth-shattering attack, just now, was merely a gentle breeze passing over the hill, not even enough to ruffle his clothing. How is this possible? Yao Wanjuan's eyes were about to pop out. He screamed in a ghostly expression. The other young talents were also dumbfounded, their strongest strike, their all-in-one collaboration. Couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Is this it? Chen finally spoke, his voice very light, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a hint of unhidden disappointment. All of you combined couldn't even give me the qualification to warm up. Chapter 307 Sword intent. Soaring to the sky, that gust of wind so fast that even the afterimage couldn't be seen, was directly sent flying by this slap. Spinning 720 degrees in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly unconscious. Immediately after, Chen extended 2 fingers and lightly pinched the ion beam that was powerful enough to flatten a small mountain. Zizizi. The violent energy beam was effortlessly pinched by his seemingly delicate fingers, unable to advance even an inch. Then, with a gentle rub of his fingers, the energy beam crumbled like a fragile twist, dissipating into the air. Shi Lei watched in shock, almost dropping the ion cannon in his hand. My God! Chen didn't stop, flicking his finger. A small electric light shot out from his fingertip, splitting into dozens in mid-air, accurately hitting every drone. Crackle! Liu Yu's proud drone army instantly emitted a puff of black smoke, plummeting from the sky like dumplings. Liu Yu's little face instantly fell. My treasure. Chapter 308 Can the sword path be broken? His sword represents the strongest inheritance of the present age. Lin Xiao did not show any anger upon hearing Chen's pronouncement. He merely tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, the soaring sword intent becoming even more refined and pure. Perhaps. He spoke in a deep voice. His gaze fixated on Chen. But before I fall, I must at least make you draw your sword. The moment his words fell, he moved. Without any superfluous actions. Just the simplest, purest thrust. Buzz? The long sword in his hand emitted a clear humming sound. A white sword light, condensed to the extreme, as if it could pierce through everything in the world, was released. The moment the sword light appeared, the surrounding space underwent severe distortion. Unable to withstand its ultimate sharpness, and was forcibly torn open into a straight crack. Wherever the sword light passed, all things withered, and the laws retreated. This sword was the strongest initial move created by Lin Xiao after leaving seclusion, integrating the teachings of his sect with his own insights. One sword returns to the void, and all laws are uninvaded. Upon seeing this sword, the holy beings in the VIP seats changed color in unison. What pure sword intent! A hint of admiration surfaced on the blurred face of the sunset sage. Chapter 309 Can the Dharma form be shattered? Chen's calm voice echoed clearly on the silent battle platform. Each word was like an invisible slap, striking fiercely on Lin Xiao's face, hitting his proud heart that belonged to the Sword Saint's disciple. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head, his rebellious eyes already filled with bloodshot humiliation and unwillingness. He squeezed out these 2 words from between his teeth, his voice hoarse, like 2 rusty metals grinding against each other. My sword path is not broken yet. I have not lost. He roared, like a cornered beast forced to the brink, erupting in one last, most frenzied struggle. Ah! 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 He howled to the sky, his black hair soaring upwards. A terrifying aura, more than 10 times stronger than before, erupted from his body, which was already on the verge of collapse. Blood essence burned wildly. A desperate stance. What is that? His aura was actually still surging. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Xiao on the battle platform. They could feel that Lin Xiao's level of life was experiencing an incredible leap at that moment. Burning the source of life, forcibly activating the Dharma form. Chapter 310 I will cut off your martial path. A series of dense explosions, like frying beans, erupted continuously from within that Dharma form. In Lin Shao's eyes filled with fear and despair, his towering sword god Dharma form shattered inch by inch, starting from the feet. Finally, it transformed into countless chaotic light points, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. Phut! Lin Shao's body seemed to have been drained of all strength. Softening as he knelt on the ground. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and he resembled a broken rag doll, his breath weak to the extreme. With the destruction of the Dharma form, his martial foundation also suffered a devastating blow. Chen retracted his long knife and slowly walked in front of him, looking down at him once again from a high position. Your Dharma form has shattered, hasn't it? Chen's voice remained as calm as ever, devoid of any fluctuations. But in Lin Shao's ears, it was more piercing and cruel than any vicious curse. Lin Shao struggled to lift his head. His once handsome face was now completely twisted by pain and despair. His gaze was hollow and scattered, no longer holding the previous rebelliousness and sharpness. Chapter 311, The Breakthrough Opportunity, when the Eastern Divine Sword returned to the headquarters of the Eastern Battle Zone. They were greeted with even more fervent cheers than when they set out, like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Chen, with his own strength, swept away all the talents from every battle zone, even defeating the Northern Emperor, who held the 5th seat in the celestial sequence, and Lin Shao, who was a disciple of the Sword Saint. At this moment, Chen was no longer just a hero of the Eastern Battle Zone. He was regarded by countless people as the guardian deity of the entire human race's future. His reputation reached an unprecedented peak. A grand victory banquet was held in the highest banquet hall of the Battle Zone headquarters. But Chen only showed his face and quietly left. He did not like such noisy occasions. It was better to spend time improving his strength, returning to his residence to rest for a while, and then going home. Calculating the time, he realized he hadn't seen his father for a long time. However, just as he pushed open the villa's door, he was taken aback. On the sofa in the living room sat 2 familiar figures. One was Long Zhenghua, dressed in a neat military uniform, with a dignified and imposing presence. The other was a middle-aged man in a patient outfit, whose complexion was still somewhat pale, but whose eyes had regained their usual sharpness and steadiness. Chapter 312, Mental Power. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of overwhelming joy flashing in her eyes, along with a deeply hidden icy killing intent. General Star, please rest well, I won't disturb you. She deeply bowed to Chen again, and then quickly turned to leave the carriage. At the moment she closed the door, the respect and gentleness on her face instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by an extremely cold and sinister satisfaction. She succeeded, finally succeeded. In that bowl of snow lotus soup, she had added a colorless and tasteless poison called Saint's Fall. This was the most terrifying poison that the organization had obtained from an ancient relic at an immense cost. Its toxicity was incredibly domineering, disregarding any true energy and any laws, directly acting on the source of life. Once poisoned, the toxin would instantly merge into the soul, eroding the foundation of the path, completely erasing a person's existence from the root. Let alone the heavenly listening realm, even a true sage, if caught off guard and drank this poison, would definitely not last 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, this being hailed as the #1 talent of all time, suppressing an era, would turn into a pool of pus. Utterly annihilated. Chapter 313, The Luo Family in the Imperial Capital. As he spoke, he carefully examined his son up and down, his murky eyes filled with unabashed pride and satisfaction. Chen looked at his father's now rosy complexion, even more robust than before, feeling a deep sense of comfort in his heart. Dad, I'm fine. He smiled and shook his head. But your health is completely fine now, right? All right. I'm all better now. Jiongwa laughed heartily, thumping his chest, producing a series of dull thuds. You're now the hero of our entire human race. I, your father, can't lag behind. This body is in great shape. The 2 father and son exchanged smiles, everything unspoken. Just then, the villa door was pushed open again. And a burly figure rushed in. It was the Lord of Dawn City, Lei Zan. Su God. Our Su God. As soon as Lei Zan saw Su Chen, his rugged face instantly filled with an incredibly excited smile. He rushed to Su Chen in 3 steps, so excited that he was almost incoherent. You're finally back. Do you know how awesome you are now? All battle zones compete, and you are the number 1 in the battle zone. Sweeping away all talents. You let both the Northern Emperor and the Sword Saint's disciples be taken down. Chapter 3:14. Do you dare to go to war with me? The implication is that you, Su Chen, are just a country bumpkin who knows how to raise dogs. You're talking nonsense. Lei Zan was so angry that his whole body trembled, his eyes nearly popping out. Just as he was about to curse again, an old yet powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Su Jiongwo, the honest middle-aged man who slowly stood up. He didn't roar like Lei Zan, nor did he have any overwhelming aura. He simply looked quietly at the high-standing woman in the golden robe, with his weathered yet clear eyes. Then, in an incredibly calm tone, he spoke slowly, Miss. My son is a hero, not someone's servant. He has shed blood and fought for this country, and for our human race. His glory is earned by his own sword and spear, not given by anyone. We cannot accept your invitation, and you are not welcome here, please leave. Su Jiongwo's words were neither humble nor arrogant, each word like a resounding slap to the face of the woman in the golden robe. The entire hall fell into a dead silence again, as everyone looked at this usually quiet elder with mixed admiration and shock. Chapter 3:15. The Eternal Luo Family. Amidst the fervent cheers, a clear and melodious voice with a hint of mischievousness came from the entrance. Everyone turned to look. And there stood a stunning figure at the door, a girl dressed in a refreshing sky-blue dress with a fiery figure. Her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and a playful smile danced on her face. Her features bore a resemblance to the ice goddess Ling Hanyu from the Eastern War Zone, but were even more radiant and captivating. With her lively eyes curiously surveying the chaotic scene in the hall. She was Ling Hanyue's younger sister, Ling Xuanyue. You actually came. Did Ling Hanyu send you? Su Chen looked at her face, which had always been indifferent, now showing a gentle smile. If you had come a bit earlier, maybe you could have helped me clean up the trash. HMPH, Ling Xuanyue pouted, stepping forward to stand in front of Su Chen, first sweetly bowing to Su Jiongwo. Hello. Uncle Su, I'm Ling Xuanyue, Ling Hanyue's sister. Oh, Miss Ling, please sit, please sit. Su Jiongwo looked at the lively and adorable girl before him, showing a warm smile. Chapter 3:16. The Omen of the Candle Dragon, Citywide Martial Law. His heart was calm as a deep well, but his spirit was continuously sublimating and transforming in a mysterious state. Especially the summary and declaration he made about his martial arts path at the end gave him an unprecedented clarity about his own Tao. An indomitable heart. Just then, the mysterious system prompt sound that had been silent in his mind suddenly rang without warning. Ding! Detected that the host's state of mind is perfect, Tao heart is clear, and has met the preconditions for advancing to the Candle Dragon realm. After the host advances to the Candle Dragon realm, this system will also begin to upgrade. The Candle Dragon realm is a crucial watershed on the path of martial arts. From the Listening Heaven realm to the Candle Dragon realm, it is not just about energy accumulation, but also a final leap in life level. The Candle Dragon opens its eyes for day, closes them for night, breathes for winter, exhales for summer. It embodies the rules, is part of the world, and to enter this realm, a martial artist must undergo a transformation from understanding the world to changing the world. A martial artist must take their own martial will as the core, guided by the laws of heaven and earth, and open a world of their own heart within their spiritual sea. This world is the manifestation of the martial artist's own Tao, the ultimate reflection of their understanding of heaven, earth, the universe, and all things. Chapter 317, Opening the Heart World. Ling Xuanyue rushed out of the room, looking at the ever-expanding energy vortex in the sky. Her beautiful face filled with undeniable shock and worry. This guy is making too much noise. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned into a streak of light and shot towards the wilderness in the east of the city. Although she often bickered with Chen, in her heart, she had long regarded this domineering yet reliable man as one of the most important people in her life. She would never allow anyone to disturb him at the critical moment of his breakthrough. In the wilderness, outside the defense line, Lei Zhan and Ling Xuanyue stood side by side, their expressions grave as they watched the center of the energy storm. They could feel that the pressure was rising exponentially. It was no longer just simple energy pressure, it contained a supreme, unparalleled power that transcended all things. At the center of the storm, Chen's mind had completely sunk into his sea of consciousness. Here was a boundless, chaotic void. There was no up or down, no four directions, no time, and no space. My Tao is the invincible Tao. Chapter 318, The Arrival of All Saints. The towering phantom of the candle dragon transformed into a streak of light, diving down and finally merging into the figure sitting cross-legged. At that moment, Chen's body radiated a dazzling divine brilliance, completing a final ultimate leap in life level. Candle Dragon Realm, half-saint. As all the brilliance converged into his body, Chen slowly stood up. At this moment, his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He was still the same him, yet he was no longer that him. His eyes were as deep as the vast universe, standing quietly without exuding any aura, yet giving the impression that he was the sole center of this world. Feeling the unprecedented vast power within him and sensing the miraculous connection between himself and this world, Chen could not help but smile and laugh heartily. This is the power of a half-saint. Just then, the spirit weapon that had been silent in his hand suddenly emitted a clear humming sound filled with joy and desire. Chen looked down at the spirit weapon, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. Chapter 319, The Son of the Eastern District, Who Dares to Compete. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, explosively ringing in the depths of everyone's soul. Chen turned around, calmly facing the dozens of saintly gazes that could suffocate anyone. He nodded, his tone casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Just broke through. Trying my hand at it. Hiss. The sound of people gasping in shock rose and fell. Trying your hand. You almost poked a hole in the sky. Is this even human language? The corners of all the saints' mouths twitched uncontrollably. Chen seemed to ignore their ghost-like expressions, glanced at his palm, and added, moreover, I haven't used my full strength yet. His extreme method of the Dharma body and the universe indestructible body had not yet been activated, if they were. The outcome of this strike was unimaginable. If Chen's first sentence left them in shock, then this second sentence detonated like a nuclear bomb in their already rock-solid hearts of the sage. Not using full strength. At this moment, even Luo Qianlu, who had lived for hundreds of years and had seen all kinds of storms, couldn't help but curse in his heart. Chapter 320, The Storm is Coming. Chen nodded heavily. I understand, Dad. The father and son exchanged smiles, everything unspoken. However, at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Wait! Ling Xuanyue suddenly stood up, her hands on her hips, her pretty face filled with an unyielding determination. If you go to the imperial capital, I'm going too. Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at her. What are you going for? I? Ling Xuanyue's eyes darted, and she quickly found a grand reason. My sister said, I must follow you closely. Your safety concerns the future of the entire Eastern War Zone. I must be responsible for you. She puffed up her rather ample chest, looking righteous. So, wherever you go, I will go. Seeing her like this, Chen knew that the little girl was just worried about him, and wanted to tag along for excitement. He shook his head helplessly, but eventually nodded. All right. But once we reach the imperial capital, everything must be according to my orders. No problem. Ling Xuanyue immediately patted her chest in assurance. The imperial capital is the most prosperous and lively place in the entire human race. Chapter 321, The Storm is Coming. Did we, the Luo family, just let him hit us for nothing? Of course not. A cunning glint flashed in Luo Xian's eyes, reminiscent of a fox. Isn't the old ancestor's centennial birthday banquet about to start soon? At that time, all the top forces of the entire imperial capital, and even the entire human race, will gather together. That will be the best stage we prepare for him. Isn't he arrogant? Isn't he proud? Then let's give him a chance to showcase his arrogance, understand? My good cousin. We need to elevate him high, lift him to the sky, and make him the focal point of everyone's attention. Then, at his most proud and glorious moment, we will brutally drag him down from the clouds, smashing him to pieces. Luo Xian's voice was like a devil's whisper, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop several degrees. Luo Qianheng listened to her plan, and his cold eyes gradually lit up. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel yet excited smile. Interesting, truly interesting. I want to see when he is isolated and abandoned by the whole world. Chapter 322, The Dark World of the Imperial Capital. A young man dressed in a white suit, with an elegant demeanor, was the first to step forward. His attitude humble yet enthusiastic. Su Shulia, I'm Li Sisi from the Li family. Our family has some industries in the imperial capital. If you need anything, feel free to find me. A woman in a chapao with a hot figure threw a flirtatious glance at Su Chen. In an instant, various offerings and attempts to ingratiate themselves flooded in like a tide. These people were representatives of major forces in the imperial capital, each backed by a formidable family. Su Chen's arrival was like a giant dragon bursting into the seemingly calm pond of the imperial capital. And everyone wanted to take a share of the pie from this dragon. Su Chen simply smiled and responded one by one. His attitude gentle yet carrying a sense of detachment that made it impossible for anyone to get too close. Seeing this, Cao Lingqian smiled and played the mediator. All right. We appreciate everyone's good intentions. Su Shulia has had a long journey and needs to rest. We can discuss matters later. As he spoke, he signaled to Su Chen, leading him through the crowd toward an exaggerated black hover car that had been waiting outside. The convoy slowly left the station under the watchful eyes of many complex gazers. Chapter 323, The Palace of Dawn. I say, aren't you a bit excited? Ling Xuanyue turned her head, puffing out her cheeks as she looked at him, her large, lively eyes full of curiosity. This is the hall of the Sky Vault. Living here means you have 1 foot in the highest echelons of human power. In the future, when you go out, even sages will have to politely call you Su Shulia. How cool is that? Su Chen calmly sipped his tea and replied in an indifferent tone. It's just a place to live. Whether it's cool or not depends not on where you live, but on who lives there. Ling Xuanyue was momentarily taken aback by his words, pouting and muttering softly, "Tch, just acting deep, so boring." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she leaned closer with a mischievous smile. Hey, I heard that besides you, the newcomer, there are other members in the Hall of the Sky Vault. Among them, several are stunning beauties. Especially that Yaoguang fairy. I heard she looks like a celestial being descended to Earth. The dream girl of all the young masters in the imperial capital. Don't you want to go meet her? Su Chen glanced at her, his eyes seeming to look at a fool. Chapter 324, Facing danger head-on. In the center of the hall stood an enormous holographic projection sand table, perfectly presenting the entire geography of the imperial capital at a scale of 1 to 1,000. Surrounding the sand table, hundreds of staff members were rapidly operating the light screens in front of them, a torrent of data cascading down the screens like a waterfall. These are the locations we have identified as the most likely hideouts of the kidnappers based on current intelligence. Cao Lingqian pointed to several areas marked in red on the sand table, speaking in a deep voice. These places are all grey areas of the imperial capital, filled with mixed elements, with little surveillance, making them our weak points in control. Especially here. He pointed to the largest red area. The ash nest in the western suburbs. A deserted industrial zone from the old era has now evolved into the largest underground black market, an intelligence trading center in the imperial capital. It is a true lawless land. Our special forces have attempted several surprise attacks, but have all ended in failure. The terrain inside is as complex as a maze. Moreover, various desperate individuals are entrenched there. There are even rumors that some retired military stars are making a living inside. They usually do not disrupt the order, so the higher-ups have not prioritized dealing with them. Chapter 325, Mental Invasion. How could he be here? Didn't he go home? Moreover, looking at the attitude of those big shots around him, as if they were stars surrounding the moon, it was obvious that he had requested their presence. Long time no see. Chen looked at the familiar faces in front of him, and even on his usually indifferent face, a hint of gentle smile appeared. All is well. You rascal. Han Xiaotong quickly walked up to Chen, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed on him, wanting to say something. But when the words came to her lips, she didn't know where to start. In the end, after 1,000 words, it all turned into a light punch that landed on Chen's chest. Bastard. I thought you wouldn't be back for a long time after going home. But you secretly came to the capital. Her eyes were a bit red, and her voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. Liu Yu and Bai Shaoqing also gathered around, chattering excitedly, expressing their enthusiasm. God. It's really you. Wow, you are now the idol of the entire human race. I can see your posts every day on the internal forum of the war zone. Liu Yu hugged Chen's arm, jumping up and down excitedly like a little girl who got her favorite toy. Chapter 326, The Nest of Ashes. This mental wave ignored the physical barriers, ignored the energy shields, and directly penetrated through layers of steel and concrete, like an endless net, instantly enveloping the entire nest of ashes. Inside the carriage, the dozens of information display screens in front of Liu Yu suddenly began to flash wildly without warning. Countless streams of data that she had never seen before, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged crazily from the bottom of the screen. Warning! Warning! Unknown super data stream intrusion detected. The firewall is being violently breached. Breach successful. Taking over the network control of the entire nest of ashes. Takeover successful. The harsh electronic alarm and the cold system prompt sounds kept ringing. Liu Yu stared blankly at this unbelievable scene, her cute doll-like face filled with extreme shock that she couldn't comprehend. She felt her worldview was completely overturned at that moment. Using mental power, as a supercomputer, to directly brute force crack a military-grade defense network of an independent urban area. Is this something a human can do? The others in the carriage were also stunned by Chen's incredible method, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 327, A distinguished guest at the auction. He could only manage to utter one word before collapsing straight down. Qi Feng's figure had appeared behind him at some unknown time, expressionless, as he drew a dagger and leisurely wiped the blood off with a white cloth. Noisy. This sudden scene left the other guards around stunned. The next second, enemy attack. The harsh alarm and furious roars sounded simultaneously. The remaining dozen guards raised their firearms without hesitation, aiming at Chen and his group. However, what awaited them was not a plea for mercy, but a figure that was as violent and unstoppable as a mountain collapsing and a tsunami surging. Die for me. Shi Lei let out an angry roar, his burly body like a cannonball, charging straight into the crowd. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds of collision and the cries of bones breaking echoed endlessly. Those desperate criminals, who appeared vicious in the eyes of ordinary people, crumbled like paper dolls in front of Shilei's terrifying power comparable to that of a beast. In less than 10 seconds, the battle was over. At the entire entrance, besides Chen and his group, there wasn't a single survivor. Chapter 328. The arrival of the world of hearts. It is enough to change the fate of a person, a family, or even a country. It is a great gift from our great Godslayer organization to this decaying world. Godslayer. When these 3 words were spoken from Zhao Jin's mouth, Su Chen's eyes suddenly tightened. Many big shots in the stands also changed their expressions simultaneously, their eyes revealing deep apprehension. Clearly, this mysterious and terrifying organization holds extraordinary deterrent power in the underground world of the capital. Now, please welcome our ultimate auction item for tonight. Under the expectant and greedy gazes of everyone, the huge alloy cage holding Wang Yuan was slowly pushed onto the auction stage. When the crowd saw the girl inside the cage, who although had tear-streaked cheeks still could not hide her pure beauty, an uproar broke out on the scene. My God! It's Academician Wang Dehai's granddaughter. Wang Yuan. Has the God Slayer gone mad? They actually dared to act against Academician Wang's family. Sure. Lower your voice. Are you looking for death? What is it that these madmen wouldn't dare to do? The discussions rose and fell. Chapter 329. One person. A legion. They looked at the young man slowly walking towards the auction stage with ghost-like, endless fear and horror-filled eyes. At this moment, he was not alone. He was a divine army capable of flattening everything. Who exactly are you? On the auction stage, Zhao Jin no longer had his previous arrogance and ferocity. His legs felt weak, nearly unable to stand, his voice trembling violently with extreme fear. Su Chen ignored him. His gaze fell on the figures in the VIP seats. Those few who could still barely stand. Raymond from Eternal Technology, the black-robed man from the Undead Council, and several other powerful local overlords of the Nest of Ashes. Although they did not kneel, their faces were equally grave, with fine beads of cold sweat seeping from their foreheads. Saint-level and half-saint-level experts. Raymond's voice was extremely dry. The 2 mechanical bodyguards behind him had already activated all weapon systems, the red alarm lights flashing wildly. Sir, we are from Eternal Technology. I think there may be some misunderstanding. He tried to use the power behind him to intimidate the other party. Chapter 330. Redemption time seemed to pause at this moment. The black smoke that was fleeing eerily froze in mid-air. Then, in the horrified and incomprehensible gazes of everyone, the black smoke began to crack inch by inch, ultimately silently turning into handfuls of black ash, drifting away with the wind. Words become laws. This is the initial application of the power of rules in the Zulong realm. After doing all this, Su Chen seemed to have merely crushed a group of ants. He turned around and slowly walked to the girl, who was still trapped in the cage, already terrified to the point of losing color, trembling like a leaf. He reached out and gently brushed the indestructible cage door made of special alloy. A piercing sound of twisted metal echoed. The alloy gate, capable of withstanding cannon fire, was torn open like a fragile piece of tofu, creating a massive gash. Su Chen walked into the cage and approached Wang Yuan. He crouched down, looking at the girl who had curled up in extreme fear. He took off his trench coat and gently draped it over her shivering, petite body, which was exposed to the cold. Chapter 331. The Cradle of Sin. God, we have entered the enemy's core area. Liu Yu's voice came clearly through the tactical headset. According to the internal communications I've intercepted, they have discovered the abnormalities at the auction site and are urgently mobilizing personnel to prepare for defense. This stronghold is larger than we imagined. It has hollowed out nearly a third of the Ashen Nest underground. Rather than a stronghold, it's more like a military fortress built underground. I have detected a large number of heavy weapons, and even several energy sources comparable to the Candle Dragon realm. Liu Yu's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Understood. Su Chen's response remained calm. He raised his head to look at the massive gate made of thick alloy, which emitted a chilling light, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just right, saves me the trouble of searching one by one. Boom. The moment his words fell, without any unnecessary movement, he simply stepped forward casually. The alloy gate, capable of withstanding missile bombardment, along with the thick special concrete wall behind it, shattered like a fragile biscuit. Chapter 332, The Four Leaders. How could the ultimate weapon, created through countless efforts and sacrifices, be so fragile? Now, it's your turn. Chen's figure had appeared on the high platform, standing before the doctor. He reached out and grabbed the doctor's neck, lifting him up with one hand like a chick. Tell me, what is the relationship between you Godslayers and the beast world? Who are the people behind you? Chen's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Cough cough. The doctor turned red in the face, struggling to breathe, but his eyes, filled with madness and resentment, remained fixed on Chen. You won't get anything from me. He let out a harsh, owl-like laugh. We are the pioneers of the new era. We are the future of humanity. And you, Chen, you are a remnant of this era, a monster of the old world. You will ultimately be buried by us. Just wait. It won't be long before the great god descends. At that time, all of you must die. For the new world. He shouted frantically, his body visibly expanding at a rapid pace. Chapter 333, The Might of the Candle Dragon suppresses all. A bald monk, dressed in a tattered robe and wearing a necklace made of human skulls, smiled with compassion, yet his eyes shone with a fierce light like a demon. He was the leader of the World Hand Association, the Human Butcher. Finally, the North. There was no sound, only a man in a perfectly tailored black suit, wearing a tie and white gloves, looking like an elegant gentleman, yet his gaze was colder than eternal ice, quietly appearing at the end of the street. He was Mr. Knight, the chairman of the Black Water Company. The four overlords of the Ashen Nest gathered here at this moment. All their gazes were fixed on the black-clad youth standing calmly in the middle of the street, cradling a sleeping girl. Their eyes were filled with scrutiny, wariness, and a hint of undisguised killing intent. Youth. Finally, it was Mr. Knight, who looked the most normal, who spoke first. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. You destroyed the auction site, and blew up the Godslayer's lair. You have crossed the line. Though Mr. Knight did not possess the violent aura of Thunderstorm, nor the seductive killing intent of Black Widow, nor the eerie compassion of the Human Butcher. Chapter 334, The Whisper of Ashes in his deep eyes. It seemed as if the stars of the entire universe were contained within. Just one glance was enough to make their souls tremble. The Human Butcher's body shook violently, and the compassion on his face was now replaced by endless fear. He wanted to flee, to resist, but his body was as if paralyzed, unable to move. The necklace of human skulls around his neck cracked under Chen's terrifying pressure, shattering one by one. No, no. The Human Butcher let out a desperate plea, feeling an irresistible force pressing in from all sides, ready to crush him completely. Thud. A muffled sound. Under Chen's invisible power, the Human Butcher's body was forcibly compressed into a mist of blood, along with his twisted soul, completely vanishing without a trace. And Black Widow could only watch helplessly, as her body twisted and deformed under Chen's invisible power, ultimately bursting apart with a bang, turning into a rain of blood. In just a few breaths, the three major overlords of the Ashen Nest, Thunderstorm was incapacitated, and the Human Butcher and Black Widow died on the spot. Chapter 335, The Counterattack of the Luo Family. Chapter 336, The Counterattack of the Luo Family. He had never seen the chairman care so much about someone, even going so far as to use the most advanced intelligence network of the Black Water Company. Chairman, do you want? Shadow hesitated for a moment but finally asked. Mr. Knight did not answer directly. He slowly raised his head to look at the sky over the imperial capital, shrouded in clouds, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems the time has come. His voice was soft, yet filled with an uncontainable excitement and anticipation. He had waited for so many years, laid plans for so long, and finally awaited an opportunity to completely stir the winds and clouds of the imperial capital. Go? Mr. Knight waved his hand. Tell everyone that from today, the Ashen Nest is dominated solely by the Blackwater Company, and for those who refuse, let them die. Shadow's figure blended back into the darkness, disappearing like a ghost. Mr. Knight stood in place, letting the cold wind blow at the corners of his clothes. He closed his eyes, replaying the scene of Su Chen's earlier strike in his mind. That power, that absolute control over the rules, left him both shocked and seeing infinite possibilities. Chapter 336. Candle Shadow. Of course not. Luo Xian's lips curled into a mocking arc. But we can no longer deal with him through conventional means. Since he dares to be so arrogant, we might as well ignore him for now and let him run wild outside. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over the elders present, her voice growing colder and more resolute. Isn't the centenary birthday feast of the ancestor about to begin? At this time, we don't need to take any action. Luo Qianheng's expression darkened. But what if he really causes trouble at the feast or exposes our matters? Wouldn't that mean he won't have that opportunity? Luo Xian scoffed, a glimmer of confidence flashing in her eyes. At the feast, we will arrange everything well. All his actions will be under our control. As for the information he brought back from the Ashen Nest, we will let him know what it means to turn black and white upside down. The morning sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Dawn Palace in the heavenly dome, casting a golden halo over Su Chen's handsome face. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his deep gaze, there was no trace of sleepiness, only clarity and depth. Chapter 337. The chess game, and he will become the sharpest knife in Su Chen's hands. Chairman, this is the information you requested. The voice of Shadow sounded behind Mr. Yi as he handed over an encrypted light brain. Mr. Yi took it, opened it, and the screen displayed Su Chen's recent activities in the imperial capital, along with information about the destroyed secret bases. A subtle smile crept onto Mr. Yi's lips, his eyes shining with wisdom. It seems he has already begun to clean up those dirty corners. Mr. Yi murmured softly to himself. Good, this way. The show at the feast will be even more exciting. And the Luo family will inevitably become more vigilant and frantic as a result. The imperial capital, a seemingly calm city, is actually bubbling with undercurrents. An unprecedented storm is quietly brewing. The Luo family's birthday feast will not only be a celebration, but will also become a trial that exposes evil and overturns the status quo. And Su Chen is precisely the executor of this trial. He will, in his own way, thoroughly expose the truths hidden in darkness to the sunlight. The entire imperial capital is like a vast chessboard, with various forces as pieces, and Su Chen, with a transcendent posture, has become the one who holds the pieces. Chapter 338. The opening of the birthday feast. Luo Yunqian's voice was hoarse and deep, carrying an undeniable authority. This Su Chen is indeed a variable. He has grown too quickly and too arrogantly. If we do not eliminate him, the Luo family's status in the imperial capital, even its layout in the human territory, will be threatened. We have already contacted various major forces that are friendly to us. They will all pressure Su Chen at the feast. Luo Qianheng added. Moreover, we have even invited a few old saints who have connections with us. They will impose sanctions on Su Chen at a critical moment. Even that big shot, who has always looked down on us, agreed to come when hearing it was Su Chen. As if he has some grievances with Su Chen and his disciples. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Luo Xian's mouth. Luo Yunqian was somewhat surprised, then smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Xian, you have indeed not let me down. The future of the Luo family depends on your younger generation. Under the powerful appeal of the Luo family, heavyweight figures from various forces in the imperial capital, as well as other battle zones in the human territory, came to congratulate. In the southern battle zone, a middle-aged man dressed in fiery red battle armor, with a burly figure and rugged features, led a group of elite soldiers. Arriving in a warplane that roared down at the military airport in the imperial capital. Chapter 339, attending the meeting the moment Chen stepped into the banquet hall. The noise in the entire hall abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had grasped its throat. All eyes focused on him, filled with complex emotions. There was curiosity, scrutiny, wariness, and even a trace of undisguised hostility. Luo Qianheng and Luo Ziyun immediately locked their gazes on Chen. A cold smile crept at the corners of their mouths, their eyes flashing with excitement. He has finally arrived. Luo Ziyun whispered to herself, her tone carrying a hint of confidence, as if victory was in hand. Chen ignored the complex gazes around him, and calmly surveyed everything in the hall, eventually fixing his gaze on Luo Yunqian at the main seat. A playful arc appeared at the corners of his mouth. I came to pay my respects for the birthday of the Luo ancestor. Chen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, like the undercurrents surging beneath a calm lake, instantly stirring up a tremendous wave. Although he said it was a visit, the smile on Chen's face was clearly provocative. The Luo family, a 1,000-year-old noble family in the imperial capital, who has ever dared to be so rude at the centenary birthday feast of its ancestor? Chapter 340, Ironclad Evidence Slander. Framing. Miss Luo's acting is indeed breathtaking. Unfortunately, a lie is ultimately a lie, and in the face of the truth, it is nothing more than a paper window that can be pierced with a poke. He did not rush to refute, not even saying another word. He merely waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force instantly spread out. In the center of the hall, a massive holographic projection suddenly appeared without warning. The projection displayed the interior of the underground base of the Ashen Nest. The first thing that came into view was a dim and damp underground passage, followed by a shocking laboratory. Those deformed creatures soaked in nutrient solutions, their twisted limbs and hideous faces, sent chills down one's spine. The altered subjects, their faces unrecognizable, let out painful howls that seemed to penetrate the projection and strike at the heart. And those piles of fallen source potions emitted an eerie glow. Even more alarming, the edges of the projection flickered with some encrypted communication records. Although blurred, the distinctive family emblem of the Luo family and some communication codes related to the Luo family's high-ranking officials were faintly visible. Although these segments deliberately obscured the specific content, their existence alone was enough to provoke associations in everyone's minds. Chapter 341, The Only Sword in the Imperial Capital. Chapter 342, The Only Sword in the Imperial Capital. Cao Shui, you are believing slanders, and framing my Luo family. Luo Ziyun forcibly calmed herself down. She knew that at this moment, she must not lose her composure, and must push everything to the limit. My Luo family is loyal to the human race. How could there be any collusion with evil organizations? Clearly, someone has ulterior motives, intending to frame and harm us. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Chen, filled with resentment and a trace of barely perceptible despair. Xulier, you have a grudge against my Luo family. Yet now you resort to such despicable acts with the military's help. Are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world? Are you not afraid of chilling the hearts of noble families that have fought bloodily for the human race? She tried to shift Chen's accusations toward personal grudges and elevate it to a heartbreaking height, aiming to confuse the audience and garner sympathy. However, Chen merely smiled faintly. He did not refute, but directly looked at Luo Yunqian. Old ancestor Luo, do you still want to deny it at this point? Is the long-standing foundation of your Luo family really built on such underhanded methods? His voice was understated, yet filled with endless sarcasm and pressure. Junior, you are too arrogant. Chapter 342, Inescapable Disaster. A crisp metallic clash echoed in the hall, like the sound of metal striking stone, resonating with a strange ethereal quality. That formless sword energy, capable of cutting through everything, was actually pinched by Chen with just 2 fingers. The sword energy trembled violently at Chen's fingertips, emitting wails like a trapped beast. Unable to advance even a single inch. It was firmly locked in place by an invisible force, unable to break free or move forward even a fraction. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that it was not Chen's fingers that were pinching the sword energy, but the sword intent formed by those 2 fingers coming together. This scene completely overturned the understanding of all the martial artists present. Chen, facing the sword saint, actually managed to block the sword saint's sword energy with his own sword intent. What? The sword saint's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing unprecedented shock on his face. The sword, which was unstoppable, was actually blocked by a junior. Even Lin Xiao couldn't accomplish that. Chen's lips curled into a calm smile, as if he were strolling leisurely. The sword saint's sword was indeed powerful, much stronger than Lin Xiao's. If he exerted his full strength and used the authority of a saint, that sword would surely be even more terrifying. Chapter 343, The Celestial Pivot Holy Envoy. What an inescapable disaster. A loud shout erupted, like thunder on a clear day, resonating in everyone's hearts. The commander of the southern war zone, Yang Wu, clad in fiery red battle armor, with flowing runes and blazing flames, was portrayed as a war god emerging from the flames. He stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath him, and a similarly domineering saint's pressure surged into the sky. Intertwining with Luo Yunqian's pressure, jointly resisting the overwhelming might of Chen's candle dragon. Chen, you are merely a junior, relying on a bit of talent. Yet you are so arrogant, disturbing old Luo's birthday banquet, slandering a 1,000-year-old family, and disregarding us seniors. Yang Wu's voice was like a ringing bell, each word carrying a scorching wave. Today, I, Yang Wu, will teach you, this ignorant madman, a lesson on behalf of the Holy Temple. He had a close relationship with the Luo family, so he naturally stood up to support them. At the same time, the scholar saint, who had been sitting quietly, slowly rose. He waved the folding fan in his hand, a surge of righteous energy emanating, gentle yet resilient. Like spring rain, it quietly dissipated the violent aura brought by Chen, protecting several guests beside him. Chapter 344, The Last Card. Chen responded indifferently. The Celestial Pivot Holy Envoy did not become angry due to Chen's rudeness. He merely nodded slightly and then turned his gaze to Cao Lingqian. General Cao, I am already aware of the situation here, and the Holy Temple has issued orders. The voice of the Celestial Pivot Holy Envoy was not loud, but it spread clearly to every corner. The Godslayer organization has poisoned the people and committed heinous crimes. They must be exterminated. Their stronghold in the imperial capital has been destroyed by Chen, which is a great achievement and should be rewarded. Upon hearing this, Cao Lingqian and Han Xiaotong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Holy Temple could discern right from wrong. However, the members of the Luo family felt a tightening in their hearts, their faces turning extremely grim. Yet, the next words from the Celestial Pivot Holy Envoy sent everyone into a state of frozen horror. As for the Luo family, the Celestial Pivot Holy Envoy paused, his gaze sweeping over Luo Yunqian's tense face. The Luo family is a 1,000-year-old prestigious family of the human race, having made great contributions to our kind. This time, they were also deceived and framed by the Godslayer organization, which is truly an unintentional mistake. Considering their past achievements, and their cooperation in the eradication of the Godslayers, their crimes can be forgiven. This case is hereby concluded. No one is allowed to disturb the Luo family regarding this matter. Those who violate this will be dealt with as undermining the foundation of the human race, and will be executed without mercy. Chapter 345, The End of the Imperial Capital. For the first time, his previously indifferent and lofty expression revealed anger and killing intent. Unable to maintain his detachment any longer, a terrifying pressure, powerful enough to change the color of heaven and earth, erupted explosively. He wanted to kill and silence. Pointing towards Wang Yuan, He executed a finger gesture in mid-air. A golden beam of light, condensed to the extreme, pierced through the void, shooting towards Wang Yuan's brow at a speed surpassing light. This strike contained the power of the Holy Temple's laws, sufficient to erase Wang Yuan and her soul from this world in an instant, leaving no trace. You want to act against me? Chen snorted coldly, having long been prepared for this move. He stepped forward, blocking in front of Wang Yuan. And the microcosm formed by billions of cells descended with a roar. The golden beam of light, upon entering Chen's heart world, seemed to fall into an endless quagmire. Its speed suddenly slowing down, ultimately being worn away layer by layer by the vast power of the stars, turning into nothingness. The celestial pivot holy envoy expressed surprise. He did not expect Chen to so easily dissolve his fatal blow. You are anxious. The corners of Chen's mouth curled into a cold mockery. Chapter 346. Fish die and net break. Their reaction speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. This was an instinct honed through countless brushes with death. Qifeng and Shilei stood like two door gods, one on the left and one on the right, blocking in front of Chen. Shilei roared in anger, crossing his arms as a heavy ion shield composed of pure energy suddenly unfolded, withstanding the frontal impact of dozens of energy beams. Ziz! The energy shield rippled violently. And Shilei's face turned red instantly, his arm muscles bulging with veins, clearly under immense pressure. Sister Xiaotong. These guys' firepower is too fierce. Each one is no weaker than a 3-star general. Shilei gritted his teeth and shouted with difficulty. Liu Yu. Analyze the enemy's data. Find their weaknesses. By Xiaoqing. Prepare for healing. Han Xiaotong's voice was calm and decisive. She now held a crimson battle blade in her hand, with fiery runes flowing on the blade. Ready to join the battle at any moment. Received. Liu Yu's hands danced rapidly in the void. Countless data streams leaping at her fingertips, as she crazily hacked into the Luo family's defense system while analyzing the combat patterns of those fallen warriors. Meanwhile, Chen protected Wang Yuan, the chip in her hand, by Xiaoqing, and Ling Xuanyue behind him, blocking all shockwaves and energy residuals. Chapter 347. The moment of return. At this point, he was still trying to throw dirt on Chen. Nonsense! A delicate shout rang out. Ling Xuanyue, holding dual guns, shot deadly tongues of fire from the gun muzzles, her figure nimbly darting across the battlefield like a dancing butterfly. Each shot accurately hit the head of a fallen warrior. It is clearly you who are openly sheltering them and turning black and white upside down. If it weren't for you, how would things have escalated to this point? Her face was stained with a bit of dust, but in her bright eyes burned a raging fire. Seeking death. The holy envoy of Qian Shu's killing intent surged. And he flicked his fingers, sending a golden finger wind that disregarded the distance of space, instantly appearing before Ling Xuanyue. This strike was fueled by true anger. Its power several times stronger than when he attacked Wang Yuan. However, just as the finger wind was about to hit Ling Xuanyue, clang. A clear sound of a blade echoed through the heavens and earth. Chen finally moved, his waist-mounted blade unsheathing an inch in an instant. Just that inch. A terrifying blade aura that could not be described in words, as if capable of severing time and space, erupted from the unsheathed inch of the blade. Chapter 348. One palm crushes the explosive power. The Luo family's possession of such a thing must be closely related to the God Slayer. Has there already been such a level of beastly combat power over there? Ha ha ha. Did you see it? Luo Yantian, with disheveled hair, laughed maniacally. This is the true foundation of my Luo family. It is the most perfect weapon, cultivated through a century of hard work, integrating the genes of countless powerful beasts. And infused with the blood and resentment of my Luo family's ancestors. I named it, Gui Shu. It will destroy everything, dragging all those who oppose my Luo family into the endless abyss. With his roar, the monster named Gui Shu finally crawled completely out of the ground. It was a terrifying giant beast that could not be described in words, full of a stitched-together appearance. It had a massive body like a western dragon, yet possessed 3 heads that were as ferocious as the hellish 3-headed dog. Its body was covered in indestructible black scales, and behind it sprouted a pair of rotten, bat-like massive flesh wings. The most terrifying were the 6 crimson eyes filled with brutality and a desire for destruction on its 3 heads. Just a glance from it was enough to make one's heart collapse and soul fall. Chapter 349, Bloodline Unification. The pride and cruelty on his face cracked like a cheap mask frozen in ice, revealing only the most primitive and pure fear. The divine demon he cultivated with the Luo family's century of effort, infused with countless beast genes and ancestral resentment, was capable of destroying a city with a full power strike. Yet was crushed by Chen. This defies logic. It has even transcended the realm of martial arts. This was a complete subversion and blasphemy against the very concept of power. He could never accept such power. The massive body of the Gui Shu beast even retreated half a step uncontrollably. That half step crushed the ground, but also shattered the last glimmer of hope in Luo Yunqian's heart. Outside the battlefield, the 3 saints standing at the pinnacle of humanity, Yang Wu, Confucian Saint, Sword Saint, now resembled 3 stone sculptures weathered for 1,000 years. The Confucian Saint sighed deeply. The face he had maintained with elegance and composure was now filled with despair. The rules and principles he had pursued all his life seemed so laughable in the face of absolute power. He had previously wanted to educate Chen. Now it seemed like an ant telling a dragon that its flying posture did not conform to propriety. Chapter 350, Reinforcements. Before him, 3 mutated fallen warriors, each over 5 meters tall and covered in bone spurs, charged forward like tanks, heavily impacting his defenses. Qi Feng, go help him. Han Xiaotong's voice rang out from another battlefield. The crimson battle blade in her hand ignited a sea of flames with every swing, turning several fallen warriors into charred remains. However, her situation was equally grim. She was tightly entangled by a dozen fast-moving, ghostly mutants. Received. Qi Feng roared, smashing the head of a sneak attacker in front of him to pieces, then turned and charged like a cannonball towards Shi Lei's direction. The entire Moonlight Squad was now completely engulfed in a bitter battle. These mutated fallen warriors not only had increased strength and speed, but also became fearless. Retaining some of their battle instincts from before, working together in a highly coordinated manner, making them extremely difficult to deal with. This cannot go on. We will be worn out sooner or later. Ling Xuanyue shouted urgently in the channel, her dual guns hardly pausing, but the enemy seemed endless. Chapter 351, Millennia of Heritage. It no longer roared, as all its energy had been compressed to the extreme. It slowly raised its mountain-like giant claw, and within its claw's heart, a pure black, constantly rotating singularity that seemed to devour everything quietly emerged. It, at the cost of burning itself, unleashed a true law attack that touched the realm of the gods. Facing this strike capable of completely annihilating saints, a grave expression appeared on Su Chen's face. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping the hilt of the blade named Shana at his waist. I didn't want to use you, but you've successfully made me serious, he whispered to himself, then. Under the gaze of all the powerful beings in the world, he slowly pulled the spirit weapon named Shana out of its sheath by 3 inches. Vaz? A sound that seemed to come from the source of the river of time, distant and ancient, rang out. A pure black thread extended from the 3 inches of unsheathed blade. It looked so thin, so fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. But the moment it appeared, the whole world lost its color, and heaven and earth transformed into pure black and white. Chapter 352, One of the Ancestors. They wore black robes, their auras eerie, each emanating a powerful force that sent chills down the spine. At the forefront was a tall figure, his face hidden beneath a hood, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. He held a staff made of bones in his hand, at the top of which a blood-colored crystal emitted an evil glow. My name is Blood Shadow Commander. He announced his name loudly, his voice hoarse and deep, yet carrying an indescribable majesty. Today, the Luo family will open the door to the new world. And new remnants of the old era will all become sacrifices. Blood Shadow Commander, one of the 9 commanders of the God Slayer. His appearance caused Yang Wu and the Confucian saints' expressions to change drastically again. The God Slayers were so bold as to appear openly in the core area of the imperial capital. Blood Shadow Commander. You dare? Cao Lingqian banged the table in the command center, seeing Blood Shadow Commander and the God Slayer battleship appear on the screen, furious. Order all aerial and space forces. Concentrate fire. Blow that battleship to pieces. Yes. However, Blood Shadow Commander completely ignored the human's fury, raising the bone staff high, the crimson eyes flashing with madness. Chapter 353. All cards on the table. This impact struck deep into the soul. An ordinary saint would likely go mad in an instant under such pressure. However, Su Chen's gaze was resolute, and deep within his soul, the indestructible divine soul shone brilliantly, negating all mental assaults. He snorted coldly, his figure accelerating once more, transforming into a fleeting shadow, rapidly moving around Luo Changsheng. Break! Su Chen's blade sliced through the void, creating dark cracks. No longer engaging head-on, but instead circling around the defensive blind spots of the heart-piercing shield, searching for flaws. His speed reached its peak. Almost impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Every flash of his blade was accompanied by a sharp sound of friction, marking the heart-piercing shield with traces of the momentary strike. Luo Changsheng had lived for 1,000 years and possessed immense combat experience. Although he was shocked by Su Chen's speed, his reactions were still swift. The heart-piercing shield in his hand continually shifted directions with his intent, blocking all attacks. At the same time, his other hand was not idle. His 10 fingers flew, casting obscure and complex spells that merged into the surrounding space. Space confinement. In an instant, the space around Su Chen came to a sudden halt, as if he were trapped in a quagmire. Chapter 354. A blade to cut the immortal. These battle souls, though powerful, were ultimately remnants, appearing weak before Su Chen's indestructible body and momentary blade. Phut! The blade light flashed, and battle souls were continuously severed, dissipating into blood-colored mist. Su Chen moved like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable, but these battle souls were numerous, charging forward without fear of death. Their existence was to buy time for Luo Changsheng. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Changsheng quickly formed seals with both hands, an ancient aura coalescing into substance around him, transforming into towering blood-red pillars of light that shot into the sky. These pillars were not attacks, but outlined a gigantic ancient formation in the void. At the center of the formation was the massive battleship of the God Slayer, and the blood-red spatial rift above it. Su Chen, no matter how strong you are, once the passage opens and the new world descends, your human race will be utterly annihilated. Today, I, Luo Changsheng, will sacrifice my 1,000 years of cultivation for the new world. Luo Changsheng roared, cracks appearing on his body from the backlash of the sacrifice. Yet his eyes were filled with fervent obsession. He intended to use his life to fulfill the Luo family's millennia-old wish. He never considered fleeing, for to him, the immortality of the Luo family and the arrival of the new world were the only meanings of his existence. Chapter 355. The might of the Candle Dragon. The fallen warriors and fierce beasts that were frantically charging forward were instantly crushed into pools of blurred flesh under Su Chen's terrifying pressure, which felt like the weight of an entire world. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds of explosions echoed endlessly. In just a few breaths, thousands of fallen warriors and fierce beasts surrounding the Luo family's estate were utterly annihilated. At that moment, a vacuum zone several kilometers in diameter, composed of flesh and steel debris, appeared in the entire imperial capital. And Su Chen stood quietly at the center of this vacuum zone. Not even the hem of his clothes stirred. Now, do you still want to escape? Chen's gaze pierced through layers of space, landing on the Blood Shadow's Death Commander. The Blood Shadow's body trembled violently, and the face hidden beneath the hood was now filled with utmost madness. He realized that he had encountered a true monster. No wonder you could repeatedly thwart our plans, your strength is indeed formidable. The Blood Shadow's Death Commander let out a sharp roar, no longer hesitating, and fiercely burned his life source, transforming into a blood-red stream of light, intending to rush into the dimensional rift. Chapter 356, Celestial Lovers behind him. An incomparably gigantic shadow began to slowly coalesce, as if it could cover the entire sky. This shadow twisted and coiled, its massive body seemingly able to wrap around mountains, its scales gleaming with a dim cold light. It emitted no energy fluctuations, but its very existence represented a complete subversion and reshaping of all rules in this world. Candle Dragon. This was the saintly authority Chen gained after stepping into the Candle Dragon realm. Roar. A roar unlike anything a mortal creature could produce emanated from the Candle Dragon's shadow. This roar had no sound, but transformed into a tangible shockwave containing the power of supreme rules, sweeping through the entire imperial capital. The fierce beasts that had just poured out from the spatial rift and were rampaging wildly collapsed into blood mist before this rule shockwave. In just a breath, tens of thousands of fierce beasts were completely annihilated. Below the saints, all are ants. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to annihilate a saint without reaching the Candle Dragon realm. To the authority of the saints, these creatures were merely dust that could be erased at will. And those fallen warriors still stubbornly resisting found their bodies cracking under this shockwave, ultimately turning into flying ashes. Chapter 357. A fragment of the evil god precisely striking the head of a massive beast that had just burrowed up from the ground. This beast, comparable to the Candle Dragon realm, didn't he even have time to scream before being instantly shredded by the blade light. A young man in white, handsome and tall, with an incredibly aloof and proud demeanor, stood in midair holding a long sword. Lin Shengbai, the first of the celestial sequence, and the elder brother of Lin Wanqing. He glanced down at Chen and Lin Wanqing, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but more than that was an unmasked disdain and battle intent. He said nothing more, turning his gaze towards the remnants of high-level fierce beasts in the ruins of the imperial capital. His figure flickered, transforming into a stream of light, plunging into a new battle. Internal grudges among the human race could be temporarily set aside in the face of a common enemy. But he had noted this debt. What a touching scene indeed. Just as the situation in the imperial capital stabilized temporarily due to the arrival of powerful figures, a cold, mocking laugh, filled with derision, suddenly echoed in everyone's minds without warning. The Blood Butcher's Death Commander, who had just been severed from the dimensional rift by Chen, and should have been destroyed along with the battleship, had appeared again. Chapter 358. The final blade, the authority of the Candle Dragon, and the momentary slash perfectly fused at this moment. Slash. Chen unleashed the strongest blade of his life. The momentary blade drew out, and the world fell silent. The pure black thin line extending from the momentary blade seemed not to belong to this dimension. It simply existed. Then arrived the grotesque arm, covered with countless evil eyes, froze upon contact with this black line. Its supreme might, capable of collapsing space and erasing laws, appeared as weak as a joke in the face of termination. Immediately, under the gaze of the world, that arm, along with all the malice and destruction it carried, was forcibly pushed back into the spatial crack. Afterwards, that spatial crack seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, and with a bang, it was violently closed. The sky returned to clarity, as if the apocalyptic scene just moments ago had never happened. The entire world fell into a long, deathly silence. Above the ruins of the imperial capital, all the survivors, whether they were soldiers who fought bravely or powerful figures watching the battle through various means, stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Chapter 359. The sin of Luoxian televisions, networks, and streets were all buzzing with discussions about this mythical young man. Have you heard? It's that Chen, who single-handedly cut off the arm of that so-called evil god with one strike. Not just that. I also heard that in a single thought, he made tens of thousands of ferocious beasts turn to ashes. That's true divine skill. Can he debut as an idol? I would absolutely be his #1 fan. The public's discussions were filled with admiration and fervor, while at the higher levels, the shock brought by Chen was even more profound. In the temporary command center, members of the Moonlight Squad were receiving treatment. Shi Lei and Shi Feng, two Tao-like men, looked like two wronged children at this moment, bruised and bandaged. God Su, you are too amazing. Shi Lei looked at the incoming Chen with admiration on his face. That one strike made the whole world feel like it froze, so cool. Han Xiaotong and Ling Xuanyue also looked at Chen, their eyes filled with awe, and more than that, a strange sentiment that even they themselves were unaware of. This man always manages to create the most unbelievable miracles in the most desperate times. Chapter 360. Visiting the Lin family, she pushed a cup of clear tea towards Chen, her cold voice breaking the tranquility of the courtyard. Chen paused when he picked up the teacup, a bit surprised. Lin Lao. Lin Wanqing's grandfather, Lin Lixian. This name represents a legend across the entire human territory. He was once the cornerstone of the military, a true elder who emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, with an unmatched prestige. Even though he had completely retired now, he was still not beneath the leaders of several major war zones. Lin Wanqing gently nodded, lowering her eyelids, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her fair cheeks. He said he wanted to see what kind of man could make his proud granddaughter so unforgettable. As she spoke, a rare blush appeared on her cold, snow-like cheeks, adding a touch of mortal shyness to her. Seeing this rare sight, Chen felt much more relaxed. Drank the tea in his cup in one go, and the warm liquid slid down his throat, dispelling some of the fatigue brought on by days of battle. All right. Then let's go visit. Chapter 361. Continuing the sword path, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat heavy. In terms of position, as a member of the celestial sequence, Chen was not under the jurisdiction of any region, but as an old hand in the military district. He was somewhat looked down upon by the older members regarding newcomers like Chen. Mom, Dad. I came back this time to explain to you why I went to Dawn City to study back then. Lin Wanqing chose to speak directly without sitting down. Knowing this had always been a knot in her parents' hearts. Zilan and Lin Zhengqian exchanged glances, remaining silent, clearly waiting for her to continue. It was Grandpa's decision. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, and slowly expressed the words she had long prepared. Back then, during a period of closed-door meditation, Grandpa had a moment of inspiration, and glimpsed a thread of heavenly secrets. He said that the future of the human race would encounter a significant variable. And the key to this variable lay in a seemingly inconspicuous place like Dawn City. So he made me conceal my identity to live and study there. On one hand, he wanted us to experience the life of ordinary people to temper our hearts, and on the other hand, he wanted us to seek, or rather, wait for the emergence of that variable. Chapter 362. The Grand Path of Martial Arts. If Lin Xiao has already lost, and Lin Shengbai has also lost, then they truly lost completely. At this moment, Lin Lixian finally appeared. He wore an old military uniform that had faded, his stature not tall, and even somewhat thin. But his pair of weathered eyes resembled two bottomless ancient wells, as if they could see into the human heart. He sat in the main seat, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of green vegetable, and slowly chewed it, remaining silent. Lin Zhengqian and Zilan sat upright, not daring to overstep in any way. Chen and Lin Wanqing sat across from them. You cut off the arm of an evil god in the imperial capital. After a long time, Lin Lixian put down his chopsticks, his deep-set eyes turned to Chen, his tone as flat as if he were asking about the weather. By luck, Chen replied. By luck? The corners of Lin Lixian's mouth curled into a faint, ambiguous smile. To cut off the backing of a Holy Temple envoy and force the commanders of the 4 war zones to appear, that cannot be explained by mere luck. His words seemed plain, but were actually laced with sharpness. He pointed out that Chen's appearance had already broken the power balance maintained by the human territory for hundreds of years. Chapter 363. The passerby. He returned Lin Lixian's words exactly as they were. The entire dining room fell into a long, deathly silence. After a long while, ahem. Lin Lixian cleared his throat a couple of times, picked up his chopsticks, took another piece of vegetable, and slowly chewed it. It's cold. The taste is a bit lacking. He glanced at his son and daughter-in-law. What are you all dazed for? Eat, have the good dishes brought out. This statement represented the highest approval of the Lin family. In the latter half of this meal, the atmosphere became exceptionally harmonious, with various delicacies being served. Replacing the slightly cold dishes, Lin Zhengqian no longer mentioned anything about the larger situation, and Zilan also stopped asking about the future. They simply kept serving dishes to Chen, their enthusiastic demeanor making Chen feel somewhat unadjusted. After dinner, Chen and Lin Wanqing bid farewell to the Lin family and slowly walked out of this iron-blooded fortress. The night in the imperial capital was very quiet. Gone were the previous clamor and the flames of war, only the cold moonlight and the twinkling lights that reignited in the ruins remained. The two walked side by side on the empty street, neither speaking. I'm sorry. After a long time, Lin Wanqing finally spoke softly, breaking the silence. Chapter 364. Take a look at my universe, Bliss Cult. Chapter 365. Chapter 366. The sky is dark red, hanging a shattered moon that flows with black liquid. The ground is piled high with countless white bones, and numerous twisted, resentful souls wander the wasteland. A deep despair and sorrow fill the entire space. Lin Wanqing's figure appears not far away. She is bound tightly by countless black chains to a cross made of piled bones, covered in blood. What's going on? She furrowed her brows slightly, the divine phoenix bloodline within her erupted, and a blazing golden flame enveloped her body, making her feel somewhat better. This is Hypnos. A powerful spiritual world constructed at the cost of burning one's own soul. In this world, she is a god. She can see the deepest obsessions and weaknesses in her opponent's heart and amplify them infinitely, thereby completely destroying her opponent on a spiritual level. She saw Chen's deepest bond with that girl in white. Thus, she constructed this most cruel purgatorial painting for him. Foreign things are useless to me. However, Chen's voice was calm, without a hint of turmoil, as he shook his head while looking at Lin Wanqing bound to the cross. Chapter 365. The Grim Reaper has always been present divine disaster. This is the highest level code used within the cult to describe entities that pose a threat to the foundation of the cult, and could even trigger a world-class disaster. The target has been listed as part of the Dawn Project, the highest priority for elimination. The voice of the oracle remains flat. But the killing intent contained within causes the temperature in the crystal room to plummet. Transmit my oracle. Dispatch Apostle number 4, the Grim Reaper Persephone, to the east. This time, at all costs. What? As soon as this was said, even the members who had been too afraid to move couldn't help but raise their heads. Their faces behind the masks filled with disbelief. The Grim Reaper, Persephone. Apostle number 4. She is in existence at the top of the pyramid of all apostles. The sharpest and most terrifying blade in the oracle's hands. It is the cult's final weapon for eliminating traitors and erasing enemies. Since the shocking purification night 30 years ago, this esteemed person has not made a move, and many people even thought her existence was just a legend. Now, to deal with a native of the Eastern world. They are actually going to disturb this esteemed person. Oracle, please forgive me for speaking out of turn, but for a mere Chen. Is there really a need for Lady Persephone to take action personally? Chapter 366. The Fall of God. Just after walking a short distance, his personal light brain rang. It was Han Xiaotong. Su God. As soon as the call connected, Han Xiaotong's voice, filled with a mix of excitement and shyness, came through. "What's wrong? My family wants to invite you to dinner." "Oh?" Chen was somewhat surprised. "Your family? We've been together so many times. But I've never heard you mention your family before." Han Xiaotong's voice lowered, this time, during the disaster in the imperial capital. "Our Moonlight Squad achieved great merit, and my military rank has been promoted. My family found out, so..." Listening to her hesitant tone, Chen keenly sensed something was off. "You seem unwilling." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Han Xiaotong finally explained with a hint of helplessness in her smile, "To be honest, God, I sneaked out of my house to come to the military district. My family always thinks I don't need to go to the military district, the resources at home are enough for me. But I feel they are manipulating me and have always looked down on me. Because of this, I've had a very tense relationship with my family. And I haven't been home for many years." Chapter 367, Letting you break down is already a blessing from the brief confrontation just now. Chen had already analyzed part of the essence of the opponent's energy. This power has a certain indescribable inspiration for him to break through to the fifth level of martial arts, the moving sea realm. The moving sea realm, as the name implies, requires opening up a sea of energy within the body to contain the heavens and the earth. But is this heaven and earth the external world or one's own world? Chen has always been at a loss. The power displayed by the woman before him showed him a brand new path. Ether, huh? It is indeed somewhat different from our true energy. But the essence is not much different. It seems you are not completely ignorant. A playful curve appeared at the corner of Persephone's mouth. Since you are so interested in ether, let me allow you to experience it more profoundly. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, hundreds of thousands of Persephone's afterimages appeared around Chen simultaneously. Each afterimage radiated a terrifying aura identical to the original, and in their hands they condensed a giant scythe made of dark red light, several meters long. A thousandfold deathly silence. Thousands of death scythes simultaneously slashed toward Chen from different angles. Chapter 368, The Unyielding Jiang Family. At this moment, everyone watching this battle hoped that Chen could once again create a miracle. After all, this young genius has already become the only choice in the hearts of countless people to end this absurd era. Persephone floated quietly above the pit, her holy and perfect face devoid of any expression. To her, the battle was already over. The divine disaster-level target had been completely eradicated, leaving not a trace behind. She slowly turned around, preparing to leave. However, just then, "Your usefulness to me has come to an end. But I still want to thank you for providing some trivial inspiration for my breakthrough." A calm voice, without warning, echoed from the depths of the pit. Persephone's perfect body suddenly stiffened. She abruptly turned around, incredulously looking down at the absolute void. In the center of the pit, a figure was stepping out from the void. One step at a time. It was Chen. His upper body bore a bruise on his chest from the terrifying holy judgment just now. Chen glanced down at the bruise, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 369, The Rules of Jiang Wuyuan. Soon, the cult will send you a list of damages you need to compensate. I hope you can gather it quickly. Otherwise, your Jiang family will have no reason to exist. After saying that, the communication was unilaterally hung up. Jiang Wuyuan stared blankly at the now darkened screen for a long time. Then suddenly slammed his fist down hard on the nearby table. "Ah!" He let out a roar filled with endless anger and unwillingness, like a trapped beast. Crash! Clang! Jiang Wuyuan's roar transformed into the most primal form of violence, echoing wildly throughout the luxurious mansion spanning thousands of square meters. In his bloodshot eyes burned endless rage and despair. As he swung his arms, everything in the study shattered into pieces. A desk made of thousand-year-old golden silk nanmu wood was smashed to smithereens by his punch, wood chips flying everywhere. The landscape painting, created by an ancient master, hanging on the wall, was violently torn down, crumpled into a ball, and smashed hard onto the ground. The priceless, state-of-the-art holographic communicator was lifted above his head and, using all his strength, he smashed it against the floor-to-ceiling window made of solid crystal. Chapter 370. Lucky you, he closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep slumber. But the dream was a blood-red hell. He found himself sitting at a magnificent dining table surrounded by people, all of whom were from the Jiang family. His father, his uncles, his brothers, and even his long-deceased son and brother Jiang Wanzhen. They all looked at him with smiles on their faces, but that smile was indescribably eerie. Wu Yuan, you're back. Come, try today's dishes, we specially prepared them for you, said the old patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Wu Yuan's father, with a beaming smile. Jiang Wu Yuan looked down at the table, and what lay before him was far from delicacies. It was a platter of dishes made from human eyeballs, fingers, and internal organs. In the largest bowl of soup in the center floated human heads, still slightly moving. Come on, uncle, try the soup I served for you, Jiang Long said, holding a bowl filled with murky soup floating with eyeballs. I brewed this myself, it tastes fantastic. Jiang Wu Yuan's stomach churned violently, and he abruptly stood up, wanting to escape from this terrifying feast. Chapter 371. Qianhai City. The forensic report concluded it was a myocardial infarction, sudden death, with no external injuries, no signs of poisoning, and no residual energy. But everyone knew, things were far from simple. For a time, various speculations and rumors ran rampant. As the instigator of all this, Chen was already aboard a maglev train heading to Qianhai City. Qianhai City, located in the coastal area of the Eastern War Zone, is the most prosperous and modern international metropolis in the entire war zone. Towering buildings and flashing neon lights created a stark contrast with the recently devastated imperial capital, which was in dire need of reconstruction. Chen sat by the window, watching the rapidly passing scenery with a calm expression. Beside him sat Han Xiaotong. Today, Han Xiaotong was clearly well-dressed. She had changed out of her crisp combat uniform into a light purple long dress, her short hair was neatly styled, and her face was adorned with delicate makeup, adding a touch of femininity to her originally sharp features. However, at this moment, she seemed somewhat restless, her delicate hands constantly fidgeting with her dress hem. Chapter 372. I come to prove your strength. I heard she achieved great merit in the imperial capital, and is now a big shot in the platinum-level team. The Han family is surely going to soar. Whispers filled with envy, jealousy, and unabashed flattery surrounded her. Soon, a well-dressed middle-aged man, resembling a butler, approached quickly. Miss, you're back. The master and madam are waiting for you inside. His attitude was respectful, but Chen could catch a glimpse of scrutiny and detachment in his fleeting expression. Clearly, the servants of the Han family were not all genuinely welcoming to this rebellious young lady. Han Xiaotong merely nodded slightly, not engaging in much conversation, and instead gestured for Chen to go ahead. Chen, let's go in. The way she addressed him made the butler's expression change slightly, and he turned his scrutinizing gaze back to Chen. The young man in ordinary casual wear looked unremarkable, with no signs of powerful energy fluctuations. He hardly seemed like a big shot. The young lady called him God. The butler was filled with doubt, but his good professional demeanor prevented him from showing it on his face. He just bowed more respectfully and led the way. Chapter 373. Are you implicitly insulting me? Han Xiaotong. Good. Very good. This is the guest you brought back. To publicly humiliate me is the Han family's way of showing their power. He gritted his teeth and said, You haven't been back for years. I rushed over to see you as soon as I learned you were home. And this is how you treat me? He said through clenched teeth, I tell you, this matter is not over. Yuhan family, just wait. After saying that, he covered his tattered suit, turning to leave in embarrassment under the mocking gazes of the guests. Watching his retreating figure, Han Xiaotong felt overwhelmed. She turned to Su Chen, looking somewhat helpless. Su Chen, you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he trying to show off in front of you? I helped him a bit. Making it more thorough, isn't that good? Han Xiaotong was utterly speechless. Making it more thorough. You just ripped off his face along with his suit and threw it on the ground. But the Zhong family has considerable influence in Qianhai City. They are in the energy business and have collaborations with the military. Our Han family still has many projects to connect with them. Chapter 374. Numbers don't matter. Han Qianyu's pupils suddenly constricted at this scene. What do you want to do? His voice carried an unmistakable hint of fear. Are you implying something? Is the pressure too much that you can't even answer? Su Chen smiled slightly, but the immense pressure made Han Qianyu almost unable to breathe. I warn you. This is the Han family. Dare you try to touch me? Why can't you just answer properly? Are you afraid to admit it in front of me? It seems you are aware of the gap between us. So why do you dare to do something implicit like this? Is it because I came back with Han Xiaotong? Do you think I, like your sister, would care about your feelings? Su Chen's lips curled into a playful arc. As for what you just said, I indeed want to try it. After finishing, he grabbed Han Qianyu's shoulder and suddenly exerted force. Ah! Han Qianyu let out a piercing scream, feeling as if his arm were about to be crushed. Then, an irresistible force surged, and his body was uncontrollably lifted by Su Chen with one hand. Like throwing garbage, he was violently hurled towards the mansion's entrance. Chapter 375. Do you think I'm just in the Qianyu realm? I thought you had some extraordinary background that scared me into not making a move. Now it seems you are just a pure brute fool. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhong Zhong also realized it, and the seriousness on his face instantly dissipated, replaced by a deeper contempt. That's right, just a champion, in front of their ancient family that has lasted for hundreds of years. What does that count for? Any offering from their family could easily be a well-known expert. How could they fear a young brat? It seems today not only will I break your legs, but I will also let you know what true rules are. The killing intent in Zhong Zhong's eyes was evident. Watching the arrogant display of this father-son duo, Su Chen was not angry. Instead, he turned his head with great interest to look at Han Xiaotong beside him. What kind of family is this? Their tone is so big that one might think the Lord of the Temple has descended. At this moment, Han Xiaotong felt numb. She thought she shouldn't have come back today, and she definitely shouldn't have brought this troublemaker, Su Chen, back with her. But now that things had come to this, she could only explain with a stiff upper lip. The Zhong family is an ancient noble family in Qianhai City, engaged in the energy business since the old era, controlling nearly 30 of the energy mines and transportation routes in the Eastern War Zone. Then, like 3 balloons that had been punctured, their bodies rapidly deflated in a bizarre manner. Finally, they turned into 3 skin and bones corpses, weakly falling from the sky, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Dead. In an instant. 3,000 Yu realm powerhouses, not even touching the corner of Su Chen's clothing, died in such a strange manner. If slapping Zhong Shao away before was shocking, now it was a fear that penetrated to the bone. Everyone present, including Zhong Zhong, turned pale, their bodies trembling violently like chaff. The only thought left in their minds was, Qian Ting realm. This young man is definitely a terrifying existence of the Qian Ting realm. Who are you? Zhong Zhong's voice became sharp due to extreme fear. He no longer had his previous arrogance and dominance, only endless regret. His mind raced, searching for any information about the name Su Chen. It seemed he had heard it somewhere else besides the champion of the National Martial Arts competition. Asking me who I am now, don't you think it's a bit late? Su Chen looked at him. The smile on his face appeared to Zhong Zhong to be more terrifying than that of a devil. The face that had always been as calm as still water first showed astonishment, then shock, and finally transformed into an endless, complicated bitterness. Countless scenes flashed through his mind. The scene of his proud nirvana true fire being easily crushed by the opponent during that competition. He moved his lips, wanting to say something, but found that any words seemed so pale and powerless before this man. He, Long Chuwu, the Chelin son of the Long family in the imperial capital. Once the pride of the Tsanglang war zone, now had no qualification to challenge this man. He chose silence, quietly looking at Su Chen. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Long Chuwu clearly knew that he couldn't manage this matter today, nor could he provoke this person. After all, those local nobles in Qianhai City might not know, but someone like him in the military district, Su Chen's name was thunderous, already creating a huge gap between them. Seeing Long Chuwu's reaction, Han Xiaotong became even more anxious. She desperately shook Su Chen's arm. Su Chen. Look. Even Long Chuwu has come. We have really made a big mistake today. The Zhong family won't let us go, and neither will the military. Liu Mai muttered to herself in despair. She couldn't accept this reality. She had heard that the old man invited another young person when he called Han Xiaotong back. But she never intended to learn about this person, thinking he was just some star in Han Xiaotong's team. But now, this young man she regarded as a wild seed, whom she had humiliated, turned out to be the hero who saved the imperial capital. This was even more painful than killing her. Zhong Zhong's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He wasn't afraid, he was scared to the point of nearly wetting himself. Remembering his earlier arrogant words. Recalling how he had boasted about breaking the opponent's legs and tearing him to pieces, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to his head. As if he had fallen into an ice cave. It's over, the Zhong family is finished. Han Xiaotong was also a bit dazed. She never expected that a prodigy of Long Chuwu's level would respectfully bow to Su Chen, calling himself a frog at the bottom of a well. She thought Su Chen would eventually have a showdown with this Chelin son of the Long family in the imperial capital, but it turned out they had already fought once. And Su Chen had won. She looked at Su Chen's calm profile, feeling a mix of emotions. There was shock, pride, and even a hint of sweetness that she hadn't even realized herself. So, I have decided to adopt your suggestion. A smile appeared on his face that Liu Mai found more terrifying than that of a devil. However, the target needs to be changed. No. Don't. Liu Mai let out a piercing scream, rolling and crawling, trying to escape, but an invisible force held her firmly in place. Xiaotong! Xiaotong, save me! I'm your mother. She began to plead with Han Xiaotong, her voice filled with desperation and panic. Han Xiaotong looked at her wretched state, feeling a mix of emotions. There was relief, compassion, and a deep sadness. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She knew that Su Chen was doing this not only to vent his anger, but also to use the most direct and brutal way to cut off the shackles of kinship in her heart. Kinship can exist, but if others do not respect her, she must use thunderous means to prove herself. This is what Su Chen had been teaching her all along. Even though she was the captain of a platinum-level star team, having participated in many life-and-death battles, with considerable reputation in the Eastern Military District, and had bravely fought against enemies in the Battle of the Imperial Capital. Even if he wants to use this bottle of poison to kill a saint, we must protect him. Su Chen is the true future of humanity. Long Zhenguo's voice instantly became firm, filled with unquestionable dominance. It is evident how much weight Su Chen holds in his heart. This statement is akin to treason. If Su Chen truly poisoned the saint and someone found out, Long Zhenguo would definitely rally the entire Eastern War Zone to protect Su Chen, even opening a new temple. Don't even mention a sample. If he wanted the entire temple, I would find a way to tear it down for him. This era is too oppressive, too decayed. We need a prodigy who can break all the rules and overturn the entire chessboard. Only Su Chen could achieve this. Giving him time to grow is more important than anything else. It's just a tear of Saint's fall, if it helps him reach his goals, become stronger, and more unruly. Then this deal is worth it. When Bin, immediately submit the highest level application to the Elder Council of the Holy Temple in my name. Tell those old guys that I, Longzhenghua, said we in the Eastern War Zone want the tear of Saint's fall. Chapter 381, The End of Days. Chen extended his finger again, pointing towards another pot of vibrant green pot hose. This time, the aura at his fingertip was no longer the dead grey, but a warm and lively emerald green. The originally wilted pot hose seemed to be injected with the purest life essence the moment it came into contact with this energy. The leaves unfurled at a visible speed, becoming increasingly lush, and even sprouting a brand new tender shoot that swayed gently in the night breeze. Life and death, flourishing and withering, all hinge on a single thought. Chen retracted his hand, a satisfied expression on his face. The deadly poison of the tear of Saint's fall not only failed to kill him, but instead became a stepping stone for him to reach a higher level, achieving an unprecedented completeness and balance in his internal microcosm. The two diametrically opposed laws of life and death formed a perfect closed loop within his inner world, endlessly cycling. This is the true universe. However, just as he was immersed in this feeling of completeness, a sudden change occurred. His internal universe, which had just achieved perfect balance, began to shake violently without warning. An ancient and chaotic power erupted suddenly from the center of the universe, instantly sweeping through his entire sea of consciousness. Chapter 382, The future is not fixed. It was the evil god that had previously reached out from the crack, but now what was revealed before Chen was its complete form. Its body was composed of countless twisting, writhing, flesh-like structures covered in crimson eyes, with millions of grotesque arms encased in purple-black shells growing from its back. Its head was obscured, seemingly shrouded in an eternal chaotic storm. Merely existing caused the surrounding space to collapse and reorganize continuously. Countless remnants of lifeless planets floated around it, having long lost all vitality. The world where Chen had just been was merely an inconspicuous speck among these countless remnants. This was the true world-ending disaster. This entity was the ultimate enemy of this world. Just as Chen was shocked by this terrifying sight, the evil god standing at the center of the universe seemed to sense something. Its numerous crimson eyes, filled with malice and a desire for destruction, penetrated through endless time and space, landing on Chen's consciousness. What kind of gaze was that? There was no anger or killing intent, only pure disdain and indifference. As if a god looked down upon mere ants. Chapter 383, The Martial Arts Conference of All Regions. Why? Jiang Long roared in frustration. I have already stepped into the Candle Dragon realm. I possess the purest imperial dragon luck of the Jiang family. Why am I not his match? Because his path is purer and more domineering than yours. The setting sun saint said lightly, your imperial path establishes order. His path is destruction and termination, breaking all rules. In terms of pure destructive power, you are far inferior to him. What should I do then? Should I just watch him get away with it? Jiang Long's voice was filled with despair. Wait. The setting sun saint's voice was calm. Wait for the most opportune moment. His gaze turned towards the distant east. The Martial Arts Conference of All Regions is about to begin. There, it will be his stage and also his burial ground. All you need to do is completely master your power during this time, and then personally end everything he has under the gaze of the masses. Jiang Long looked into the bottomless dark eyes of the setting sun saint, and the restlessness and anger in his heart gradually calmed down. He knew that the saint never undertook actions without assurance. Chapter 384, Stars shine brightly. The appearance of Lin Shengbai immediately made the atmosphere on the deck more serious. The heavenly dome sequence, representing the pinnacle combat power of the younger generation of humanity, with its 10 seats, was finally gathering today. With the first seat Lin Shengbai already present, what about the others? Someone whispered, their gaze scanning the crowd, filled with anticipation. Sure, don't rush. Figures of this level naturally attract attention, and will appear one after another. Another person lowered their voice, excitement flashing in their eyes. Just as everyone was eagerly waiting. An invisible yet palpable aura of iron-blooded determination spread across the deck like a tide. The second seat of the Heavenly Dome sequence, known as the Undefeated War King, Chi Yuan Sha, walked up to the deck slowly. He wore the most ordinary combat uniform, his tall and robust figure covered in intersecting scars on his bronze skin. Each scar representing a life-and-death battle. He had no attendants and appeared like a ghost, quietly standing in the corner of the deck, leaning against the ship's railing with his eyes closed in meditation. But the iron-blooded aura emanating from him, reminiscent of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, made it impossible for anyone to ignore his presence. Chapter 385. 3 Hearts of the World. He stepped down from the energy vortex, each step seemingly treading on everyone's heartbeat, causing the entire world to stand still. For the past half-month, he had been in seclusion. After devouring the tear of Saint's Fall and mastering the laws of life and death, he had been doing one thing: compressing his internal universe and refining his power. The vast microcosm, made up of countless cells, began to collapse inwardly and condense under his will. This was an incredibly painful and perilous process. A slight misstep could lead to the collapse of the entire inner world and his demise. But Chen endured. Ultimately, those countless brilliant stars and interwoven chains of law were forcibly compressed into 3 fist-sized cores, each radiating different brilliance. One displayed a dazzling golden hue, filled with endless vitality and creative power, representing the law of strength that was the source of his martial arts. Another appeared in a deep grey, exuding an aura of death and termination, representing the law of death he comprehended from the tear of Saint's Fall. The last one was a pure chaotic essence, seemingly capable of devouring everything, representing his all-encompassing, undefinable martial arts law. Chapter 386. The Sea of Anomalies. Jiang Long's eyes seemed to burn 2 holes into Chen's back. At that moment, Chen was merely holding Lin Wanqing's hand, leaning against the ship's railing, gazing at the magnificent scenery where the sea met the sky. Looking relaxed, as if he were not about to participate in a life-and-death blood battle, but rather going on vacation by the seaside. You see, this sea is so blue. After the fight, I'll take you here to watch the sunrise. How about that? Good? The two of them chatted as if no one else was around, leaving the other contestants, who were nervously sweating, feeling a bit speechless. Brother, is this really the time for romance? How big is your heart? The speed of the Donghuang ship reached its peak. In just a few hours, it had already left the land, sailing into a sea where the water color had noticeably deepened, presenting a strange, ink-blue expanse. An ominous aura began to waft through the air, faint yet palpable. Here was the periphery of and the warship slowly came to a halt. All contestants, pay attention. The voice of the elder from the temple resonated throughout the warship via the broadcast. The entrance to is right below us, 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Chapter 387. Deep sea. However, this terrifying water pressure, capable of tearing steel apart, was blocked by an invisible force the moment it entered the deck. All contestants expanded their protective true energy, keeping the seawater 3 feet away from their bodies. Roar! Almost simultaneously, countless roars filled with brutality and bloodlust echoed from the darkness all around. Battle was about to break out. However, just as everyone was ready to rush out of the warship and begin hunting the beasts for points, boom! A sound, muffled yet clear, resonated deep within each person's soul, emanating without warning from the deepest part of the boom, immediately followed by a second sound. This sound did not travel through the water, nor through the air. It directly affected everyone's hearts, causing their heartbeats to uncontrollably sync with it. Boom! Heavy, powerful, filled with boundless vitality. It was as if a heart belonging to ancient deities was slowly awakening in this dead sea floor. On the deck, All contestants changed their expressions in unison. Chapter 388. Points exchange. Those old guys from the temple are really resorting to all means to bring forth a being that can surpass the saints. A resentful look appeared on Du Xinggu's face. Do they think that relying on a Su Chen can change the fate of humanity? How ridiculous. Su Chen must die. The sun-setting saint concluded this conversation with a finality. He would become the perfect sacrifice to usher in a new era. On the other side of the Lin Xingbai's figure suddenly came to a halt. He ignored the beasts roaring and lunging at him, instead directing his gaze toward the deepest part of the boom, boom. The heavy heartbeat sounded like a hammer, striking hard against his heart. Interesting. A smile filled with fighting spirit finally appeared on Lin Xingbai's face, as he no longer hesitated. His figure transformed into a sword light, more brilliant and fierce than ever, shooting towards the direction of the heartbeat. This competition among the districts had a time limit of 7 days, yet when the second day arrived, Su Chen's points were still 0. With no actions taken throughout the day. Chapter 389. Unseen power. His mind, comparable to that of a saint, sharply detected an extremely dangerous aura. This danger rang alarm bells in his mind. In his realm, a feeling of danger could never be unfounded. This aura was well hidden, perfectly blending with the environment of the abyss. If it weren't for Su Chen's internal universe having reached an unfathomable level of sensitivity to external laws, he would have never perceived it. Lurking here. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He did not act immediately. Instead, pretending to be unaware, slowly circling around that gigantic heart of the deep sea, seemingly searching for the best moment to strike. On the other side of the abyss, in a chaotic space completely distorted by the power of laws, the sun-setting saint, the 10,000 poisoned Saint Du Xinggu, and the withering and flourishing saint. 3 saints notorious across the human realm, were quietly observing Su Chen's every move through a mirror made of ink wash. This kid has taken the bait. A nauseating smile appeared on Du Xinggu's face, covered in toxic sores, her voice hissing with cold malice. Chapter 390. Kill or leave. The sun-setting saint remained silent. But the intense fluctuations in his eyes completely revealed his unsettled state of mind. To kill Su Chen, he had made numerous preparations. He had been observing Su Chen's changes for a long time, and could be said to be well acquainted with his various powers. The power of the spirit weapon in an instant, the complete martial truth, and that astonishing internal world, seemed to encompass more than one method of amplifying one's own strength. However, the abilities Su Chen had just displayed were things he had never seen during his long period of observation. This was beyond his plans. In the mirror, after Su Chen swiftly killed that abyssal serpent, he did not immediately act on the heart of the deep sea. Instead, he wandered around this abyss like a tourist in his own backyard, leisurely pacing. His walking route appeared completely irregular, stepping east and then west, as if measuring the land. What is he doing? Du Xinggu's voice carried a hint of barely detectable emotion. I don't know, but this kid exudes an aura of strangeness. We should be cautious. The withering and flourishing saint had completely lost the arrogance he previously possessed. To kill a son of fortune like this, one must ensure that every strike is a fatal one. Chapter 391. Creation. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the water of the entire abyss churned into a visibly massive whirlpool with his breath. That chaotic heart of martial arts, like a ruthless central processor, perfectly harmonized and dominated these 3 distinct powers, allowing them to unleash the most terrifying might under his will. I need to give it a try. Su Chen muttered to himself, spreading his consciousness, and quickly locking onto a spot at the bottom of the abyss, where a faint life aura was emanating from a mud pit. He pointed towards that mud pit, and the golden heart of life shone. A strand of pure life energy crossed the barrier of seawater, and infused into the dead mud pit. The next second, the mud pit began to surge violently. A bizarre creature, made of mud and bones, no larger than a palm, slowly crawled out of the pit. It has no eyes, no limbs, only a continuously wriggling, ugly body. Chen did not stop. He raised his hand again, and the chaotic martial heart began to accelerate its operation. The sludge monster seemed to have been pressed on fast forward, its body starting a frenzied evolution. Hard bone armor grew on the surface of its body. Sharp bone spikes extended from its sides, and the originally wriggling body also differentiated into strong limbs and a hideous head. Chapter 392. Only fist and foot needed. He was very clear about the power of the sword he had just wielded. Even a peak-level Zulong realm expert of the same rank would not dare to take it head-on. But how did Chen make his sword energy disappear? He didn't even feel any fluctuation of true energy. I see your sword is only slightly stronger than your brother Lin Xiao. He had no chance to resist under my hands. You think you can resist, being just a bit stronger than him? Lin Shengbai said coldly, focusing on Chen's aura. Only to find that Chen's aura was completely calm, harmonious. Such pure aura. Pure. Chen sneered, putting all your eggs in one basket is either foolish or arrogant. It seems that unless I show you real power, you won't understand the gap between us. Lin Shengbai stopped wasting words and directly drew the spiritual weapon that had not been unsheathed from his back. Clang! A clear sword cry echoed throughout the abyss. A long sword, entirely resembling white jade, with a dazzling brilliance flowing on its blade like the dawn's first light, appeared in his hand. Dawn. The moment this sword was unsheathed, the darkness of the entire abyss was dispelled. Endless light burst forth from the sword body, illuminating this forbidden place of eternal night as bright as day. Chapter 393. Competing for the first seat. Boom. The vacuum area beneath their feet suddenly collapsed inward. The seawater that had been displaced by tens of thousands of tons rushed back in under terrifying pressure, forming a cataclysmic flood capable of destroying everything. And Chen, holding Lin Shengbai, transformed into a golden streak of light, shooting upwards, just a second before the cataclysmic flood erupted. On board the Donghuang Command Center, Long Zhenghua and others were still immersed in the shock of the dramatic changes on the scoreboard, unable to regain their senses. Just then, alarms blared. Warning! Warning! An ultra-high energy reaction has been detected deep in the. Energy levels have exceeded detection limits. Large-scale collapse of the seabed structure detected. A catastrophic underwater tsunami is expected. The piercing alarm and the cold report from the artificial intelligence pulled everyone back to reality. What is going on down there? Long Zhenghua shouted. Boom! A deafening explosion that made everyone tremble erupted from beneath the Donghuang. The entire aerial battleship shook violently under this terrifying shockwave, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Immediately after, under the horrified gaze of everyone, a massive white water column, over several kilometers in diameter, surged upwards from the sea surface beneath them. Chapter 394, like hiding in the shadows. As she spoke, a menacing shadow behind her, holding a huge scythe with two horns on its head, locked its crimson eyes onto Chen, emanating endless violence and killing intent. A threat, an unabashed threat. You, who have been silent all along, the seventh seat, Mu Qingwan, finally couldn't help but speak up. Is what we are doing a bit too disgraceful? After all, we are also part of the celestial sequence. Mu Qingwan's brows furrowed tightly, a hint of disapproval on her face. He just experienced a fierce battle. Now we are taking advantage of the situation to attack in unison. This goes against the spirit of martial arts. Spirit of martial arts. Qian Yu scoffed, her voice full of disdain. Little girl, are you still living in a dream? In this world, only those who survive are qualified to talk about spirit. The winner takes all. History only remembers the names of the victors. Who cares what means you use? Exactly. Misha chimed in. As long as we can tear apart that big brother, any means are fun. Mu Qingwan wanted to say something more, but Ji Qingwu interrupted her. Mu Qingwan, put away your ridiculous mindset. We are here to represent our respective battle zones in the interzone martial arts meeting, not playing house. Chapter 395, Laced Arrival. Chen Yu lay on the ground, her body broken in countless places, blood continuously pouring from her mouth. Her resentful eyes fixed on Su Chen, filled with endless unwillingness. She couldn't understand why she lost so thoroughly and completely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Qingwu decisively abandoned her attack after seeing her lethal strike easily neutralized. The drones surrounding her instantly disassembled, transforming into countless tiny nanobots that covered her body, forming a sleek, silver full-body armor. Super frequency mode activated. Energy output 300%. Ji Qingwu's voice became slightly distorted, filled with a metallic quality. The energy engines beneath her feet emitted dazzling blue flames, and she transformed into a silver streak of light, attempting to escape the battlefield. She had determined that Su Chen's strength had completely surpassed her ability to cope. Continuing to fight was absolutely futile. This armor could greatly enhance her true energy. And in this situation, no one could catch up to her. However, she had barely flown less than 100 meters when a giant hand made of four-colored energy descended from the sky, grabbing her from the air. Chapter 396, Who's Next? If you ask me, there should only be one seat in the celestial sequence. Only one person in the world should be able to obtain it. Lin Shengbai has been knocked down by you, so this position is left to you and me. The appearance of Lei Che reignited the atmosphere on the deck, which had just calmed down to an unprecedented boiling point. Behind him was the observation group of the entire central battle zone, led by a rugged-looking veteran, whose muscles were bulging. Upon seeing Lei's figure, a mix of pride and worry appeared on his face. This kid still can't stay calm. Su Chen watched the figure bathed in lightning, and gently pushed Lin Wanqing and Mu Qingwan behind him. You two step back a bit. This guy's lightning is much stronger than the electromagnetic cannons in military exercises. Lin Wanqing said nothing, only pulling the still somewhat dazed Mu Qingwan back to the edge of the deck. Lei Che stepped out, instantly covering a distance of 1,000 meters, landing heavily on the deck. Boom! The entire Donghuang aerial battleship sank several meters due to his step, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading across the sturdy Xuanwu alloy deck from the point of his landing. Chapter 397, The Right of Victory without emitting any powerful aura. Everyone on the deck felt a chill from the depths of their souls as they looked at him. It was a deadly sense of crisis, as if they were prey being targeted by the top predator. You're so strong, how come I've never heard of your name before? Qi Yuanxia spoke up, his voice calm and hoarse, just like his gaze. You don't need to know. Su Chen looked at him, his playful expression fading into a hint of seriousness. But this seriousness quickly disappeared. After all, the only threat to him was the sunsetting saint. I've killed many people and many fierce beasts. Qi Yuanxia stated a fact to himself. There are those stronger than me, and those weaker than me, but in the end, they all died. Because my authority is different from theirs, it's not so grandiose, but very practical. His words were light, but carried an undeniable penetrating power. Su Chen could sense the pure killing intent from this man, honed to the extreme, a path of slaughter that belonged solely to victors. Built step by step from countless lives amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Chapter 398, Unquestionable. First, endless life energy surged like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly restoring his shattered heart to its original state. The force that had been binding Qi Yuanxia's claws became even more terrifying. Not good. Qi Yuanxia's heart raced with alarms. He decisively, and without hesitation, severed one of his arms. Blood stained the deck. Qi Yuanxia's figure shot back 1,000 meters, creating distance between him and Su Chen with the recoil. He looked at his empty right arm and then at Su Chen, whose chest wound had completely healed, leaving not even a trace of a scar. Monster, he struggled to squeeze out these two words through clenched teeth. He had killed more people than Su Chen had seen. and had fought more battles than Chen had meals. But he had never seen a monster like Chen, who was so absurd that he defied reason. His heart was pierced, yet he could recover in an instant. This had surpassed his understanding of life and martial arts. Even he could only achieve similar feats in that form, but Chen didn't seem to be in such a state. How was he doing it? Now, it's my turn. Chapter 399. The Moyang guard's Lin Wanqing walked over, squatting down to look at his disheveled appearance, feeling a pang in her heart. Are you okay? Lin Shengbai did not answer. He just raised his head, his gaze passing over Lin Wanqing, fixated on the figure revered by thousands. That man didn't even glance at him again. It was as if he, once the first under heaven, wasn't worth a single bit of the other's attention. Being ignored was the ultimate humiliation, but he had lost. What could he say? At that moment, he suddenly empathized with Lin Xiao from before, only now. Lin Xiao had found his way back, but what about him? In the abyssal sea, in an ancient ruin 10,000 meters below. Here, light could not reach. And it was so silent that one could hear their own heartbeat. Two figures sat quietly on a massive coral throne. It was the Northern Emperor Li Baitian, who had chosen to avoid battle from the start, and the Star Path Sun Yao Shi. Li Baitian sensed the terrifying energy waves from the sea surface that could shake the entire abyssal sea, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. It seems it's over. He had already lost to Chen once and understood the terror of that man, so from the beginning. He had no intention of contending for that elusive first place. Chapter 400. The return of Jiang Long. Such a mindset, if allowed to grow, will surely become a great threat to humanity. Today, I will clean up the door for the holy temple. He spoke grandly, as if he were the embodiment of justice. Shut your damn mouth. Long Zhengue exploded in anger, pointing at the sunsetting saint with wide-open eyes. During the national martial arts competition, he, Jiang Long, had been outperformed. And his father had broken the rules and was killed by Chen, who was merely a junior at the time. He deserved it. What do you think you are? Daring to clean up the holy temple's door. Sunsetting, I warn you, Chen is one of my Eastern Theater's people. If you dare to touch a single hair on him today, I, Long Zhengue, will lead the entire Eastern Theater to a fight to the death with your Western Theater. Long Zhengue's words were resolute and filled with fierce dominance. The commanders behind him, such as Wei Wenbin, Fu Caiyun, and Du Gaoi, also stepped forward. Although they were wary of Chen's strength, maintaining the rules of the various districts' martial arts and upholding the military's dignity was their common bottom line. Among these military saints, few were pure soldiers like Long Zhengue. Most saints, like the sunsetting saint, only had their titles because they needed to survive among humanity. Chapter 401. The royal grievance. Jiang Long felt all the power within him, that royal dragon luck, that saintly authority, being devoured at a terrifying speed by the hand above his head. The imperial phantom behind him was howling and shattering. The ancient heavenly court Dharma image, formed from the nation's luck, was collapsing and being destroyed. Jiang Long felt his life being frantically drawn away by that hand above. His obsession with revenge was coming to an end at this moment. No. Jiang Long let out a roar that did not sound human, filled with endless regret and unwillingness. Like a cornered beast letting out its final lament. He could not accept it. He bore deep-seated blood feuds, carried the millennia-long national fortune of the Jiang family, and had received the saint's favor, learning supreme techniques. He should be the protagonist of this era, the destined person to slay his enemies and restore his family's glory. How could this be? How could he lose so easily, so completely? He could not comprehend why all the power, upon which he had poured all his efforts and hopes, seemed so inadequate before Chen. That despair, which nearly crushed him, coiled around his soul like a maggot, trying to drag him into eternal nothingness. Chapter 402. Gathering dragon energy. The four-colored law battle armor on him, although showing several fine cracks, had its internal light burning even more fiercely, as if it had just undergone a baptism. Surrounded by a rich four-colored law power, His aura not only did not weaken, but became even denser, and more unfathomable than before. His eyes were deep as abyss, reflecting Jiang Long's terrified face. Burning 1,000 years of national fortune, gathering grievances, is just a fraction of my power that has been damaged. Su Chen looked at Jiang Long and shook his head. Hiding for so long, enduring for so long to gain this power, is truly disappointing. Impossible. Jiang Long's pupils suddenly contracted, he couldn't believe his eyes. He wagered everything on a forbidden killing move, burning the 1,000-year heritage of his family and his own life, yet he couldn't even inflict severe injury on the opponent. It wasn't just him, the other Celestial Sequence spectators also found it too surreal. With his level of attack, Jiang Long's strength could easily rank among the top in the Celestial Sequence, and defeating Lin Shengbai wasn't even a delusion. It wasn't that Jiang Long was weak. It was that Su Chen was too bizarre. Jiang Long couldn't believe it. This completely overturned all his perceptions, and his gaze towards Su Chen was filled with despair. Chapter 403, the first person in a century at the core of that golden sun. The purest imperial dragon energy that had condensed the Jiang family's 1,000-year national fortune was forcibly extracted from Jiang Long's body. It transformed into a brilliant golden river. Surging like a heavenly river, pouring into the sky and into the body of the Sunset Saint. This was not a simple absorption. It was an extremely domineering and bizarre method of stripping, purifying, and ultimately appropriating this power. With all support lost, Jiang Long's frozen body slowly regained movement. He floated helplessly in mid-air, staring blankly at the river of power that should have belonged to him being stolen by someone else. His eyes were hollow and despairing. All his madness and hatred turned into a dead silence at that moment. Endless clarity and endless sorrow surged in his heart. Sunset. His voice was hoarse, broken. Filled with blood and tears, within that voice was anger at the deception, guilt towards his family, and regret for his own foolishness. My Jiang family is full of loyalty and bravery, sacrificing our lives for the protection of humanity. For the greater good of humanity, we relinquish our royal rights. Chapter 404, the Elder is instantly killed and his aura had completely surpassed the realm of saints, reaching a level that everyone could only look up to. He became the first true supreme power in nearly a century to step out of the peak of the saint realm and enter the realm of eternal tribulation. He took that step. The elder sent by the temple screamed in a voice filled with shock and fear. The newly ascended saint of eternal tribulation, the Sunset Saint, slowly lowered his head. Those terrifying eyes, one black and one white, pierced through endless space, landing on Su Chen. Having devoured the Jiang family's imperial dragon energy, he also took on the Jiang family's karma. You will still die. The Sunset Saint's voice was devoid of any fluctuations, as if stating an established fact, an unchangeable outcome. Those black and white eyes reflected Su Chen's figure, as if a deity was examining the dust that was about to be erased. However, at the very moment his words fell, this black and white world he had created, already evolved to the realm of chaotic ruins, trembled violently without warning. An intent that seemed to transcend all laws of this world descended with a thunderous roar, crossing endless time and space. Chapter 405. An instant of eternity. Mo Ye laughed wildly, and a long knife made of pure black laws appeared in his hand. Su Chen. To die at the feet of the saint is your greatest honor in this life. Several Mo Yang guards simultaneously attacked, their black weapons weaving into an impenetrable net of death, descending upon Su Chen. Each stroke of the knife net contained the terrifying power to cut through space and obliterate souls. Su Chen looked at the knife net descending upon him, then at the Sunset Saint in the sky, who was still solidifying his realm, and his gaze instantly turned cold. He didn't take the Mo Yang guards seriously. He only knew that he could not afford to delay any longer. Every second he delayed, the Sunset Saint's power would grow stronger. He had to strike to determine the outcome. Clang! A sound that seemed to come from the primordial wilderness, a clear dragon's roar, resonated throughout the world. The ancient long knife finally shed its ordinary sheath. In an instant, it was drawn. When this knife truly appeared in this world, the entire ink and wash universe trembled violently. An indescribable intent of annihilation erupted explosively. Chapter 406. The true body descends, a figure bathed in four-colored divine light. Holding the long knife that had been restored to its former glory, soared up from the raging waters. The undying body of the universe was operating at its peak at this moment. Chen's aura not only didn't weaken due to his injuries but instead, under this pressure, broke through its limits again. He stood with the knife, pointing at the suddenly stiffened saint of eternal tribulation. Next, I will slay above the saints. Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder that pierced through heaven and earth, exploding in the depths of everyone's soul. On the Donghuang ship, the air that had just solidified from fear was completely ignited by this bold declaration. Long Zhenguo's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, suddenly raced. He stared intently at that figure standing with the knife, his murky old eyes bursting with a fiery light, as if wanting to imprint Chen's figure into his soul. This kid, he wants to defy the heavens. On the other side, several battle zone commanders, who had just turned pale with fear at the Sunset Saint's breakthrough, were now filled with absurdity and disbelief. Slay above the saints. Does he know what he's saying? That is a powerful being in the realm of eternal tribulation. The only one in a century to have truly taken that step, transcending all saints. Chapter 407, Death Battle Fut. Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His entire body, like a cannonball shot out, instantly slammed into the depths of the sea 10,000 meters below. Boom! His body plowed out a terrifying trench thousands of meters long and unfathomably deep at the bottom of the sea. Everything along the way, whether mountains or sea trenches, was flattened by his terrifying impact. The entire alien sea erupted in a tsunami capable of submerging continents due to this strike. On the Donghuang ship, the cheers that had just erupted came to an abrupt halt. Everyone stared blankly at the massive hollow created on the sea surface, their minds blank. The joy on the faces of commanders like Long Zhenguo completely froze, and a bone-deep chill once again enveloped everyone's hearts. What is that? What is that pitch-black giant hand? Just when everyone thought Chen was doomed, boom! A brilliant four-colored divine light suddenly surged from the unfathomable trench at the bottom of the sea. Chen's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. His four-colored battle armor was already covered in cracks, with a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. And his aura was slightly disordered. Chapter 408. The last 3 minutes, the saintly domains around them shattered inch by inch. And their life force was rapidly draining at a terrifying speed. With just one strike, several war zone commanders at the pinnacle of human power were severely injured and on the brink of death. This is the true terror of the eternal tribulation realm. The young man, Long Zhenguo, lay on the cold deck, struggling to extend his blooded hand, gazing at the chaotic flow where Chen had been struck. His eyes filled with endless worry and unwillingness. Live on. You are the future of humanity. His voice grew weaker, yet, at the last moment before his consciousness faded, he seemed to see, within that chaotic flow filled with destruction and chaos, a pair of eyes burning with four-colored divine flames, suddenly opening wide. A violent and indescribable aura of terror erupted from the depths of that void. The entire world underwent some kind of change at that moment. As if some taboo existence was about to awaken completely from its slumber. In the depths of that chaotic flow of destruction, a faint four-colored divine flame flickered weakly, like a candle in the wind, as if it could be consumed by the surrounding violent temporal storms at any moment. However, it not only did not extinguish, but instead burned wildly with an unstoppable momentum, like a prairie fire. Chapter 409, You Must Die. This palm strike was pure and unadorned, possessing only the absolute power to crush everything. He intended to completely crush the variable Chen using the absolute difference in realm. Chen, instead of being alarmed, was filled with joy. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Playing games with such an ancient monster was akin to showing off in front of an expert. Only by breaking cleverness with strength could he find a way to survive. Supreme mastery, open the heavens. The moment in Su Chen's hand erupted with unprecedented dazzling blade light. The four world hearts within him burned to their utmost limit at this moment. The four types of primal power converged into a creation blade light that reached the heavens, slashing upwards towards that massive black and white palm that obscured the sky. This strike gathered all his power and will throughout his life. It was his ultimate interpretation of martial arts, of life, of this world. Boom! The blade light and the giant palm collided violently once again. The entire exploded completely. Space was torn apart like fragile paper. Endless chaotic flows poured madly into the shattered spatial rift, turning this ancient battlefield into an absolute void. And at the center of that void, Su Chen's four-pole body dimmed to the extreme, the semi-transparent glazed divine body covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would completely shatter at any moment. Chapter 4:10. The setting sun falls. I believe he is the only hope for our humanity to break this stagnant dead water. Qi Qian, stop. For the sake of being fellow ministers in the same court, I can treat today's events as if they never happened. Dream on. Qi Qian roared. And the three pairs of black wings behind him suddenly spread wide. Endless black demonic fire surged into the sky, dyeing the entire atmosphere a doomsday-like dark red. Today, no one can protect him. I said so. And just as the two sacred sovereigns faced off, Su Chen completely ignored them, his eyes only on the setting sun saint, who had also temporarily halted due to Qi Qian's appearance. 10 seconds. His four-pole body could only last for another 10 seconds. The microcosm within him had already begun to collapse, every inch of his soul was crying out in agony. But his eyes, burning with four-colored divine flames, were more determined and bright than ever. Kill him. He must be killed. The only thought left in Su Chen's mind was this. He did not care about any sacred sovereign or rules. He only knew that if he did not kill the setting sun today, he would never have peace again. He must kill him at all costs. Chapter 4:11. Slay the eternal tribulation setting sun. Qi Qian, who was battling the Star River sacred sovereign, saw this scene and his eyes nearly burst with rage. He let out a roar filled with endless fury. You little beast! I will tear your body apart and grind your bones to ashes. He no longer paid attention to the Star River sacred sovereign. And with a flap of his three pairs of black wings, he transformed into a dark red streak of light and charged towards that blurred mass of flesh. Qi Qian! Do you dare to ignore me? The figure of the Star River sacred sovereign silently appeared before him, his eyes containing billions of stars, turning cold for the first time. Get out of my way! Qi Qian roared, throwing a punch. An endless demonic fire transformed into a ferocious flame dragon, swallowing towards the Star River sacred sovereign. This path is blocked. The Star River sacred sovereign shook his head gently, extending a finger. A point of starlight blossomed at his fingertip, seemingly weak, but incredibly heavy. Boom! The flame dragon collided violently with that point of starlight. The flame dragon, capable of incinerating all things, was silently consumed the instant it touched that point of starlight. Qi Qian's figure shook violently, and he stumbled backward uncontrollably for several steps. Chapter 4:12. Beautiful care in the Kunlun War Zone, the Ice Palace. Ling Hanyu looked at the battle report coming from the light brain, her face blossoming with a smile bright enough to melt even the ice and snow. Good boy. You're getting more and more exaggerated. She slowly stood up, and in her cold eyes, unprecedented brilliant divine light erupted. It seems it's time for me to enter seclusion. In the imperial capital. Ling Xuanyue watched the video on the light brain, so excited that she jumped up from the sofa, bouncing around the living room like a child who had just received a beloved toy. I knew it. I knew it. How could the man I have my eyes on be a mere mortal? In Qianhai City, the Moonlight Squad's base, Han Xiaotong, Liu Yu, and Bai Shaoqing sat together, watching the battle video edited and released by the military, each with their mouths slightly agape, their beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Has Chen become this strong already? Liu Yu's voice carried a dreamy sense of unreality. Not just strong. Han Xiaotong's eyes were filled with endless admiration and affection. He has already become a living legend. In Dawn City, Su Jiongwo watched the familiar yet strange figure on the television, revered by countless people as Su Chen. His weathered face revealing a mix of pride and worry. Chapter 413, Qiqian Martial Arts Hall. Han Xiaotong, not to be outdone, approached with a bowl of fragrant medicinal soup. Su Chen, you should drink mine first, this will help you recover from your internal injuries the most. Saying this, she imitated Lin Wanqing and carefully fed him a spoonful. Xiaotong, don't be ridiculous, Su Chen has just woken up, he needs light nourishment first. Your Ganoderma soup is too potent. Ling Xuanyue's cool voice rang out, though her tone carried a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. She held a delicate jade plate in her hand, on which lay several crystal-clear fruits that emitted a faint glow. Su Chen. These are Jiuyang fruits soaked in spiritual spring water. Although the taste is mild, the pure life energy contained within them is more suitable for you to absorb than their flashy things, she said. Picking one up and deftly peeling off the skin to reveal the enticing flesh inside, then bringing it to Su Chen's mouth with graceful and focused movements. Su Chen looked left and right, watching the three beautiful women vying to feed him, with a hint of rivalry in their eyes, feeling both amused and helpless. He had no choice but to obediently open his mouth, allowing Lin Wanqing to feed him a spoonful of lotus seed soup. Then Han Xiaotong to give him a sip of Ganoderma soup, and finally, Ling Xuanyue to feed him a Jiuyang fruit. Chapter 414, The Great Tide of New Blood. All disciples who are out must conceal their whereabouts. The competition among nations is imminent. And there is no need to complicate matters at this time. Competition among nations? Pan Shan asked, somewhat puzzled. Isn't that just a game among the younger generations of various countries, fighting for the allocation rights of source crystals? What does it have to do with us? Game? Qiqian turned his head, and the fiery gaze in his eyes made Pan Shan's heart tremble. Do you think source crystals are the cause of fierce beasts? They are the only resources that maintain the essence of this planet, allowing us, who have surpassed the saints, to advance further. Every competition among nations determines how much source crystal each country can obtain for the next 100 years. And it also decides who among us at the top can go further. Many countries have been gradually swallowed by beast tides due to the lack of source crystals. And this is also a method by which larger countries destroy smaller ones. But this time, the rules have changed. A flicker of ambition flashed in Qiqian's eyes. The Holy Temple wants to cultivate a hope that breaks the balance. What about those old monsters from other countries? Su Chen's emergence is just the beginning. Chapter 415, Full military alert. On the throne sat 5 figures whose faces were indistinguishable, yet their terrifying auras were enough to make even saints tremble. They were the highest rulers of the gods' layers, the 5 judgments. They were once the peak powers of their respective eras, heroes admired by thousands, but in the end, for various reasons, they chose to abandon the light and embrace the darkness. Their only purpose was to break the cage of this world and welcome the arrival of the Great Mother of all from beyond the rift. Just then, a twisted will filled with madness and chaos descended upon this space. This will made no sound, yet it caused the 5 judgments to open their eyes simultaneously. The sunset has fallen. The voice came from the figure seated in the center, codenamed the Weaver of Fate, whose voice sounded like countless threads rubbing against each other. Devoid of any emotion. Killed by that Su Chen. He truly is the variable. If it weren't for him, Mother would have already descended. The figure codenamed the Architect spoke. His voice like the clash of metal and stone, cold and rigid. The descent of Mother cannot be compromised. Any variable that may hinder the plan must be eliminated. Agreed. Chapter 416, Moving the Sisu, is going to grow stronger again. Didn't he just slay a sage? Has he healed so quickly? Is he going to break through again? In the secret chamber, Su Chen sat cross-legged, his expression calm, as he sensed the tension of the people outside, feeling a warm current in his heart. For him, there was no place safer than here. He slowly closed his eyes, and the nearly shattered microcosm within him suddenly collapsed inward. An unprecedented major breakthrough was about to begin. From the fourth realm of martial arts to the fifth realm, everything happened within Su Chen's body, in that space where outsiders could not pry. The microcosm that had once been the foundation of his power was now heading towards an irreversible end. The stars dimmed, and the chains of the laws broke inch by inch. The four world hearts that supported this realm, once brilliant orbs of light, were now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Their radiance weak, as if a candle flickering in the wind. This was the damage left from the fierce battle with the setting sun sage. The power of the return to the void, a terrifying force representing end and extinction, like maggots in the bones, was eroding the foundation of his world. With every breath, he could feel life slipping away, and power dissipating. Chapter 4:17. Within reach of heaven and earth to eliminate it would be equivalent to erasing his own origin. A dead end. There was another way. Su Chen's remaining spiritual light suddenly brightened. Since it couldn't be eliminated, then he would melt it together. He no longer tried to integrate those four primal powers, but instead went against the grain. He transformed his last will into a massive vortex, stirring the chaos within him madly. Life, death, martial arts, destruction, and the incongruous power of the return to the void. 5 completely different powers began the most primal, savage collision and devouring under the agitation of this vortex. He was going to fight poison with poison, to find a glimmer of life amidst absolute destruction. This was an act of madness to the extreme. A slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of his soul and eternal damnation. Su Chen's soul was torn apart, reassembled, and then torn apart again in this terrifying energy clash. His will endured unimaginable torment and tempering, and time lost its meaning at this moment. He didn't know how long had passed, perhaps it was a moment or perhaps a century. Just at the moment when Su Chen's soul was about to be completely obliterated. Chapter 4:18. The grand celebration. He wanted to see what it would be like to practice this 9th-tier movement technique. The next second, under the astonished gaze of Long Zhenghua and others, Su Chen, who had just broken through and whose aura had not yet fully stabilized, began to perform a series of mysterious and bizarre movements in mid-air before everyone. His figure sometimes transformed into a streak of flowing light, and sometimes became incredibly slow. With each step he took, the space beneath his feet rippled in circles. What is he doing? Consolidating his realm? A military star asked in confusion. No. That's not right. He is cultivating. He is practicing a movement technique we have never seen before. The murky old eyes of Long Zhenghua burst forth with a terrifying brilliance. He could feel that with every movement Su Chen made, his understanding and mastery of spatial laws were escalating at a terrifying speed. Once, twice, 10 times, 50 times. When Su Chen practiced that set of mystical movements for the 99th time, the space around him had completely distorted, turning into a blurry illusion. The 100th time. The moment the last movement was completed. Was? Chapter 4:19. Dao points. One evening, Lin Wanqing, with a flushed face, almost in a commanding tone, informed him, tomorrow. We have a date. The next day, at the Eastern Theatre, Central Park, Su Chen looked at the clearly meticulously dressed Ice Queen in front of him, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Her already stunningly beautiful face, with just a touch of makeup, was even more breathtaking, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. However, her tightly pursed red lips and somewhat flickering eyes revealed her inattention. Shall we go to the movies first? Lin Wanqing took out 2 movie tickets from behind her, her voice a bit stiff, as if reciting lines. Su Chen couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor. Okay. In the cinema, Lin Wanqing chose a tear-jerking romance film that had received rave reviews. It seemed she believed that a date should involve such a film. But it was more likely she was following advice from a dating guide she read online. However, as the surrounding audience cried uncontrollably, she sat up straight. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the screen without blinking, her brows furrowed as if analyzing some complex strategy. According to the law of conservation of energy, the male lead pushing a 16-ton truck barehanded without any external force was not in line with physical logic. Chapter 420, Returning to the Other Sea, detected an issue related to the origin Tao injury and the heart of the world, complexity, legendary level. Conducting deduction requires the consumption of 1 million Tao points, confirm. No. Chen decisively refused. What a joke. He currently had only 10 Tao points to his name. Any of the 3 major functions started at 1 million Tao points. Fortunately, the original functions of the system had not been lost, so he hadn't suffered any loss. It seems these 3 major functions are interrelated. Use the origin analysis to earn Tao points, then use Tao points for grand Tao deduction to seek opportunities, or exchange for incredible techniques in the Tao treasure house. Just then, Chen's gaze fell once again on the incomprehensible fragment of the Return to the Void Stone. A bold idea quietly surfaced in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the newly opened universe within him. The 4 hearts of the world, although reshaped, still shone dimly, with the fine cracks still clearly visible. Forcing the origin Tao injury left by the 4 extreme Tao body to heal slowly over time to peak condition would take at least 10 or 8 years. And he couldn't wait that long. System, is there anything in the treasure house that can help me recover quickly? Chapter 421, The Mimicry of All Things. Is this an aberrant cell? Chen furrowed his brows slightly, recalling the abyssal serpent that guarded the heart of the deep sea, which seemed to have similar characteristics. He reached out to touch the rocky wall, but just as his fingertip was about to make contact with those black veins, they seemed to be stimulated and suddenly contracted. Immediately, the entire rocky wall began to writhe violently. A gigantic, blood-soaked mouth, filled with countless pale eyeballs, emerged from the rock wall without warning, lunging towards Chen to bite him fiercely. The blood-soaked mouth appeared silently, as if the abyss itself had opened its eye to devour all. Countless pale eyeballs spun wildly on the flesh wall, each reflecting Chen's tiny figure, emanating an ancient coldness and greed. A foul, dark current rushed toward him, carrying with it a malevolence capable of corroding the soul. Yet, Chen remained unmoved. Every cell in his recently reshaped body rejoiced, craving a thrilling battle to release this newfound power. He didn't even activate his protective true chi, simply watching as that huge mouth engulfed him. Chapter 422, The Heart of Aberration. However, in this seemingly tranquil and peaceful world, there lay a hidden deadly threat. Chen's consciousness swept across, immediately detecting dozens of terrifying auras, no less fearsome than that giant mouth from the rocky wall, lurking in every corner of this world. They were the natives here, the true predators of this isolated ecosystem. Chen's arrival was like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil, instantly shattering the tranquility here. Hiss! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out, and a creature resembling a centipede, covered entirely in black crystals, suddenly burst from the ground. Its speed was astonishing, dozens of sharp limbs leaving trails in the air as they slashed toward Chen. Each strike contained a terrifying power capable of slicing through space. Chen's figure flickered, activating a step away, and he seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, easily dodging the impenetrable slashes. Almost simultaneously, a wave of invisible mental shock surged toward him like a tsunami. Not far away, in the shadows, a massive jellyfish-like creature, partially transparent, was emitting strange brainwaves. Chen's soul had long been tempered to an indestructible state within the universe of his reborn body. Chapter 423, Reversing the Aberration Body. A step away. Chen dared not slack off for a moment. His figure flickered as he tried to escape the enveloping range of that mental storm. However, The space around him had been completely sealed by an invisible force without him noticing. It was as if he had sunk into solidified cement, making it incredibly difficult to even move a finger. Cackling laughter, eerie and spine-chilling, echoed directly in Chen's mind as the monstrous creature, resembling a mountain of flesh, slowly slithered down from its throne. Its immense body pressed down the space it passed through, causing it to groan under the unbearable weight. Humans, become a part of me. Its chaotic and frenzied will surged into Chen's consciousness like a tide, attempting to completely overwhelm and devour his self-awareness. Chen felt his soul being gradually pulled into an abyss composed of endless madness and chaos. The scene before him began to distort and blur, countless negative emotions breeding wildly in his heart. He seemed to see himself being completely erased by the Sunlight Saint, witnessing the sadness of Lin Wanqing and the other three shedding their last tears for him. Chapter 424. Another ocean. He succeeded in completing this all-or-nothing transformation before being utterly lost. And the lethal pull from the heart of the world also vanished. Because at this moment, he and that tainted heart had become the same kind of existence. Mine, mine. The mountain of flesh roared with horror and rage. It couldn't he believe that its coveted prey had turned into its own kind at the last moment. Chen ignored its roar, reached out and took the tainted heart of the world from the throne. Then, he turned to look at the irregularly flickering crack still on the rock wall. Goodbye. He smiled mockingly at the monstrous flesh mountain that had fallen into a fit of impotent rage. Then, the bone wings behind him suddenly flapped, his entire being transformed into a black streak of light, and with the enhancement of the distance between heaven and earth, he charged into the soon-to-disappear crack with an accuracy that exceeded the monster's reaction limits. The world spun around. When Chen regained consciousness, he found himself no longer in the oppressive underground world. Chapter 425. Black Storm. Through conversation, Chen learned that this was the Western Sea area of the Azure Sea, belonging to a nation called the Western Sea Federation. The Dragon Kingdom he originally came from was referred to as the distant eastern continent by them. Child, don't worry. Captain Kyle patted Chen on the shoulder and comforted him. Although we don't know how you drifted here, as long as you're on my seagull, we will guarantee your safety. When we reach Storm Harbor, we will hand you over to the guards on the shore, and they will find a way to contact your hometown. Yeah, little brother. A burly one-eyed man took a big gulp of liquor and laughed heartily. In this cursed sea, surviving is the greatest fortune. No matter where you're from, as long as you're human, you're our brother. The crew members echoed, raising their cups in cheers. Chen looked at the simple and kind-hearted crew members before him, feeling a warmth in his heart. In this world, also threatened by fierce beasts, the unity and goodwill displayed by these ordinary people, regardless of nationality or race, moved him. He thought of the fervent believers of the blessed cult. Why was there such a huge difference among humans? Chapter 426. Western Sea Federation. The tentacle was covered with densely packed, blade-like suckers. Then, it slammed down towards the seagull. The wind howled, and the tentacle obscured the sky, bringing with it the shadow of death. It's over. Captain Kyle closed his eyes, having given up resistance. However, just when everyone thought they were doomed, a figure calmly walked to the bow of the ship. It was Chen. There was no trace of fear on his face, as calm as if the apocalyptic scene before him was merely a boring drama. The enormous tentacle, capable of turning the seagull into dust, halted before him, abruptly freezing in mid-air, just 3 feet above his head. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone on the ship stared blankly at this scene, their minds blank. Chen slowly raised his head, his deep eyes like a starry sky, for the first time facing the imperious deep-sea Vaya. Was it drawn here by that heart? Or was it just bad luck? Chen murmured to himself, his voice low enough that no one else heard. The next second, an unimaginably gigantic phantom of a candle dragon surged up from behind him. Chapter 427. shield power. The air was filled with the aroma of toasted bread and the clanging sounds from the blacksmith's workshop. This was the civilian district of Storm Harbor. And Ella's home was at the end of the alley. It was an old wooden house, with a wooden sign depicting a hammer and shield hanging at the front. "My father is the best blacksmith in town," Ella said proudly as she pushed open the door. And a wave of warmth mixed with the scent of charcoal and cooking wafted over. "Ella, you're back." A burly man with bulging muscles and a hearty smile came out from the back room. His eyes flickered with a hint of confusion when he saw Chen behind Ella. "Dad, this is Chen, he saved us at sea." Ella ran over and hugged her father's arm excitedly. What happened?" Ella recounted their encounter with Chen at sea and the black storm that followed. When the man learned that Chen had killed the 9th-tier monster in an instant, he immediately put down the hammer in his hand and stepped forward, extending his calloused and burned hand toward Chen. "Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Buck. Thank you for saving my daughter." Chapter 428, Golden Sand Desert. Wei Wenbin's expression changed dramatically as he immediately issued orders. However, the next second, the technician's voice rang out again. But this time it was filled with incredulous shock and tremor. "No, don't. The other party has already passed the identity verification. The identity verification code is Sky Dome. First sequence." Boom. These few words exploded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. Long Zhen's already murky eyes suddenly burst forth with terrifying brilliance. His hunched body seemed to be infused with boundless power in an instant as he sprang up from his chair, causing it to topple over. He hurriedly rushed to the technician's side, grabbing his collar with a wrinkled, old face that turned red with extreme excitement and bulging veins. Connect me right now." The technician's fingers trembled on the virtual keyboard out of excitement. He took a deep breath and slammed down the final command. Z. The harsh sound of electricity only lasted half a second before it fell into absolute silence. Chapter 429, Source Crystal Liquid. This colossal object was full of postmodern industrial style. Resembling a mobile base, slowly moving through the sea of sand like a steel behemoth. At the center of the base, a giant drilling machine, codenamed Digger No. 7. Towering over 300 meters, emitted a deafening roar, as its special alloy drill bit plunged fiercely into the depths of the earth. Each rotation caused the entire sea of sand to tremble. "Doctor, the energy output has reached 120. If it continues, the core reactor will overload." A researcher in a white protective suit, sweating profusely, shouted loudly at the thin, fervent figure at the control panel. The man referred to as the doctor was named Albert Kane, the chief scientist of Shield Power. He was hailed as the closest person to a god in the field of biological genetics. "Shut up." Dr. Kane did not turn around. His eyes hidden behind goggles fixed intently on the data stream climbing higher and higher on the screen, his face flushed with a sickly hue. "A miracle is about to descend. A mere overload, what does it matter?" His voice was sharp and hoarse, filled with undeniable madness. Chapter 430, Belonging. It seems that negotiation is useless now. The creation apostle sighed, and the cross staff in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling holy light. "Let the glory of the Lord purify this land shrouded in sin." Endless holy light surged from the staff, transforming into a holy light giant sword over 100 meters long, slashing down towards the fortress. "A boring trick." The fortress snorted coldly, its massive body advancing instead of retreating, delivering a powerful punch. Pure physical strength was pushed to its limit at this moment. The air was visibly compressed, creating a shockwave. Boom! The fist collided fiercely with the holy light giant sword. A terrifying energy shockwave instantly swept through the entire laboratory. The walls made of special crystals showed fine cracks under the impact of this force. And while the three powerful beings fought fiercely over that source crystal liquid, no one noticed that in a corner of the laboratory, the young cleaner Chen was calmly watching the chaotic scene before him. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Chen's consciousness had already scanned the entire Eden. Chapter 431. A mad move, but he knew that Valerus was not joking. This Eden base was a mobile wall fortress built by shield power, at the cost of countless resources. Once the defense system was fully activated, even he had no confidence in escaping unscathed. Very well. In the end, he chose to compromise and put away the cross staff. Shield power. You will pay the price for today's arrogance. After leaving a few words, the creation apostle's figure transformed into a holy light and vanished from the spot. Cain. Seal the source crystal liquid. Valerus couldn't be bothered to look at the departing apostle. He gave orders to the dazed mad doctor standing beside him. Then he turned and left the messy laboratory with the fortress. A storm capable of destroying the entire base was easily diffused by a single man with just a few words. Meanwhile, the cleaner Chen, who was overlooked by everyone, lowered his head and continued his work, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Only a cold smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. As night fell over Eden again, Chen returned to his narrow and simple logistics dormitory. Chapter 432. Bone-chilling cold. At that moment, a flustered adjutant in a black uniform stumbled in. Director. It's bad. The energy reaction in Lab 0 is abnormal. Dr. Cain has thrown all the source crystals into the experiment. What? Valerus's elegant and calm expression instantly froze. And the wine glass in his hand was crushed with a loud bang. The crimson liquid mixed with glass shards slowly dripped through his fingers. That madman! A chilling killing intent erupted violently from him. The fortress behind him had its cold electronic eyes suddenly light up with a dangerous red glow. He wants to destroy the entire plan. Valerus's voice became slightly sharp due to extreme anger. Fortress. Take people to stop him immediately. At all costs. Yes. The fortress's figure turned into a black shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. However, just as he was about to rush out of the command room, boom. A deafening explosion sounded from the direction of Lab 0. The entire Eden base trembled violently. Chapter 433. The fisherman benefits. I have completed what you and the board of directors, those foolish pigs, could never accomplish. I have resurrected the god. He spread his arms wide and pointed passionately at the monster behind him. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the true perfect life. This is the ultimate form that we should pursue for our entire lives. Valerus looked at the creature radiating chaos and madness, completely made of twisted flesh and black veins, and a flicker of extreme disgust passed through his eyes. God? Cain. Your mind has been completely corroded by that forbidden knowledge. This thing is merely a failed experiment, a mutant fused with source crystal energy. He stopped wasting words and issued a cold order to the fortress beside him. Dispose of it, extract the source crystal from its body. Yes, Director. The fortress's massive body stepped forward. Vaz? The ether reactor inside it instantly operated at overload. Red energy patterns lit up on the dark heavy armor. And the scorching airwaves distorted the surrounding air. You are not allowed. You must not harm my god. Chapter 434. Corpse mutation. The energy core of the entire Eden base seemed to be drained at that moment. Behind him, a gigantic, complex magic circle made up of countless blue energy runes emerged. A terrifying pressure that surpassed the saints and dominated all things descended. Valerus, the executive director of Shield Power, had true strength that was not inferior to the revered ones of Longguo. Die. He slowly raised his right hand and made a grasping motion towards the monster entangled with the fortress below. The huge magic circle behind him glowed brightly. A blue beam formed from the purest ether energy, only as thick as a finger, silently shot out from the center of the magic circle. Everything in its path retreated at a visibly rapid speed, and all that could not retreat was inevitably obliterated. The monster furiously battling the fortress seemed to sense the deadly crisis. Its crimson single eye suddenly turned towards Valeru's in the sky. Phut! With a light sound, the blue beam effortlessly pierced through the monster's chest. The monster's body stiffened suddenly. Chapter 435. It's not over yet, however. Those shredded eyehound creatures did not die, instead. They turned into small pools of black sludge and then reformed, charging forward fearlessly. They are immortal. Valerus looked at the overwhelming and endless tide of monsters. His handsome face dark as dead water. However, at that moment of despair, a figure advanced instead of retreating, actively. Chen's expression was cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer full of extreme disdain. He suddenly raised his right hand, that grey heart of death representing decay and finality erupted within him. Decay. The two words were like a decree from the heavens. A force of grey law transformed into a visibly grey domain, instantly enveloping the torrent of black monsters. Time seemed to be pressed on 1,000,000,000 times fast forward at this moment. Those eye-hunting dogs that had just been roaring fiercely began to decay rapidly under the cover of the grey domain at a terrifying speed. The eerie eyes lost all luster, turning into murky glass beads. Chapter 436. The wealth of the laboratory. He poured all his power into the energy battle axe in his hand and struck down fiercely at the seemingly ordinary fist. However, bang! A sound so faint it was almost imperceptible. The crimson battle axe, made of pure energy, capable of cutting through anything, shattered silently upon contact with Chen's fist. Yet, Chen's fist continued unabated, lightly pressing against the indestructible armor of the fortress. The massive body of the fortress suddenly stiffened, and the blood-red electronic eye quickly dimmed. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his intact armor, his eyes filled with incomprehensible confusion. Why was he not injured? However, the next second, crack! A light sound, like glass shattering, came from within him, followed by that sound spreading like a prairie fire, instantly engulfing his entire body. His iron body, made of countless precise parts and the hardest special alloy, began to crumble inch by inch from the inside. Eventually, it turned into a pile of cold, lusterless metal powder. Valerus stared blankly at the pile of metal powder that had once been his most loyal and powerful guardian, his mind a blank. Chapter 437. The takeover of shield power. Chen felt an unprecedented powerful force within him, and wore a satisfied smile. This trip to the West Sea Federation, although full of surprises, had also brought him great gains. He did not leave immediately, but returned once again to the completely ruined No. 0 laboratory. The remains of the monster were still scattered on the ground. Although its soul had been completely erased, its bizarre bodily structure still emitted an unsettling aura. It was as if, with a complete source crystal, this corpse could come back to life. Suddenly, Chen's gaze sharpened. If these corpses could be revived by source crystals, could grow stronger through them, and infinitely devour source crystals, how extensive was the source crystal reserve in the hands of the God-Slayer? How many monsters of this level could be unleashed? An uneasy feeling rose in Chen's heart, as he walked to a severed arm with a scarlet single eye. Slowly crouching down, he reached out and gently touched that eye, which had lost all its luster. God-Slayer, evil god. His brows furrowed tightly. He had a premonition that this encounter was just the beginning. Chapter 438. The peak secret meeting. Everyone looked in terror at the pile of ashes, a bone-deep chill rushing from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Marcus stood up at the right moment, his voice sharpened by fear echoing in the silent conference room. Lord Chen is the only master of shield power. Any defiers will only meet death. No one dared to voice any objections. Outside the window, a huge holographic projection was live-streaming the meeting. The entire Storm Harbor was shaken by this sudden turn of events. On the streets, countless citizens stopped in their tracks, looking up at the young and unfamiliar figure, disbelief written across their faces. Among the crowd, Ella and her father Buck also saw this scene. "It's Mr. Chen." Buck gasped in shock, while in Ella's sky-blue eyes, an incredibly brilliant light shone. Her heart raced wildly. After the meeting, Chen stood alone in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city that had completely surrendered beneath him. Without top-tier powerhouses stationed, occupying a city as king with his current strength was effortless. This was how many small nations in the world had formed. Chapter 439, Emptying the Coffers Peak Secret Meeting. A glimmer of interest flashed in Chen's eyes. Perhaps this place could provide something to repair his heart of the world. Prepare immediately. I want to attend this secret meeting. Yes, Master. Marcus respectfully replied. Also, have all the energy crystals from the Eden warehouse brought over. At once. Marcus bowed respectfully and retreated, each step cautious, as if he were walking on thin ice. Chen did not immediately enter seclusion. The destruction of the Eden base and the takeover of shield power had stirred up enormous waves in the West Sea Federation, and the aftershocks would take time to settle. Transporting those energy crystals was also not a task to be accomplished in a day. He temporarily stayed at Buck's home, finding life in Storm Harbor a novel experience. There were no endless battles, nor the various undercurrents of conspiracy he had encountered on his journey, only the unique tranquility and simplicity of the small harbor town. If there were no beast incursions in this world, it would be the best retirement paradise. In the early morning, he would accompany Buck to the blacksmith shop. Watching the burly man wielding a hammer, forging red-hot iron ingots into various tools and weapons. Chapter 440. The day of departure, he could clearly feel that the complete restoration of his four hearts of the world was not far off. With a thought, he submerged his consciousness into the system. Dow points balance, 800,000. System, exchange for a pupil technique. His current attack and movement skills were sufficient. He was only lacking in detection and support methods. Dow technique library refreshed. Detected host needs, recommending the following pupil techniques. 9th tier pupil technique, Void Eye. Capable of seeing through all illusions, discerning the essence of all things, tracing causality, and reversing time and space. Required Dow points for exchange, 3,000,000. 9th tier pupil technique, Eye of Reincarnation, capable of falling into reincarnation with a glance, controlling life and death, enslaving souls. Required Dow points for exchange, 3,000,000. 8th tier pupil technique, Eye of Breaking Laws, capable of analyzing and breaking all laws and restrictions. Required Dow points for exchange, 500,000. Chen looked at the two outrageously expensive 9th tier pupil techniques, and decisively chose the most cost-effective Eye of Breaking Laws. Exchange successful. Dow points balance, 0. Detected host possesses the talent of 100 refinements to God. Would you like to begin cultivation? Yes. A vast and mysterious torrent of information surged into his consciousness in an instant. Chen's eyes closed uncontrollably, and then suddenly opened wide. Chapter 441. Old friends. Marcus adjusted his collar, and a smile squeezed out from his tense and somewhat stiff face. He represented shield dynamics. The face of the entire Western Sea Federation, and he could not show any weakness. Behind him followed an ordinary-looking young Oriental boy dressed in a well-fitted tailcoat. The boy appeared to be only 17 or 18, with a calm expression, and his deep-set eyes were quietly surveying everything around him. Beside the boy was a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, as lovely as an elf, Ella. Mr. Marcus, it's been a long time, still as charming as ever. A loud voice called out. An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, approached with a hearty laugh. He was the head of the Chen family from the South Seas, a genuine semi-saint powerhouse. I heard your company recently suffered an unexpected disaster, and Director Valerus unfortunately perished. I feel deeply saddened. The old man expressed his sorrow, yet there was no trace of sadness in his eyes, only a hint of glee. Thank you for your concern. Head Chen, Marcus waved his hand, unwilling to dwell on the topic. Shield Dynamics publicly claimed that Valerus and the mad Dr. Kane perished together due to an experiment gone wrong. Chapter 442 The Lionheart royal family. Walking ahead was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing, his face imposing, radiating an air of authority without needing to be angry. It was Rex. He had actually come in person. The crowd erupted in suppressed gasps. Rex, the current leader of the Lionheart Kingdom's royal family, was a true emperor wielding immense power. The royal family had a long-standing heritage and profound depth, with influence that rivaled that of the temple and the military. However, at this moment, nearly everyone's gaze bypassed this emperor and fell upon the girl beside him. The girl wore a flowing moon-white gown, with intricate star patterns embroidered in silver thread on the hem, as if she was draping the entire night sky around her as she moved. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely crafted like the most perfect creation of a deity, and her golden hair shone brightly. Noble, cool, and elegant. A blend of completely different qualities perfectly merged within her, creating a deadly allure that could drive any man mad. Chris, the only princess of the Lionheart Kingdom, was hailed as the most dazzling pearl of the empire. Your Highness, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Chapter 443 The Seed of Another World. This was just the beginning. Chen turned around and looked into the girl's exceptionally clear blue eyes under the moonlight, smiling as he said, "In the future, a broader world awaits you." Ella's heart suddenly trembled as she gazed at Chen's handsome profile and the gentle warmth in his eyes, deeper than the starry sky outside. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a charming crimson. Meanwhile, in Chris's palace, the noble and aloof princess, who had been so dignified at the banquet, now lay like a lazy kitten, her snow-white feet bare, curled up on a soft sofa. "Father, I've made up my mind," she said, swinging her legs in an undeniable tone to Rex, who sat across from her. "I want that person." Rex, who was sipping tea, paused slightly. He lifted his eyelids, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his authoritative gaze. "Chris, there should be limits to your nonsense." "What nonsense?" Chris pouted, jumping off the sofa and running to Rex's side, clinging to his arm in a spoiled manner. "Didn't you say that this time you would let me choose a partner that I find pleasing? I like him. Is that not allowed?" Chapter 444 The Century-Old Man. You are merely a follower, a coward who lacks even the courage to meet my father's gaze. You and him, indeed, are not alike. After saying this, she chuckled lightly and took a step back, the oppressive atmosphere vanishing instantly. The royal guards around them looked at Chen with undisguised disdain. Even Rex, who had been following Chris, showed a trace of barely perceptible approval on his stern face. His daughter, indeed, was exceptionally clever, quickly probing the background of this insignificant figure with just a few words. However, Chen's expression remained unchanged throughout. He didn't even glance at the lofty Rex, but simply finished the last sip of fruit wine in his cup and spoke calmly, "Are you done?" Chris's smile stiffened slightly. "If your Highness has nothing else, please feel free to leave us to do business." Chen's tone was as if he were shooing away a noisy fly, and in that moment, the entire square seemed to be muted. All eyes gathered on this corner, their faces filled with disbelief. Had this boy in a tailcoat gone mad? How dare he speak to Princess Chris in such a tone? Chapter 445 The Heart of the Holy Infant. These things were too ordinary. Just as he was about to have Marcus pack up and leave, a pure yet eerie aura suddenly descended upon the center of the square without warning. The crowd instantly fell silent, their gazes fixed in that direction. A group of members from the blessed church, clad in sacred robes and exuding a cold aura, slowly walked up to the high platform. At the forefront was an elderly man with a gaunt face and sharp eyes like a hawk. He was the apostle of creation, who had previously fought fiercely at the Eden base against the fortress and Valerus. Yet at this moment, his aura seemed much weaker than before, and it was unclear what he had done afterward. "Everyone," the apostle of creation's hoarse voice slowly rang out. "Today, we from the blessed church are not here for trade, but to reclaim a divine object that belongs to our Lord." His bony hand slowly raised, and a crystal coffin made of holy light materialized out of thin air. Inside the coffin lay a heart the size of a baby's fist. Crystal clear and seemingly formed from the purest life energy, gently pulsating rhythmically. With each heartbeat, it emitted visible ripples of life, filling the surrounding air with vibrant vitality. Chapter 446. Rest easy and die then. With a gentle swipe against the judgment spear capable of annihilating any semi-saint, the sharp spear shattered instantly. The entire process flowed like water, seemingly effortless. It was as if what he crushed was not a world-ending attack, but an insignificant firefly. Everyone stared blankly at the young Oriental boy in a well-fitted tailcoat, their minds blank. And in that corner, Lin Xiao suddenly sprang up from his seat. On that usually stern face, disbelief and shock were clearly written. He stared intently at Su Chen's back, and in his sharp eagle-like eyes, a stormy wave surged. That earlier strike, which severed causality and ignored the laws, was an absolute will. Although it was just a trace, and although he had perfectly concealed it with some means, he would never mistake it. That was the momentary slash. It was the unique sword technique of the man who had utterly defeated him like a nightmare. The two words Su Chen painfully squeezed out from between his teeth like a delirious murmur, and beside him, Yan Shi was also taken aback by this sudden change. Her small mouth agape,